We're back. Hi, this is Peter Schrappen, the co-host of Seattle Boat Show Connected, brought to you by Union Marine. Day 2 of the Seattle Boat Show, the 74th edition. I bet you never thought you'd be watching the Seattle Boat Show from the comfort of your own living room. I bet you never thought you'd be watching me from the comfort of your own living room. And I bet I never thought I'd be wearing my dress slippers, not in the comfort of my own living room. So all that is happening today as we come to you live with a star-studded lineup of guests. I'm still sort of catching my breath from yesterday, to be honest with you. We ended the night with Mark Bunzel of Seattle Boat Show Live fame and Boat Show University interviewing Sam Devlin, boating designer extraordinaire. We had this geocaching segment as well during Seattle Boat Show Live, so made history there. And day 2, it just keeps getting better and better. We've got, out of the gate, we've got Batur Oktay from Starbucks, a coffee master. We've got world-famous author Dan Brown, who will be with us to talk about Boys in the Boat. And that's just in the AM. So grab a cup of coffee, get settled, gather your family. With a little bit of homework on your end, you're going to have a successful day, I have a feeling. And part of that homework is not hanging out with me, mind you, as fun as that may sound, Mom. But it's actually getting inside the show for the $5 bargain price to explore over the 200 exhibitors, the over 600 boats. I think there's about 10,000 photos that have been uploaded, and that's about 9,000 for my vacation alone. I'm kidding, of course. No, we've got all kinds of boats to suit your fancy right inside. And if that sounds a little overwhelming, you can favorite your favorite boat when you're inside the show. And you can come back to it, not just during the course of the show when I'll be here, but you can come out, put your partner to bed and come back at night in your jammies and buy a boat, buy an accessory, check out the show. You'll notice a few similarities, actually, between this year's show and the last 74 years as well, with the red carpet. You'll be able to explore the show with the 3D technology we're calling Matterport technology. Plus, you can hop on a pirate ship. That sounds like fun. And then there's all sorts of activities in store for you. We've got a treasure hunt on the red carpet with all sorts of prizes from our friends at Ivers Shipyard. And to get us going, I just was going to play a little ad from our co-host Denise Whitaker, who could help you better understand what's in store for me. So enough from hearing from me for right now. Let's hear from Denise Whitaker. She explains a little bit about what's in store for you inside the show.
Hi, I'm Denise Whitaker, and I'm proud to be a part of the innovative and exciting 2021 Big Seattle Boat Show Connected. Join me and NMTA's own Peter Schrappen as we host the Boat Show TV channel live all 4 days of the show right here on the site. We have an exciting lineup of guest interviews and boating topics, including how to maximize your time on the water, discover new ways to make more memories in the magical world of boating. Plus, you'll meet boating leaders from the Puget Sound area, across the U.S., the world, and beyond. And so much more. Don't miss the boat. We'll see you online and on the water. It's all right here at SeattleBoatShow.com. The Big Seattle Boat Show Connected is filled with fun for everyone. It's easy to join in this fun, and registration starts at only $5. Choose the registration package that suits you best, with varying levels of show access and other goodies. Create your own login, and you're ready to go. You can begin to browse right away and map out your itinerary for this big event. The show starts on January 28th when seminars start streaming. Exhibitors will be standing by to answer your questions and match you with the boat of your dreams. The 2021 Big Seattle Boat Show Connected. Start online and up on the water. The 2021 Seattle Boat Show Connected features an incredible schedule of fishing, boating, and sailing seminars streaming right here on this site. With more than 100 hours of content and even more Boat Show University classes, you'll want to watch it all. Lucky you can rewatch any classes you missed or may just want to see again for up to an entire week after the show. You can add a seminar to your personal calendar or save to your favorites list. If you're attending the show from another region, you can even set your time zone preferences so the schedule will display in your local time. During the live stream, chat with other attendees, post questions and comments for the presenter, jump between sessions, browse featured products and services, and more. Get the most out of your boat show experience. The Big Seattle Boat Show Connected offers a collection of contests, promotions, and games that you can play for fun and for prizes. Browse through the list of activities to learn about the exciting ways you can get more from the boat show. Featuring a Dogs on Deck photo contest, marine industry career fair, a selfie booth, and so much more. There's an activity for guests of all ages. Interact, engage, and get involved in the community to show off your love of boating.
There's a lot of information there. Thankfully, Denise laid it out nice and easy for all of us to understand, and I'm really blessed to be joined by Denise Whitaker again for day 2. Hi, Denise.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Doing well, getting adjusted to this lifestyle of
Yes.
being on the World Wide Web, being on television. Nothing new to you. What took you by surprise yesterday?
Took me by surprise.
Nothing? Maybe?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Well, let me think. I learned a lot about fishing yesterday. I don't normally fish.
Uh-huh.
So,
A little fun fact, over half the boats in Washington State are used for fishing all or some of the time.
do you know how many boats are then strictly like lake boats versus
Oh, that's
sound?
no, I don't know
wonder.
that. Maybe we could ask one of our guests. We should
Yeah.
ask each of our guests
Yes.
throughout the course of the
We'll
day.
eventually find the answer.
Keep looking, keep asking, right?
That's the way it works.
Don't take no for an answer. But I was just going over the lineup. We've got a lot of great guests in store just this morning. We've got George Harris joining us shortly to see what maybe took him by surprise or maybe not. But I'm looking forward to interviewing Boys in the Boat author Daniel Brown. And then they're doing a lot of work to save that shell house
Right.
over at the University of Washington. And I felt like I was the last person on earth to have read that book. That was a fantastic book. And and he's got a new book coming out. And the book was just picked up by George Clooney as well. I don't know if you knew that.
I did not.
Yeah, Mr. Clooney is looking to cast that soon, and he wants to play a role in the movie as well. So that's
awesome.
quite exciting. Yeah. So
You know, here's the one of the top guests up here coming up shortly that I'm looking forward to, making coffee.
Yeah. Are you a coffee drinker?
I am a coffee drinker, but here's what happened to us this past summer. We, second, third night of our week-long cruise, we're up at Anacortes, and we make a pot of coffee. Wonderful. Take the dog for a walk. Some friends who live up there are going to come visit us, so my husband goes to offer them a cup of coffee, and the pot's broken.
Oh.
You cannot be a week on the boat without a coffee pot. So thank goodness we were in Anacortes. We ran up to the hardware store trying to figure out what else to get. So I just got a French press. So now I'm doing French press on the boat.
Just a French press. That's the best coffee to have.
I know,
it's
but
like,
it's a little.
I just got the creme de la creme.
Well, but it's a little complicated on the boat, right? Because
Yeah.
you've got to heat the water. So
Yeah.
I found a microwave safe kettle. It's this, plastic kettle. So I put that in the microwave. I heat the water, make the coffee. But at the end, think about it, cleaning out all those grounds, that's like the yucky
Yeah,
part.
no
But
thanks.
you're right, the coffee is delicious.
Have you tried the new Starbucks instant coffee?
I have.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's a
okay.
lot. There's a lot of caffeine in that.
Is there really? Is there more caffeine than
It sure
usual?
seems like it. I don't know. It's tough.
Interesting.
It feels really good going, the first couple hours. You're
Right.
like, all right, enough of this. I'm trying to go to sleep. And for you, you've got to be up in a few minutes.
Right. Maybe it's just psychological for me, but I really don't feel like coffee affects me, like caffeine affects me in that way.
Okay.
I don't know. I could be wrong, but I
I
just
think
don't
the
feel like it
first
does
stage is
anything.
denial, so congratulations.
That's right.
Made it this far. Welcome. Coffee Drinkers Anonymous here. Turns into like an intervention if we're not careful. But yeah, we had a little debrief last night with the team, and just the glowing remarks we're hearing from the exhibitors, and the seminars are running really smoothly on
Good.
fishing and boating. And one of the key messages that I want to share with you at home is to get comfortable, order the pizza.
Right.
Uh,
At this hour?
Yeah, but there's breakfast pizza.
That is true.
No longer an oxymoron. But really, get inside the show. Don't just hang out with us. We'll be here. You don't need to worry about us. We know what we're doing. Go inside the show for $5 up to $89 and take advantage of all the different exhibitors. I've spent months now preparing their booth, just as they've done every year. So there's a lot in store for people. Have you had a chance to check out any of those boat show deals? Or
I haven't checked out any of the deals yet. I've definitely gone through the whole 3D virtual convention center. And yeah, for sure, I really encourage you to look at the higher ticket price to go up above 5, because there's too much to take in this one weekend. And so if you go up to the higher price, then you have the chance for all next week to go back and watch or see the things, because you just can't, unless you glue yourself to the computer for the next 3 days, you're going to miss a lot.
that's a really good look when you're glued or stapled to the computer. Yes, exactly.
Is that it?
So we're going to take a little break here. We're going to come back with George Harris, NMTA president. In the meantime, we're going to hear from Denise Whitaker, excuse me. Dan Brown's coming up. Denise Whitaker's
Gotcha.
here. Yes, so that's what that was. So stay right there, and we'll be right back with George Harris. Is George...
The Big Seattle Boat Show Connected is filled with fun for everyone. It's easy to join in this fun, and registration starts at only $5. Choose the registration package that suits you best, with varying levels of show access and other goodies. Create your own login, and you're ready to go. You can begin to browse right away and map out your itinerary for this big event. The show starts on January 28th when seminars start streaming. Exhibitors will be standing by to answer your questions and match you with the boat of your dreams. The 2021 Big Seattle Boat Show Connected. Start online and up on the water.
Welcome back. This is Peter Schrappen, the co-host of Seattle Boat Show Connected, brought to you by Union Marine, where we're coming to you live from Renton, Washington. And we like to say boating means business, because it's not just all these beautiful boats out there, but those employ tens of thousands of people that get the opportunity to work on them year after year, day after day. And that's part of it. And they're not just doing their thing in their silo, but they're represented by a larger trade association called the Northwest Marine Trade Association. And I'm looking at George Harris here, the NMTA president, who was with us yesterday. Hey, George, good morning.
Hey, Peter. Good morning. Hi, Denise. Good morning.
Good morning.
How is it going in your neck of the woods?
Well, I slept a lot better last night. You know, just like the in-person show, there is so much work to get the show open. And I guess I didn't really expect that would be any different this year going virtual, but we did it. We got it open. So I was listening to you. Yeah, that's what impressed me yesterday, or surprised me, is we got it open. Everything is working, and just hats off to the NMTA staff. I love to say every year, big show, small staff, and our staff of 8 plus some really smart people on the tech side. We did it. So I'm feeling really good and happy with the website traffic. And I love, Peter, I love talking with the member businesses and, checking in with them throughout the day. And they understand what we're doing. They get it, and they're loving it.
George, what advice do you have for people at home today?
Well, I think, it's interesting, the Seattle Boat Show, oftentimes we hear the show's too big. It's kind of overwhelming. So I think, you kind of need to make a plan. What style person are you? Do you want to just sort of, go into the shop the show page and just sort of scroll through those 600 boats and those almost 400 products and just sort of randomly see what catches your eye? Or, you could be kind of focused and, are you looking for a new inflatable? Or are you looking for a new bow thruster? Or are you looking for a new center console? That sort of thing. And, we have great filtering and searching so you can find what you're looking for. It doesn't have to be just sort of a needle in a haystack sort of approach. So I would say kind of know what you're looking for and use the search filters in Shop the Show or on the exhibitor list. And then same thing for planning on the seminars. The most economical way to enjoy the show is that $5 mate ticket. And then you can watch all of the 68 boating and fishing seminars when they air, at their scheduled time. And so just make a plan and watch those as they pop up. I think the schedule's easy to navigate. Click on seminars, today's Friday, and take a look. And just kind of make a plan, because it's a big show.
I was just saying that, George, that people really, I encourage them to kind of update or upgrade their tickets. What if someone's never been to the physical show before and they maybe are just thinking about getting into boating? Can you direct them or steer them for today?
Yeah, I think, this is one reason I'm so excited about the virtual show is if you've grown up in boating, like all three of us have, we know what boat show is. We know what a boat show is. But I think for somebody that's new to boating, what is a boat show? I mean, is it like a dog show where there's a bunch of dogs doing tricks? A boat show is about shopping and talking to experts and that sort of thing. So hopefully, we're attracting some new boaters. So if there's some new boaters, some boating curious folks right now watching, thank you for being here. And a great place to start is with the seminars. Kind of get a feel for the community and the culture. There's a lot of culture, I guess you could say, in boating, and then all of these businesses, granted it's through a screen right now, they want to talk to you. They want to talk to you if there are no bad questions. So, go to that business that you think looks interesting. If there's a boat that catches your eye, pick up the phone and call them. Even if it's only a 3-minute call, they want to talk to you. We've got the schedulers going there, schedule an appointment. If it's only 15 minutes or it's an hour or if it's Zoom, they want to talk to you. So just reach out to them, send them a chat message. I love the tagline, start online, end up on the water. Seattle Boat Show Connected. There's so many ways to connect.
Exactly. Well said, George. And I did not spend a lot of time on the activities yesterday, mentioning those. Can you talk a little bit about the different activities that we've got lined up as well?
Sure. Seattle Boat Show is legendary, and it's an often used word, but famous for all of our activities, whether it's the world's largest indoor sand sculpture or, the indoor domino record. We have lots of fun. So we've tried to bring that to the show this year. So I think the one that I like the most, or my daughters like the most, is the virtual treasure hunt on the 3D show floor. So when you go into the virtual show floor, as you move around the red carpet, and it takes a little getting used to when do you use your arrows on your keyboard and when do you use your mouse, but you can move around the red carpet and you'll see some treasure chests. And then you open up the treasure chest and then there will be instant win prizes for you, maybe an Ivers gift card or a Seattle Seahawks gift card to their team store, or maybe an upgrade to another ticket level for you. So move around. And then there's a big pirate ship in the building. So go find that pirate ship and you can actually crawl around on the pirate ship. And if you go up to the crow's nest, there's a beautiful view of the show floor. And then you can take a selfie of yourself up there. So that's a really fun one. And then our virtual yearbook with Basta Boat Lifts. This was just such a extraordinary year for boating, and so many people got out on the water, so many good memories. For our family, it's those boating pictures. Basically we have a photo album of every year for boating, and you flip through those pictures, it's just treasures. And anyway, share your boating memories, hashtag boating yearbook with Boston Marine. So that's kind of a fun way to interact. And then we've got Dogs on Deck. Interesting, it was a year ago at the show that we allowed dogs into the Seattle Boat Show for the first time. Really fun promotion for us. And so we brought that back with a dog photo contest. And so we've got our 3 finalists up on the site right now, so you can vote for your best Dogs on Deck photo.
All right, that's a lot of fun. Now, you mentioned that pirate ship. Would they have a giant wheel like this on a pirate ship? Was that what they would have?
There was some buzz at the staff meeting last
Yeah.
night, George. You probably don't know what I was talking about, but we wanted to give you a spin here and see what's on your mind.
All right.
George, do you know the categories? Peter made this.
Yeah, I had a little help. Denise.
Okay.
Denise is, yeah, here we go. So we've got gem, app, song, luck, book, tool, meal, 2021, and then it just keeps repeating. Funny it works that way. So let's see where we end up, George.
All right.
Oh, we're back to tool.
Back to tool. Wait.
All right, George,
tool.
what is your favorite tool to bring on your boat?
Well, I have my tool bag.
Yeah, tools,
so
I would think, with you.
Many tools in my tool bag. And probably my favorite is the voltmeter.
Yeah, that's important to have.
Yeah. just gotta always troubleshooting some piece of electrical on the boat, a fuse or something like that, or make sure those downriggers or that pot puller is working just right.
Yeah, you just don't show up on your boat, George. You really are mindful about the trips that you take out. You must have do you keep checklists? Is that what you go through to make sure you have as much fun on the water as possible?
Well, I wish I was as good as a pilot. It's interesting. There's a lot of similarities, or pilots, people in aviation are drawn to boating. And I'm so impressed with the folks that have checklists. And I keep a logbook, and I have a short checklist that I go through every time. And it's just no fun to be out on the boat worrying, did you check the oil, that sort of thing. So I've got my checklist I go through. And I also keep a log of all my maintenance, and I think that's really important. And then it's also just fun to remember, what your engine hours were, how long the run took to, Anacortes to Roche Harbor or something like that, what the conditions were. So, I do all that. It's fun to look back on it.
I would say you're fastidious about using the waypoints and tracking those, and for around the fishing too. I don't know if you know
That's
that,
right.
But it's a never-ending.
We've fished together a few times, and a while back. So Tom Nelson, who was on the air and who's doing a seminar right now, he taught me that when you are on board with guests, it's fun to put a waypoint on your GPS, Peter King. So I've actually got a couple of those on my GPS where, we caught fish together. And that's just kind of a fun way to keep track of things too. So when you pull into a spot, you can say, oh yeah, I remember that fish with Peter here, or that fish with Karsten here.
Did you ever think that you'd be looking at us live talking about the Seattle Boat Show?
Did not. This question came up over the years is, how can we, better use all of our seminars and our education, broadcasting them, recording them during the show. So we've taken that big step, and I just hats off to you, Peter, hats off to you, Denise, for, being so perfect as our greeters here at the front door of the Seattle Boat Show Connected.
Oh, thanks, George. And as we go to break here, I was going to plug the Ivers relationship we've had, George, and what that has meant to us through the years. Our friends Bob Donegan and the team over there.
Yeah, I can't say enough good things about Bob, and the Seattle Boat Show at the stadium down there on the waterfront, when all the construction that has been going on for the last few years with the waterfront, and looking forward to it because I think we're going to have the most beautiful waterfront in the world, or it's definitely the country when it's all done, and it's going to be an asset to the city and to the stadium and the Seattle Boat Show. But the last couple of years, we've had a couple of issues down there, and the mayor of the waterfront, Bob Donegan, has come to our rescue a few times. So thank you, Bob, if you're watching.
Yeah, and actually we'll be getting an update from the waterfront situation. Angela Brady from SDOT will be joining us tomorrow, I think. But yeah, Thanks so much. And let's go out with the what do you say, Logan? The Ivers Industry on Parade. That's bingo on my bingo card number 4.
Industry on Parade visits a Seattle fishing pier, Pier 54, to call on one of the happiest businessmen in the land. No, he isn't one of these fishermen, but a man who thinks that fish and fishermen are both wonderful and has capitalized on the fact that a lot of other people think so too. It was to this crowded waterfront with all its own peculiar noises and smells that our happiest businessman came during the depths of the Depression to start a small commercial aquarium and a fish bar that soon expanded into one of the biggest, busiest, and most colorful eating places in town. Here, Ivar Haglund, the gentleman in question, serves a customer an order of fish and chips, a specialty of the house when it opened in the 30s, and still a specialty today. Another specialty, clam chowder, has gained such popularity among thousands of Seattle residents and out-of-town visitors that Ivar now cans the delicacy. Try as he could, our cameraman was unable to pry the recipe out of Ivar or any of his chefs. Celery, onions, tomatoes, clams. The ingredients are all listed on the label, but exactly how they're prepared is a deep, dark trade secret. Ivar himself keeps his hand in regularly. A pretty good hand it is, too, and as much so at business or at strumming a guitar as at wielding a shucking knife. He's one of those versatile all-around fellows who's been able to combine his different talents in one satisfying career. Still wish, though, that he weren't so tight-lipped about his chowder recipe. It looks so good, it tastes so good, and oh, how it does smell. Maybe the sawed-off boat oar used as a stirring paddle is the big secret.
Welcome back to Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. My name is Peter Schrappen, your co-host for the next 33 hours. And I'm joined by my co-host here, Denise Whitaker of Como 4.
Yes.
You came back for day 2.
I did. Why wouldn't I?
Exactly.
It was so much fun last night. I don't know if anyone else watching now caught us last night, but we had a great time.
Both our moms were watching.
Yes, both of our moms were
I
watching.
brought my St. Louis cup here somewhere.
Did
Are you a
you?
Cubs fan?
Yes.
Oh, I'm a Cardinals fan.
Oh,
Okay.
boy. Now we're in trouble.
Good thing we're 6 feet separated
Yes,
here. That's
yes.
right. Well, excellent. And our next guest is Batur. There he is. Hi, Batur Oktay from Starbucks, coffee master extraordinaire, longtime devotee of coffee. We wanted to have you on, but well, first, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, we wanted to have you on to talk about coffee. I feel like I probably do a lot of things wrong with my coffee prep. It's one of the food groups in my home, and I was just wondering if you could share with us what advice you would have for someone who wants to improve their coffee game.
Sure, I'm happy to do it. I have to say, first of all, that I'm speaking on my own behalf, not on behalf of Starbucks, but I have been around at the company for over 19 years, and you drink a lot of coffee over that period of time, and I've picked up a few tricks. So first, I'll say there's no mystique behind coffee. It's kind of like wine. If you like it, drink it, prepare it how you want, and enjoy it. That's the bottom line. There are lots of ways to make coffee. If I had to talk about the most important things to think about, it would be the freshness of the coffee. Make sure you buy good, fresh, whole bean coffee. Grind it yourself fresh before you make it. That'll ensure a better cup. The water quality should be really good. So I recommend using filtered water, so it takes out the impurities and the minerals and any flavors that might come with those. And then it also keeps your whatever equipment you're using clean from calcification from those minerals. And then the proportion, the amount of coffee to the water. So those are basically the elements: the water quality, the grind size, the freshness of the coffee, and the proportion.
Now, I have a question. First of all, I'm learning now. I use filtered water on the boat, but not at home. So that definitely tells me why my coffee tastes differently. But what temperature does that water need to be? I was just telling Peter, our coffee pot on our boat broke last year, so we ended up going to a French press instead. What is the ideal temperature for that?
The ideal temperature is not boiling, but off the boil. So just a slightly bit cooler than boiling water. If it's too hot, it could singe the beans and give you a bit of a burnt taste. And if it's too cool, it won't extract enough of the coffee out of the beans. So I'd say just off the boil. Let it boil, then let it sit for a few moments before adding the water.
Well, that is probably what I've been doing wrong for the last
Right?
44
I know.
years. Job well done, Batur.
On a boat, it's also really hard, I think, to store coffee. Do you keep coffee for very long? Because I have a stash of coffee on the boat, and then I have my coffee at home, and they're two totally different systems. So should I not be just storing coffee for months on my boat?
Well, if it's unopened, you can store it until the expiration date on the package. That won't affect it. But like any food or beverage, coffee is affected by light and temperature and exposure to oxygen. So if you are going to store it, I'd say after opening, coffee is usually good for 1 to 2 weeks. It remains fresh for about that long. Put it in an airtight container, an opaque container, so it's not going to have exposure to sunlight, and keep it in a dark, cool place. Those are your best bets.
Okay.
This past summer, I was able to read this book, When: The Scientific Secrets of Perfect Timing by Daniel Pink, and he talks about the right time to drink coffee to get the most out of it. You shouldn't drink it as soon as you get up. There's a question here, Batur. I'm not just bragging that I read a book.
But
this
you
past
should
year.
or should not?
You should not drink it immediately
Okay.
once you wake up, but you should wait about 20 minutes for your first cup of coffee to maximize the caffeine to get the most out of it. Have you heard of anything like that, Batur?
You've exceeded my deep knowledge on coffee by asking me what's the right time of day to drink it. I will say that for me, I have to eat something before I have coffee, but I don't think it matters ultimately. Whenever you want to drink it, that's when you drink it.
Have you adopted the cold brew into your?
I do really enjoy cold brew. I mean, I don't make it for myself, but I will buy it. Yeah.
Has that transformed Starbucks, Batur?
Cold brew is one of our fastest growing categories, in fact, for the entire coffee industry. So I would say it is transforming coffee houses and the coffee industry. It's a great way to experience coffee. It's a little bit smoother than your typical cup of coffee because of the brewing method. So I'm a fan. I'm all for it.
And is that easy to do if we wanted to do the cold brew like on the boat? How do you do it?
I haven't made it myself, but it does take a period of time where you let the coffee sit in the container of cold water. It's usually overnight. So as long as you have time and space, you can do that on the boat, or you can prepare it ahead of time and then just bottle the coffee and bring it with you.
Yeah, it's different than just putting ice on coffee. That is not
Right.
cold brew.
No,
That's
and
right.
that I don't even like doing that because then you're watering down the flavor of the coffee.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Batur, how much coffee do you drink in a week?
I drink 2 double Americanos a day. So that's 4 shots a day, whatever that ends up coming to.
And what I've learned from you too, you don't need the most tricked out system to make it work well. You've got a tried and true method at your home, I think.
I do. I mean, you can make coffee, as you know, in a variety of ways. I prefer espresso-based coffee. I like the kind of the intensity that comes with espresso, and you hear the word crema, which is that layer of creamy oil that sits on top of an espresso, which you don't really only get with espresso. And that's when the hot water emulsifies the oil in the beans. So I like espresso. I make espresso at home with fresh beans, and I add some hot water to it to turn it into an Americano. That's my preferred method. But people swear by all kinds of things. For boats, I think it may be harder if you don't have an electrical source to make espresso, although there are manual espresso machines. So people on boats, I think, tend to like either a high quality instant coffee like a Starbucks Via, or a French press, or a pour over. Those are probably the easiest ways to make coffee on a boat.
So we're fortunate. We have some friends that whenever we happen to be boating with them, they do have the espresso machine on their boat. And I have been privileged to have one delivered to my boat on a frosty morning before.
Wow,
So yeah,
good
you got to
friends.
get the right friends.
Yeah, don't expect me to be delivered any sort of. Well, maybe. We shall
Yeah,
see.
just follow that boat wherever it goes.
Right? Go everywhere they go.
Another thing I've noticed too, in Europe they serve it with soda water. Is that something that you would recommend to get the most out of the experience?
I don't notice that in Europe. They give you a little teeny glass of
Yeah, I'm always
soda
like, would you
water
mind
with it.
filling it up? If you're gonna give me some soda water, I'll take a
Nice.
extra big gulp.
Yeah, I don't really understand that. I suppose it's a bit of a palate cleanser between gulps. I don't subscribe to that, but hey, why not?
That's what, would it be? I was thinking palate cleanser, or to try to keep the coffee from staining your teeth too,
Oh.
to kind of rinse your mouth.
Oh, it may be as well. And then sometimes you'll see a little a curled piece of a lemon rind, which you maybe spritz over the coffee as well. So I've seen it served different ways in Europe.
I sprinkle cinnamon. We have an espresso machine at home, and I like to sprinkle a little cinnamon on top of the crema. It's good.
Is there a time of
That
day that you
sounds
stop drinking coffee? Have I asked you that?
You know, I love coffee, and I could drink it all day, but I'm up at 2 a.m. I don't take my first sip of coffee till after 3 a.m. And I usually only have, I think my husband gets up at 2:30 and makes me coffee every morning
Oh,
before I go out the
nice.
door. So he sends me out the door with 2 long shots in a travel mug. And then if I want more around 7 or 7:30 in the morning, I'll get a cup of coffee at work, and that's it.
That sounds like a good plan. But do you know much about coffee and food pairing? The rules of thumb around that? What works well? What are some things that wouldn't work on your palate necessarily?
Yeah, I don't know if there are lots of rules of thumb. Most people tend to pair coffee with dessert because there are cocoa flavors in coffee beans, and sometimes those pair really well with the sweetness that comes from desserts. I've seen people pair coffee with cheeses, which I find kind of interesting, and I've seen people pair coffee with meals, with food. So, for example, at Starbucks, we've created blends in the past that are meant to go with Thanksgiving type food, or dinner meals and the like. And so I think whatever floats your boat, and whatever you're interested in. For me, it's really, I like with sweets, so I always have a little bit of dark chocolate with my coffee or something.
Ooh, that's a good pairing.
Yeah.
Is there anything like wrong you can do with coffee that you're just like, don't do that?
No, I'm going to say it right here. No, there isn't. You can do whatever you want.
Not drinking enough of it, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, Batur, thanks so much for being a part of Seattle Boat Show Connected.
It's absolutely my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. So there he is,
I
Batur
learned a
Oktay
lot.
of Starbucks, General Counsel there and Coffee Master, getting us going on day 2 of Seattle Boat Show Connected. Hey, Logan, why don't we show a little bit off of Renton River Days? That's number 50 on my bingo card as we go to break here. But while we're at break, we want you to go inside the Seattle Boat Show Connected for $5 and go explore the various exhibitors and all the deals that are in store for you. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
What are you reading over there?
I just got
Got
this.
an old thing.
I just got this like yesterday. It's Sea Magazine. They'll be on our show later. It covers recreational boating in our neck of the woods from 1956.
Wow.
Seattle National Boat Show issue. There it
That's
is.
pretty cool.
Yeah.
Wait, so it was called a national boat show. What made it national?
Well, I think I was asking Mark Bunzella this last night. I think that the New York Boat Show was the most famous boat show, and maybe that was an
Okay.
international boat show, and the Seattle Boat Show took on National Boat Show to maybe showcase the boating that goes on in the United States. So I'm not quite sure, but it does feature too Slow Motion, which is a famous boat that was built at Jensen Shipyard, Jensen Motorboat, which is located right by the University of Washington. So yeah, a lot of boating history in our area. Denise, what was the first boat that you purchased? I think you told me this yesterday. But
It was, I can't remember the brand, but it was it was literally called Fish and Ski Boat.
was
And
it like one of those TV VCR combos, or like?
Yeah, well, yeah,
a
but
little bit
laid
of
out
everything.
flat.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah.
So it was a very, I want to say it was like 18 feet. It was very flat, and it had, your fishing chair on the bow, but not a trolling motor, just the big motor. And it had 2 seats in the back. It was so basic. I mean, it was just a basic boat, but it was new. It had only one owner for a short time, so it was pretty new. We bought it, and we used it for a good year and a half. And we don't fish, so it We water skied behind it. We had a great time, but we needed something that was more appropriate. So we moved. So we had the Fish and Ski boat. We had a Larson ski boat. My husband needed back surgery. We sold it. We found an identical Larson for sale when he recovered from surgery. Bought that. Went to a Sea Ray. Had a Gibson houseboat for a while, and now we have a 32-foot Carver.
And you keep it at Queens?
We keep our boat now at Queen City Yacht
Queen
Club.
City
We
Yacht
used to
Club.
be out at Elliott Bay Marina for quite a while, for quite a few years when we bought the boat, and now we've moved into the lake at the yacht club.
When was the last time you water skied?
Oh, I have not water skied in quite some time. It's been a couple of years at least. Yeah.
2 skis or 1 ski?
One.
Oh, okay.
I was really getting into wakeboarding before we moved here too, and I was getting pretty good. My husband and I, when we had all those other ski boats, the lake that we skied on, the Boy Scouts set up the course for you to ski through. And okay, I know this is going to be hard to believe, but this is a true story. Everyone says they want to have friends with boats, right? We invited our friends to go with us every stinking weekend. And most of the time, like, oh, thanks, but we're good. Oh, thanks, we're good. I'm like, who doesn't want to go on a boat? So it was just the two of us, which was fine. So we used to take turns trying to beat each other's time, trying to make it through the course.
And
that's all we did.
Which
for
body
years.
of water was this?
This was on Lake Washita in Arkansas.
Okay.
In central Arkansas.
Wow, so that was your number one priority, sounds like, was working and playing, and part of that playing
yep,
was...
that's right.
Yeah, and there's a lot of good boating in Arkansas, lake boating,
There's
like in our state.
amazing lake boating in Arkansas. Yeah, for as much water as we have here, for the salt and fresh, there's like almost that much water, just fresh water in Arkansas, and beautiful lakes there. They're very clean.
What's a little interesting parts about boating that maybe some people don't realize is just how many boats are on trailers.
Right, right.
So there's 240,000 registered boats in our state, and 96% are on trailers or in
Really?
backyard.
I would not
You
have
didn't know
guessed
that? Oh, I
that.
should have
No,
asked
I would
you that.
not have guessed
Oh,
that
God.
to be
Can
that
we
high.
cut? Let's redo this.
I would guess 70%,
Uh-huh, yeah.
not 96. Yeah.
Yeah, we like to say that boats and marinas are optical illusions because you only see, those only just 4% of the boats, but that's all
Right.
you see.
That's all you see.
And guess what percentage of the 240,000 are sailboats?
Ooh. Okay, so I guess I will say 1.5%.
Wow. 2%, but I'll round up. I'll give you that.
Okay.
Yeah, most people are like, I don't know, 60%. Because when you look at a marina,
Right.
you're looking at sailboats.
Right.
But
But
that's,
see, I
right.
was doing the math.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
you don't trailer a sailboat.
That's why you got that Emmy. That's right. There it is. So you move out here, and how quickly did you then join Queen City Yacht Club?
We only joined Queen City. Let's see, we moved here essentially in late 2004, 2005 is when we came out here, and we didn't join Queen City till 2013.
Oh, okay.
So yeah,
Did you shop around yacht clubs?
we didn't shop around so much as it wasn't on our radar. We didn't know what a yacht club really was or what they did.
What is a yacht club?
So, right. I mean, to me, a yacht club is just a way to feel like you belong with other boaters and connect with other boaters. And people join yacht clubs for different reasons. We joined, I believe, for pure social reasons. We were already boating. We just wanted to meet more people boating. But a lot of people join specifically for the outstations that the yacht clubs offer. And so the yacht clubs, right, they might have, like Queen City Yacht Club has an outstation on Bainbridge Island that any of our members can go to anytime they'd like. And it's a beautiful getaway. And especially in the times we live in now, you feel like you've gone on vacation. We have yacht outstations up in the San Juan Islands at various places and even further north. So I think a lot of people really shop based on price and proximity and outstations.
Can you talk a little bit about your favorite places to boat around the Sound? Bainbridge, Bremerton, Paulsbo? What?
I love them all.
Endless array, I know.
I love them all. And it is interesting. And we talked about this a little bit last night. I'm trying to remember who brought this up. Maybe Karsten. I think Karsten brought it up.
Was that his first appearance or second appearance?
First appearance.
Yeah.
This last year, a lot of people who have been boating for years here in Washington State in the Pacific Northwest have never gone South Sound. And that shocks me because when we first bought our boat, that's all we ever did was go South Sound. I mean, we did go to the San Juan Islands, but that always seemed so far for us since we were still trying to figure everything out. So we have done so many South Sound trips way more than we've done north. And there are beautiful places in the South. So that was really exciting.
When you say
And
South Sound, Gig Harbor, Olympia.
Gig Harbor, Olympia, Shelton, and then all points in between. You know, you can head over toward Union and Allen and
Great
hit,
View.
Yep, and hit all of those areas and the state parks along the way. There's just so many places to go. And that was thrilling and so exciting for me last year to hear so many friends say, wow, I didn't know it was so cool. So one of my really all-time favorite things to do is go down Hood Canal. I really enjoy going down Hood Canal.
Mom, that's where we had my rehearsal dinner with Emily. For those keeping
it?
score at home, yes. That's
At where? At
Scenic
Alderbrook
Beach
or-
State Park.
Oh, at a state park. Nice.
Yeah, it's beautiful there.
Yeah,
for sure.
But I mean, it's not. You know, a lot of people don't think about going down there because it is far. There's no doubt about that. But when you look at, and there are far fewer marinas, but the marinas that are there, Pleasant Harbor, Alderbrook, Port Ludlow, when you're headed up, you know, at the north end. I mean, there are so many beautiful places to go, and there's hiking, and there's just relaxing, and the water is warm enough to swim, and yet you can still crab. So yeah, I really love it down there.
Pleasant Harbor's been recently remodeled.
Yes, it's beautiful.
Famous for their shrimping and crabbing, and they've got a little restaurant there in Port Ludlow. I mean, talk about a quiet spot.
Right.
We got off the boat and we're like, all right, let's go into town. And they're like, we looked at a field. We got there like, oh, I think there's a golf course there, maybe. I mean,
Yeah, I think there's a golf course there. You know what we did? Honestly, I think I've only been to Port Ludlow once. But what we did was we did some geocaching while we were there. 'Cause
Really?
There's geocaching there. Yeah.
Okay. Did
Yeah.
you catch the geocaching segment last night?
I missed it. I was driving
Good
home.
thing they're recorded.
Sorry, I know. I was driving home. I was listening to you guys as I was driving home last night, and then once I got home, the geocaching hadn't started yet, and my husband's sweet thing had dinner ready for me.
Oh, what would you have?
He made his famous macaroni and cheese with green peas in it.
Okay. Yeah. What kind of cheese?
He adds coastal cheese. Do you ever eat coastal?
I don't know. Coastal
You can
cheese.
buy it at Costco, and it's like crystallized. It's a sharp
Is it
white
from
cheddar.
Is it from Bandon?
It's from
area?
overseas.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's English.
Wow, cool. So like a white, you say
It's
white,
a white, yes,
cheddar?
a white cheddar. Yes.
Okay.
It's really hard to put the coastal up against the Tillamook.
Oh, okay.
Because Tillamook they have a really good sharp cheddar too.
Yeah, well, I'm from the Show Me State, so maybe before the show ends, I might sample some of that.
We're always talking about food, getting
Yeah,
hungry
exactly.
over here. Yeah.
What can I say? What can I say? It's what I think of all
Where
of a
have
sudden.
you been that you really love?
Oh, well, good question. I love the backyard right here in our area. We try to take advantage of my in-laws' Nordhaven boat whenever they'll have us on board. Their boat's at Elliott Bay Marina, and there's always activities there, so we
Right.
can go there and hang out. And then they've been kind enough to invite us on their boat up to Alaska, so we were able to go up there a couple years ago, and that was great. We started in Petersburg for the Nordhaven Rendezvous, and then made our way and caught halibut and salmon and waterfalls, and it was just
That sounds heavenly.
a fantastic trip, obviously, a trip of a lifetime. And then we've been to Port Ludlow with them a few times, and yeah, it's always been fun just to catch up on some reading and writing and
Right.
fellowship, playing games,
Yep.
mind games, board games, so all kinds of activities. No shortage of food and snacks and good times on the boat for sure. And yeah, I didn't grow up on boating, spending the night on a boat, which is a different experience as well, and getting the coffee ready and everything like that. So we try to plan our year around different activities that we can do on their
Right.
boat, and it doesn't get any better than Elliott Bay Marina. So
That is true. I also like to plan trips when I can. It's not always possible, but to try to catch the farmers markets at each place that you go. For instance, Everett has that famous, beautiful, big, huge farmers market on Sundays.
I haven't been to that one.
Yeah. So when we go, in that field, well, I hope it's still going now. I should have asked last night when we were talking to her, but when where they've got that giant field where they were doing the movies, I think, last year.
Uh-huh.
So that always would be set up on Sundays with a big farmers market. And we would always delay our departure on Sunday, even at, normally Everett's kind of our stop on the way home. And so, you're kind of eager to get home, get the laundry done and everything. But we always would hit that farmers market before we left. And then, of course, Sydney's, street market up in Sydney.
I
Have
haven't
you
done
been
that
to
one either.
Oh, yeah. See, you have to plan your trip around getting those fresh provisions because
Yeah.
there's nothing better than being on the water with fresh provisions, I think.
when I think farmers market, though, I think of Galliano Island and Salt Spring Island.
Oh,
Have
I've
you
not
been to that
there,
one?
No.
Wow. Raffi, do you know Raffi? He's a singer, just plays Beluga, Baby Beluga. Maybe I should sing that song. But
Yeah.
he's got a real famous singer, and he's got a small 10 by 10 booth at this farmers market, which is
Really?
indicative of the type of entertainment at this.
Wow.
No, it's a very famous. It's a neat.
Okay, I'm going to have
Salt
to add
Spring
that
Island
one to my
on,
list here.
Have you been to Salt Spring Island?
I have not been to Salt Spring.
Oh, it's a
Island.
really special place, and all kinds of activities to be had there, hiking, and they have a pool. When that was, people went to pools and everything. Something
Right.
for everybody.
We'll get
for
back
sure.
there one day. We'll get there.
In the meantime, though, we're hoping that you're having fun with us at Seattle Boat Show Connected, brought to you by Union Marine. And if you're having a lot of fun, go inside the show and you'll have even more fun, if that's even possible. Starting at $5, you can hop in there, walk the red carpet, jump on a pirate ship, take a selfie or two of yourself with all the costumes that we've got waiting for you, go on a treasure hunt. Oodles of activities, lots of exhibitors, over 200 waiting for you. And Denise, you did such a great job sharing what people should be doing. Why don't we turn it over to Logan, who can give you a little bit more instructions on how you can maximize your time at Seattle Boat Show Connected.
The virtual show floor is one of the coolest features here at Seattle Boat Show Connected. You can surf the aisles of the show floor, navigating exhibitor booths in our fully rendered convention center. We even feature the iconic red carpet that has become a big part of Seattle Boat Show experiences. Here you can filter by product category or enter a keyword to search for what you are looking for. You'll be transported directly to the space on the show floor where you can interact and engage with exhibitors and their show specials. Be sure to explore the outer reaches of the virtual show floor where you just might find a buried treasure. Navigate to the pirate ship's crow's nest where you could discover a hidden prize waiting for you. Find the best deals of the year at the Big Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine.
Well, while we were at break, we had some breaking news come through us. Our
Yeah.
friend Kate Anderson, Seattle Boat Show Connected alumna, shared with us that the farmers market has moved uptown because it outgrew their space at the port. But there's a brand new pedestrian bridge that connects the Port of Everett to Grand Avenue, so you can still boat in and walk up to the farmers market.
So I was watching that pedestrian bridge being built in the last like 6 or 8 months. I was up there in Everett, and yeah, that is fantastic to have that available. I mean, it's always nice to walk. You know, my favorite thing when I'm on the boat is grabbing my dog and just exploring wherever I can go. I'll walk. He'll run 10 miles with me when I'm running. I mean, he's a great, buddy to have with me, and his name is Buddy. But
What a coincidence.
Yeah, having that pedestrian bridge is going to be huge for the Port of Everett.
That's the West Coast's largest marina.
Is it really?
God, yeah.
I guess it does kind of make sense, because I was thinking, I'm thinking of Anacortes, like
Oh, okay.
Elliott Bay is big. I mean, we do have a
Shil
lot
Shoal.
of large marinas. Shil Shoal, yeah, Shil Shoal's a lot bigger.
A lot of marinas to choose from, but I believe, and I'm sure Kate will let us know, but
yes.
I firmly believe that Port of Everett is the West Coast largest, but I'll put my stake in the ground on that fact there. But so yeah, we were just catching up about yacht clubs and just the importance of connection, which is what the Seattle Boat Show is all about. The fact that when you do make connections with other people, you actually live longer. Have you followed all these blue zones around the world
Yes,
a little bit?
Fascinating. In fact, Dan Buettner, who originally had published the article in National Geographic about the blue zones,
Yeah.
he has a cookbook out now, a Blue Zones cookbook, and I just came out last year, and I have a copy of that, and it's just fantastic, all those recipes.
Yeah, a lot of them are vegetarian. There's one in the United States, in California.
Yep. Loma Linda.
Yeah, that's, your blue zones.
I do.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the beauty of not just the Seattle Boat Show normally when we're bringing people together, but too of yacht clubs and boating associations like RBAW, the Recreational Boating Association of Washington, and Northwest Marine Trade Association. And I just feel in my heart of hearts that together we're stronger.
For sure.
As a community, we're able to tap into each other's resources and collective IQ, kind of wisdom of crowds there. And that's actually what they played out in the blue zones, is the fact that there are these 7 or 10 different zones in the world that one thing that they have in common, there's a bunch of things they have in common. One of them is the fact that they eat a plant-based diet. Mm-hmm. Denise Whitaker.
I do, yes.
You subscribe to that?
Yes, I do.
You exercise regularly, drink moderate amounts of alcohol, which we've talked a little bit about. And actually there's the fact that there's a community that taps into spiritual and social networks. And I feel like that comes together with the Seattle Boat Show every year. It kicks off boating season just when it's dark and rainy. Must mean that boating season is right around the corner. Nay, it's always boating season, but it really kicks it into high gear. I wanted to use nay at some point during our 38 hours so I could cross that off the list. I think I was a little quick with the nay, though. I need to let it breathe a little bit.
Had you not called attention to it, it would have been great.
Okay, well, in the next 33 hours, I'll maybe find an opening, insert myself with the nay. But another great organization is the Recreational Boating Association of Washington. In fact, today, Arbaugh's leadership is meeting with the state senator, and George Harris will be part of that meeting to share our story, craft the narrative around that boating means business, and that the implications of their votes in our state capitol, they're in session right now, really can be detrimental
Right.
to the state's $8 billion boating industry. So when you do join an association, when you do hook up with people like-minded like yourselves, you really are getting more than just you might think you're getting. There's a whole network of information out there that you now have access to, a little bit like the seminars we have here.
Right.
We talked a little about this already, but what are some of the seminars that you're looking at trying out if you would have some free time, or maybe even watching them on the following 7 days when they're recorded? Is it the diesel side? Is it the mechanical side? Or is it more the lifestyle side?
You know, I go for both. I always just go through the list, and my husband is great at maintaining the boat, so I don't have to know those things, but it's nice to know those things. So, like, I know, well, you know, the electrical issue. We talked about that last night too. That's always a great seminar if you're not real familiar with the electrical current that comes to and from a boat, and knowing exactly how to troubleshoot problems with that. That's extremely important and life-saving, as we know. But yeah, I also like, you know, I always like to know more about, like Batur just now telling us about the coffee, right? I like to know about what we're eating and drinking, because my time on the boat is always relaxing. And so I like to do food prep ahead of time. So I'm always trying to learn from other people in terms of, like, the crab cake recipe that you guys did with Ethan Stoll last night. I was glued to that, trying to figure out what little hints and tricks I could get from that. So those are the seminars that I look for. So I can go for lifestyle, or I can go for, you know, like the nitty gritty and real information about the boat, because it all comes together.
What
in
are
the
Denise
experience.
Whitaker's favorite shortcuts?
Oh, my shortcuts?
Yeah.
Food prep. And, you know, it's funny because I noticed Ethan said that last night. He doesn't like to have a lot of kitchen gadgets. But he had the citrus press that he was using,
Yeah.
which I don't use.
I know. I kind of thought that. I was like, I don't like
Yeah.
gadgets, but I like this big gadget.
I know. But that's a great one. I have the kind that you twist, you know, over the thing, and it catches all the juice, and then I can measure it, because I'm usually measuring my juices. But I'm a gadget person. So those are my shortcuts. I have a slap chop on the boat. I have a slap chop at home.
I don't know what a slap chop
That's
is.
oh.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I know, and I
you
just
don't-
had my
It's
birthday.
like one of those great infomercials.
yeah.
Where it's like slap, slap.
They're
slap.
all great infomercials,
Yes.
aren't they?
But yes, it's the little chopper thing that's only like this big around.
Yeah.
And you can
Yeah.
slap and the
Slap and
you know,
chop.
goes
I
up
love
and down,
it.
slap and
Stress
chop.
reliever.
So yes, I have one of those at home that I use every day from Pampered Chef. I also bought one on the boat. I
Yeah.
have the citrus squeezers, one
Okay.
at home, one on the boat. I've got my coffee supplies, one at home, one on the boat. And then the other great gadget on the boat is those collapsible bowls. So they collapse down flat for storage, and then you pop them open with lids. I have 3 different sizes of those on board. Got to have a good cheese grater.
But do you have
grate your
the
cheese.
zester?
I don't have a zester. I'll tell you what we're big on are painkillers. Do you have what do you
Excuse me?
drink? Painkillers.
Painkillers,
Yes,
okay.
it's a drink.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're not popping
Okay.
pills.
Yeah. Wow.
I don't pop pills of any kind. Have you ever had one of those?
I haven't. I've never. I don't think I've ever even heard of one.
Made famous at the Soggy Dollar in the British Virgin Islands.
Okay.
And we chartered a boat down there a couple years ago, and that's where we had those. So you take whole nutmeg, and so you have to have the nutmeg grater. And so you
Oh.
put fresh nutmeg on but I mean, you can put fresh cinnamon, fresh nutmeg on coffee, on anything. But yeah, so I do
getting
have
my
one of
pen
those
out and
graters.
just keeping notes here.
I know.
Yeah, go
We're-
ahead.
We're each going to be exchanging notes.
Exactly.
And, you know, that's the other thing I'm curious about. Are we getting any chats? Because we certainly invite our viewers right now to chat with us as well, right? What are their gadgets and their things?
I would love to know that
Yeah.
for sure. Yeah, you know, one thing I think about too is if the fact that you can cook before you actually get on the boat, so you can
Right.
bring a Japino, you can do the chili as well. You
Right.
don't need to have to be spending a lot of time
Yep.
running around. You can
Yep.
actually do the cooking beforehand and
I
plan ahead.
tried that last year, and I overcooked.
Oh, you did, yeah.
Yeah. So you know what I tried to do for breakfast? My husband's a huge breakfast guy, so I tried making, or I did make. They were delicious. You know how Starbucks has those little sous vide egg
Oh,
bites?
sure, yeah.
So I made egg bites in muffin tins, and I had all those ready, and I froze them at home and then brought them on the boat. But I made too many, so we didn't eat them
Oh.
quickly enough. And by the end of the week, I had to toss a few because they had spoiled. So.
Do you have a sous vide machine?
Okay, don't get me started. We have a sous vide machine that my husband bought.
So for
He's
people at
never
home, what's a
used it.
sous
It's
vide
still in the
machine?
box.
I don't know if everyone knows what. Mom, here's what a sous vide machine is.
Oh, you want me to explain?
Yeah, because I don't really even.
I've never even used one.
Okay.
So a sous vide machine, here's the way it's been explained to me. If you've ever gone to a big banquet, right, who hasn't, or a wedding, how in the world do they cook 150 or sometimes 800 steaks to order, right?
Yeah.
You can't. You use the sous vide. It started commercially, right? It's a French thing. So it's a device that keeps like a big pot of water at the exact temperature, and everything inside it is vacuum sealed or
Right.
sealed in a mason jar, and it cooks it at that temperature and holds it cooked without overcooking it. So in a steak, for instance, I've been told, since I don't eat that and haven't used my sous vide, then when you pull it out, you quickly sear it to make it look good. Because I guess it doesn't look great when it comes out of the sous vide.
Merchandising it.
Yeah.
Huh. And you can hook it up to your Bluetooth, I think. Like you can
I think
get
so,
really
if you have a
fancy with
one.
it.
Yes.
That's yeah. Well,
Do you cook or does Emily cook?
Oh no, I cook. She cooks too, but yeah, I like that. We've been doing actually the Blue Apron or the where you
Oh, yeah.
Fresh Earth or something like that, where the meal in a box where you're spending probably twice the amount of money. You got to do all the dishes, but we've actually been making some new. Jokes on me. Is anyone else doing this? Like,
Everybody's doing it. I don't do it, but all my friends do
it's
it.
like Peter. There's only 800,000 recipes on the internet. There's a grocery store a
Right.
quarter mile from where you live. You have a lot of
Yes.
information that you don't need to have a company do it for you. Anyway,
So what's the most unusual meal you've gotten from them then?
bibimbap, the Korean
What is
dish.
that?
The Korean dish, bibimbap. It's a rice dish with egg on it, and yeah, it took 3 hours late. It says prep time 10 minutes. One of those like,
Right.
oh, I can do that 10 minutes, and then like. I swear to you, an hour and a half later, I look over and it's just like a monsoon had hit our kitchen with all the. I used every dish I could find. I think I was borrowing neighbors' dishes. Like, yeah, it was really intense. Actually, that was the last meal we had from that company. I
Okay.
walked away from it. It was good, but it was like Thanksgiving. You've like spent 6 hours cooking, and then like
Right,
everyone's
and
done in
then-
like 10
yeah.
minutes, and probably the kids wanted pizza or hot dogs to begin
Sure.
with. So. Yeah, I had to walk away from that experience. And
One of
yeah.
my favorite, you made me think of it since you said that's a rice dish. One of my favorite dishes that I have made here recently is after Thanksgiving, Parade Magazine had a recipe for this fried rice, like a turkey fried rice. So I did have some turkey. I do eat plant-based, and now what I'm doing are seafood Saturdays. So I eat, no meat of any kind, and then on Saturdays I treat myself to seafood. So that's my new eating plan. But I did have some turkey. My husband made a turkey for Thanksgiving. So then I made this turkey fried rice from Parade Magazine. It was the best ever. I just made mine without turkey, put the turkey in my husband's. It was so good. I made it like 3 more times over the next 3 weeks because it was that fantastic.
Huh.
And it was so simple. It did not take 3 hours.
Yeah.
So I'll share that recipe with you so that you can make it.
I didn't even. I think I'm more shocked that Parade Magazine is still being referenced.
Oh, I read it every
I know. I'm so
Sunday.
sad what happened. I used to read that growing up. The
Yeah.
Ask Marilyn column,
Right.
the Keeping Up with All the Stars, that first page. But I look at it now, and it's just like a little wafer.
It is a little wafer, but there's always a nugget.
Okay.
Always, Ask Marilyn. You can,
Is
if
she still?
nothing else.
She
She's
still has
in
her
there.
column there. Okay.
Yeah.
I most recently looked up her most. So she's got a few columns where she received a lot of mail for, as you can imagine. So maybe we could get to
Right.
those at some part.
For those of
Over-
you who missed the opening of our show yesterday, I think Peter's still stuck in 1947. I'm just
Oh, potentially. What's wrong with that?
nothing. We should come dressed vintage tomorrow.
That sounds good. Yeah, or we should be doing some outfit changes. I think you
Yeah.
planted a seed. We'll see what comes of this.
Okay. All right.
While
tune in.
we're mulling that one over, let's bring in our next guest, Karsten McIntosh and Alicia Wortel from the Northwest Marine Trade Association staff. There they are. Good morning. How are you both doing?
Doing great. Thank you for having us.
Yeah. Hi, Alicia.
Karsten got the memo on the outfit. I guess I didn't. He has a fun
Pulled a
shirt on.
Vintage fishing shirt out.
Oh, nice.
Well,
Got the
Alicia, the
memo.
beauty of this is it's a 4-day show, and I've got a feeling you'll be back on our show before it all ends, so you've got time.
I've got the virtual background today, though. So one thing at a time here for me.
Yeah, where's that picture from, Alicia?
That looks like Alaska. It's not one of my own. I can't take credit for it.
Okay.
Well, Alicia, what's in store today for viewers at home as they look at the boating seminars lined up?
Yeah, we've got a full lineup today. Started at 10 o'clock, all the way through 7 every hour. All you need to do to watch the boating seminars is just pay your minimum of $5 and you're in. We had shorthanded sailing techniques this morning. Right now we are doing radar and navigation. We've got some maintenance, safety. We've even got marine toilets, very important topic. Some weather. We've got 5 o'clock, get your drink and join for happy hour. There's a seminar on tips and traps for Mexico. There's some more sale this evening, sale inventory. And then we're finishing off at 7 o'clock with Mark Bunzel of where not to go in the San Juan Islands, and of course, where to go too. So a really good lineup today.
Well, you got my attention with where not to go. I will be tuning into that
Yeah.
at some point. And then Karsten, not to be outdone, what do you have lined up?
Today on the Fishing Channel is an extra special day. It's a day of world premieres. So we just actually wrapped up a seminar with guide Keith Robbins on the history of fishing in Seattle and his top 2 favorite techniques for fishing. That one just wrapped up. That was a brand new premiere. And then a few more today, brand new speakers to the boat show. We have Justin Wong at 4 o'clock talking about mooching for salmon. And then one that I'm really excited about is tonight at 7 o'clock from our friends from up north. The good folks at Fishing BC put together a video on fishing Vancouver Island. Totally new topic to the show, new speaker. And then apart from those, we just have a lot of other great speakers lined up. One thing I'm really excited about today is we have 2 seminars coming from Eastern Washington. So we have Austin Mosier talking about Lake Roosevelt Trophy kokanee, and we have Dave Graybill at 3 o'clock talking about bringing your boat to Central Washington for fantastic fishing. And then to round it out, we have the usual suspects, the man himself from The Outdoor Line, 7:10 a.m. ESPN radio show, Tom Nelson, talking about triple threat salmon angling. Wrapped up a dirty downrigger tricks video this morning, and John Kaiser talking about winter blackmouth fishing, which is what you do at this time of year. So great topic today on the fishing stage.
And it sounds like you're building on the success from yesterday. For folks at home, you can tap into what was recorded yesterday. Alicia and Karsten, we'll start with you, Alicia, first. What stood out yesterday with the seminars that you had lined up?
Well, one of my favorites is going into Carol Hosse's Sail Loft up in Port Townsend. We have her repeating, I think, every day, but she did a seminar just about her legacy and her company, and also some really good instructional on cruising head sails. Today, she's talking about cruising mainsails, so that's a really good one. We had DIY electrical with Jeff Cote. I saw that chat going. There was quite a few questions for him. He's always a very popular guy at the show, even online. He puts out some great content. We had a docking seminar, which is kind of back to basics, but a good refresher and good for new boaters. So there's a really wide variety for any type of boater from, you're just getting into boating. You've been boating for a long time. You're looking for some destinations. You're looking for some new tools. But there's just a good lineup.
Exactly. Thank you. I already knew a lot of that, Alicia, but not all of that. That's excellent. And Karsten, what stood out to you?
Well, I think it was really exciting last night to have a seminar on squidding. I don't know if you had a chance to check the 7 p.m. seminar, Squidding by Boat, Catch, Clean, Cook, and Prepare with Chef Taichi Kitamura from Sushi Capo Tempura in Eastlake and Captain Paul Kim of PNW Guide Service. That was a really, really fun segment that we finished last night out with. But also, it was pretty cool to see the tuna dog on there. Del Stevens, author of Welcome to the Dark Side, which is a reference to once you start tuna fishing, you'll never go back because it's just so action-packed. He kicked off his 4-part series at 6 p.m. last night. He'll be every day at 6 p.m. So tonight at 6 p.m. is part 2, and then part 3 and part 4 over the last 2 days of the show. And then also, of course, we had our heavy hitters, Tom Nelson, talking about Dungeness crabbing, which is an awesome topic that relates to everybody. It's so easy and fun to do and easy to have success at. And then John Kaiser talking about downrigger salmon fishing, the ocean in Puget Sound, which is by far the most popular technique for salmon fishing in this state.
Karsten, what's the next salmon season coming up?
Let's see. This spring, probably there will be some spring Chinook salmon fisheries going on, and then we'll roll into what my good friend Tony Floor always called it, the salmon stampede that starts in May, and it starts in Alaska and it just heads towards us, and you better buckle up and be ready.
Coming after you, huh?
Yeah.
That's excellent. And now, not to be outdone with Friday and Saturday, but tomorrow you've got Thursday and Friday, but tomorrow is Saturday. I got to get my day straight. You also have some speakers lined up, and then Sunday as well. What are some of the other highlights out there that you'd want to share?
Yeah, tomorrow we're going to, well, actually today at noon, we also have Tommy Donlan talking about hunting for halibut and lingcod. So there's a different species that you can get schooled on. But tomorrow we're going to have a couple of my favorite guides from Central Puget Sound, Gary Crine talking about Central Puget Sound salmon fishing, and Nick Kester, his partner at All-Star Charters, talking about lingcod fishing in Puget Sound. So those are two different topics that are fun. And then also for our kayak fishermen, we're going to have Brad Hull on at 7 o'clock talking about kayak fishing for the multi-species angler. So some new fun topics tomorrow as well.
And Alicia, what about you? What's going on tomorrow and Sunday?
Yeah, I'd say one of the highlights tomorrow is at noon on the Boating Channel. It's the Cruisers panel. We've got 3 couples, the Currys, the Giffords, and the Neals, all sailors, all nearly circumnavigators, and they all have a really fun presentation and kind of a panel discussion on what's been going on worldwide with COVID, with sailing. We've got the Giffords. They left this area years ago with their 3 kids, and were planning to be gone for 6 months, and ended up just cruising the world and living on their boat, and have never looked back. The Currys just had 2 twin boys. They're toddlers, and they took them from BC, and they're living aboard in Mexico. And the Neals are an amazing circumnavigating company who do expeditions and training in New Zealand yearly. So just a really fun presentation. So don't miss that one at noon. We've also got a COVID outlook just in general. At 1 o'clock, we've got some basic seminars on anchoring, some more electrical information. We've got some sailing seminars. We've got Nigel Calder, who is always a popular speaker, talking about battery technology at 6 o'clock tomorrow. And then we're ending with Northwest weather, which is always an important topic as well, at 7 o'clock. So a full great lineup with a great variety.
There's a lot there.
It's amazing. I mean, that's why, we are glad that you're joining us here right now, but we want to keep reminding people that if you get that ticket and you go in, and especially if you get the ticket that allows you to watch these seminars later, there's just too many to catch at once, don't you guys think? I mean, this is such a great idea to allow people with the right ticket to watch these after the show's over.
I think that's exactly right. Alicia and Karsten.
Tomorrow we also have a shrimping seminar. Ooh. So one of the most popular fisheries in the state, shrimping. I don't know if you're familiar with the Puget Sound spot prawn, but if you aren't, you really, really don't want to miss that seminar at 5 o'clock with Tom Nelson tomorrow.
Can you guys hear me?
This sounds excellent. Well, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to go to break here. We're going to hear from Denise Whitaker as she shares with us what's going on inside the Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. When we come back, we'll have world-famous author Daniel Brown here to talk about Boys in the Boat, along with Nicole Klein, to hear what's going on at the University of Washington as we work to save the hangar. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after these important messages.
Welcome to Seattle Boat Show Connected. Browse through the digital booth spaces of nearly 200 unique dealers, vendors, and exhibitors. You can search for what you need or filter by brand and product types. As you visit an exhibitor's profile page, you will be able to connect via text chat, phone, website, social media, or email. You can even schedule an appointment or video chat for later by clicking the red button on the top of each page. When you're ready to meet safely in person, use the maps for convenient driving directions. Most Seattle Boat Show Connected exhibitors are offering boats, products, services, and accessories with incredible show-only prices. Be sure to check out the awesome videos and interactive 3D tours. Don't forget to save exhibitors and products to your favorites list, and you can always come back later for the latest and greatest offers and announcements.
Welcome back to Seattle Boat Show Connected. My name is Peter Schrappen. I'm coming to you live from Renton, Washington, where we're going to be here for the next few days. And I look over at my co-host Denise Whitaker of Como 4. Good morning.
Thank you for letting me join you. This is fun.
This is not every day you get to hang out with an Emmy Award-winning journalist here who's already had a full day. You got up this morning, already
went to
been
work,
on the air,
reported the news, and here I am.
Here you are, and we're really excited. I'm really excited about this next guest we have. We could bring him on. That would be excellent. We've got Daniel Brown here, who's going to talk about Boys in the Boat. Is he available right now?
I'm here.
There he is.
Go.
Good morning. Hi, Dan.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. Excellent. Where are you coming from?
I'm in California for a couple of months.
Well, we're delighted to have you on Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. And I wanted to talk with you a little bit about Boys in the Boat, which I've got right here. And what was that process like to write that book that became such a world famous hit?
Oh, it was a wonderful experience. It was really an odyssey. It just came about by happenstance. I started talking to my neighbor, and she introduced me to her father, who turned out to be Joe Rance, an Olympic rower from 1936. And I sat down, started talking to Joe about his life and his experiences, and that launched me on what turned into a 4-year trip, meeting the families of the other guys in the boat and learning about rowing and learning about people like George Pocock. And it was just a marvelous experience. It was a huge journey of exploration and one of the most fulfilling things I've ever done in my life.
When you were getting all of these stories, what was the one thing that maybe was most unusual or shocking to you that you just had no idea would kind of come out of left field at you?
There were so many things. First of all, rowing itself turned out to be much more interesting than I thought. Like a lot of people, I went into this not at all sure that rowing was going to be a compelling thing to write about, but I learned a lot about the sport, and I actually found out that it's really a lot of fun and very, very interesting. But the best thing was I started this book off, as I say, talking to Joe Rance and just being completely overwhelmed by what a great life story he had. But I didn't really know whether the other 8 guys that rowed with him in 1936, what they were like. And one by one, I discovered through their family members the life stories of each of these other 8 young men. And all of them turned out to just be remarkably interesting and wonderful characters, both from a storytelling point of view, but also just from a human point of view. They all turned out to be remarkable men. So that was very surprising to me. I was worried when I started off that it would turn out to be about Joe and 8 jerks in the boat, but it turned out to be about Joe and 9 remarkable young men in the boat.
Having read the book, Dan, I'm just mesmerized by your writing, and I can't imagine this is your first foray into writing. What's the best advice you've ever received as a writer?
Just, one of the things that typified these guys who rowed for UW back in 1936 was their incredible persistence and resilience. They rowed through rain and snow and sleet and pain and all kinds of hardship. And I think the thing that I've learned as a writer and that I would tell other young writers is that it is, it's obviously partly about talent and the amount of energy you put into it, but it's mostly about persistence and resilience. Getting published is a tough, tough road. It's hard, and you just have to keep at it. So when I talk to younger writers, I talk a lot about the necessity of getting anything you can written out there into the world, and gradually the world will start to take notice.
As a follow-up, are there some writers out there that you draw inspiration from? I'm thinking about Robert Caro and his work with LBJ and his just the persistence that he had as he covered LBJ's life. Was that something that you looked at?
Yeah, not him in particular, but absolutely. I'm a big believer in following models, and I read a lot of narrative nonfiction, the same kind of thing that I write. And so actually, in my case, the author and the book that influenced me most was Laura Hillenbrand's Seabiscuit. Right after I met Joe Rance, my wife and I were going to Hawaii on vacation, and I had an old beat up copy of Seabiscuit. I threw it in the suitcase, and the whole flight over, the whole time I was there in Hawaii and the whole flight back, I spent most of my time just marking up this old copy of Seabiscuit, studying what Laura had done in terms of how she approached her subject, the kinds of ways she opened chapters and closed chapters, kinds of language she used. And then partway through writing Boys in the Boat, she came out with her second book, Unbroken, and I did the same thing. I put down what I was doing and I just dissected Unbroken. So I learned a lot from her. I learned a lot from other similar writers like Hampton Sides and other people that write what I write. But more than anybody from Laura Hillenbrand.
Do you have another project? What's next for you?
Yeah, actually, I have a book coming out in May. It's called Facing the Mountain. It's about, in some ways it's similar, in some ways it's very dissimilar. It's about 4 young Japanese American men and their families, and the things they confronted at the beginning of World War II, right after Pearl Harbor, and how they dealt with those things. So in some ways, these again were ordinary young men dealing with an extraordinary circumstance, extraordinary difficulties in their personal lives that they had to overcome. So again, it becomes a story of resilience and persistence, seen through a slightly different lens, but in some ways a very similar kind of story.
And like Seabiscuit, there's also going to be a movie. I understand that George Clooney has recently picked up the book, which I'm holding right here, making a major motion picture about it. How's that project going?
Yeah, I mean, if it weren't for COVID, Clooney would be shooting that film right now, is my understanding. I talked to him a couple of months ago about it, and he's very, very jazzed up. He has read the book. He clearly understands it very well. He's very motivated to do it. They want to do it. He's doing it with MGM. And they want to do it on a big scale. They want to have big crowd scenes and make a big epic story, a big epic film, rather than a smaller, more intimate film. So that requires, that's something they really can't do during the pandemic. So unfortunately, they've put off filming until hopefully later this year, probably by late summer. If the pandemic's under control sufficiently that they can have crowd scenes and that kind of thing, then they are planning to start shooting the film roughly in August or September. So we'll see. There have been a series of setbacks, and the pandemic has just been the most recent one. But the good news is both MGM and Mr. Clooney are very much on board with this and very excited to do it.
Will you be on set during the production? If COVID is figured out.
I hope so. I mean,
yeah.
I think that would be a lot of fun. Like everybody else, I'm kind of, dazzled by Hollywood glamour. So I think it'd be fun. It's very unclear where they're going to film the movie. A lot of us have worked very hard to try to convince MGM and other entities that at least part of it should be shot in Washington State for obvious reasons. It's unclear yet whether that will be the case. I'm hoping they will at least shoot some what they call establishing shots on the campus, so that even if they shoot the rest of the film in Vancouver or wherever, somewhere in Europe, it will at least give the appearance that it is the University of Washington campus, and it'll help sort of stamp the UW identity on the film. So that's what I'm mostly lobbying for with them, to the extent that I can, is that they shoot at least enough of it on the campus so that the campus gets some publicity out of the film.
That would be fantastic.
Definitely. Speaking of bringing some publicity to the University of Washington, I know that one of the ripple effects has been the Boys in the Boat and how it's really working hard to save the Shell House. And I believe we have Nicole Klein, who is leading up that campaign. And I know that's an issue near and dear to your heart too, Dan. As we bring Nicole up now, that would be great, Logan. Can you tell us a little bit about how the effort is going to save the Shell House, Dan?
Yeah, well, so it's been, we've been at it for a couple of years. It sort of started off with a few of us, a couple of faculty members, and then me and some other folks just thinking, this building is the last, in some ways, the last survivor from the Boys in the Boat. It's the only that, since the boys are all gone, the building's still there. It's a beautiful building. It has a big story to tell. And it's just been used for quite a few years now to store canoes and things like that. So a lot of us got together and started thinking it really would be a terrific thing if we can bring this building back to life so that it can tell the Boys in the Boat story, but all these other great stories that are also associated with that building. It was an airplane hangar seaplane hangar during late World War I. It's involved in aviation, it's involved in boat building. George Pocock had his shop in that building. So it's a witness to a lot of history, and so we're plugging away, trying to raise funds to restore it and to make it into a really attractive space that can be used by the university and other parts of the Seattle community to hold events and so on. So it's a long road. It's going to take a lot of money, but we keep plugging away at it.
I'm going to look over to my friend Shane. Shane, do we have Nicole there by chance? I know she's live. Great. Okay, there she is. Hey, Nicole.
Hey.
Hello.
Did we lose Dan also by chance? Good morning, Nicole. Thanks for making the trip over to the University of Washington. There's Dan. What's it like going at the University of Washington right now, Nicole?
Well, it's pretty empty. The traffic wasn't bad, and this is a very cold building, so I'm feeling, you can't quite see my breath, but it's cold in here, so I'm feeling the temperature of what the boys must have felt, because there was never heat in this building.
No, exactly. And I've got the book right here. It's just a spellbinding book. Nicole, how did you get involved with this project?
Well, it's sort of, 3.5 years ago. It was an opportunity at the University of Washington. I was already a fundraiser here in student life, and they said we have a capital campaign that has emerged because of the Boys in the Boat success in the book. Would you be willing to take that on? So I'm working with the Department of Recreation and the director, Matt Newman. And it's been a road of, as Dan said, putting together an advisory board, working with our facilities department to become UW's first Seattle landmark, which is great, and going down to Olympia and asking for money there, and working with our board to raise additional funds. We need to get to $13 million.
Wow, that is a big number. Do you have any idea why it was not ever done before now?
Yeah, well, we gave a Rotary talk to Seattle 4, and we called it How a Book is Saving a Building. I think the book is pretty critical here. I know there's fans of different layers of this building's history, especially my fans in aviation and World War I as a hangar. There's only 2 left in the U.S., but that wasn't quite enough. I think the success of the book and the tours that one of our fellow board members, Melanie Barstow, started, where people come like a pilgrimage to see this building, to understand, this kind of humble greatness that only this hangar could produce, these gritty athletes that won and beat everyone in front of Hitler. So it becomes kind of a tourist destination, and it also has a power to it. I wish you could be in here besides being cold. You just feel different. It's a place that's really special.
So Nicole, can you just kind of tell us where we are in the TikTok, the timeline of what's the next big milestone you're looking to hit?
Yeah, so we're at about $2 million raised, and we need to make sure that we have the complete construction cost in the door, and that's $10 million. So we're working hard with our board to raise funds, and like Dan alluded to, it's been a fun process also during COVID. I think all the nonprofits are really feeling a hit right now, and the university is no exception. But I think what we've done is really realize that more than ever, we need a place like this where you can gather together and connect with one another and feel the history before you and be inspired by it and not be defeated by, hey, we're not going to get through this. We actually have done this before. This has actually been around during the Spanish flu, if you can believe that. So it just stands in this sort of legacy that should really inspire not just our students, but anyone that comes to visit it.
Absolutely, it really should.
Yeah.
I've been on that campus a lot, Nicole, and I have trouble getting my head around actually the orientation, the coordinates of the Shell House. Can you help me just better understand where it's located on the campus?
Yeah, well, this is why I'm excited to speak to the boating community, because I would hope this would be a landmark that you would see, because, if you come through the Montlake Cut, headed towards Lake Washington, it's that last big building on your left that kind of looks like a big barn. It's been abandoned for a while, it looks like, but really there used to be a lot of boats inside of here. And so as you're coming through the Montlake Cut, it would be just on the left. You can't quite see those windows, but they're really iconic because of the lights coming through it, sun. But you can't miss it. And it's been there forever. I would hope that when you, maybe during the floating, during opening day when all the boats are lined up, it's right there.
Nicole, so that's a question I have, because yes, I pass by that all the time, coming and going through the Cut. I've rode through the Cut many times. And is the building used at all? Like, I guess I've always just thought that when I see it opening day that there are parties and things happening in there. No?
No, it actually has been really limited access. Since it was sort of kind of retouched in the 80s when it was nearly falling down and they put it on the National Register, the UW decided to turn it into more or less a warehouse. That's what it's coded for now. So it held about 150 kayaks and canoes that were privately owned, and a few people had the code, and that was it. So once those big hangar doors stopped working, it really kind of took on another even more closed life. So during opening day over the last 3 years since I've been around, not this one because it was canceled, but we did have some parties in here for the Windermere Cup and, trying to get the publicity out. But, it's a huge 10,000 square foot building, but because it doesn't have all the niceties of a modern day building, we can't fill it to capacity right now. But we want to someday. If you can imagine Husky Harbor here during one of the 7 home football games, it is busting at the seams. And this building just stands there with nothing happening inside of it. And this is primo real estate. So the days ahead are going to be very busy. Yeah.
Nicole, if you could tell boaters one thing, what would that be?
Well, we need your help. This is a iconic building for so many reasons. Like most of Seattle, it sits on Duwamish land, but this was actually underwater for thousands of years before the Cut was blasted. And it holds a special place in that community called Carry a Canoe. So you couldn't quite get all the way over to Lake Washington. You actually had to stop and get out. That's the roots of our boating right there.
Excellent, excellent. Well, we've got the Shell House video that you've prepared for us, Nicole, and we're going to go to that now, I think, as I look over at my friend Logan here. Logan, is that ready for us? Here we go.
This building has so much history, and you can feel it even just when you walk in.
balance, and rhythm. They're the three things that stay with you your whole life. And that's why an oarsman, when he goes out in life, he can fight it, he can handle life. And that's what he gets from rowing. Harmony, balance, and rhythm.
The Shell House is just such a beautiful old building, and there's so much that's happened here and needs to happen again.
Our ancestors are on the beams above us.
This building is a space
for the community to gather, for learning,
for collaborations,
for tradition,
for walking through history,
for innovation,
for family, for making memories.
That is a great, great video. Nicole, I have another question for you, and that is, when you talked about the funding, and obviously that has to move everything forward, but what is the risk of, more damage or more disrepair coming upon the building before the money can be raised?
That's a great question. Well, it is 102 years old, and, it's sagging. It's a very lightweight building made of just Douglas fir beams. And I think that's allowed it to sort of flex with the years and even some earthquakes. But, just like a lot of things right now during COVID, where they're not being used or paid attention to, it could fall into disrepair and no one would notice for, a couple days. So we just want to make sure that we do this as quickly as we can. So we have, a team in place to make sure that this is stable forever. And, really, it's going to be a light touch to make sure that this looks and feels like it does now, but with some heat and some, modern day upgrades, of course, to make it ADA and all the things that we're used to having in buildings. Bathrooms, another good thing. So, yeah, that is a real concern. Yeah, if there was a big snowstorm, things like that would not be good.
Yeah, that could be really devastating. Thank goodness we're down on snow this year, at least in the lowlands, and they're getting it where they want it. But that could be a real issue, I guess, if we ever had a big snow. I hadn't really thought about that. A big snow here would be a lot of weight.
Yep. And I did want to finish that question about the boating community. Besides it being, a space where, during World War I, aviators and seaplanes came in and out of here. I know a lot of the boating community is connected with that community as well. It actually was thought of as a possible site for Seaplane Museum or something like that, because it had such a history with that, but not big enough. And then, of course, it's the home of Washington rowing from 1919 to 1950. And if there's anyone that knows the waters, rowers know it very intimately because you're right on the surface. And George Pocock, he was just upstairs making all the boats, the fastest racing shells in the world until 1950. That's a huge connection to Seattle and our greatness in that community. And then afterwards, when it became the Canoe House, as most people know it, it was also home to UW Sailing, which I know Carol Buchan will be on next to talk about that as well. But,
Carol's actually here. If Carol wants to come on now, she's more than welcome to.
Hi, Carol. But yeah, the building has gone through a lot, and I just think it's one of those that it really represents so many layers of what makes us in Seattle proud, is that we're connected to the water in every way, shape, and form. And this building's front door is on the water. And I just really would love to have the boating community step up and participate. Doesn't need to be just a rower, just a sailor. It literally belongs to all of us. So that would be my plea to the boating community.
Excellent. Well, I see Carol there. We're going to say goodbye to Nicole and Dan and not stray too far from this topic. But if you haven't read this book yet, Boys in the Boat, I would encourage you to do this immediately. If you feel like you'd like to learn a little bit more about Seattle history. I'm a Wallingford resident. It was incredible to read about places just around the block from where I live. History came alive as I perused this book in a short amount of time. So I really encourage everyone to go out and get this if they haven't yet. And I want to thank Dan Brown and Nicole Klein for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Have a great one. There's Carol Buchan on cue. Welcome, Carol.
Hello.
How is it going?
It's going well.
Before we do that, are we able to get her up?
She's there.
Okay. Hi, Carol.
Hi.
Carol, you're no stranger to the waters and rowing. I feel like you're like the first family of rowing and the fact that the sailing community. Welcome back to the Seattle Boat Show Live, Seattle Boat Show Connected, an alumna of the Seattle Boat Show Live show on Thursday and a few weeks ago. What's it been like to be a part of the project that Nicole and Dan just laid out?
Oh, it's exciting. It's exciting mostly because that spot is just so dear to me. I sailed at the University of Washington, and Husky sailing really did change the trajectory of my life in a lot of ways. And there are not too many campuses in our country that you can be sitting in class and looking out on the water and then roll down the hill and be on the water in 15 minutes. It's a pretty amazing spot. And back in the late 70s when I was sailing, we used that building. All of our sails, all of our equipment was there. All the boat repairs happened there. So I have very fond memories of that spot.
Well, not only are you an avid racer, but you're also an avid chef and in the kitchen. Can you talk a little about the book that you have out and what are some secrets you could share with our viewers at home?
Oh, okay. Well, I guess that book sort of sprung from all the years of boating and cruising that we have done, and just I really enjoy the process of preparing and sharing food with friends and family. And so there was a bit of a challenge from our crew a few years ago when we were doing the Van Isle race, where we were out racing around Vancouver Island. And I had to prepare a lot. You had to prepare food for the day every day, and usually sitting on the rail of a sailboat. And so they said, you should write a book about everything you can prepare and eat in a mug, which was a great idea, but a pretty limited topic. So I just started recording a lot of my favorite recipes that I always prepare when we're going to go out for a week or two cruising. And it developed from there.
And the name of the cookbook is Northwest Cooking Afloat. Mm-hmm. What's your best advice, Carol, for people as they prepare for a trip?
Well, the way I usually start is kind of make a chart of the number of days and then start filling in the types of meals I'd like to prepare, depending on where we're going to be at, and then divide it into ingredients that I need to purchase very fresh, like right before we go or on our way. And especially if you're cruising in Canada, you want to wait to buy a lot of your fresh fruits and vegetables when you get there. And then I start pre-packing and preparing things that I can do, 2 or 3 weeks ahead of time. And then that final week, I usually start making any kinds of salad dressings or prepping things that I can do ahead of time that will last. So that's my approach. And I did, in the book, I have a few pages where I do a sample menu and how you would shop for that.
That's super helpful. What are the recipes that people request most or that they really want to learn more about?
Well, it's interesting. Because I have a blog, which was a way to get a lot of my recipes tested and feedback. From there, I would say that the most requested recipes are typically the classic Northwest, like barbecued salmon or steamed manila clams. But the requests I get personally are usually from a friend who's gone out with us and had a dinner salad or something that they really like. So it really kind of depends on the situation.
Yeah, the pictures are incredible. I think you're being modest about promoting your blog. If I can be so bold, I would really encourage everyone to check it out. It's northwestcookingafloat.com, all spelled out, and there's some incredible photography there as well. We don't really have photography on our lineup this weekend or Friday as well, but what are some tips on taking a high quality photo that you'd recommend?
Well, when I started the project, I was not a great photographer, but when I started combing through our pictures over the years of cruising, I just thought, we live in such an amazing place, and I had not seen any place that really showcased the Northwest boating community. I had one from the East Coast that I had used that showed a lot of pictures in the Caribbean or on the East Coast. And I thought, no, we have an amazing lifestyle, the places we get to go. And so from those pictures, I kind of pulled things that told the story of boating, whether it's racing or cruising or beach walking or rowing or living in a houseboat. And then I started gathering recipes and realized that the cookbook I wanted to create was going to be a visual story. And so I needed to get my photography needed, as far as food photography, which is quite different than taking landscape photography, needed to improve. And so I studied pictures that I really liked. I tried to read photography books, and it was like I just couldn't get that deep level technical side of it. So I just practiced getting really good at using natural light. And because I live on a houseboat, I get light on all four corners. And so I would just practice moving it to different windows, moving at different places outside until you can kind of tell when you've got it, when you've got the light right. And the other thing I learned was you need to get close. I think when we look at a picture of a recipe, we want to see the ingredients. And so I realized that the closer I get, that's usually the picture I end up using. And just like anything else, I think since I've had a career in graphic design, the composition is all about contrast and depth. So you need to get enough light that you can see the depth of a bowl of lettuce or that sort of thing. So I guess those are my basic tips. But the new cell phones, I think my iPhone takes almost as good a pictures as my digital Canon. So you don't have to spend a lot of money to be able to take good pictures.
I think, do you find it difficult to get the color right? Whenever I'm taking food pictures, and I am terrible at taking them, but I love taking pictures of the things that I make, but it's hard to get the color just right.
Well, and I think part of that is we're usually taking pictures indoors where we've got different lights on. Natural light really helps to get the color right. And then I will do a few adjustments in Photoshop, but it's rare that I have to adjust the photo because the color isn't right. It's usually more because it's too dark. I need to lighten an area. But I think when if you're taking a picture of a beautiful plate served to you in a restaurant, often the lighting is not going to be favorable.
Carol, one of your most requested recipes is called Cozy Sweater. It kind of reminds me of that Scandinavian term hygge. I always say that wrong. Hygge. Okay, thank you. That's why she's here. Carol, what goes into the Cozy Sweater drink?
Oh, that's simple. And I guess when I talk about most food, it's usually simple and fresh. And that one is just basically a nice brewed cup of tea with a shot of amaretto. And I think, I was searching for something on one of those typical Northwest days. There's nothing like holding a steamy mug of something. And so that one is very simple.
It sounds delicious.
Exactly. Yes, please.
Do you put a biscotti with it too?
Oh, definitely. I do have my favorite biscotti recipe that's on my blog. It's an almond anise, and those flavors are amazing.
Ooh, so I'm going to have to look that one up.
That one I prepare, and I keep those in the freezer for those days.
Nice.
Carol, you may not know this, maybe you do, but we've got a wheel here that we like to spin with our guests. Ooh. What do you say we give it a shot?
Okay.
It's a chance. You don't know really what you're going to get.
Okay.
Here it goes.
See,
so there's different categories.
This is our captain's wheel.
I don't know if you can see it.
Peter came up, and it has different categories on it: book, tool, meal. We'll hope she doesn't get meal, since that's what we'll
Well,
see.
I don't know. I think they hear.
Sometimes you just want a little bit
Press,
of a stumping, right? Because
press-
you don't really want.
Yeah,
you know,
song. You get to sing your
yeah.
favorite sea shanty.
We'll see. So wherever it stops, this is the category that will need an answer from you
All right.
to correspond. Oh, don't tell me it's going to.
Oh, it's
No,
wow.
it stopped.
There it is. So 2021. What are you looking forward to in 2021?
We just, the thing that hit me about 2 weeks ago, with not being able to see people in person, and I didn't realize how much I missed it, was gathering at a table and how life-giving that is to be able to share food with friends. So that's a really appropriate question. And so I'm starting a list of those dinner parties I want to host and be able to catch up with friends in person.
Here.
Dinner parties. You notice she says parties, not
Parties.
singular. Yes, parties.
Yes.
Well, because you're so good at cooking, you get asked to have to be the one who's in charge of the meal.
I'm a big fan of potlucks, so I think sharing the responsibility is good.
Excellent. Carol Buchan, thanks so much for joining us. You're on Seattle Boat Show Connected for the first time. We're delighted to have you here as we roll out this all together. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you for having me.
Oh, it's our pleasure. So as we go to break here, we're going to hear from Denise Whitaker on how you can maximize your time inside the Seattle Boat Show Connected presented by Union Marine. So please don't go anywhere as you listen to these important messages.
The Big Seattle Boat Show Connected offers a collection of contests, promotions, and games that you can play for fun and for prizes. Browse through the list of activities to learn about the exciting ways you can get more from the boat show. Featuring a Dogs on Deck photo contest, marine industry career fair, a selfie booth, and so much more. There's an activity for guests of all ages. Interact, engage, and get involved in the community to show off your love of boating. The 2021 Seattle Boat Show Connected features an incredible schedule of fishing, boating, and sailing seminars streaming right here on this site. With more than 100 hours of content and even more Boat Show University classes, you'll want to watch it all. Lucky you can rewatch any classes you missed or may just want to see again for up to an entire week after the show. You can add a seminar to your personal calendar or save to your favorites list. If you're attending the show from another region, you can even set your time zone preferences so the schedule will display in your local time. During the live stream, chat with other attendees, post questions and comments for the presenter, jump between sessions, browse featured products and services, and more. Get the most out of your boat show experience.
Welcome back to Seattle Boat Show Connected. My name is Peter Schrappen. I serve as the Northwest Marine Trade Association's Vice President and Director of Government Affairs most of the time. And today I get the good fortune of coming into your living room as I co-host Seattle Boat Show Connected, brought to you by Union Marine. And I'm going to look over at Denise Whitaker here, my co-host from Como Ford. Denise, how's it going?
It's great. Your title sounds so incredibly official.
Oh.
Yes, it
Okay,
does, doesn't
that's
it?
nice. I guess
Yes, it
so.
does.
Yeah, it's a little. Thank you. I guess it's official.
Yeah.
I was talking about my job this morning. I was on a radio show. I was on Super Yacht Radio this morning.
Oh, I was wondering what you had this morning.
Yeah,
okay.
it was just wrapped up as an hour long. It was like, maybe a 15-minute
An
interview.
hour
It was an hour.
long?
It was fun. It was
Wow.
a conversation.
That's
So,
awesome.
Yeah, it's a couple they were in Spain, and then they followed their dream, moved to Spain from Ireland. They're back to Ireland because of COVID, but it's superyachtradio.com. And they keep it light. They keep it fun. It's music. It's a 24/7 radio station out of their own living room, and it was
Really?
a fun interview to talk about. It's just interesting to talk to people from around the world that don't really know Seattle. And then they do know Seattle because of the world famous brands in our backyards.
Right.
When I say Starbucks and Amazon and Microsoft, oh yeah. Space Needle, Sleepless in Seattle, they'll get in and I say, and then my backdrop was South Sound. And Tacoma was like a new world for them. And I mentioned Roche Harbor, and
Yes.
like the mind was just blowing all over the place. So it was the hour went by pretty quickly. It is amazing that more people don't really fully appreciate the beauty that we have right here in the Pacific Northwest.
Right.
I mean, you probably run into that a lot.
Oh, I do. I think, I guess people just have their misconceptions and the things that they think about, and that's it. So my question to you is, what is the one thing that you try to make sure people know? Like you just, you made me think of it when you're going through Tacoma, and I don't know if it's a place or a thing.
Yeah, I'd say it's more of a thing. So the word terroir is not really translated that well in English. It's the French word that a sense of place. And I feel like there's this incredible sense of place in the Seattle, Puget Sound, Northwest area that I don't know of other places that have it. So that the rain, for example, there's a lot of misperceptions out there about rain in Seattle in the Northwest, and it rains more in Alabama and New York City than
so many other places.
Exactly. And I did some research, a little bit of research on this, and they did a chocolate study. Are you a chocolate person?
Love
chocolate. So they did a study. Two groups, a control group and a testing group, and they fed one group chocolate every day, and they tested their happiness. And they fed one group chocolate periodically, and they tested their happiness. And the group that was happier was the group that had not as much chocolate as the boatloads of chocolate.
Oh.
Which says to me, we've got it pretty good here with our weather and the fact that the sun may not always be up like it is in San Diego, for example, or Fort Lauderdale. And maybe those people watching us potentially from home in those beautiful locations take that weather for granted.
Right.
Maybe the fact that it's not always 70 degrees here and sunny makes us appreciate those sunny days. Added to that, the fact that it doesn't get bitter cold here. I don't remember the last time I heard the word wind chill. I don't hear humidity a lot over here.
I have to admit, I used wind chill this week already.
Oh, you did? Was it?
Well, because,
Because you wanted to.
Well, and yes, and in my job, because I'm standing outside in the cold reporting on things, and I was at the airport, outside the airport one day this week, and I knew that the wind chill was 27, and I was feeling every bit of it.
Yeah.
But no, you're absolutely right.
So I guess I'd throw that question back to you. What is the one thing that you have found has been so cozy about living in the Northwest that is kind of hard to describe back home for you?
Oh, definitely exactly what you're pointing on with the rain and how mild it is. I do like the fact that it's mild here. And like you say, I grew up in Chicago, so you have those swings. August is unbearable in the Midwest. If you don't like the heat and the humidity, I don't mind it. But for a lot of people, it's terrible. And then you've got those bitter cold winters. My dad was born and raised in the city of Chicago. Couldn't wait to move to Arizona when he had the chance, and that's where he lives today.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, he lives in Fountain Hills, and I think it gets a little hot for him, but he was really tired of. Right before he moved, actually, he was working for my brother. My brother used to own, coincidentally, we were talking earlier, my brother used to own a chain of coffee stores, the Gourmet Cup in the city of Chicago. And my dad ran a few stores for my brother. And my dad had parked he had a tiny little compact car at the time, and he parked it in a parking deck at, I think 3, 4 in the morning to go open a coffee store. And when he was done at the end of the day, the car wouldn't start. So he called the tow truck. The tow truck couldn't even get it started. It was so frozen solid, the car would not start. And that's when my dad's like, that's it. I'm out of here and I'm going to Arizona. He couldn't take it anymore.
Sign from God. Exactly.
The other thing that I do, I've lived here now for 16 years. And the other thing that I love doing, there's sort of a back way into my neighborhood where I live.
Yeah.
I live in Burien, and we can see Vashon Island. We can see the shipping lane and the water in front of our house. And so there's sort of the main way in, and then there's the back way in. And my husband and I both very often will take the back way into our house because it gives you this amazing view of the Olympics. And almost every day on my dog walk, I go that sort of up and down that back way, and I'm just staring at the ferries and Blake Island and all the amazing things that we have here. And I just think it's important to never take any of it for granted. I like the fact that I embrace the beauty and realize what I'm seeing every single day that I see it.
Another thing we talked about this morning was similar to that as well, and just the amount of fun that you can have in the Pacific Northwest. If you name an activity outside of sunbathing on the beach, you can find it in the Pacific Northwest, especially as the type of boating that you'd want to do, or PWCs, or water skiing, or there's endless. We've got 34 hours to talk about it. That gives you any indication of the type of activity you can do on the water. And that was hard pressed to kind of cram this all into 34 but yeah. I mean, water skiing started in the Pacific Northwest in the Seattle area. We'll get to that in a little bit. We've got some great topics for you. Denise, what is your next big kind of boat trip? Have you thought that far?
No, you know what? We haven't thought that far. My husband and I have never been all the way up to Desolation Sound. So one of these days, we definitely need to do that. I think he's still trying to figure out exactly if our boat can make it all the way up there or not. And we have a lot of friends who go every year, and they keep telling us we can do it. This year, I think we're going to end up South Zone. Since my husband's Commodore of the Queen City Yacht Club this year, we're sort of obligated and direct our fleet captain to, come up with a club cruise. And so our fleet captain is trying to figure out a whole South Sound itinerary, since we're guessing that we're not going to be able to go very far north.
Well, one neat area that you can check out in the backyard of Seattle is the Center for Wooden Boats. They've recently gone through a not just a renovation, but it's a brand new facility.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Have you been in there?
I have. South Lake Union, and we're blessed to have the Josh Anderson coming up on our show in a little bit. But I thought we could just show their sizzle reel, their campaign reel right now, if you don't mind, Logan. That's number 29 on my bingo card. Center for Wooden Boats.
In the beginning were the rental boats. One morning at breakfast, Colleen said we have to do something about the lake. We have seen the end of an era. The old boathouse was bigger than I thought it would be. It was a place where people could relax. First, our neighbors and friends came. There was a sense of family, their second home, in some cases their first home. And there was a common denominator. They kept calling it a living museum, and I believed it. We discovered that people were having an opportunity to once again learn through direct experience, picking up the oar and rowing, picking up the helm and sailing, and not just looking at something historic, but being a part of something historic. The Center for Wooden Boats was a textbook in itself. Nobody had ever done anything like it before. Zoos had petting pens, but we were much different than that. The first thing we thought of is do not charge to come here. We want this to be a community wherever anybody can come to look or play or work. I imagined a place where people would come and find themselves smarter, happier, and more proud of their accomplishments.
All right, I'm Denise Whitaker from KOMO News with Peter Schrappen from Northwest Marine Trade Association, and we're hosting all kinds of great interviews for you, which Peter has done so much work setting all these up. Great job.
Thank you.
For sure.
Yeah.
And we love having people watch us, but we're not really the main act. So we definitely want people to go into the show as well. So if you're watching now and you've not been in the show yet, make sure you buy your ticket to get in. If you've already been in and you've come back out to see what we're doing, well, thank you very much.
We're still here. The Energizer
We
Bunny
will be here.
keeps going and going.
Right,
And we'll be going
right.
this entire time. And like Denise said, you're welcome to hang out with us, but more preferable would be for you to go inside the show as the 200 exhibitors await your arrival.
Mm-hmm. For sure. I mean, there are so many seminars going on. What do we have up on tap today? We've got happy hours, weather, navigation, Ream toilets. I'm not sure what time they're coming up, but there are lots of great ones on the boating schedule.
And then for here, we're going to be talking with Dr. Greg Anderson a little bit. That was a pre-recorded interview. He kicked off this Parkscription program out of Bellingham about the mental health, the importance of getting outside on the water in nature, and that's boating. But before we do that, I just wanted to emphasize just how approachable boating is. And you could hear from me talk about it, but I think it's better if we let Kate Anderson, who was on our show yesterday from the Port of Everett. Recently, she was featured in a King 5 special about how just approachable boating is, and Karsten McIntosh as well as part of that feature. So I thought we could play that, which would take some maybe pressure off of you when you think about boating and shows you just how easy it is to get a hold of your favorite boat. So let's hear from Kate Anderson on King 5.
When I first launched it and went out on it, it was just like Oh, this is mine. This is fun. I just love the feeling of being on the water.
The moment you get on the boat, your mind sort of eases and you just kind of relax.
I'm like the weird unicorn amongst my friends. Like everyone's like, can we go out on your boat? And I'm like, why don't you guys all have boats? Because then I tell people how cheap it is, and then they're like, wow, I could do that too.
These millennials have figured out that you don't need to have a mega yacht to have a good time on the water.
The name of my boat is Little Red.
25-year-old Kate Anderson spent $6,000 and used lots of elbow grease to make this 1968 Performer her own.
She's a beaut.
Kate says finding a boat that's older than you are is a good first step to boating on a budget.
I get a lot of looks, especially when I'm in it solo, but that's okay. I mean, I like being one of the only young gals owning a boat.
Karsten McIntosh is 28.
There's no better life than a life on the water, so I decided it was time.
He bought his 14-foot aluminum boat new, but it didn't sink his budget.
So this boat cost me about $7,000, all said and done.
It's so light, he trailers it behind a hybrid. He fishes and crabs from it, and has even taken it up to the San Juans.
It's kind of a vacation on demand.
Argon was the 1,000th hull built by San Juan Sailboats.
We found it off Craigslist.
Samantha Marin and her partner had zero sailing experience, but they wanted to learn something new.
Yeah, this used to really freak me out.
This 70s vintage sailboat with a sleeping area and a galley was also an incredibly good deal.
This boat was $3,000, and it has like a brand new outboard engine. It came with 8 different sails. It's got local history to it. Being out here is so amazing.
These boaters have advice and encouragement for anyone who wants a boat to call their own.
It's easy. I've definitely asked a lot of questions. One of my family friends asked me, well, how do you know how to do this? And I was like, oh, I don't.
You gotta just jump right in. You're missing out. I mean, look at this day right now. There's no better place than right here.
So close to like all of these amazing waterways. It's like, unless you're like utilizing it, it's just like, you just have to use it. It's so beautiful. And it's literally on Seattle. We're surrounded on 2 beautiful bodies of water.
Thank you, Jim. The average boat sold in the state is about 18 feet long and has an outboard motor. I mean, it's not fancy, but it will get you out on the water.
I think that says it all right there.
Yeah.
You might recognize Karsten McIntosh from earlier in the show, and then Kate Anderson yesterday from Port of Everett talking about how approachable boating is. If you're wondering who I am, that's a good question. My name is Peter Schrappen, co-host of Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine, and you are?
Denise Whitaker from Como News, and quite the boater.
That's
Love
right.
Boating, yeah.
That's excellent. So I just wanted to encourage everyone to get into the show for $5. You can just fill out the registration, take advantage of the red carpet, the treasure hunt, the pirate ship, the activities, the seminars. It's all there waiting for you. We've got something in there called Slow TV. It's actually watching a boat getting. Have you heard about the Slow TV phenomenon? No. You probably, like we were saying earlier, a little bit like Seattle, you probably are familiar with it. It's that Yuletide log.
Oh, right.
That's smoking. Yes. It's very popular out of Scandinavia, where you can, for 8 hours, you can watch a train ride.
Why not?
Through Scandinavia. It's kind of the end of CBS Sunday Morning when they end with the nature shot. Yeah. That's a little bit of Slow TV. So anyway, we adopted that for the Seattle Boat Show Connected. So you can watch a wooden boat getting built. We just heard from our friends at the Center for Wooden Boats. So there's a Northwest School of Wooden Boat Building in Port Hadlock, Washington, and the Northwest Maritime Center was kind enough to allow us to see the footage from them building a built boat just last year. So that's right there at seattleboatshow.com, which is where you've landed today. And so we're encouraging everyone to get inside the show for $5 and check out and see what's in store. And for what's in store with us, we're going to hear in a little bit from Dr. Greg Anderson talking about parkscriptions. And then at 12:30, Monique Venezuela from South Sound, runs the Tacoma Youth Maritime Commencement Federation. We'll be talking about empowering youth to navigate the future. 12:45, Safer Choice Products. And then another big guest we have is Rob Sendak, our state's boating law administrator. And one more I'm going to mention right here is Captain Lee from Bravo's Below Deck will join us at 1:30. So
that should be pretty exciting.
That's a big name.
Yes, it is.
That is a very, very big name. So why don't we turn it over to Logan here who can get us rolling with Dr. Greg Anderson. He's someone I interviewed about 2 weeks ago, a real pioneer in this field of medicine, a medical doctor out of Bellingham, talking about the the mental benefits of going outside, enjoying nature, and especially time on the water. That provides some nice connective tissue for our next guest, Dr. Greg Anderson of Bellingham Bay Family Medicine, which is part of the Family Care Network. And Dr. Anderson was one of the founders of a program called Parkscriptions, which is exactly why I'm having him on now. And Parkscriptions, is a little context for you at home, is all about partnering with doctors and other healthcare providers to prescribe time outdoors. Parkscriptions connects patients with positive outdoor experiences for healthier lifestyles and improved mental and physical health. Dr. Anderson, welcome to Seattle Boat Show Connected.
Yeah, thank you.
Did that description sound about right?
Yeah, I'd say I was one of the first people involved with the program, but I can't take credit for being a founder.
Okay, fair enough. I know that you put that together with a fantastic organization called Recreation Northwest, and that's www.recreationnorthwest.org. So just a few questions for you, doctors. We encourage people to enjoy the outdoors. You live in a maritime hub of Bellingham, Washington. Where did this idea of Parkscriptions stem from?
Yeah, it was built on a base created by a Washington, D.C. pediatrician named Robert Czar. And 8 or 9 years ago, he created a foundation called ParkRx America. And it's all about getting healthcare providers prescribing the outdoors, prescribing nature therapy for its physical and mental health benefits. And so Todd Ellsworth, locally at Recreation Northwest, created a 3-year pilot project in 2017 and recruited me and other healthcare providers in Whatcom County to do a miniaturized version of that. And he created a great website, parkscriptions.org, O-R-G, and embedded Google Maps, inputted all of the state parks, the DNR lands into this website that creates a virtual prescription pad. And in my exam room, if I have a young adolescent with ADD or an older person with anxiety or some metabolic issues, I can prescribe them a park. And it's worked out great. We've got 40 providers prescribing parks now in Whatcom County.
Awesome. And is this a pilot that's caught on across the country?
There are pockets around the country, certainly. I'm involved with some conference calls led by Dr. Czar in Washington, D.C., and there are centers in Colorado, a lot in the Northeast, Virginia. So yeah, it's kind of spreading. I'd say the Japanese started it actually years ago. They call it forest bathing, and they've reserved whole swaths of forested, treed areas in Tokyo, and they send people out during lunch to get their nature fix.
Well, how can I get a Parkscription?
It's pretty easy. Again, I direct you to parkscriptions.org. It's mostly Whatcom County based, but it is starting to spread south into Skagit and beyond. And it's a great way to learn more about the health benefits of nature and see what the prescription pad looks like. Just like a medication, the prescription pad says, for example, I prescribe 3 hours on the water every Saturday for mental health. Sounds kind of gimmicky, but this is just playing on human psychology. And we know that if I'm in an exam room with a patient and we agree that you need more time outside, you need to get off your screen or out of the office, whatever, the patient generally leaves my office like motivated. Yeah, I'm going to go do it. And then they leave and they don't do anything. But if they walk out with a tangible prescription, they're 10 times more likely to follow through on it because the doctor placed an emphasis on it. So often in our prescribing culture, we're prescribing pills for every problem that comes through our door. And then we say, oh yeah, eat right and exercise, get outside. And the emphasis is on the pill, not the basics of health. So this program looks to turn that around.
Well, I love this headline from a 2018 article in my research, Dr. Anderson. It says that nature is proving to be an awesome medicine for PTSD. Nature has incredible success with PTSD. In particular, psychologists tested nature's healing power on 72 military veterans and separately on 52 teens from underserved Bay Area communities during and after dozens of one-on-one and dozens of 1- and 2-day rafting excursions along the South Fork of the American River in California. And they had various studies, and their findings reported in 2 articles published in the journal Emotion suggest that awe, as opposed to joy, pride, amusement, contentment, and other positive emotions, is the singular sensation that goes the furthest in boosting one's overall sense of well-being. Have you found that to be the case with your patients?
Yeah, it's true. I don't know the particulars of the study you're referencing, but it falls in line with other similar research. The first step is the hardest. Once you convince a patient and you come to an agreement in the clinic that they're going to spend, say, 10 minutes a day on their lunch break walking on a local trail, the next time you see them in the clinic, they are amazed at the power of a simple intervention like that. So I have seen some success stories like that. It's certainly part of my overall approach to treating almost any medical condition that comes into my exam room.
Well, Dr. Anderson, the boat show started in 1947 when the life expectancy was 64 years old for men and 69 for females. Now it's 79 years of age. How does an active lifestyle contribute more quality of life to one's life?
Yeah, it sounds crass, but if you don't keep moving, you die. So my advice to my patients is whatever is interesting to you and fun and enjoyable, keep doing that. The main point is not to be sedentary. So if you enjoy walking through the woods, keep doing that. Incorporate that into your life. We know from the Blue Zones project run by Dan Buettner, the National Geographic Fellow, that the 5 blue zones in the world are the areas with pockets of healthy, happy centenarians. And none of them have a gym membership, but they all remain active into their hundreds or 110s. And they just have daily physical movement. They're just constantly moving throughout the day. And without this, you tend to retire from your work and from your life. So yeah, keep moving.
Well, we talked a little bit about the Blue Zones earlier in the program, and one of the interesting things is just a sense of community that is also part of the Blue Zones and the active lifestyle, plant-based diets. And for us, we like to think that we can bring that all together in boating, whether it's cooking on your boat and making the smart food choices or getting on the water and not sitting on your couch. That's really a message that I'm trying to make sticky throughout the course of Seattle Boat Show Connected. As we say goodbye here, Dr. Anderson, anything else that you'd like to share that I didn't ask you, or where can people find you?
Yeah, well, like I said, I'm practicing family medicine in Bellingham, Washington at Bellingham Bay Family Medicine. I'm pretty active on social media, so they can look for me on Facebook or Twitter, Instagram. But yeah, just my parting words would be find something you love doing, whether it's on the water or on the land, and make it a goal. Just start with 10 minutes a day, get out there. To your point, those strong social and spiritual interactions are paramount as well. They're as heavily weighted as activities. So if you can do an activity with people you love, that's a bonus.
Excellent. Thanks for joining us. It's Dr. Greg Anderson. I appreciate your time. And for those at home, don't go anywhere. Check out the show for $5. You can get into the show and check out the 3D different boats that we've got, the pirate ship, the treasure hunt. So we really appreciate your time, Dr. Anderson. Have a great day.
All right. Thanks a lot. Take care.
Well, it's always nice to have a doctor endorsing boating, which is what we just heard right there. Dr. Greg Anderson, not on our payroll, but definitely touting the medical benefits of going outside, enjoying time on the water. And as Peter just said, I'm Peter Schrappen here with Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine, and this is Denise Whitaker of Como 4. And we're here to not only rally the troops to think about boating, but actually go inside the show for $5 at the base level and explore the show. There's a lot in store there. And for me, boating is really like an idea.
Idea?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit like gardening, and you can tend the garden. You can actually, you're a gardener, I bet.
Not so much as I would like to be.
An aspiring gardener. But the thing about gardening is you can overwater the garden, but I don't think with boating you can overboat. It always seems to be like more is always better when it comes to boating for sure. And boating as idea is not just something that I've thought about, but ideas in general inspire me and keep me thinking about how can I create more ideas. Recent book by David Lynch, the famed Hollywood director, talks a lot about ideas where you can think about little ideas like little fish and just fish kind of shallower, or you can go for the big fish, the big ideas, and fish even deeper in the deep seas. And I'd like to think, I'm getting somewhere with this, I'd like to think that we've got both of those kind of fish here at the Seattle Boat Show connected, where you can hang out with us and shallowly fish, but even better, you can catch the big tuna inside. I got there.
Right.
We got there.
Yes, you did.
So not only can you watch a tuna seminar with Del Stevens, but you can also watch a whole bunch of other seminars that Karsten McIntosh and Alicia Ortella put together for you, waiting inside of the show. And then, but even more than that, you can talk with real life experts throughout the red carpet, every which way.
Everywhere.
So go explore, hang out in there. It's an incredible experience. It was a labor of love for our organization. I think we saw what we did in Anacortes in June, and it's like, you know what? It was a little bit like going, I guess, from black and whites to the talkies, where we're like, we're really going to raise our game. We're going to bring a world-class show, which is what the Seattle Boat Show is for a lot of people, but not just do it, unfortunately, in person, but really invest in what we can do for an online platform. And we have all of that. People are so familiar with going online, doing so much shopping. Are you an online grocery shopper these days?
No.
Or you still like to go and touch
Yeah,
and feel?
I like to choose my produce. I'm very
the
particular.
Pineapples and
I don't squeeze everything.
Yeah. There's signs now. I was like, gosh, my reputation
I know.
precedes me.
I feel that way when I go to the store, and especially, okay, let's face it, right? Picking avocados it's not that easy.
Well, they're
to do.
$18 for two, so yeah, you want to make sure you
so
get the right one.
So you kind of touch a bunch of them, and I'm always like, oh, is anybody watching me touch all the produce? But my hands are clean. My hands are clean.
Yeah, so says every person that's come and gone. Like, it's not me, it's the other person. No,
yes,
I get
that's
it.
true.
Well, the nice thing about Seattle Boat Show Connect is that we have the online, but also we're encouraging people to phone their favorite boat dealer and stop in. I know there's a lot of different festivities planned in a safe and responsible manner, because boat dealerships, like car dealerships, have been allowed to be open since this became a pandemic. Do you know when the pandemic became officially a pandemic?
On February 29th.
It could be. God, did that totally rock your world as someone who...
I knew exactly because what happened was, just like the boat show, right? It's an in-person thing.
Yeah.
We put on the Northwest Women's Show at Como TV.
Got it.
So we were all down I was actually on my way I had worked that morning, and I was on my way down to Tacoma Dome for the Northwest Women's Show to work the day down there, and I got the alert that we had our first death here in Kirkland. So we all kind of went right to work. We finished what we had to do with the show, but then it was back to the news segment of everything. So.
And you were no longer, did you do a lot from your home, or did you continue going to?
No, I have not worked from home really at all.
Okay.
I have been able to continue to go into the office. So yeah, the way we started working is, depending on what your function is and your shift, my team has stayed intact. So I'm on in the mornings if people don't watch. Our show starts at 4:30 in the morning. So our producers start at like 10, 11 o'clock at night, and they work all night writing, our writers and producers, and then we come in about 3 in the morning, and then we work, throughout the morning until noon, when our midday show ends at noon. So we have a small team, and our company immediately started moving desks, moving computer terminals, sending those people home who were considered non-essential, and those of us who are still in the office are still there. We've hired additional cleaning people, so it's worked out well in terms of where I am.
I would imagine you had to work 24/7 for a long. Did you ever get a chance to catch your breath and take a holiday after the crush of all the news?
Yes, I took a full week on the boat this last summer.
I did not know this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Where'd you
but
go?
I have saved up a lot of vacation time, so I'm planning to get a lot of time out on the water this year.
Where did you go for your week vacation?
We ended up going on our club cruise, and we went up to Deer Harbor. I think. No, we didn't even go to Deer Harbor. We went to Lopez. We went to Roach. We went to Anacortes. My husband and I stopped in Everett. So we just kind of, made our rounds around the San Juans. That's one of my favorite places. When you've been up, have you gone to Westcott Bay to get oysters?
So Roche Harbor And right around the corner,
Yes.
we've anchored there for the 4th of July because it was too crazy.
Right.
Everything was jammed up on the 4th. So that was Westcott Bay. But
well, Westcott Bay is so I always forget who knows the
maybe
other
one of our
bay.
viewers could use the chat.
Yes.
I get this wrong.
Because I always forget, because I've not anchored in the bay that you're speaking of, but I
It's
know
not
exactly
Westcott
what
Bay.
it's not. Westcott Bay is right next to where you would have
Yeah.
anchored, I think, and that's where the oysters are.
Okay.
So we always take the dinghy from Roach Harbor around, and we have a beautiful lunch, and we were still able to do that this past summer.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah.
You
'cause it's
harvested
all
oysters
outdoor.
yourself?
No, so they have all the. You've not been there for oysters yet. You've anchored right there.
Well, yeah, no, we're not much of a shellfish family.
Put out your hand. No, they have. You can
Yardstick.
get.
This is what the
yeah.
yardstick was built for.
So they've really improved this whole space there. So they, they farm the oysters, and they have all the live tanks. And I've only been there since it's been fancy. I was never there, I guess, in years past, but others have told me about it. So they've really built it up. They have picnic tables. They have this beautiful outdoor, all these different picnic tables you can sit at. And they have, it used to be where you would walk up, kind of a self-serve sort of a thing. You could go to get your seafood, then you could go over, get your beer, cider, wine, whatever you wanted. And now they have to come to your table, and you stay seated at your table, or you put the mask on if you have to go to the bathroom or something. But then, they bring everything for you. And we had 6 of us, actually 5 of us, were able to sit at the table together, and we celebrated Dale Ward's birthday while we were there, and we had a great time.
I'm going to guess you did not grow up eating oysters. Is that true?
No.
How did you? That's kind of a harder thing to. Same here. It was a kind of a harder thing to get a hold of.
I think so. I mean, in Chicago, my family's not a seafood eating family.
Yeah.
So I don't know where I picked this up from along the way, but I love it. I've always loved fish. So, I mean, and throughout my life, I've gone through a lot of vegetarian phases and pescatarian phases, and so yeah.
Well, there's a Chef Ethan Stoll whole episode on oysters. I believe that will be airing this evening
Excellent.
on Seattle
I
Boat Show
can't wait.
TV. He took us out on the Lindell 46, and we shucked oysters, we fried oysters. It was a sight to see for sure. I was really lucky to be.
And do you enjoy oysters now?
I have really gotten into them. Yeah, Taylor Shellfish. I remember the first time it really clicked with me was at an event, and they had the big tent up, and I tried it, and I was like, wow, this is like tasting the ocean. But then again, like tasting the ocean is like, that can sound kind of gross. Like if you like the ocean so much, why don't you just take a big swig of the seawater? So no, exactly.
Thanks.
Not like this. It was like a breath of fresh air, ocean style.
Right.
And I wouldn't say I go hog wild with them, but on a special occasion, for sure, I won't turn them down. And then what's not good fried, so I certainly gravitate towards that as well. And have you been to the Hamma Oyster House?
I've not been there, but I've eaten hamma.
That's not too far from Hood Canal.
Okay.
It's worth going to. I don't think you can't boat there, but it's definitely a fun day trip. To go there. It's out of middle of nowhere, and you're eating oysters. You see just the mounds of oysters have interesting properties. The shells can be used to filter water. So some of the boatyards, Port of Edmonds, for example, uses crushed oyster shells as they work to comply with the nation's toughest boatyard permits. So that has these incredible properties that they just aren't tasty, but then there's kind of this full circle of life sort of thing that's happening.
And I recall now, well, that's another thing. If we get anyone on chat, or if you know anything about chickens, we had chickens when I was in high school, and we fed them oyster shells to help their eggshells be harder.
Oh, okay.
Have you ever heard of this before?
No, that sounds like a superstition or something.
I know, we did.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we did.
I heard from a longtime friend of NMTA, Joe Klein, last night. This made me think of this, talking about bananas.
Yes.
And he said that he had recently read that bananas have this property that make the other fruit ripen quicker than they should.
Really?
I don't know. This is what he's reporting. He's a journalist, so I take him at his word. But that would make a lot of sense, and that gravitated towards a superstition. I like that a lot.
Oh, yeah. Now, speaking of produce.
Please.
I've also read that you should never store apples in the same drawer as carrots and other vegetables.
Oh, I didn't know this.
Because apples emit some sort of a gas or something. But I have nothing to substantiate that with.
Where did you hear this?
Years ago, I read it somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
Stuck with you.
I stuck with it.
That's impressive.
Well, it is interesting because there are proper ways to store produce. Like I just read here recently that you don't need to keep your onions in the refrigerator, which I've always kept when I buy onions at the store, in the drawer. So now I have a beautiful basket up on the countertop.
You know, I think of that Jim Gaffigan bit about why would these people from the old time draw paintings of fruit? Like, how rough was that? So I look at this bowl of fruit by home, and I'm like, God, man, yeah, I should get after that.
Right,
so,
right.
As we're bantering about fruit and vegetables, you're at home wondering what the heck's going on here. Well, I'll tell you what's going on here. We're here to wine and dine and entertain you, and that's why you work yourselves up to getting into the Seattle Boat Show for $5. You can hop in there, walk the red carpet. In the meantime, we've got our next guest, I think, waiting for us, Monique Venezuela from Tacoma Youth Marine Center. Monique, are you there? There she is.
I am here.
How is it going?
Actually, I'm not here. I'm in a water fight with some young people with Sea Scout ship Propeller on our way to Susha Island.
Sweet.
Be careful. That's a higher risk activity. Monique, where exactly is that? Where are you right now? In Tacoma, right?
Right now, I'm actually on the Foss Waterway at our home base, the Tacoma Youth Marine Center. And that is one of the best places we have down here for kids to get on the water, to become the future attendees of the Seattle Boat Show when we come back live, right? But we're a nonprofit located here on the Foss Waterway in Tacoma. And we have had presence for over 96 years with youth programs, but we are the only South Sound nonprofit that has classrooms, dock space, a small fleet of small vessels, larger ships, and most of all, a place where kids can have access to the Puget Sound. Now, behind me is one of the many activities we take the kids on. And yes, I was taking the picture. And when I was on Sea Scout ship number 110, the Charles N. Curtis, we were on our way to Susha Island, which many of our viewers and boaters know is only accessible, by private vessel. And when one of the gals was listening to the radio chatter, she found that the Sea Scout ship Propeller from Seattle, our cousin ship, was going to be passing us. So we quickly charged the fire hoses, and as you can see, hijinks ensued.
Tomfoolery. Yeah, I do feel like the Tacoma Youth Marine Center is one of the best kept secrets around. I try to tell anyone who will listen to me about all the incredible work that you do. Can you brag a little bit about the Sea Scouts that come out of your program?
Wow, I would love to. So, the Youth Marine Center, as the center that the nonprofit helps to run, actually totally runs, we collaborate with many different community partners. So we collaborate with Tacoma Public Schools by providing on-water marine science cruises year-round. Commencement Bay is their laboratory and their classroom. And their classroom is Tacoma's only historic tall ship, the Odyssey, otherwise known as La Saluda originally. The second community partner is Metro Parks Tacoma. And with Metro Parks, we collaborate to really bring introductory boaters and really reach out into our underserved community, non-boating families, kids that grow up looking all around the water but never experience it. So we provide summertime grow boating. And Peter, thank you to you and the Northwest Marine Trade Association. We have a small fleet of Walker Bay sailboats and kayaks, which we take out into Commencement Bay and the Taya Foss Waterway here. But our core group is exactly who you said, the Sea Scouts. The Sea Scouts make up the bulk of the programming. The foundation operates and has space as the Tacoma Sea Scout base here. And they really actually are the platforms on which we collaborate with all of the other community partners. The best thing about the Sea Scouts is they've had continual successful operations in the Foss Waterway for over 96 uninterrupted years. So whether it was the 80s, the 90s, or the new technology, one thing remains: kids want to get on the water.
Exactly. Well said, Monique. Can you back up a little bit? And for those at home may not know what the Sea Scouts are, can you just share a little bit of that connection?
Absolutely. So the Ski Scouts are a co-ed program that are a branch of the Scouts. We are a branch of the Pacific Harbors Council right here in Pierce County, and we're very excited to offer on-water scouting opportunities. Many of our viewers probably are familiar with traditional Boy Scouts. The Sea Scouts use the maritime and on-water platforms to do things like rank advancement, character development, and really maritime training. You may know, and people may be more familiar with, an Eagle Scout, which is a very elite level to reach as a land scout. Well, in Sea Scouts all across the nation, we have what's called a Quartermaster Award. And a Quartermaster Award is what you get after being in Sea Scouts for continuous years, participating in leadership and developing your character, but most importantly, doing some sort of a community project. Annually, there are probably about 25 to 35 quartermasters all throughout the 50 states. For the last 3 years, 6 quartermasters have come right here from Tacoma. We've actually led the whole nation in producing about 25% of the national quartermasters right here from Tacoma Sea Scout Base. And we do that continually. We're very proud.
That is spectacular.
Thank you.
Yeah, takes your breath away.
Yeah. What ages are involved?
So I'm glad you asked. Thank you. The Sea Scouts do start at 14 years of age. They can go up to 21, but generally the Sea Scouts are 14 to 18. And, you know, you boaters and a lot of your viewers and attendees, whether they're crab fishermen or maritime people, they want employees that have great skills like commitment, able to work in all weather, right? These kids from 14 to 18, they're really committing to our programs for 2 to 4 years. So we really get to watch them grow and help develop really strong, soft skills, being committed, not giving up, persevering, rain or shine. It's a really great program. But the best thing is it's volunteer run. We have, volunteers that have their 6-pack license, their 100-ton license. And last year, our average volunteer hours for everybody was about 22,000 volunteer hours to make all of these programs run.
Monique, there's a famous book I've got in the bookshelf called The Last Child in the Woods. It talks about the attention deficit disorder and attention deficit nature disorder. Can you share some secrets, some stories you have about the kids that you find that maybe have trouble focusing, but once they're on the water, once they're in nature, their whole life is just changed?
I love that. And that's a great book. Thank you for bringing that up. You know, nothing's better than being on the water. It's a great equalizer, but you always have something to do. And we found that sometimes kids that don't have a natural baccalaureate path or can't sit in 4 walls, the environment of being on the water, whether it's an engine room, navigation, constantly on log watch or constantly on, stern watch, they're constantly being activated. They're part of a crew, and the crew is run by the youth. The youth bosun will go ahead and give assignments. So they have a heightened responsibility and awareness. I happen to know they sleep better at night as well. But, Washington, the waters of Washington are so unique. We have Susha Island, for example, where Washington's dinosaur bone was found. Many of our youth will never experience that because you can only get there by boat. So they really participate in some of the more drone work of charting, navigation, getting ready for, taking the trip, because they know ultimately when they get out on the water, they get their hands dirty and they get their hands, kind of in the fun part of it, which is what I love, which is cruising around.
Do you have many Sea Scouts that come back to volunteer as well then?
Oh, you would be amazed. We have so many alumni that come back to give back. In fact, right now on Odyssey, our main skipper, Chris Dutt, was a quartermaster. He went to Cal Maritime. A lot of our Sea Scouts do go on to Cal Maritime in the trades. And right now, he runs the entire youth program. On the Charles N. Curtis, for example, we also have most of our adult leaders through COVID are alumni that want to make sure these programs exist. Remember, we are 90-year-old wooden boats. We can't just sit in the water. So even through COVID, because of our licensure with the Coast Guard, we have to get underway. On Saturdays, I've got Lizzie, I've got Tony, I've got, these adult alumni that are coming down to make sure we're running the engines, running the bilge pumps, taking her out for a quick cruise. And they were all 14-year-olds in this program at one time as well.
That's excellent, Monique. We actually have a little special that you shared with us. We were going to show that, then we'll come back to you. But Logan, would you mind sharing with our viewers number 31 on my bingo card, the Youth Marine Foundation?
I plan to do very big things with my life. I plan to go places. And I think that comes from confidence of being a leader here in Sea Scouts. You're building up the next generations of presidents and of school teachers and of Navy captains and Coast Guard admirals. You're building up the next generation of people that are going to go to the moon, that are going to go places. And if you want to see them succeed, this is a place to help them succeed. them find a dream that they wouldn't have had before.
That gives you goosebumps. Monique, what's the one thing you'd want viewers to know about the Sea Scout program that maybe they don't know?
The number one thing that I want our viewers to know is that, especially in today's day and age, the kids are going to be all right. When I look at the Sea Scouts, they work for us at our field dock, Tacoma Field Dock, for the summer. They volunteer with our partners. When we take the marine science cruises out, our scouts are the crew that are out there. And I've got to tell you something. On land, some of them can't sit in the front seat of their mom's car by Washington state law. But when they get out on the water and they're steering a 90-year-old power boat or taking the mast of Tacoma's only tall ship, guess what? They're empowered. And by empowering youth, we really are turning today's teens into tomorrow's leaders.
You know, I'm curious to know what the percentage is between men and women, or I should say, you know, young men and young ladies in the program.
Right now, our percentage is probably about, 35-65 split. We do tend to go in waves. So there'll be certain waves when we have more young women and more young men. But right now, about 35 to 38% of our enrollees are young women. I will tell you, we just brought a new unit online. It's called Learning for Life. And that is actually a unit that's open up to younger scouts, 13 years old, and younger participants. And that one actually is heavier on the young women. I find that the young women participants also tend to be in the leadership positions. It's kind of funny, but we do hold, elections. The crew elects their own leaders. And more often than not, even though we may have yet less young females participate count-wise, they tend to make up a bulk of the leadership positions that we have on the ship when they're present.
Monique, there's another book I was going to reference called Bowling Alone that came out in the early 2000s and talking about how popular bowling is, but the bowling leagues have really fallen apart. And I'm wondering if you could just talk a little bit about, are you seeing the influx of kids joining the program? What is that percentage looking like through the course of your history?
It's almost, I don't want to say ebb and flow, no pun intended, but when we look at the enrollment of the programs, the biggest successes we've had are when we have those feeder exposures. So for example, one of the reasons we participate in the public schools and in metro parks is because those kids have no idea we exist. So for years, we've kind of been the best kept secret. A lot of our enrollment was, from alumni, from other community groups. Now we're being proactive and we're really doing some offensive strategies for getting kids in the program. Right now, I'll tell you, we are closed because of COVID, but we will be reopening with very safe measures. And my phone rings twice a day with parents that say, my kids, either sports league is not going to be happening, or they are so tired of being on the computer. What can I do to get my kid enrolled? I mean, we have over 40 youth that are enrolled in this program right now without any programs going. That's just on one ship. So when you look at the other ship that we have and the community programs, we got about at least 100 kids this spring that want to get out in the water immediately. And that's a slight increase from last year.
And where can people find out more about Monique?
Oh, Monique. Well, you don't want to know about me, but if you want to know about Tacoma Youth Marine Foundation and all the programs we do, please follow us on our Facebook, our Instagram, and visit our website, tacomaymf.org. I do like strong coffee, so, you can send that my way, Peter. You know that.
Right on. Love it. Thanks so much for being a part of history with us today at Seattle Boat Show Connected.
Thank you for having me, both of you. Have a great day.
Have a great one. As we go out here and we take a break and we watch Denise talk about how to take advantage of the Seattle Boat Show, I want to say thanks to Monique and all the guests we've had thus far. The lineup just keeps getting better and better. So, Logan, I'm going to hand it over to you. If you can play a little bit of Denise talking about the importance of the Seattle Boat Show.
Hi, I'm Denise Whitaker, and I'm proud to be a part of the innovative and exciting 2021 Big Seattle Boat Show Connected. Join me and NMTA's own Peter Schrappen as we host the Boat Show TV channel live all 4 days of the show right here on the site. We have an exciting lineup of guest interviews and boating topics, including how to maximize your time on the water, discover new ways to make more memories in the magical world of boating. Plus, you'll meet boating leaders from the Puget Sound area, across the U.S., the world, and beyond, and so much more. Don't miss the boat. We'll see you online and on the water. It's all right here at SeattleBoatShow.com.
Welcome back to Seattle Boat Show Connected. My name is Peter Schrappen, the co-host for Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. There's Denise Whitaker over there.
Denise Whitaker from Como News. Thanks for joining us here. Although we always do want to remind people to go into the show. And in case you haven't done that yet, it's register. There's button up at the top for register. You just go there.
That's you. You can sign up for C Magazine at the $89 level, complimentary subscription there. Boat US membership as well. There's a few different ticket packages. Explore those, find out the right fit, and then hop into the show. You know, listening to Monique there and seeing the fire hoses out, it made me think of a study that I saw as I was prepping for this a little bit, and maybe this has happened to you, where there was a study done in California where people were surveyed about a really awful biking it was just not a very fun biking trip. No accidents or anything, but just had a really tough time making up the mountains and everything. And 61% they rated as bad. And then after like 6 weeks, they surveyed the same group, and only 11% said that it was a quote unquote bad trip. And I am thinking about the way the memory works and how much we think about it times on the boat, for example, and you're not having the best time. But when you get back on land and you're looking through those photos and in I'm sure organized photo book or not like mine, you'll have just incredible memories you've made for the rest of your life.
Absolutely. You know, it's funny. I'll give you this. When I first moved here, I was asked by my boss, do you want to climb a mountain? Funny question for someone to ask an employee, but
is it a job interview question or just
no? Just after I was hired.
Okay.
So Climb to Fight Cancer benefits the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center. So I did my first climb up Mount Baker for that, and I've been volunteering and doing climbs ever since. But Mount Baker was a difficult. I had never aspired to climb a mountain. I had no idea what it entailed.
Not a lot of mountains in Chicago.
No, I knew nothing, but I am always game for an adventure. So my husband picked me up at the end of the 3-day climb. I summit Mount Baker, I come back down, and I'm nonstop telling him, and we did this, and oh my gosh, and then you should have seen this, and you know, everything. And I'm just going on and on forever. And then he asked me, he said, wow, he said, so are you a climber now? Or are you going to climb another mountain? And I could not say no fast enough. I said, no. Oh my gosh, that was hard. I did it. It was great. I'm happy. And you're exactly right. About 3 weeks later, I was signing up for my next one.
Okay.
Yeah.
And have you climbed Mount Rainier?
I have.
What was that like?
That was amazing. I got weathered off 1 year, and then the next year I went back and climbed it with some friends, and it was spectacular. I have climbed every Cascade Peak between Mount Shasta and Mount Baker. Except for Glacier. And Glacier is on my list.
Are you waiting for that boss to ask if you're a climber?
No. I just keep climbing. I volunteer for the Hutch, and I raise money for them, and I climb mountains. And that's
have you done the stairway hike up the Space Needle as well?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. What's that like?
That's fun. That's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
When I did it in the inaugural year. I've just done it that one time, and I was really trying to set a record, and I was the fastest female in my in the whole media category. I think I was the fastest media person. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I was on my way up, and I'm going. And then I reached a point, like anything in life, that you think, wait, let's slow down and appreciate the journey. And so I stopped because I'm thinking, when am I ever going to get to do this again? And I started taking pictures. So it knocked my time down a little bit, but I still did great.
One thing that I wonder about too is when I'm going on these trips, when I'm at home or even on the boat, what products to be using.
Yes.
Like, am I using the right stuff? And I'm really excited about our next guest here. And I think they're in the queue here, ready to come online. Bridget Williams of Safer Choice, and potentially Kendra as well, Kendra Tyler. They could join us now. That would be awesome. But yeah, I got to know Safer Choice a few years ago when there's an organization called the Clean Boating Foundation that works to showcase products and businesses that are doing right for the environment. And that's when Safer Choice entered my world and just picked up you never know who's on the other end of the phone. And next thing I know, I'm talking to Kendra and fell in love with Safer Choice, and really excited to visit with Kendra and Bridget today from Safer Choice. How is it going? And I think, Bridget, you're in Washington, D.C., is that right?
I'm actually in Baltimore, Peter, but I work for the Safer Choice program out of our DC office, and with COVID, I'm teleworking from home in Baltimore.
Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us.
Not far from the Inner Harbor.
I love the backdrop. You win. Yeah. Hi, Kendra. How's it going?
Doing well. Great. Thank you for having us today.
Oh, it's our pleasure. I'm really excited to dig into this topic. It's one that I know a little bit about, but certainly not as much as you do. What is Safer Choice, and what should consumers know as they they walk up and down the aisles of their grocery stores.
For sure. Safer Choice is actually a EPA voluntary program. So I'm sure many folks know about Energy Star and maybe even our program WaterSense. Well, EPA also has a program to help people find products that have safer ingredients, and it's called Safer Choice. And basically what we do is, as I said, we're a voluntary program, which means product manufacturers, come to EPA with their products. They submit their formulas for us to review, and we review all the ingredients in the product. So even the tiny little bit of ingredients, every intentionally added ingredient in the product has to meet our strict criteria for both human health and the environment. And what that means is when we're reviewing for human health, we're looking at things like, does the chemical ingredient have any concerns for carcinogenicity or reproductive toxicity? Because people clean so frequently, we're also looking at things like effects from chronic exposure from repeated use of products. And then on the environmental side, what we're looking at is aquatic toxicity. So yeah, when a product goes down the drain, or if you're washing your boat and it goes directly into the waterway, what is it going to do to the aquatic life? And we're also looking at what does that chemical become? Does it biodegrade? That's super important. But also, does it turn into another chemical species that might also be equally problematic, potentially? So we give the ingredients a thorough review, and if all the ingredients in a product meet our criteria, then that we certify the product, and it's allowed to carry the Safer Choice label. And many of you will find the Safer Choice certification on products in your cleaning aisles in your grocery stores. And if you won't know where the complete list is, go to, and I'm going to give you a URL, so I'll go slow, www.epa.gov/Safer Choice. Again, epa.gov/Safer Choice.
Any chance you have the photo of what the logo looks like that you could show, or we could track it down?
I know.
Oh, you do?
Here, wait. Maybe I can.
No problem. What I love about
Safer
Safer Choice is that you've done the homework for us.
Right. Exactly.
I just
That's
feel
what
like,
I was thinking.
are they? I remember this term going to college. Are they greenwashing me? This company that says they're right for the environment, and I'm like, I can't even begin to do any of this sort of chemistry. So I'm going to rely on someone I trust, like the EPA, to help me set me straight when I'm in the grocery store.
Well, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, ladies, but not only would it be difficult for just an average consumer to kind of track that down, but is that information truly available?
There it is.
Oh,
Thank you.
Okay.
And it says Safer Choice on there. Couldn't be easier.
Right. Perfect.
You want? I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh, no, that's okay. So, yeah, because you were saying, it would be difficult, I think, for the average consumer probably wouldn't spend the time tracking down the information. But is that information that's even readily available to the general public, or does it take kind of a special finesse to get it?
That's a really good question. I'm actually a chemist, and personally, I'll just say I have a hard time reading labels too sometimes. So the nice thing about our program is we are trying to take that guesswork out of the equation. We're trying to make it as simple for folks to find products with safer ingredients. Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about the different types of Safer Choice products that you've selected that have met the criteria? I know that maybe not as many boating detergents have made the list, but because boaters also have homes for the most part, most of the time, that there's some crossover that goes on there?
For sure. So we certify quite a few different categories of products. So many of your household cleaners, as I mentioned, you'll find them in grocery stores. So like your laundry detergents and dish soaps, all-purpose cleaners, but also products that you'll find at your hardware store for cleaning the outside of your house, or boats, or your cars too. We do actually have a fairly broad range of products that we can certify. We even have certified some athletic field paints and some dust control products for keeping dust down on dirt roads too.
And one to add, Bridget, is, they also have pet shampoos are also certified as well.
Oh, yeah.
The big one, because I know at the boating show, a lot of people do have dogs and other pets as well.
Well, there's actually a part of the Seattle Boat Show activities that's called Dogs on Deck. So we know we have a lot of dog lovers. You're
Right,
sitting with
right.
two right
Yep.
here. So yeah, thanks. And hey, Kendra, I didn't want to leave you out. What would you like to share with viewers?
Oh, no, Bridget is the major expert. I'm actually here in the Seattle area. So I'm local. So if anyone ever has any questions about Safer Choice, my doors are always open for questions from regular consumers or any manufacturers who are interested in learning more about how they could be a part of the Safer Choice program. We actually do have an exhibit. We're part of the exhibit hall. So once I'm done here, I'm going to jump over there and I can answer questions anyone there. But I just wanted to make sure people knew that while Bridget is across the country, we also have Safer Choice representation here in the Seattle and also we call it the Region 10 area for EPA. So Oregon, I also represent Oregon, Idaho, and Alaska as well.
Yeah, Kendra's no stranger to the Seattle Boat Show. She and I have teamed up for several years now, and we're just thrilled that you'd want to be a part of this Seattle Boat Show Connected. So thanks for taking the plunge with us. Bridget, can you talk about that website one more time for people at home, and just in case they have that written down correctly?
Sure. It's www.epa.gov/Safer Choice, and there it is.
Perfect.
Yep. And just one last thing. This is just a small thing that all of us can do every day to help protect our waterways. So keeping Puget Sound clean is so important, and this is one thing folks can do to make a difference.
Thanks so much for being a part of our show.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Awesome. That's Bridget coming from Baltimore, and Kendra coming from Seattle. And like Kendra said, she'll be part of the Seattle Boat Show Connected inside the exhibition hall, inside the Seattle Boat Show Connected, that you can join as well for $5.
That's right. It's that simple. Or you can upgrade so that you can watch everything later. Because if you're enjoying watching us, you still want to make sure you have that ticket, because then you can watch things after the show's over as well, the recordings.
Hearing Monique, a couple guests ago, talk about all the good work they're doing at Tacoma Youth Marine Center made me also think of another phenomenal program called The Adventurous. Do you know The Adventurous?
I've heard of it, but I have to admit I don't know that much.
We're going to have Catherine Collins on in a little bit, but I thought now would be as good a time as any to share their good work that they're doing. That's number 27, Logan. So yeah, it's an over 100-year-old schooner that is just going up and down Puget Sound, working with kids to get them on the water. Yeah, exactly. You can't miss it. But Logan, can we go to that now?
Every person that's stepped foot on this boat has left a little bit of themselves here. And she's been around for 103 years. So that's a lot of people of all walks of life, of all ages. And you can't step aboard this boat and not feel the magic.
Community would be the base of it. And that's what we do every day in 1,000 different ways. You extend that outside the ship by what we teach our hard sciences, teaching about the marine ecosystem. That too is our community. And we travel to different places around the Puget Sound to expand our community.
The kids and teens, the youth that come on board have a plethora of things that they can experience. They can learn about team building, they can learn about sailing, they can learn about the environment, they can learn about themselves. There's literally no end to what they can take away from this experience.
I think I steered the boat a couple times. It's a really cool thing to do. You'll remember it for a really long time, and it's a really valuable experience.
You can see them, the friendships, the camaraderie build among the kids. And when they leave, they don't want to go, and they've soaked into the boat.
This is their classroom, this is their learning platform to not only learn about the ship, but learn how to work together and ultimately learn more about themselves and really understand their capabilities, realize that there's things that they can do in the world that they never imagined were possible.
feel more independent, but relying on people. It makes you very aware on what is out there, and if more people did it, more people would realize how much we are affecting wildlife out there and how much we could benefit by less littering and more like renewable energy.
You don't get to challenge yourself in that way at all. And then you're going out on the water, steering a 100-foot boat on your own with all these people watching you. So you grow up a lot. You do your own dishes, your own cooking, you do it all.
The greatest value that Adventurous has in this region is the ability to bring large groups of people, lots of people, thousands of people out each year. It's accessible. And what she's doing is giving people the opportunity to get out and explore our world, our Salish Sea, our Puget Sound. It's up to you after that.
That's a story on the Adventurous. It's Catherine Collins you saw featured there, and she'll be with us today at 3:30.
Excellent.
Joining us live.
Can't wait.
Yeah, that's a phenomenal story. She's a great leader of that important nonprofit. So yeah, I'm Peter Schrappen. You might be wondering who I am. I'm Peter Schrappen with Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. And
I'm Denise Whitaker from Como News, and I'm so excited to be here with you guys this weekend. This is kind of fun to do something different. I'm always just the person who goes to the show and enjoys it and has fun, and so it's kind of nice to be on the other side of things over here.
So because you're on TV a lot, do a lot of people come up to you as if you're supposed to know who they are?
Oh, all the time.
All the time.
All the time.
Yeah.
And I love it when someone starts chatting with me, and really this is so helpful. Someone says, you interviewed me, you know, whatever. But when they start to tell me like the circumstances, it rings a bell and I do remember. But the ones I really love is always in the grocery store. People will come up and say hello. They want to meet me, or they're just staring. They're unsure. And I always like to introduce myself, hoping to get a name back.
Oh, of course.
Doesn't work that way.
Of course. Hey, you.
I know who you are, they always say.
Well, there are a couple of things there. It's a nice one. It's nice to see you again.
Yes.
That makes me feel better. But I would imagine someone like you, there's an expectation that you're supposed to know who that person is because they've seen you 10,000 times in their living room.
Right. And I don't know if they necessarily expect me to know them.
Oh, okay.
But they do exactly what you're saying. They feel as if they know me. So I think they just automatically think, and I'm fine with, don't get me wrong, that they can just talk to me as if I've known them forever.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
Because they've talked to you forever in their head, or maybe even talking to the television.
Yeah. The best was the other day, actually, Bridget was just talking about that, like, reading, and sometimes she even has a hard time, figuring out ingredients. So the other day I was staring in the grocery store at the canned goods, looking for something very specific. Couldn't find it. I just wanted
what was the
pinto
specific
beans.
item?
I wanted pinto
okay.
beans. And I saw black and kidney and red and garbanzo and cannelloni and all the other beans, which I was also buying some of those too, but I just couldn't find pinto. So I'm serious. So a couple went by me and I could tell they were looking, and then they get over here and they're looking, and I can see it on my peripheral. And finally I just turned because the guy was just standing there staring at me. He was so cute.
Oh, wow.
And I said, "Hi, how are you?" And he's like, "Oh my gosh, I knew it was you. I knew it was you. My wife spotted you." So anyway, he worked in the grocery industry his entire career, and he's retired now. And he said he'll answer any question I had about the grocery industry. So
nice
yeah.
of him. Yeah. You know who to call. Another question on this same line. Do people feel like they can't put their finger on who you are, but they kind of know you?
Yes.
Because is that happened? Yeah.
That happens
like,
all
how
the
do I
time.
know you kind of feeling?
Well, you know what it is? It's when I walk into a small local store, if I'm at the West Seattle Junction or up in Queen Anne or wherever it may be, and I walk into a locally owned place, people look at me and they're like, did we go to high school together? Or did we go to college together? Like, people, they're trying to put my face with someone from their past, and they can't quite put it together. So then I just ask them, well, do you watch Como? That's it. So yeah, that happens a lot too.
I'd imagine. So I feel like Seattle has a number of well-known people.
Long time well-known
well,
people,
the institutions.
for sure.
I think there's a good example. That'd be Ivor.
Right.
And Bob Donegan, who now captains that ship. And I'd love to show that. That was a really popular spot that we ran yesterday. It's the longer one. It's called Ivers Eccentric. We'd like to share that with you. Thanks to our friends at Ivers for allowing us to use that. But before we do that, we're going to hear from Basta Boat Lifts. And before we do that, we'd encourage you to step inside the Seattle Boat Show to see what's in store there for $5 up to $89. A whole host of different activities and seminars and over 200 exhibitors waiting to visit with you and waiting to hear about your dreams and aspirations to own a boat or get a new boat or get that new accessory. So don't go anywhere. Go inside the show. Let's hear from Basta and then Ivers as well. Don't go anywhere.
And now, here's another fascinating secret of seafood from the old chowderhead himself, Ivor.
If you've been around Puget Sound for any length of time, you probably know me. But some of the kids in the audience have been writing in wondering if I'm real. Yes, I'm for real, and I'm not Colonel Sanders' illegitimate son. I'm not even his cousin, for goodness sake.
He's been called the P.T. Barnum of Puget Sound. But others insist that old Barnum was never half as clever as Seattle's Ivar Hagelin. A self-effacing showman of Swedish-Norwegian stock, Ivar started out with an interest in finance, but he wound up as a folk singer, an aquarium owner, and a restaurateur. Oh, and he even put in a single 6-year term during the 1980s as a Seattle Port Commissioner.
Could we turn and smile now?
Although he filed for political office only as a publicity gag, he wound up winning by 30,000 votes. He was that well known and appreciated. After all, his name was up in lights all over town.
Tomorrow, how far can a sea squirt squirt? Will the sea squirt squirt if his feelings are hurt?
Ivar's father was a baker, and his mother's immigrant family had purchased Alki Point, the original town site of Seattle, from none other than pioneer David Doc Maynard. Ivar Hagelin was born in 1905, and unlike his reclusive dad, he proved to be a natural performer. During get-togethers with his cousins in West Seattle, he'd play the ukulele and sing. He even learned to tap dance. As Ivar grew older, he'd do all three at the same time for appreciative audiences, telling jokes in between numbers. Yet when Ivar graduated from the University of Washington in 1928, it was with a degree in economics. He had anticipated a career in the stock market. Unfortunately, a year later, Seattle and the rest of the U.S. were smacked by the Great Depression. Stockbrokers were suddenly in very low demand.
Deep in the waters of Puget Sound, many, many strange things are found.
Ivar wasn't without other money-making prospects, though. Following a 1938 visit with cousins who ran an aquarium in Seaside, Oregon, he decided to follow their entrepreneurial lead. He set up his Seattle Aquarium, the city's first, at Pier 54 on the waterfront, stocking his tanks mostly with what he caught from the adjacent sound. Plus a few imported crowd pleasers like Pat the Seal. Years later, Ivar was asked whether he'd actually known anything about running an aquarium. No, he conceded, I just thought it was a neat way to collect dimes. It also, though, introduced him to the restaurant biz. After watching a friend's fish and chips counter open and then fail at the aquarium, Hagelin decided to create his own seafood eatery. Ivar's Acres of Clams served its first meals at Pier 54 in 1946.
Run clam, run clam, run clam, a-hunting we will go.
No more than 3 cups of clam nectar per married man. I'm Ivor and I enforce that rule. I don't want you to get crowned. They're too expensive.
A ham right down to the bone, Ivar did whatever he could to publicize his restaurant and promote himself in the process.
Oh, how do you get down to Ivers? Acres of clams, please show me the way. Oh, it's easy to get down to Ivers, just to stop before you walk in the bay.
He wrote pun-filled songs for radio and television. He held clam-eating contests. And in 1947, after a train tank car hose broke, spilling thousands of gallons of syrup here in Alaskan Way, right across from the acres of clams, Ivor rushed over with a plate full of pancakes and started spooning up the spilled sweetener. As newspaper photographers snapped away, he told curious onlookers, "Eat at Ivor's. We don't skimp on the syrup." What Ivor may be best remembered for, though, is the slogan, "Keep Clam," which still adorns the chain of eateries he spawned, and which led in 1960 to his printing official-looking postage stamps featuring the tasty mollusks. It was just another Ivor prank, but the U.S. Postal Service didn't even crack a grin. Instead, the feds quickly confiscated and then incinerated Ivor's clam stamps.
Home, home in the rain, where dirt drips from the cloud and the tree, where the wind seldom blows and all year blooms a rose. Puget Sound is where I long to be. We had a lot of fun decorating Ivors with those Norwegian net floats.
Ivor Hagelin always seemed to find a wee bit more humor in life than the next guy. In 1976, after buying Seattle's historic and revered Smith Tower, Ivor ran a 16-foot salmon-shaped windsock up the flagpole at its peak. And then he chuckled as flustered city bureaucrats tripped all over the regulations trying to make him remove the too whimsical banner. Sure, Ivor had his cantankerous moments, but he was a kid at heart. No wonder he created in 1965 what has become a Seattle tradition, the Ivor's 4th of July fireworks blowout over Elliott Bay.
As happy as a butterclam when tides are high, I sing a grateful ode to Puget Sound, the land of everything. I love it from Tulalip to Puyallup, Squim and Pished, and to the Dosey Wallops where so many times I fished.
The city was shocked when this captain of kitsch, this unofficial mayor of the waterfront, died in January 1985, just shy of his 80th birthday.
A land that nature loves so much, she stays the whole year round. I trade a royal palace for a shack on Puget Sound.
He'd been entertaining Seattle for half a century, feeding its residents and its seagulls for nearly that long. Without him, things just seem, well, a little fishy. For Eccentric Seattle, this is J. Kingston Pierce.
Learn more about the colorful highs and lows of Seattle's history in the book Eccentric Seattle by J. Kingston Pierce, available at local bookstores or direct from the publisher. Historic photos and video provided by Ivors, Como 4 TV, and University of Washington Libraries Special Collections.
Thanks for listening. Good luck and keep clam.
That was Ivor. I'm Peter. That's Denise. We're here with Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. And if there was one thing Ivor's had a lot of was imagination.
Mm-hmm.
No doubt about it. And I think about imagination a lot, how I can imagine. I think about Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. There's a line from that, Denise.
Okay.
That song. There's a song in there that always inspired me, and it goes a little bit something like this. Come with me and you'll be in a world of imagination. Take a look and you'll see into your imagination. What we'll see will defy explanation. If you want to view paradise, simply look around and view it. Anything you want to do, do it. Want to change the world, there's nothing to it. I love that song. It speaks so much to me. It speaks so much to hopefully you at home. It speaks so much to our lives and kind of crazy times we are living in. And if there's something that you can count on, it's the Seattle Boat Show. It's outdoor recreation, it's boating, it's kayaking, it's having fun on the water. And hopefully we're providing a little bit of fun in your lives as you watch from your corner of the world. We're selling tickets all over the world right now. And the fact is we're selling tickets for people to go inside the show and check it out and have fun in there. You know, do you remember Steve Shear? He was on KUOW for a little bit. He had a show, and he ended up retiring because he thought about his life. And he said, you know, a friend have said, said to him, you know, how many summers do you have left in your life? Idaho has this ad campaign, the Tourism Office of Idaho, 18 summers. You know, how are you going to be spending your time when you look back at your life? What are the chapters of your life that you're building? And for me and for you at home, so many of those are focused on the water. All the recreation, all the fun, playing the board games, they just take on a different element when you're on the water. Maybe it's a meal that takes you back to a special trip that you had. That's what it's all about for me. I don't know about you, Denise. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, it does. What's the game that you like to play on the water?
Well, the one that's got us, it's the simplest game you could think of. It's called Left, Right, Center.
Okay.
Where you have to roll dice, and then if you get a 6, then you have to. It involves quarters. It's hardly a game. It's just about.
Are you sure you know how to play
dice.
this game?
I know. I sound like no wonder I always lose. No, Peter, you roll a 3, you lose. So, no, it's a fun game. That's the one we've been playing a lot. I've got Hues and Clues for my sister for Christmas. I grew up playing Pictionary and Scattergories. So that's always a fun game. I like going to nostalgia, so those sorts of games,
Right.
and I could still play a mean game of Connect 4. What about you?
We play Yahtzee.
Okay.
Quite a bit, my husband and I. That's one thing that we'll do just the two of us.
Yeah,
So,
nice. What about cribbage?
You know, I've never learned cribbage.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
What about
is that by the way, is that a boating thing, a Pacific Northwest thing? What? Why cribbage?
I don't know. I almost picture a lot of these games too are upper Midwest games too, like
Okay.
the rummies, Michigan rummy.
Okay. Do you play euchre?
No, but that's certainly. I mean, I've
That
played
is a
it.
Midwest
That's a
game.
Midwest
That's
game.
a card game. That's a Midwest card game.
Yeah, spoons or something like
Yeah.
that. That's another
Yeah,
one.
that's another one.
Uno.
Uno's always
Crazy
fun.
Eights.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, there's no strategy involved
Right.
at all. But so we actually have a published author coming up later in the show, Cynthia Nims. We're talking about cooking and board games, and we've got her book in here in our trusty old bookshelf
Yes.
here. But
you have a lot of books up here.
yeah, I think I could speak
Have
to
you read
most
them
of
all?
them. You know, some of these are, yeah, I think so. Well, yeah, most of them. And they show really well too. But yeah, they've been important books in my life. This one is one I just interviewed him the other day. This is a Chip Conley. I'd encourage everyone to get this book. He wrote a book about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So obviously we're familiar with that as a psychological principle. But he runs a hotel chain called Joie de Vivre out of California. He did, and he sold it. But it's all about how do people find joy in their lives, not just as individuals, but working in companies.
Yeah,
So he built
for
his
sure.
entire company on Maslow's hierarchy of needs. He got a little tired of hanging out with all these rock stars in San Francisco when they visited, so he became the world's foremost expert on festivals.
Interesting.
So his website's called everfest.com.
Okay.
EverFest.com, and he ranks the top 300 festivals that he's been to.
Wow. I imagine there just has to be Washington festivals in there.
Oh, the Garlic Festival. I mean, you probably cover a lot of festivals.
No, I actually don't. Since I've lived here, that's not something that I've covered. In other states that I've worked, I've covered quite a few festivals. But, you know, and I read about a lot of the festivals here, and I'm sad to say I haven't
So
attended
Seafair
as
hasn't
many as
usually
I
been
would
on
like.
your beat?
Oh, Seafair, totally. But I'm talking about like, you know, going up to Squim for the Lavender Festival. I've done that. And I've heard, Mussel Fest. I've never actually gone to Mussel Fest. That's on Whidbey Island, right?
That would make sense. Yeah,
I think that's
Penn
where
Cove
that is.
potentially.
And then there's a Mushroom Fest that I've never been to that I've heard of. There are
The Shrimp
there are just so
Festival.
many. Yeah.
Yeah, well, and the Seafair is really hard to describe to people not from the area where
Right.
it's the entire.
And Seafair is not. It is and it isn't a festival because it's not festivals you think of, like maybe a state fair
Right.
and a festival where it has this 1 week or 2 week or maybe 3 week run, but Seafair is the entire summer, which makes it even that more much spectacular, and in all the communities.
Exactly, and I'm going to ask you what your craziest festival was later on in the show.
Okay.
So I want you to be. I don't
Ooh,
want to.
boy.
There's some questions
Okay,
that are
better
good.
think about
yeah,
that.
exactly.
All
So you got
right.
some. But in the meantime, we've got our next guest here, Rob Sendak from Washington State Parks, who probably knows a thing or two about festivals. We'll get to that in a second, Rob. And welcome to Seattle Boat Show Connected.
Hey, thanks, Peter. Thanks, Denise. Appreciate the opportunity to come on air with you guys. And after you're done, if you want to catch a quick game of euchre, I'm all in.
He's there.
Yes, a euchre player. Where did you grow up, Rob?
I grew up in a small town in Northwest Indiana, Crown Point, Indiana, and spent the first 22 years of my life in that state. So I've played euchre once or twice.
Right. I think Indiana, Iowa, Illinois. I didn't learn till college, or really after college. My husband's family is how I really learned to play. But yeah, it's a fun game.
Absolutely.
I don't know if you know this, Denise, but there is in each state and our 6, was it provinces or territories in the United States, there is a person that just specializes in boating safety. And in our state, you're looking at him right there, Rob Sendak of Washington State Parks. Rob, you've been there for a few years. What's been the transition like from working with a group like the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Coalition and Washington Water Trails into your current role?
Yeah, working now for a state agency, going from the nonprofit sector to, being a public servant. First, it's an honor to be in this role. I've been around water safety my entire career and education. I had a number of roles at REI, and also I was a camp director where I actually taught canoeing and kayaking. And so I've been around water safety my whole career. And now I have an opportunity to really implement and impact on a much grander scale the best safety practices. And our team that we have in the state parks boating is just fantastic. And the broad swath of stakeholders that I get to interact with and help and provide resources to, it is truly a pleasure to be able to do this. And our mission, our goal is to reduce fatalities, reduce accidents on our waterways, and so that's what we're going after. I was hoping to maybe put this PFD on and be out in the water, and have my phone up or something, but you can see the tie. I've got too many meetings, sitting here in my bedroom today, so I had to stick with putting the PFD on for you all.
It's a good look.
We realized we were out of uniform, so we just got in uniform with you.
Oh, look at that. No, I see now. That's great.
Well, you wouldn't have seen before. I'm not supposed to share that secret with you. I was like, oh my gosh, I packed these for a reason.
Right,
and
we
we've got
had
Rob
these.
here. Rob's showing us up, so we've got him on here.
I'm embarrassed, but also happy to share that I have fallen off the boat before. And I was wearing my life jacket, and everything went smoothly. Obviously, I'm still here. But it's so important to wear it all the time. And that's one thing that I've certainly learned after I fell off up in Canada. That's for another day.
It's Denise. It's funny that you say that, because when I used to teach kayaking and canoeing, we wouldn't. There's two things. We wouldn't let the young people into the water. First of all, they didn't know how to swim, and then we actually had to have them in a PFD. And one of the things that we did was we would turn the canoe over and actually have them dump it so they know what it feels like to hit the water unexpectedly. So just another thing that we did to help prepare folks for safety.
What would you suggest that families do these days to help prepare the children or new boaters? I mean, what should we do to kind of help each other be safer?
A great question. Thank you for that. Couple of things off the bat. The first thing I would say is put one of these on. Put a life vest on and make sure it fits the right way, regardless of vessel type or size or horsepower. Anytime you go out into the waterways, we had 24 reportable boating fatalities in the state in 2020, and 76%, 77% of those were not wearing a life vest. So that's the first thing. And the second thing off the top of my head that I would think of would be to understand the conditions in which you're going out. Know what the weather is going to be, know what the wind is going to be. Those are just so important to understand, those things, the environment that you're going to be in before you actually get out into the middle of Lake Washington or out in the middle of Puget Sound. Understand your environment and know before you go, really.
Rob, something I've worked on with Derek a little bit, and Derek has worked on more than I have, has been this kind of 10 essentials idea that campers are familiar with, and how Derek has been working on your staff, on your team has been working to get boaters to adopt a similar mindset. What are some of the essentials every boater should have before they set out?
Well, you can see this little thing right here. This is a whistle. This is a communication device. There you go. I'd blow it right now, but my 2-year-old is in the other room napping. A marine band radio is another communication device that you can have. Some of the other essentials, depending on what kind of watercraft and vessel that you're taking out, that could look a little bit differently, right? I know some folks in larger vessels are going to have, probably some navigational charts and marine maps, and I think those are important things. To have. If you're like me and you go out on a paddle board or a canoe, have the appropriate clothing that you're going to be wearing. So those are just some of the things, and it kind of looks a little bit differently on what kind of vessel that you're going out with too. I mean, think sunscreen, right? And a baseball cap. If you got a mug like mine, you're going to want to wear a baseball cap to keep the sun off the top of your head. So those are a few things to help keep you safe.
Rob is right at the kind of the linchpin of just tracking boating activity on the water, and out of his office, the mandatory boater education card is issued. Rob, can you share some of the excitement and interest in boating this year versus last year? Or I guess I should say 2020 versus 2019.
Yeah, sure. With the pandemic in 2020, we saw a significant increase. One of the things that our office does is we administer a boating safety card to folks in the state of Washington. That law has been in place now about 16, 17 years. Over the course of that time, we've certified about 404,000 individuals in the state. Last year, 2020, there were 35,000 folks that got certified. Year before, there was 25,000. So we're like a 30% increase. And, I think a lot of that is due to folks who are at home looking for things to do, education to do. And I know Peter knows this, the purchase of vessels was up, motorboats was up last year. I actually, hot off the press, just got the number of registered vessels in Washington State for the calendar year 20, and those are up about 6,000 from where they were a year ago in 2019. So that's good news. Like a lot of things in outdoor recreation, recreational boating is one of the biggest chunks in that sector, and a lot of folks have been outside doing it in 2020, and we expect that trend to continue in 21.
And in terms of people getting out, any advice on as we move through the next phase of this year? I mean, a lot of people, again, like last year, will be itching to get out. Places they should go, avoid?
Another great question, because what we found last year when we got some feedback from land managers and also just recreational boaters, with that they'd get to a spot or a marina or a launch point or a dock, the parking lot was full. There was no place to park. There was no place to put their boat into the water, and there was lines up, 20 cars, 30 cars deep. So the first thing I would say would call the land manager of whatever entry point that you're going to be going to, and plan accordingly. I think that's the big thing. We're expecting a big push again this summer, and a lot of folks getting outside again. Because that's one of the things that you can do, right? You can social distance, you can be in your vessel, in your watercraft. So call the land manager and find out ahead of time. And you know what? And if they're like, hey, we're really busy, I would suggest finding a different spot to go to. It'll make your life a little bit easier, a little bit more fun, a little bit less stressful. And it actually kind of helps out everybody else at the same time.
Right. I remember us trying to pass that along to people last year, reporting on the news that you shouldn't just pick one location to go to because of the backup that you could potentially find. So people should do that again this year. Not only bring the food with you that you're going to need to avoid contact with others if necessary, but have 1 or 2, 3 launches and places that close together. If A's busy, I'll go to B, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. And you mentioned the food as well. Being a former camp counselor and guide, I'm all about like having extra bottles of water and extra snacks packed away. And those are important things, right? So you don't have to, you don't have to stop at the local store and do some of the things. You're not only saving time, but you're able to stay socially distant. Grab grab those supplies from home so you don't have to make extra stops out on the way.
Rob, one of the questions I've had, that I've been meaning to ask you for a while now, is this mandatory boater education exam. What are a question or two that trips people up that you wish that they knew?
Oh gosh, a lot of rules of the road, Peter. That great question. Rules of the road. So there's 9. When you take the course online, there's 9 chapters that you go through. Every single piece of data that I've seen, chapter 5, navigation rules, understanding what side of the channels you're supposed to be on, understanding who has right of way. It's chapter 5. I can't think of the name of the chapter, but I think it's like nav rules or understanding the rules of the road. That is one of the biggest areas of opportunity for people to learn. It's actually one of the areas of conflict as well between different types of user groups, right? Not all the different user groups understanding who has the right of way. So those are one area that people definitely need to kind of read up on before they head out.
Where's the easiest place for people to find that information at their fingertips in case they do want to brush up?
On our website at the Parks Boating website or boatus.org is a free place, a free online place where you can take that exam and check that out. But also the State Parks Boating website, we've got links to all of these there's a number of different providers, and that's the best place to go to give you a broad kind of overview.
Rob, I'm not sure if you've caught our show earlier in the day, but we've got a wheel here that we spin for select guests, and I'm going to select you. So it's got a series of questions here that, depending where it lands. Have you seen this part yet?
Have you seen this?
I have not seen this. I'm excited, though.
Okay.
So I'm going to spin it.
I kind of thought of you when I put this together.
Yeah,
kind of channeling you, Rob. So yeah, Jam 2021, meal, tool, book, luck.
Oh my gosh.
Song, where you have to sing a song, app.
Yeah, we need somebody to land on song. I got to learn how to spin this to get on different things.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Were just talking
meal.
food, camp
That's
counselor.
Right. We're always talking food. Rob, what's your go-to meal when you're out on the water?
So my background is sea kayaking, and I like to go up to the San Juan Islands and sea kayak, and we put in and go out and paddle around the outer San Juans for a week and go from marine park to marine park. And one of my favorite meals to actually bring and bake over a campfire is chicken enchiladas. And we would bake a fire. I put rocks around and stick it in there and bake it for about an hour. And oh man, after being on the trail for 7 or 8 days, oh man, it tastes so good.
So even as a vegetarian, you still dip into that a little bit?
I still dip into it a little bit. Although I mentioned my 2- and 5-year-old, we haven't gone on these 10-day kayak trips now in a couple of years. So it's been a couple of years since I've actually had the chicken enchiladas. So I guess you're right. Peter, you know me too well. These days it'd be more of a vegetable, enchilada, or I still eat fish as well. So there we go.
It all sounds delicious.
Well, excellent. Well, Rob, thanks so much for being with us. Anything else you want to say before we send you on your way?
Peter, Denise, thank you so much for the opportunity, and everybody out there, wear your PFDs, stay safe, and most importantly, have fun out in the waterways. Okay, thanks so much.
Thanks, Robin. So Rob actually has a booth in the boat show. He's got a Boat Show Connected, which is right there at your fingertips for $5. Hop in, say hi to Rob and his team at Washington State Parks, the Boater Education Department of State Parks. They do phenomenal work. We're incredibly lucky to have partners like that at state parks. A lot of other states have their boating safety part as part of like a marine law enforcement. And Rob's team oversees the marine law enforcement, but to have it from the state parks perspective around injury prevention is pretty unique in our state.
For sure. I really like the idea. I've never thought of that, but sort of the 10 essentials for the water, for boating versus hiking.
Yeah, Derek, that was a brainchild of Derek Van Dyke on his staff there, and he's given it a lot of thought. I think they're still continuing to refine that as they roll that out. So, well, great. We're going to take a break here. We're going to share some information how you can maximize your time in the Seattle Boat Show, and you hear about Denise Whitaker and how everything it takes to get inside the show. So enjoy.
Hi, I'm Denise Whitaker, and I'm proud to be a part of the innovative and exciting 2021 Big Seattle Boat Show Connected. Join me and NMTA's own Peter Schrappen as we host the Boat Show TV channel live all 4 days of the show right here on the site. We have an exciting lineup of guest interviews and boating topics, including how to maximize your time on the water, discover new ways to make more memories in the magical world of boating. Plus, you'll meet boating leaders from the Puget Sound area, across the U.S., the world, and beyond, and so much more. Don't miss the boat. We'll see you online and on the water. It's all right here at SeattleBoatShow.com. The virtual show floor is one of the coolest features here at Seattle Boat Show Connected. You can surf the aisles of the show floor, navigating exhibitor booths in our fully rendered convention center. We even feature the iconic red carpet that has become a big part of Seattle Boat Show experiences. Here you can filter by product category or enter a keyword to search for what you are looking for. You'll be transported directly to the space on the show floor where you can interact and engage with exhibitors and their show specials. Be sure to explore the outer reaches of the virtual show floor where you just might find a buried treasure. Navigate to the pirate ship's crow's nest where you could discover a hidden prize waiting for you. Find the best deals of the year at the Big Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. The 2021 Seattle Boat Show Connected features an incredible schedule of fishing, boating, and sailing seminars streaming right here on this site. With more than 100 hours of content and even more Boat Show University classes, you'll want to watch it all. Lucky you, you can rewatch any classes you missed or may just want to see again for up to an entire week after the show. You can add a seminar to your personal calendar or save to your favorites list. If you're attending the show from another region, you can even set your time zone preferences so the schedule will display in your local time. During the live stream, chat with other attendees, post questions and comments for the presenter, jump between sessions, browse featured products and services, and more. Get the most out of your boat show experience. Welcome to Seattle Boat Show Connected. Browse through the digital booth spaces of nearly 200 unique dealers, vendors, and exhibitors. You can search for what you need or filter by brand and product types. As you visit an exhibitor's profile page, you will be able to connect via text chat, phone, website, social media, or email. You can even schedule an appointment or video chat for later by clicking the red button on the top of each page. When you're ready to meet safely in person, use the maps for convenient driving directions. Most Seattle Boat Show Connected exhibitors are offering boats, products, services, and accessories with incredible show-only prices. Be sure to check out the awesome videos and interactive 3D tours. Don't forget to save exhibitors and products to your favorites list, and you can always come back later for the latest and greatest offers and announcements.
You can bring him up in about... Okay, there we are. Hi, it's Peter Schrappen of Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine, and I'm joined by my co-host here, Denise Whitaker of Como 4. Hey, Denise.
Good afternoon.
Is it
I was
morning,
thinking
afternoon?
it's afternoon
You know,
now. Yes, time just flies and you're having a great time.
I appreciate that. Thank you. There's this running joke that Seattle Boat Show is a little bit like Groundhog Day, and
I don't think so.
You're going to get some. I've had a little bit of. I see the sun out, so it's day.
Right, we know it's day.
And
you've honestly, Peter has done such a great job of lining up guests. Nothing is different. It's just running like clockwork, and we just keep bringing you new and exciting information.
I think we'll have about 80 guests when it's all said and done that'll come through our stage here, but also
Right
inside
here.
there's 84 hours of seminars, not to count Boat Show University and the 200 exhibitors. So I think at this point, why don't we bring our next guests in? Shane, if you could be so kind. There they are. Well, good afternoon to you. You're in Florida, I think. Hi, Katie McGowan.
Hello. How are you, Peter?
Long time no see.
I know. It's Denise, such a pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
My name is Kitty McGowan. I'm the president of the U.S. Super Yacht Association, and we're based here in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, where it's absolutely beautiful sunny day. It's a little cool here for us. And for us, saying it's cool, it's like it was supposed to be, I think, Lee, in the 60s tonight. So that's kind of like easy for you guys.
Yes.
Well, Kitty and I have already spent an hour
Oh, was
together.
it 53 this morning? I don't know. I think we got frozen.
Yeah, you put your sweater
wasn't
on,
frozen?
Kitty. I remember from earlier today when you were sharing that with me. So nice to see you. And Captain Lee, welcome to Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. Can you hear me okay?
Him? I don't think we have him.
Shoot. Well, Kitty, do you want to just talk a little bit about, or did we lost the feed? I was funny. I was with Kitty this morning on Super Yacht Radio, where we were talking about just the various aspects of boating in Puget Sound, and it's always fun to hear Kitty. I've known Kitty for 10 years, and it's been a real blessing to have her as kind of shepherding the larger boats. So super yachts are vessels over about 120 feet, and every week she does the Super Yacht Radio. And so I was the guest this morning, bragging about how awesome Washington State boating is, and it certainly is a sight to behold. So to talk to people in Ireland about all the fun that we can have here was a little mind-blowing for them, where they don't.
Was it?
It was just, well, it's not something they think about. For people in Europe, they think about East Coast boating.
Sure.
And for people on the West Coast, we're thinking about Northwest boating. I think that I'd put our boating up against anyone in the world.
Oh, I would, absolutely. It's to me, boating here, I never thought of it before till you just said East Coast boating. But we talked earlier, and a lot of people talk about this, right? Like, people don't understand the rain here. It rains all the time there. And you don't want to share the secret that it doesn't really rain all the time, because then more people will come. But it's almost like boating, too. You don't want to share too much of the secrets, because we might be overrun. No, not really, but yeah.
Exactly. No, that's kind of the tall poppy syndrome, where you want to kind of stay within the field and not be a tall poppy. But it looks like we've got Captain Lee and Kitty back with us. There they are, take two. Good thing that first part didn't run.
We know how that goes, Peter. Just when you think you got it all locked. And I'm sure Captain Lee has a lot of those technical stories from his time with shooting all those shows and for the last number of years. But Peter, thank you so much for having us both here. And I'm really excited that my friend Captain Lee of the Stud from Under the Sea, is joining us today, and to bring a little taste of South Florida here and the rest of the world in super yachts up to the great Pacific Northwest.
Well, I will be the first to say, from Seattle, welcome Captain Lee to Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. Captain Lee, welcome. Thanks so much for being a part of our show.
My pleasure, Peter. Thanks for inviting me.
Well, you're certainly probably the biggest name we're going to have on here, Captain Lee, and maybe Captain Sandy as well is right up there. But what is it like to manage staff on a super yacht? How has that changed throughout the course of your tenure?
I still run the boats the same way I ran them 30 years ago. So it really hasn't changed all that much for me. Even being on the show, it hasn't changed that much, other than the fact that I've got cameras around all the time. But
hey, have you gotten used to that?
Oh yeah, I did day one. I don't know why it just doesn't bother me. I've got a job to do, so I just go ahead and go about my work, as long as I just need them to stay out of my way.
What's the best advice you've ever received to captain a boat?
Never approach the dock any faster than you want to hit it.
That makes sense. I like that.
Yeah.
That's right.
I can tell you, one of the captains I worked with in my career, we used to call him Crash, because he didn't obviously get that little tidbit of advice, and he definitely could have used you in that scenario.
Missed that memo, did he?
He missed that memo, exactly.
Kitty, what's a story about Captain Lee that no one would know but you?
Oh, that's for those things that you just don't tell. Except that I did go on stage with him once and sing a song, so I can tell that. So, although there are some people that have seen it, most people wouldn't necessarily know that he's quite an accomplished guitar player.
Oh. Well,
a talented musician as well as a talented captain.
That's excellent. And Captain Lee, are you superstitious at all?
I only have one superstition when it comes to boating. And other than that, I don't consider myself superstitious. Friday the 13th is fine with me. But whenever I'm going fishing, we always throw all the bananas off the boat.
Oh.
I was just going to say that. It's like that's the one big superstition in the world, and I didn't think it had crossed over into yachting.
Oh, absolutely. When you take the liquid out, you just get rid of all the bananas.
All the bananas. I had one captain that we used to fish with all of our tournaments. He would even check people's underwear tags and their T-shirt tags to make sure they didn't have Fruit of the Loom on. That's how superstitious he was about bananas.
Wow.
Wow. I had no idea.
Hardcore banana phobe for
Holy
sure.
cow.
Yeah, that's actually come up a few times. We've been talking about that for the last 8 hours.
Right.
Yeah, one of the theories to that, thanks to one of our friends, Joe Klein, says that maybe the bananas have this property that they ripen the fruit is a little bit quicker than they normally would. So that might be something there. Well, Captain Lee, one thing we have on our show that we're really proud of is this wheel that we like to spin with our guests. And we like to spin the wheel and ask you a question depending where it lands. So we've got a variety of open-ended sort of questions, but it's app, gem, 2021, meal, tool, book, luck, song, and we'll see where it lands.
Yeah.
Suspense is killing me.
I know, right?
Here we go. Oh.
Oh, this would be a good one. Stop.
Oh,
yes,
song.
Song.
So this is where you actually sing us your favorite sea shanty.
You've obviously never heard me sing, have you? Because otherwise, you'd spin that wheel again.
Kitty, can you take over?
Actually, Kitty, I would, no offense to you, Captain Lee, I love to hear Kitty sing. When she comes to Seattle and Daniel's Broiler was still around with the piano bar, you would take over the restaurant singing. Would you mind singing us a song?
Yes, I would. No, I need to have the right environment.
I understand.
People.
Okay, well, don't worry, you're in luck. There's a fallback. Captain Lee, what CD would you take to a desert island?
CD as a music CD or movie or?
We could go both, but yeah, certificate of deposit.
Music CD would probably be by Dire Straits, Mark Knopfler, Brothers in Arms.
Awesome, yeah.
That's a good one.
Great
probably that one I've just never ever gotten tired of. Paul Simon, Graceland might be a top second.
Oh.
Have you heard the Willie Nelson Graceland cover by chance?
No, I haven't.
It's excellent. Yeah, no, it's really special too.
It is good.
You know, I know you've seen a lot of different places. What would be one place that would be that you found to be most overrated?
Most overrated. How can I say this without pissing somebody off?
Yeah, I was just going to say, that's kind of like a, ooh.
It's got to be someplace where I'd never go back again, obviously.
Because you've been to some spectacular places. One of the many beautiful benefits of a life in yachting.
Haiti was just so disappointing.
Haiti?
Yeah, and it's through no fault of their own. It's just, the government's down there, they just take, and the poor people that live there don't do anything but give.
You know, I was just watching a new Netflix documentary on the situation in Haiti called Bending the Arc. It's about Dr. Paul Farmer, and the organization is called Mountains Beyond Mountains. And Partners in Health is the organization. The book is called Mountains Beyond Mountains by Tracy Kidder, and it's just a tragic story about tuberculosis and all the poverty that exists
All the way back to the 16th
there.
century, the days of Henri Christophe.
Yeah, exactly. Kitty, I'm interested in a place that you don't need to necessarily go back to.
That I would not want to go back to?
Yeah.
I would kind of say Haiti as well. I mean, that was one of the spots that I went back to. I haven't been as well traveled as Captain Lee. Because to me, there's most of these spots on a yacht that you go to are really spectacular. So I was going to say, as a counterpoint to the most overrated, Lee, what was your favorite spot? Where couldn't you wait to go back to and bring your beautiful bride with you?
Tahiti.
Okay.
French colony.
That's definitely on my bucket list.
Mine too. Why Tahiti though? What is it that we should see or do?
Tahiti is like stepping back in time. It's like Jurassic Park. You expect to see a T-Rex coming over the mountain. It's just really, really spoiled. You don't see trash on the side of the road. You don't see beer cans and cigarette butts and that sort of thing, or empty whiskey bottles. It's just pristine. And their culture is so ingratiated into the people. They eat, live, breathe it. And it's kind of refreshing to see that. Like I would wake up in the morning and go have my coffee on the foredeck, and 6:30 in the morning, and these teams in the dugout canoes with the, I forget what you call them. They're racing canoes, and they race them from Tahiti to Moorea and back, which is about 70 miles round trip.
That's a big race for a canoe.
There's with
Not
the
for Denise Whitaker.
And these guys are, they're beasts, and they just, it's real. And the Tahitian people really get behind it. They have a whole flotilla of boats, 200-300 boats behind them, all cheering their favorite team on. And they're actually sponsored by corporate sponsors like Heineken, some of the champagne companies and stuff. And they pay these guys to do what they would do for nothing.
That's awesome. It's definitely on my bucket list. It's fun because we work with the super yacht group association like ours in Tahiti that has all of those Tahitian islands. And when I chat with her on the phone, we'll Zoom or WhatsApp, and I can hear the chickens in the background and look out over the beautiful ocean. It's like, I just want to be there. They've actually been doing pretty well, I understand, through the COVID crisis, because they were able to lock things down pretty quickly. So hopefully they'll be doing okay, and you can go back there really soon.
Kitty, speaking of going back to really soon, I'm interested in if you could know anything about the situation in Cuba. U.S. Super Yacht Association is really, during the previous administrations, really put your stake in the ground as the forbidden fruit that you'd like boaters to be able to return to. What's going on there? What's in your crystal ball with Cuba?
I'd say I'd have to ask Captain Lee. At this point, from a political standpoint, I've been told that they're going to be normalizing relations with Cuba. I've been to Cuba several times, and there's some beauty there, and it's really quite interesting and lovely. And the people there, similar to what Captain Lee was saying about Tahiti, the Cuban people there are really just very interesting and dynamic on how, they keep these cars running together with chewing gum, a gum band, and some duct tape. And so I'll be really curious to see. We've had some super yachts down there, in the early years of this administration. And so I bet you'll see more back there again once the relations are normalized. But
yeah,
there's not a lot of infrastructure there. So it's not an easy trip.
Once you get out of Havana and the Hemingway Marina there, it's you're pretty much on your own. There's not a lot of infrastructure at all.
Right, and it's difficult to get provisions and things there, but so time will tell.
Mm-hmm.
We'll definitely see on how that goes, but Lee, how did you get into being a captain on a yacht, or how did you get into yachting?
I was down in the Turks and Caicos Islands, and I went broke, ran out of money, and I had to have a job. And it's like I was the quintessential Norman Paperman in Don't Stop the Carnival. I don't know if you've ever read that book by Herman Wouk, but it's really a snapshot of really not knowing what you're doing when you first move to an island as an expat. And so when I got down there, if they didn't have full employment on the island, you couldn't get a job. And of course, they never have full employment on the island, so you're never going to get a job. And there was a little postcard thing on a bulletin board in a dive shop. A mate wanted to help deliver a sailboat to the BVI's. Paid $50 a day. So I signed up, and God, I was sick the whole trip. Seasick. Great way for a captain to start out his career, right? Seasick.
Yeah. I spent my first 2 years vomiting all the time.
Well, nobody would do watches with me because I'd have my 5-gallon bucket with me.
That sounds like fun.
That's not going to work. You're on watch by yourself, sir.
Yeah, have fun with that. That's a great way to end up. That Captain Lee of the below deck fame used to be seasick. So
that's right. I'm not alone. I'm not alone.
You're not alone.
I even bought special glasses.
He's got seasick glasses. Yeah.
Here they are. As we go out here, I want to thank. There they are, like the seasickness glasses. If you can see those, this is supposed to help me, Kitty.
I've heard that. I've heard that.
It's a good look, I'm sure. So I want to thank Captain Lee from Bravo's Below Deck, and that's Kitty McGowan from U.S. Super Yacht Association for joining us for Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. Captain Lee, Kitty McGowan, thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks so much for having us, Peter. Thanks, Lee.
Enjoy the show.
Talk to you soon. All right, guys, be well, be safe. Have a great show.
You as well.
Thanks, Kitty. So before we get to Dan Ward, Port of Anacortes CEO, why don't we take a little break? We'll reset here, and we're going to hear a little bit from Denise Whitaker from the Magic of Television, how to enjoy the Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine.
The Big Seattle Boat Show Connected offers a collection of contests, promotions, and games that you can play for fun and for prizes. Browse through the list of activities to learn about the exciting ways you can get more from the boat show. Featuring a Dogs on Deck photo contest, marine industry career fair, a selfie booth, and so much more. There's an activity for guests of all ages. Interact, engage, and get involved in the community to show off your love of boating.
Welcome back to Seattle Boat Show Connected. My name is Peter Schrappen of Northwest Marine Trade Association. I'm joined by Denise Whitaker to my left here.
Are you sure? Am I on your left?
I don't
Can
know.
you see that? Your seasickness glasses. What are they supposed to do?
I actually now have seasickness, so I don't know if I bought the wrong glasses.
Well, they have water in them.
There's
I
water
didn't
all
notice
around.
that before.
I'm seeing water. I'm looking good, right?
Okay. You look spectacular.
Oh, shucks. Thanks. I appreciate that. It sounded like you kind of meant it. No, I feel good. They say heaven is like a pair of fresh glasses, so we've got these glasses, and we're going to do a little clinic on how to avoid seasickness with Dr. Jason Robertson coming up, but I also have these glasses to make me look smarter.
I like these.
These are holdovers from
these.
yesterday.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep. Here we go.
That's right. I think we're ready for our next guest. Is Dan Wara available to join us by chance?
How do we look, Dan?
There he is. Dan, how are we looking? Can you see us?
Yeah, I do. Can you hear me?
You sound great. You sound wonderful.
Yeah, and I put my glasses on. They're like I saw you guys doing it. That's what all the cool kids are doing. I guess.
Right.
So I put them on.
So you're following up Captain Lee from Bravo's Below Deck. I'm sure people are like, what the heck's going on here? But no, you're a star in your own right. Mr. Anacortes himself. What's it been like to run the Port of Anacortes for the last several years?
You know, it's been a great adventure. In fact, I've been here almost 6 years, and it's wonderful to see our port grow. You know, right behind me on my video is our Cap Sandy Marina that we're really excited about, and all the improvements that we make. It's been fun to watch that just take off. In fact, last year, a record number of visiting boaters. We had over 17,000 visiting boaters here, and that was with the pandemic. And in fact, we had, a really slow March, April, and May. Yet for the year, we were still able to have a record number of nights just because of July, August, September. So people are boating, they're coming out, and we're really excited about it.
And Dan, I know you're really excited also about a couple of events coming up on the Port of Anacortes calendar. You were able to secure a sailboat race, and what's on the calendar looking forward in 2021?
Yeah, well, there's two really exciting events that I wrote down. I'm glad you asked about because I wanted to talk about it. Actually, first, following from the Seattle Boat Show, which is obviously spectacular, we've got the Anacortes Boat and Yacht Show, which is also produced by your organization. That's May 20th through 23rd right now. Hopefully we can have that in person. We did a virtual show last year, but we're excited about that show. We'll have 300 boats in the water, and 2 years ago when we held it in person, we had over 5,000 people come and visit. So that's a great show. We're looking forward to that. And then for the first time, we have Race Week Pacific Northwest, formerly Whidbey Island Race Week for 37 years. And they've landed here at Anacortes, and that's going to be June 21st through the 25th. That's a Monday through Friday. Attracts maybe about 100 different sailboats of different sizes and classes I'm really excited about that event and seeing that happen here in Anacortes.
And Dan, are you much of a boater? Tell us about your experiences on the water.
Yeah, I am a boater. I do have a sailing card, a little B license. So I used to take Catalina 26s out down in Monterey Bay 10, 20 years ago. But I have a power boat now, and so we try and get out on the water as much as possible. I try and log about 100 hours a year. So I know it's not a ton, but it's also more than a lot of people. So we really enjoy the San Juan Islands, getting up into the Gulf Islands. Unfortunately, we weren't able to cross the border last year. Looking forward to doing it this year.
Dan, I've got a random question for you.
Yeah.
Like, oh boy, where's this going to go? I know it. I get it. I hear you. I feel it. Sniglets. Do you know what a sniglet is? Denise, do you know what a sniglet is?
I do not.
Yeah, it's like a made-up word that like is perfect to describe something, right?
That's it. That's the one.
Rich Hall,
There it
Saturday
is. Look at
Night
you.
Live, or Fridays or something like that.
Yeah, I phone a friend to you when I need a sniglet. So I've just come upon this in the last week. And I've really enjoyed sniglets. So
Okay.
obsessive compulsive birthday thrust is someone who cannot stop talking about their birthday, which I think I have a little bit of that affliction. So I just recently had. And I'm wondering, Dan, do you have any sniglets that you certainly love?
Man, I wish I had. I tried to actually be prepared for this interview.
Yeah, you didn't see this one coming, did you?
And here I am, not. I guess I don't. It's funny though. Watching a few trailers beforehand, I did have a sea shanty that I'm hoping that the Wheel of Destiny lands on.
God, that was a good segue.
Well, let's see.
That was such a good segue.
Since you are there, it's
Yeah.
still there. Look at that. It's still there. So go ahead.
Yeah, what do you got for us, Dan?
Well, I actually carry a couple ukuleles on my boat, and so we typically sing sea chanties and other songs when we go out boating. I don't have my ukulele now. You're welcome. But me father was a keeper of the Eddystone Light. He courted a mermaid one fine night. From this union thence came 3, 4% of Porgy, and the other was me. Oh ho ho, the wind blows free. Oh, for the life on the rolling sea. And that's it.
Wow, that was spectacular.
That's the end of Seattle Boat Show Connected. No, that was awesome. Wow. So sea shanties are having their moment right now.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know this?
They did.
I think they all.
Yeah, they really are.
TikTok and you're out of it if you're hearing about it from me, who has just read about it in the Washington Post, which is how I came upon
Mm-hmm.
this sea shanty 15 minutes of fame that we're currently living in. But it sounds like you've been a lifelong sea shantyer. That's even a.
Oh yeah. In fact, I was way back in the early 1990s when I joined the Navy. I was part of the Naval Aviation Choir, and we were all over sea shanties. I'd like to say hundreds of them, but it's more like 5s of them.
That you sang over probably hundreds of times.
Right.
Yeah, there you go, 500s.
Yeah, that wouldn't get old.
and it doesn't get old at my house with my wife and 15 and 13-year-old. They love it.
Amen. I'm sure. Yeah. I'm sure. Dan, when it comes to Anacortes and places you like to hang out, what can you share with viewers at home? Where are your places to sing sea shanties? Which bars and best sushi in Anacortes? I'm interested in that.
Yeah, well, I like kind of bouncing back and forth between the Union Tavern and the Brown. Those are kind of two that I like to go to. Teriyaki Time actually has the best sushi for me. In fact, I just had a great sushi lunch right beforehand. And that's right across the street from our marina. So come in and walk across the street, get some great local sushi. There's a lot of places here. I almost feel bad. The previous section, places you don't want to go to. I feel bad saying the places I do because there's so many, too numerous to mention. I mean, it's a great location up here in Anacortes, but the Union Tavern and the Brown.
There it is.
And when we were there in July, my husband went to where the ice cream place is outside the marina, and that there's like another food truck or something there. And did he get tamales or something there that he just loved?
Yeah, right outside of our marina, we have about 4, 5, 6, depend on the time of the year, different little food trucks that people love to come by, and you can get Mexican, you can get American or traditional cuisine. You can also get hot dog stand. There's an ice cream booth. there's lots of different things to come. So, summers, I think Anacortes really lights up, like many communities here in the Northwest.
And if you want to venture into the Brown, it's not that far of a hike. It's 5 blocks potentially.
Yeah, it's on like 5th and 4th Street, between 5th and 4th, and we're on 11th. So technically about 7 or 8 blocks.
I was told there'd be no math.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the couple places I was going to plug is Frida's. That's an excellent Mexican restaurant, a tribute to Frida Kahlo. And then Dad's Diner, Dad's Barbecue.
Oh, man. Of course. I mean, Dad's is great for every meal. They make all their food themselves, and you go in there, and you're always leaving like, how come I don't come here all the time? Frida's also an amazing Mexican restaurant. That's one of my favorite places. They have a great back room that's good for receptions and parties. I had my 50th birthday party.
That was a little bit of the obsessive-compulsive birthday thrust there. Nicely played, Dan. That was good.
Yeah. And it's coming up, Peter. I think there's only 12 more shopping days till my birthday. So
do you have the calendar, kind of the Santa
Countdown.
watch kind of thing, the NORAD?
Yeah. Yeah, NORAD's tracking where you're shopping.
That's creepy. Well, thanks so much, Dan. Where can people find out more about Cap Sandy Marina?
Well, we're at our portofanacortes.com website. Check that out. Also, raceweekpnw.com. And then the other plug is going to be anacordesboatandyachtshow.com.
But if people don't want to wait for the Anacortes Boat Show, you've got vendors and businesses in this boat show, right?
We do. In fact, we have a booth, and there's lots of participation. In fact, I was in your virtual showroom earlier this morning looking around for the next great vessel for our family to jump on. It's awesome.
What'd you find? Find anything good?
Not yet, but I'm still looking.
Keep going.
It's a long show.
Yeah.
So you had a good time in the show?
It was awesome.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know what to expect when I first showed up, and it was really cool. It's really neat walking around and seeing what we can do with technology, even though we can't meet in person.
Right.
Dan, it's always a pleasure to see you. Thanks so much for being part of Seattle Boat Show Connected.
Yeah, thank you, Peter.
Have a great one.
See you later.
You too.
Well, we're not going to venture too far from sail. We're not stopping.
No.
First off, and we're not going to venture
going.
too far off from talking about sailboats and sailboat racing. Our next guest, Joe Klein, I think, is in the waiting room. Joe, can you join us now, please? And as Joe joins us, Joe's the editor of 48. There he is.
All
Hi,
right.
Joe.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good. I think we've talked about you more than any other guest, including Captain Lee of Bravo's Below Deck, simply for the fact that you were able to share with me about bananas.
Oh, no. Yeah, I know. I heard you say that, and I was feeling a little guilty because I really haven't reported it, nor can I support it with the science. It was something I heard from a friend not too long ago. But it was great to get some sort of explanation, even if it's wrong, about why bananas are bad luck on boats.
I saw a banana being consumed inside our studio today. I don't know if I should be getting nervous or not. I'm not going to point fingers.
We're
Mick,
not on the water. We're not on a
who
boat.
are you? Mixed with the bowling association is going to try to sabotage us. I get this feeling as how many more bananas you got back there? It's great to have you here, Joe, editor of 48 Degrees North, NMTA Board of Trustees member. And I think of sailing, I think of Joe Klein. We just heard a little bit about the upcoming Windermere Regatta on June 13th and 14th. And I'd love to hear more from you on what's going on in the calendar when you look at it as editor of 48 Degrees North.
Yeah, so I think it's something I'm really excited about. One of my roles here at 48 North is that I manage our Seattle area racing calendar, better known as the SARC, which is something we put together with more than 100 yacht clubs and race organizers around the Puget Sound region, extending from Portland all the way to north of Vancouver. To be honest, when I put that together for 2021, I thought that it might be kind of a sad, disappointed experience, like just this knowledge that we're putting things in pencil and who knows what it's going to be like. But I was so fueled by the enthusiasm of the race organizers around the region. There was really a great deal of positivity and I thought assurance that we were going to have races. And those races happening in Anacortes are a terrific example, but it's really everywhere. Only a handful of races have been canceled so far for 2021, and they happen to be ones that, for one reason or another, cross the international border, which remains closed. So, but otherwise, local racing is really thriving, and it's something, to be honest, one of my favorite COVID stories is the ways that sailors got creative in the way that they were going racing, and they started doing it with their families and spouses and pandemic pods in really small numbers, and sailing boats with far fewer people than they were designed to be raced with, but getting out there and just having a good time in the water. It happened everywhere, and it was really great to see.
Joe, can you bring someone along like me who doesn't totally understand the racing? Like a couple weeks ago outside my house, I counted 40 sailboats, and I figured they were in some sort of race. But someone like me who doesn't really understand the racing and how it works, can you just give us like a brief description?
Yeah, I think, I could go on and on, but the shortest answer is yes, probably. Most race boats could take someone who's less experienced on the boat. If you can picture a sailboat under sail, you're usually picturing them kind of leaned over as the sails capture the power of the wind. And part of what's holding them upright is a big, usually lead keel down in the water. But on race boats, we also stack human ballast out on the edge of the rail, sometimes affectionately named rail meat. But those are often positions where people who don't have a ton of experience can come and genuinely help the boat get around the race course by sitting on the rail, and they might get called into action for one reason or another. But like so many activities, just because you can get started there, the pathway to becoming an experienced racing skipper is long. It's and very, very rewarding. A lot of people think of sailboat racing a bit like chess, kind of one of those things where the more you learn about it, the more complex you realize it is. And so I think, very easy to get started and very challenging to master if mastery is even possible. But I do think that, it's one of the reasons why there are so many people who aren't boat owners who identify as sailors, is because sailboat racing is a team sport that needs people who aren't boat owners to go sailing with the boat owners to help them, realize their dreams of racing their boats.
Railmate sounds like the most fun place to be, so I'll volunteer.
There you go. I've got
the best. Oh, sorry, Peter.
I was going to say, I've got the Sark right here, Joe, as luck would go, and I'm wondering where people can pick this up. Is that Fisheries Supplies a good spot, I would think?
Fisheries is terrific. 48 North in the print version is distributed in more than 200 locations all over the Pacific Northwest and beyond, and the Sark should be in most of them. The Sark was distributed with every January issue of the magazine. So anybody who picked up that magazine, you'll find a Sark tucked inside, but then we stock them at marinas and chandleries, yacht clubs around the region.
You know what's incredible, Joe, about sailing is how much news there's been recently. I turned on NBC Sports Network the other night. They were having some preliminary heats. American Magic had a little bit of an incident and it's getting repaired right now. The Vendée race, if I'm saying that correctly, it just completed, I believe. I was wondering, could you just update us on where things stand on the racing scene, the international racing scene?
Oh, man, there's so much to cover. American Magic is the American competitor in the America's Cup. Most people think of the America's Cup as sort of the pinnacle of sailboat racing. The American-based team is affiliated with New York Yacht Club, but they're down racing in Auckland. And these boats, I wish I could show you a better picture, but they are foiling boats. So they're up on hydrofoils out of the water. But unlike previous iterations of the foiling America's Cup, where they were on catamarans, they've figured out a way to do foiling monohulls for this one. And in a very windy day, I think it was the windiest day of racing yet, the American Magic team, they went around the top mark in the lead. They were leading the Italian team, and they just entered a huge puff of breeze. And as you turn these boats from upwind to downwind, there's a great deal of force on those foils. And the foils just got overwhelmed in a giant puff, about 10 knots more than the prevailing breeze that they had been sailing in. And the boat did this sort of almost whale breach, like up and then down. And it came down on its side and capsized. And these boats are very, very strong where they're intended to be strong, and they're very, very light everywhere else. And so the way the boat came down, it left a hole that was more than a meter wide. And as they were able to right the boat, but as they did, that hole was then exposed to the water, and the boat started to sink. And the most amazing thing to me as it's not amazing to me as a boater, but it's amazing to me as a Cup fan, because there has been such sort of contention between Cup teams and competitors in the past. But every one of the other teams came out and assisted with the rescue. And actually, by many accounts, the world's best sailor, the skipper of the Kiwi team, Emirates Team New Zealand, was out there. They weren't even racing. They weren't on the water that day. And he was out in a rib, leaning over the side of the rib, helping pull stuff away and keep the boat afloat. So they were able to, they managed to save the boat. And then with the help of Emirates Team New Zealand's manufacturing facility there in Auckland, they repaired it in less than 10 days and were back on the water racing last night. So, a genuine accomplishment that they were able to get back in the water. But really the better story to me is the way the teams came together and helped their competitors in need.
Well, it begs the question, Joe, how did the team do last night?
I'm sorry to report that they lost both races last night. I think there is such fine tuning when it comes to the maneuvers in these boats that even a week of not practicing shows. And I think that they had some control issues. I think there were some slight adjustments to the boat that they had made that made it a little bit tougher. But it's not over yet. It's a long series, and the Cup final doesn't begin until March. So there's some time for them to finish. If you want me to talk about the Vendée Globe, I'm happy to as well. That's a really cool story as well.
That's one I've been tracking as well, and I'd love for you to, and just the fact that it finished so close.
Yeah. Okay. So the Vendée Globe, for those who aren't familiar, is really the world's premier single-handed offshore race. It begins and ends in Les Sables-d'Olonne, France, and it travels 24,000 miles around the globe. Every skipper doing it is doing so in a 60-foot boat that they are completely alone on. And so it is really, just making it around and finishing the race at all is this incredible accomplishment of technology and self-sufficiency. It's really one of the Mount Everests of sailing, to sail around the world single-handed. But where it got, it has been really fun to follow for the entire time, but it got incredibly riveting in the last couple of days. So after 80 days at sea and 24,000 miles, it came down to this moment about 300 miles from the finish where there were 5 boats, all with a legitimate shot to win. And they split. Some boats went south, some boats went north. And so there was this, the tension on the race course was just insane. And everybody was pushing their boats to the absolute maximum. And a handful of things unfolded in that last 24 hours. One of the things that sort of got me the most was that they were all making this rush for the finish line. And all of a sudden, my personal favorite competitor, a German sailor named Boris Herrmann, younger guy who's kind of new to the race, and had been sort of like making a final charge and chipping away at the lead. He unfortunately had a collision with a fishing boat. And so he went from charging to the finish to making sure he could keep his boat afloat and keep his mast upright and actually get there to the finish. So it was quite a saga. And he, in the blink of an eye, saw an almost guaranteed podium finish with the shot at the win go to, being off the podium. But it was really a triumph of his ingenuity, self-sufficiency, and his spirit. He put the boat back together in less than 6 hours and managed to jury-rig away to continue sailing. And at the outset of the race, he had said he'd like to finish 5th. And he did, in fact, finish 5th. So it was a loss of places in that last day, but he still finished where he did. And to see him at the finish, you could not imagine a more joyful human being than Boris crossing the finish line. But the other big story within that last 24 hours is that the person who actually crossed the line first did not wind up winning the race. And that was because there had been extra time allowance rewarded by an international jury, because several of the sailors who were in that final group earlier in the race had been diverted to try to rescue a fellow competitor whose boat had broken apart and who had to abandon ship into his life raft in the Southern Ocean off the Cape of Good Hope. And so he was successfully rescued by another competitor named Jean Le Cam, but several of the boats went to assist in the rescue, and so they were given extra time. And so this great French sailor crossed the line first. His name is Charlie Dalin, and so he was the line honors winner. But the boat that actually finished in 3rd place, because of his participation in that rescue effort, was given the time back and wound up taking the win. So really, it was just all right up in the air after 80 days alone at sea, right to the very end. It's just captivating.
Wow.
Sounds captivating.
Wow.
Yeah. This is is it every other year, Joe?
It's actually every 4.
Every 4
Vendée.
years. Okay.
There's lots of great ocean racing. There's something going on each year, but the big single-handed around the world Vendée Globe is every 4 years.
Thanks for that, Joe. I wanted to go back to the America's Cup. Have you looked into the connection between the city of Anacortes and the fact that a lot of that technology comes out of our area that then gets transplanted onto America's Cup sailboat races?
I am fairly familiar with it in previous iterations. I have to be honest, I guess I haven't followed it as much with this one. So in the previous America's Cup, the one that took place in Bermuda a few years back, there were a ton of Pacific Northwest ties, actually in the last few years, a lot of them centering around an affiliation with the renowned Pacific Northwest performance boat designer Paul Beaker. So among other things, Paul Beaker was the designer of the One Design hulls for those catamarans in the previous America's Cup. Beaker may well be involved in this iteration, but I have to tell you that I don't know whether I can blame the pandemic or not, but I have not heard about his involvement in this one. But he was also had a designer component in each of the previous BMW Oracle America's Cup wins as well. So and then of course back in 2011, I think the boat that reclaimed the America's Cup for the American team for the first time in a couple of decades was built in Anacortes.
Love those connections. There's a reason,
Really?
not just as a beautiful here, but we've got the highly skilled craftspeople ready and willing to work on your vessels. So thanks so much, Joe, for sharing all that energy and stories. It really came through there. Wow. Appreciate it.
I'm a shameless fan of sailing and boating in general, so happy to share some of my excitement.
You're at the right spot. It's
Yes.
Joe Klein, editor of 48 Degrees North, which I've got right here. And Joe, I literally pulled out the SAR calendar. I should have figured that out. The SAR calendar is in my January edition of 48 Degrees North. And you can find out more about Joe and his magazine at 48, the number 4, the number 8, 48north.com.
That's exactly right.
Joe, have a great day. Thanks so much for being a part of Seattle Boat Show Connected.
Thanks, guys. Have a great time.
For sure.
Oh, we are having a great time. I hope everyone watching us is having a great time too.
Where could they have a better time?
They can have a better time if they just spend $5 and register and go right into the show. And you can do more ticket upgrades from the $5. But you know what? If you're just watching us right now and you're thinking, yeah, I think I want to check out the show, it's $5. Just hit that little register button. It's that easy.
Sounds great. Well, if you're still with us, we're going to welcome our next guest, Captain Margaret Pomeritz. She is right there. Hi there, Captain Margaret. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, and I got to say hi to my old friend, Joe Klein. How are you doing, Joe? Joe and I are we are just so passionate about sailing and boating in the Pacific Northwest, so it's always great to see him.
That's great. There's a logic to the guests coming and going on stage, so that's you called me out there, so I wanted to have Joe right before you to share with us what's going on in the sailing world. I think Joe did that in spades, and I want to talk with you about your life and the fact that you're back in school. Is that right?
I am back in school. In fact, you were just talking about how the Pacific Northwest has such great marine trades craftspeople up here, and I'm actually going back to school at the Marine Trade Center up there in Anacortes. And at the moment I'm studying marine diesel engines. And because as someone who's a full-time sailor, full-time boater, they have, they affect our future so much. Yes, I'm enjoying it, but I'm really excited and thrilled to be able to have training at such high quality as we have here in the Pacific Northwest.
That's awesome, Margaret. And you shared with me that the title that you'd like to speak about is what overboard survivors want you to know. So I'd ask you, what would you like overboard survivors to know about boating?
Oh, that's great. So there was actually an article that Joe published in 48 North about a year ago that I wrote, interviewed a number of overboard survivors, and some of the things that come out of it. Number one, recreational boating is statistically very safe. It's one of the safest things that you can do, but our waters here in the Pacific Northwest are cold. So if you fall overboard, even if you know how to swim, you're going to fall in the water and you're going to have you're going to gasp because the water's cold. So wearing a life jacket, It may sound obvious to some, but there's a lot of people who don't wear a life jacket thinking, well, I can swim. Well, you can swim, but if you fall overboard into really cold water and you gasp when you fall into that cold water, what's going to happen? You're probably going to aspirate cold water, and then you're going to be coughing. So modern life jackets, the inflatables, they're so comfortable, so easy to wear, is a good place to start. Another thing that the overboard survivors talk about along the theme of life jackets is how easy it is to say that, well, you know, I'll have the life jackets on board and I'll put it on if I need it. And if you think about that even for a couple of seconds, you realize how kind of silly it is to say I'm going to put on the life jacket when I need it, right? So one of my friends, Judy Ray Carlson, who's up here in the Pacific Northwest, she had a situation. She was on an overnight race, 4 women on board, and it was supposed to be a drifter. The wind was supposed to be super light. So her life jacket was on board, but it was down below. She was trimming the main sheet. And the wind, which hadn't been forecasted to be much, started to pick up, and it built and built. Finally, Judy Ray asked a crewmate to go down and get her life jacket, and she actually had her life jacket sitting on her lap when the boat was hit by a gust of wind, and she was thrown overboard. At the same time, the woman driving the boat was thrown overboard. So you had to go from a crew of 4 people, 2 of the women were in the water. So she fortunately survived to tell the story. She's great, and but one of the lessons learned is, if you just wear the life jacket all the time, you don't have to worry about, when should I go grab it? Because if something's just happened, if you suddenly need to go to the bow because there's a problem, realistically, you're probably not going to stop and put your life jacket on. You're probably so just wear it. The other thing to think about is that if there's an overboard situation, it might not have been somebody off of your own boat. And so many of the situations where overboard survivors have been picked up by another boat. And so keep in mind that if you see something floating in the water that looks strange to you, and I can't tell you how many people have said, the first thing that I noticed was what looked like a little coconut floating in the water here. And I was wondering, how come there's a coconut here in Puget Sound? And they realized it wasn't a coconut; it was somebody's head, with brown hair. So, and Lindsay Lynn, when she went overboard in the race, I believe it was last year, the Blakely Rock race, she mentioned that a couple of boats sailed right by her, not even noticing her in the water. Again, that's one reason to have a life jacket on, because it makes you higher in the water, easier to see. But also, one of the boats that went by did see her, and while they weren't able to pick her up, they were able to throw something in the water that inflated into a large beacon, which she was able to grab hold of. And then another boat that was sailing along saw this strange beacon in the water, and they wondered what it was, and so they sailed over to investigate this strange inflatable beacon and discovered Lindsay clinging to it. So, keep in mind too, overboard survivors would like you to know that sometimes the person might not have fallen off your boat. They might have fallen off of somebody else's boat. So keeping your eyes open. Also listening to the VHF radio. So sometimes people tend to leave the VHF radio off unless they want to actually talk to somebody. Well, if you keep your VHF radio on all the time, if somebody does put out a hail like, hey, somebody fell off my boat, you can hear it, and you might be the closest boat and able to respond. So those are some of the things that overboard survivors would really like everybody else to know.
I have 2 things to add to that as well, having gone overboard myself.
Really?
The other thing to always make sure you do is to check the canister in your inflatable jacket. You need to check those every single year to make sure that they're still good and valid. And it goes red and green. So just, you can't just have a life jacket sitting around for years and expect it to work for you when you need it later. And exactly listening to the radio, just in the last couple of months, some guys went overboard in Puget Sound, and because a fellow boater had been listening to the radio, he continued to search, and he found the guy who had gone overboard and literally saved his life.
Yeah.
Margaret, you're so comfortable talking about boating and safety, and it just seems like a passion of yours. I'm thinking about this book, The Tipping Point by Malcolm Gladwell, and connectors, and You must have so many connections given the number of organizations you're involved with, just as Denise is as well. Can you brag about some of the associations and organizations where you spend your free time?
Absolutely. Well, I don't know if I'll brag, but let me just say there's a lot of great resources out there that everybody should access. So one is the Sailing Foundation, right here, based in the Pacific Northwest. I'm on the board of directors of the Sailing Foundation. It's a 503(c) nonprofit. Started back in the 70s. In fact, we're turning 50 this year. And it was started to promote sailing in the Pacific Northwest. One of the things that the Sailing Foundation is famous for is developing the life sling. And you'll see the life sling on many, many boats here in the Pacific Northwest. It's a device to use if somebody goes overboard to help make contact with them, get them back to the boat, keep them connected to the boat, and then eventually get them back on board. We also do safety at sea training, hands-on U.S. sailing, international offshore safety at sea training, where we bring in experts to put on, it's a 2-day workshop. It's hands-on, which means you actually are going to hop in a swimming pool with your life jacket. You're going to have a life raft in the pool, inflate the life raft, see what it's like to climb into the life raft. We use fire extinguishers, light flares. Last year we had a crash trailer, which was awesome. It was a trailer led to us by the U.S. Coast Guard that they usually use for teaching fishermen. But it's a trailer that has a big water pump connected to it, and it simulates all sorts of different ways that you can have a leak in your boat, through the hull being ruptured or something happening to the steering column. And so participants got a chance to practice stopping the water in different ways. So that was a great way to do it. We also have a lot of great organizations around women boating here in the Pacific Northwest. In fact, we just had a happy hour last night. Every year after the Women's Day at the Seattle Boat Show, we usually have a women's social in person. Last night it was online, and that was a lot of fun. We have groups like Northwest Women in Boating, which is a group that's both women sailors and power boaters from around the Pacific Northwest. We have a number of clubs, Shill Shoal, Port Madison Yacht Club, South Sound Women Sailors, that appeal to women sailors. And then a couple more plugs in here.
Please.
Resources. There's a group in the broader scope of talking about the Pacific Northwest and safety. There's a group up in Alaska called AMSEA, which is Alaska Marine Safety. It's a group that focuses on safety for fishermen up there, but they have a lot of great resources and training materials. And then another resource that I was just talking about on the class that I just taught on emergency preparation that a lot of people don't know about is U.S. Sailing, as a representative of World Sailing, puts together a list of required equipment for large races. So for example, offshore races like the Vic Maui race, the Transpac race. So this is a list of equipment that boats competing in these races are required to carry. And as you can imagine, there's a lot of debate that goes into what should be on that required list of equipment. These are racers. They're not going to carry equipment that's not worthwhile. They're not going to put the money into it. So this list has been updated very regularly. In fact, they just published the one from, I think, 2020 is out there. And so you can see the list of required equipment for offshore races, near shore races, and coastal races. And it's a great resource because even if you're not racing to Hawaii, you may be cruising to Hawaii. And you might say, well, I'm not racing, but I'd still kind of like to see what is that list of equipment that they're recommending, because you might want to choose to have access to it. So I've got links to all those on my website. So I host a website. I don't monetize it. It's just a way for me to put useful information out there. It's called SeattleOnTheWater.com. And if you go to that, there's a page called Learn, and underneath that, the section on safety has links to a lot of those materials.
I know where I'm going to be going.
Spectacular.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to SeattleOnTheWater.com.
That's Captain Margaret Pomerant. Thank you so much for joining us, Captain Margaret.
It was great too. Thank you.
We appreciate your time. I think we should take a little break.
Okay.
I think we should hear from Denise Whitaker sharing her story about how she can best enjoy the Seattle Boat Show as we look at one of the micro ads that Logan has queued up. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Arden Cleese to talk about etiquette.
The Big Seattle Boat Show Connected is filled with fun for everyone. It's easy to join in this fun, and registration starts at only $5. Choose the registration package that suits you best, with varying levels of show access and other goodies. Create your own login, and you're ready to go. You can begin to browse right away and map out your itinerary for this big event. The show starts on January 28th when seminars start streaming. Exhibitors will be standing by to answer your questions and match you with the boat of your dreams. The 2021 Big Seattle Boat Show Connected. Start online and up on the water.
Hi there, I'm Peter Schrappen, co-host of Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. This is my co-host here, Denise Whitaker.
Hi there.
So you've hopefully been enjoying the last X number of hours of Seattle Boat Show TV. While you're watching us, there's a lot of activity going on inside Seattle Boat Show Connected. So please jump inside the show at the $5 level. Get in there. You can upgrade to $89, get a whole package of fun at a very affordable price, and tap into the over 84 hours of seminars on boating, fishing, cruising, Boat Show University, the 200 exhibitors, the accessories, the photos, on and on and on. If you're not going to do that for right now, I do want to welcome in our next guest, Arden Cleese, who's right there waiting for us. Hi, Arden. How are you doing?
I'm good. Hello, Peter. Ahoy, mateys.
You made it. Welcome.
I made it.
That's right. We've been talking about this interview for months. I feel like you were one of the first people I reached out to. Thanks to
I'm honored.
Our mutual friend, Emily Cantrell and Lisa Samuelson. I've got your book right here. I'm not sure if you can see me, but yeah, your book is called Spinach in Your Boss's Teeth and Essential Etiquette for Professional Success. In my free time, Arden, I shared this with you. I like to listen to etiquette podcasts, but I don't know any etiquette superstars. So it is nice to meet you. I'm just wondering if you could share some core principles that drive how you're able to apprehend such a crazy and chaotic world.
Oh, my goodness. Well, you know, there's just some really basic things that we need to pay attention to with etiquette, with how we interact with others. And that's basically kindness and respect. You know, giving people the benefit of the doubt, thinking of others before we think of ourselves, trying to be other focused. Those are really the main things that I think are so important in making our interactions with others more comfortable, more successful, more fluid. Yeah.
So here's my question. Do you have sort of a tip to remember that? Because I know when I encounter other people, when you said kindness, that kind of made me think of it. And everyone has a bad day. And when you encounter someone who's having a bad day or you're having the bad day, is there sort of like, do you take a breath? Like, how do you make sure that you're not going to slip into the wrong behavior?
I know it's so easy when someone is rude to you to just think, oh, wow, so rude, and to give it back. You know, that energy, unfortunately, is kind of contagious. But it is important to just pause and remember, we're all human. We make mistakes. We have bad days, as you said. And it's just really important to have that little pause so that we can find that feeling of understanding someone and coming from a place of forgiveness. All right, yeah. So you just kind of bit my head off, but I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. It takes work. But when we lead with a kind heart, you know, our encounters with people are usually much better.
Arden, I'm curious to know, what's the best way that you found to say no to an invitation or an opportunity? Sometimes I worry that I have a hard time saying no. I'm wondering if you have any advice there.
No is a very good word. It's important to say no so you don't feel resentful about something you don't want to do. So when you're saying no, you just you give a reason if you want to. You can say, for instance, if you're inviting me to be on your boat and perhaps I just am not a boat person, I actually am, but perhaps someone that you invited isn't, you could say something like, unfortunately, I'm busy that day. Thank you for the invitation. Or, I get really seasick when I go on boats. So I don't want to make it a miserable experience for you, but I really appreciate the invitation. It's okay to say no. And if you can say something that's true, the excuse is true, that's even better. But don't feel like you're hurting people or, by saying yes, that it's making it better. It's not, because you're going to resent that you ended up doing something you really didn't want to do.
And when you do accept an invitation, I have some friends who are amazing, thoughtful people and bring little gifts, when they come in. So I guess I kind of have a two-part question on that. How do you research or come up with a great gift? And is it always necessary to give a gift? At what point do you not give a gift?
Yeah, so bringing a hostess gift, they're still called that, or host gift, whatever you want to say, is really appropriate for when you're invited to someone's home or their boat. That would be appropriate as well for, a cruise or whatever it is. It does not have to be extravagant. You don't need to spend a lot of money on it. So an appropriate hostess gift could be a nice bottle of wine, not really nice. It doesn't have to be a $50, even $20. $15 is fine. And a nice box of chocolates or some yummy jams or jellies that you enjoy. It could be some nice hostess napkins. Really, it's not, the point is, it's just a way of saying, I really appreciate that you invited me to be here with you. The times when it's not necessary is, for instance, if it's a potluck and you're asked to bring something, that's kind of your contribution to the party or the event. And it's not really necessary to bring a hostess gift. You could, and it would be appreciated. Not a problem at all. When you do bring a hostess gift, try to hand it to the person who invited you, and do not expect them to use it, share it, drink it, whatever it is, at the event. Oftentimes as hostesses, we think, oh, I better serve this. That's not the intent. It is a gift for you, the host, to use when you want.
Arden, what's the most common question that you receive when you speak in front of groups?
It's usually, what's the worst etiquette faux pas? That's usually what it is.
And
the answer is, it is using your cell phone in front of others. Because it's like turning your back on someone and saying, this phone is so much more important than you. I don't really care about you. So, just ignore me when I'm talking on my phone in front of you, or I'm texting in front of you. It's really disrespectful. So that is kind of the biggest one. Well, I would say also, I've heard stories. I'll tell you this one was good. Not me, I was not the manager, but at a past job I was at, a manager was interviewing a young man for a job, and his phone rang 3 times and he answered it 3 times in the interview. That's pretty bad. That's a really big faux pas.
Yeah.
And with no excuse.
That would be the winner right there. I've been waiting to use the horn. That was probably a etiquette faux pas there, but that's a winner.
Is it okay if you go over, you're going to have a long evening or a long day on someone's boat? Is it okay for you to have your phone at the ready, though, or if you truly are expecting an important call or something, to, at the start of the outing, say, I just want you to know that I'm waiting on information that I might have to take a phone call?
Absolutely. That is exactly what you do. So you do say at the beginning, I might have to answer this important phone call that may come in. When you take it, it would be hard on a boat, but if you can, sort of separate yourself from the group so that you're not talking right there and interrupting the conversation, making people feel like they have to stop and listen. A boat is tricky because sometimes there's just not enough space, but turn away and talk kind of quietly. Get the call finished as quickly as possible and then turn back to the guests. So there is some times when we have to use our phone, and it is the way it is. But do it respectfully.
Right.
Arden, I've got to ask you, do you feel like people are getting ruder or kinder during your career? Have you noticed?
I think there's always been both. And I think what happens is the rudeness and the kindness changes. You know, I think that digital tools have made things a lot more challenging in connecting with people. For instance, you know, when we would get together in person with people, we worked, you know, we didn't have our digital tools. We didn't have virtual meetings. We didn't have email and cell phones. It was important that our interactions with people were positive because we would have to see them more often, and no one wants to be known as the, oh gosh, there's the rude person that I just really don't like to be with. So I've seen a lot of bad behavior on our digital tools, people just checking out, not realizing that they're communicating with a live person, you know, a real person, and forgetting the niceties, you know, even just good morning, good afternoon, whatever. But, you know, things like that were an issue before all of that stopped. You know, people, they still had their rude ways. But I think people really want to be more kind and they want to be respectful. And there's a lot of awareness now. You see a lot of things around Kindness Week or kindness campaigns. And I think people really want to change the kind of the dialogue that's been happening and get to more kindness and understanding and thoughtfulness of others.
So I have one more quick question for you, and that is, if you had to name a decade or an era where people were the most polite, had the best etiquette, what do you think? Mm-hmm. Is it the Eddie Haskells? Is it the, you know, I don't know.
That's a good question. You know, I think that was the first thing that came to mind was the 50s. And, you know, in a lot of ways, there was a little bit more formality, you know, I'd say the 50s and later, because there was more formality. And I think that people had to sort of stop and pause. I think also, you know, if you go way back, maybe even the Victorian era, when your reputation was really on the line. You know, if you had a bad reputation, you may not get married, or you may be kicked out of, you know, society, or, you know, just ostracized from your friends. So I think when there's a little bit more pressure to you know, be kind and mannerly with others, you usually see it.
Arden, I've been meaning to ask you for a while now, the best way to apologize, is it to say you're sorry and then give a reason? When is it justified giving a reason, or is there a rule of thumb around just apologizing and putting that in there?
Yes. So there's a few guidelines I would give you around apologizing. One of them is do it, and do it as quickly as possible, because when we wait, we put it off, we think, oh, you know, I can't possibly do it. Then you're more likely to say, oh, you know, it wasn't that big of a deal. And you kind of lose your nerve when you don't do it right away. So, you know, it's a little bit like ripping that Band-Aid off. You've got to do it, and don't give any excuses. Own your mistake, own what you did, to say, you know, I really goofed. I did blah, 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 and I'm truly sorry. And don't give a reason. I did it because I was running late and my dog was sick and, you know, blah, blah, blah. Apologize and then, you know, move on.
Arden, I want to apologize to you.
Why?
I mispronounced your last name.
Oh, you know what? Everyone does, Peter. Everyone does. It is
nice
Kleiss.
Kleiss.
Thanks.
Kleiss, like nice.
I like that.
Love it.
That's a good one. Thank you,
I used
Arden.
to say
We've
Kleiss
learned
like ice. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry. But now I say nice.
Love it.
We've learned so much from you today. Thank
The
you.
name of the book is Spinach in Your Boss's Teeth, Essential Etiquette for Professional Success. That's Arden Kleiss, KleissEtiquette.com, at Arden Kleiss on Twitter, and at Arden.Kleiss on Instagram. Thank you so much, Arden.
Thank you. Great to be with all of you.
Thanks.
See ya.
Have a great one. That was Arden Kleiss. This is Peter Schrappen. This is Denise Whitaker. We've got a lot more in store for you. We're going to catch our breath. We're going to hear from Denise talking about the Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. In the meantime, grab a cup of coffee, get that pizza. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be here all day Friday, all day Saturday, all day Sunday, and we'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Denise Whitaker, and I'm proud to be a part of the innovative and exciting 2021 Big Seattle Boat Show Connected. Join me and NMTA's own Peter Schrappen as we host the Boat Show TV channel live all 4 days of the show right here on the site. We have an exciting lineup of guest interviews and boating topics, including how to maximize your time on the water, discover new ways to make more memories in the magical world of boating. Plus, you'll meet boating leaders from the Puget Sound area, across the U.S., the world, and beyond, and so much more. Don't miss the boat. We'll see you online and on the water. It's all right here at SeattleBoatShow.com.
Welcome back to Seattle Boat Show Connected. My name is Peter Schrappen.
I'm Denise Whitaker from Como News. Thanks for coming and joining us here. We've got so many great guests that Peter has lined up. Every guest just keeps getting better and better and better.
No pressure to our next guest. Way to raise the bar there, Denise. There he is, Dr. Dan Diamond, the pride of Bremerton, Washington. Welcome, Dr. Diamond, to the Seattle Boat Show Connected.
How are you, man? I mean, there's no pressure at all after that. I don't even know what etiquette I need to use.
I got to make up for some lost time here. No, I actually met Dr. Diamond virtually. You were one of the first people I think I met virtually. That was maybe in April or May at a conference that you emceed. And I said to myself, you need to have Dr. Diamond on something that you do. The Seattle Boat Show Connected fell into my lap. And Dr. Diamond, you're joining us today to talk about what it's like to be a medical doctor, what it's like to be a boating fanatic, and what boaters should have on their boat, in their medical bag when they head out so they don't end up in an emergency room. That's the topic, but you can go with it any way you'd like, Dr. Diamond.
Well, I got to give the disclaimer, of course, that I'm not giving medical advice. I'm just going to tell you what I think is a good idea to have on my boat, and you can interpret it, because if I give you advice and then it doesn't work out for you, then don't come and sue me, because I'm going to be out sailing on my 27-foot Catalina.
Love it. And you mentioned something called Israeli bandages, and I've been throwing that term around like I knew what those were, but Mark Bunzel, my co-host of Seattle Boat Show Live, like, Peter, I don't know what those are. And I'm like, you know what, Mark, I don't know what those were either. But Dr. Diamond, what's an Israeli bandage, and why should I have that on my boat?
You absolutely should have an Israeli bandage on your boat. And I've got links for you for all this stuff. If I can send that to you, you can just drop it in somehow. I don't know how you want to do it. But Israeli bandage, if you just think about, how can I say this with some finesse? If you took a Kotex pad and sewed it into an ACE bandage, and then you just had it all rolled up and then seal it in an airtight vacuum sealed bag, a little aluminum bag, then you have an Israeli bandage. So if somebody gets a bad wound on your boat, you just tear the package open and put the pad on the wound and put the ACE bandage around it, and it puts pressure right on the wound to stop the bleeding. And it keeps you from getting blood all over your boat. So it's a great thing to keep on your boat. And we use those. I keep one in my car. I keep one in my boat. I have one in my go bag. We use them when we deploy to disasters. I've done disasters all over the world. And Israeli bandages are amazingly helpful. And you can get them on Amazon, which, where else would you go when you live in Seattle?
That's right. It's the only place to go.
Are there some other incredible tips like that? Like, I'm thinking about SPF numbers that I should be thinking. I mean, these are questions that have been bugging me for a while, Dr. Diamond. How much water should I be consuming during the day so I can avoid heat stroke?
You got to hydrate it. It's probably a good idea to save the alcohol until you're tied up to the dock. The Coast Guard would appreciate me mentioning that. But you're also more likely to get dehydrated if you're drinking a lot. So, and it's not a good idea to be operating your boat when you're intoxicated. But drink enough water that you're not thirsty. That's what I would do, is listen to your body. One of the coolest things that I've found that I now have on my boat is a new type of dressing that, frankly, I can't believe is available to the public. And it's one of those things that ought to be just available
like a dressing
to us.
like blue cheese or ranch?
Yeah, as a matter of fact.
You're speaking my language.
Ranch dressing. No, Close-X dressings. So if you can imagine a little plastic thing that looks kind of like it has a palm and it has fingers, and there's two of them like this. And so if you cut yourself, and they're only, 1.5 inches by about maybe 3 inches, but you stick this part down first on either side of the wound and then pull it together and then stick these things down. and then it holds the wound together. So you could take, if you had like, again, I'm speaking theoretically and not giving you specific advice, but you could take like an 1.5 inch laceration, like maybe you've done like I have and fallen and caught your cleat. You could take that and close that, of course, wash the wound all out and do that stuff. And then put it on both sides, suck it together, drop those things down, throw an Israeli bandage over the thing, and you're good to go.
So
you don't
essentially,
have to go back.
that's sort of like the old-fashioned butterfly, right? You take the scissors and you cut your own butterfly bandage and put that on?
No, it's way better.
Okay.
Because the butterfly bandages are just the fingers. So then if you have a laceration that's kind of like this, you're just laying a bandage over it like this and hoping that it'll come together. With Close-X, you're sticking it down over here, pulling this together, and then clamping it down. And these are going to interdigitate. There's a big word for you, for a Friday word. Pull it together and then stick it. So it actually brings the wound together.
Let's go back. What was the word?
Close-X?
Interdigitate. It's a Friday kind of word.
It was a good word. Yeah, I'm still struggling to get my head around that one. But yeah.
25% word for sure.
I must say, too, you've got quite the setup there. What kind of microphone are you speaking to us from?
This is an Electro Voice RE20 broadcast mic. This is where I live now. I'm doing online events for organizations, leading their teams on how to thrive in high-pressure, high-stakes environments, taking the lessons I learned from doing disasters all over the world. Like I ran the medical triage unit at the New Orleans Convention Center after Katrina. That was the craziest thing I've ever done in my life.
So I'm getting ready to go on a big trip. You've got all this expertise. You're not giving me advice, but what sort of planning should I be thinking about as I put together a plan? Should I be connecting with my team, my family, going over the trip plan before the event? What would you say?
Yeah, I mean, those are basic boating things. Like you need to make sure that you have fuel. You need to make sure that your fire extinguisher works. That just seems like a basic thing. Make sure that you have a marine radio and that you're not the only one on the boat that knows how to use it. So I always sit down and do kind of the pre-flight, how to put your seatbelt on when I have people in my boat for the first time. Here's how to use my marine radio. Here's the little red thing on the back that you flip it and push the button, and then theoretically a helicopter will come and save us. Make sure that they know how to use that. I show them where the fire extinguishers are. We talk a little bit about how the natural thing when you're using a fire extinguisher is to point the fire extinguisher at the flames, because that's the scary part, but that's not what's on fire. You need to point it at the base of the fire. I learned that from my buddies that are firefighters. Seems so basic. It says it even right on the label, but normally you're just going to start going at the flames. When your brain shifts down into this emergency flight mode of your amygdala, it's not real smart. It's just quick. So make sure point it at the base of the flames. Make sure your radio works. Make sure you got water and fuel. Got a couple other things that I think are worth getting. A space blanket is a good thing to just have on your boat. Somebody falls overboard, especially here in Puget Sound. You get them back in the boat, they're freezing. It's nice to just wrap them up, throw them in the cabin, put them in a space blanket. If they're really cold, get in the blanket with them so you can use your body to heat them back up while you're calling for help. So your question on sunscreen, here's the lowdown on sunscreen. And I looked this up today just to make sure that I know what I'm talking about. SPF 30.
Okay.
The most you need.
Okay.
Because the SPF 30 blocks 97% of ultraviolet B. That's the bad stuff. If you go up to SPF 50, you get 98%. Whoa, SPF 100, you get 99%. So just get the SPF 30, but make sure that it's waterproof and broad spectrum. So you want to block both ultraviolet A and B, and get the water resistant stuff that stays on.
And do you have to reapply it often?
Yeah, every couple hours. Okay. And it's a good idea. This seems like such a basic thing. Wear a hat. One of my partners back in the day that I used to work with ended up with a basal cell cancer on his ear. That could wreck your life. It's just easier to wear a hat. It's some kind of a bucket hat or something. Besides that, you could look cool. Especially if it says the Cougs on the front. I got my Cougs.
Oh, there it is.
There you
go. Okay, I knew at some point. That's right. Well played, Dr. Diamond. Well played. Well, one thing that you got my attention on is a good reminder that it's when you go overboard, it's not that you can swim anywhere, because a lot of us know how to swim. It's that cold water shock that gets Pacific Northwesterners in trouble, and having the right life jacket, which we touched on a little bit earlier. So yeah, I just wanted to re-emphasize that point. Is you may feel cocky, oh wait, if I fall overboard, I can swim my way out of trouble, but that's not the case at all. It's really that cold water aspirated. Captain Margaret talked about that a little bit too. So I just wanted to emphasize that point. I see Denise over here taking notes.
Right. Oh, I took tons of notes. Yeah, because remind me if I'm sure you know this, but is it a teaspoon or a tablespoon? Is it only a teaspoon of water in your lungs that you would drown?
You know, I don't know. I don't want any in there, because once you start going down, then your voice box goes into spasm, and it's just a mess.
I thought you were going to ask about a teaspoon of sugar, and that's what makes the medicine. That's what I thought.
That's what makes the medicine go down. You just don't want the water to go down.
Sunscreen, you need a whole shot glass to be your body.
Oh,
there it is. Well, Dr. Diamond, would you please send me those notes, those products? I know you can find Israeli bandages on Amazon and wherever you like to get your medical gear, I'm sure. But yeah, it's been a pleasure to have you on here.
Yeah, oh yeah, man. I've got a couple other things on the list. I'll send it to you, and you can put the word out, because I think being prepared on the water makes for a better day, so you don't end up going back into shore and feeling bad and ruining the vacation. So there you have it.
Dr. Diamond, avid boater, podcaster, medical doctor here. Thank you so much for your time. Thanks for joining Seattle Boat Show Connected.
Absolutely. My pleasure. We'll see you later.
Sounds good. Thank you. Yeah, Dr. Diamond emceed a conference I attended, and I was like, I've got to have him on something. So this all worked out pretty well. And we found a topic.
Advice.
I'm sure he's one of those Renaissance men that could speak on just about anything.
He can. Yeah.
Yeah, I happen to run the New Orleans Disaster Center, and that's excellent. Well, while we take a break here and we get reset for Super Yacht Northwest, which we're going to hear about around 3 o'clock, why don't we hear from Sail Sand Point? Logan, on my bingo card, that's number 33, and hear about the good work that's going on with our friends at Sail Sand Point.
The waters of Puget Sound and Lake Washington are a beautiful and vital resource to enjoy and learn from.
Sail Sand Point is a community small boating center whose mission is to bring the joy and life-enhancing benefits of sailing and small boats to people of all ages, backgrounds, and abilities.
In 1998, a group of local parents created a community sailing center where all kids could learn to sail. Like most nonprofits, Sail Sand Point started out scrappy and never dreamed of what it could accomplish in our 2 decades of community service. Last year, we provided over $361,000 in public benefit through discounts, scholarships, and free events. We collaborated with 36 community partners ranging from local schools to community organizations like Outdoors for All, the YMCA, and Boys and Girls Clubs, as well as critical local institutions like Seattle Children's Hospital. Besides the work we do in Magnuson Park, we also support the growth of numerous other youth programs around the region, including Corinthian Yacht Club at Shoal Shoal and Parks Departments at Kirkland and Mercer Island.
Many sailors begin their journey at our summer camps as 6-year-olds learning to sail in Opties, and in 2019 we served 907 youth participants before the pandemic greatly impacted our summer programs in 2020. Ultimately, we seek to graduate skilled, lifelong sailors who will work as instructors, inspiring others, or who will possess the skills to rent boats through our open boating program and will benefit from the joy of sailing for their entire lives.
Our open boating program allows anyone possessing the necessary skills to rent a high-quality sailboat, paddleboard, kayak, or windsurfer. Last year, we served over 10,000 people of all levels. I've been sailing at Sail Sand Point since I was 7 years old. And just this summer, I took my daughter out for her very first sail, and I can't be more excited to share this tradition with her.
This pandemic has taught us many things. In particular, that access to healthy outdoor recreational activities are critical for our health and our physical and mental well-being. During the summer of 2020, as community pools and swim beaches were closed due to the public health crisis, the beaches and waters of Seattle's lakes were inundated with unsupervised boaters and inexperienced swimmers. Community sailing centers like Sail Sand Point, where the public can gain the safety skills, confidence, and access to boating equipment for low or no cost, are critical for ensuring safe, equitable access to the waters we share.
Our Leeway program provides children from historically underserved populations the opportunity to participate in a fun and educational day on the lake. Scholarships to Leeway groups ensure that no one is excluded from the water due to their limited resources. We're very excited that next year, our Leeway program participants will have the opportunity to participate in our newly launched Siebel Sailors program, offering them long-term sailing and racing experience. With competitive, high-quality middle, high school, and college racing as a popular option, we have numerous methods for engaging sailors and fostering a lifelong love of the sport.
We enable and empower others, regardless of their situation, to fully engage with our local aquatic environment. All of our programs share the goal of engaging the public, including those with financial barriers or physical, mental, and emotional handicaps with sailing and small boating.
Sail Sandpoint is dedicated to sharing the joy of an active lifestyle afloat. Whether as a participant in our classes, volunteering, or donating, we foster the love of water sports for everyone.
Thanks for coming aboard, and we'll see you on the water.
No need to adjust your dials. My name is Peter Schrappen, co-host of Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. You just saw the good work at Sail Sandpoint that's located in Magnuson Park, and that's my friend Seth Muir there telling the story. So you might be wondering, what does your day look like? Well, I'm here to tell you, I think I've got that covered for you. We've got a lot of fun for you in store inside Seattle Boat Show Connected at the bargain rate of $5. You can have all the fun in the world and then some. We've got the red carpet treatment that you've come to expect and love from the Seattle Boat Show. We've got a pirate ship you can hop on board. You got a selfie station from the comfort of your couch. You can put on some costumes there. You can put on some costumes without that selfie station. I don't care. We've got a treasure hunt where Ivar's gift cards are sprinkled throughout the show. We've got over 200 exhibitors. We've got over 600 boats. We've got about 1,000 accessories. We've got about 10,000 photos to peruse. You can favorite them. You can come back to them. You can make it. You can play with it all night tonight, all day tomorrow. For the next couple of weeks, you can play with it. But I'll be here until 8 o'clock tonight, holding your hand as we talk about a various number of topics. We've already covered a great deal thus far. And my next topic I'm really excited about is exploring Super Yacht Northwest. And you might be wondering, Peter, what's Super Yacht Northwest? Well, that is the Super Yacht Committee of Northwest Marine Trade Association, led by Monique Weber of Pacific Yacht Management, which is located on the Ship Canal at Salmon Bay Marine Center. And I had the good fortune to sit down with Monique Weber and Deke Jones and Andrew Rogers most recently in the last week to hear more about Super Yacht Northwest, to hear about Purdy Rogers, the PR firm that's really helped us tell our story around what bigger boats mean for our community. So I'm going to hand it back over to Logan, who's going to roll the Super Yacht Northwest video. And then after that,
welcome to Seattle Boat Show TV. This is your co-host, Peter Schrappen, and I'm delighted to be joined by Monique Weber, the Super Yacht Northwest Committee Chair. Hey, Monique.
Hey, how are you, Peter?
Good, thanks for asking. Hi, Deke Jones, Vice Chair of Super Yacht Northwest.
Hello, Peter. Thanks for having us.
You bet, you bet. And Andrew Rogers, Principal at Purdy Rogers. Hi, Andrew.
Oh, hi, Peter. Thanks for having me.
No problem at all. I'm looking forward to this segment on Super Yacht Northwest. What is Super Yacht Northwest? Monique, I think I'll kick that over to you if you want to share what Super Yacht Northwest is, what your vision is, and you could brag about some of your past successes as well.
Super Yacht Northwest, we're a committee of the Northwest Marine Trade Association. We are 32 member businesses who work together to promote the cruising grounds of the Pacific Northwest from Washington, B.C., and Alaska. We have members in Washington, B.C., and Alaska. And so what we do is, instead of everyone trying to market individually, we pull all of our money and market as a group, understanding that what's good for one is good for everyone. So last year, with the help of Andy at Purdy Rogers, we completely rebranded ourselves, new website, new social media, new members, and it's really going well, and we're super excited about where we're going to go. We hit a little bump in the COVID road, but we're ready to roll once we can.
That's what I thought. I thought you'd say that, Monique. Deke, you're uniquely positioned at Salmon Bay Marine Center. What is it about Salmon Bay Marine Center, your area of Ballard, your area of Seattle, that makes both the cruising grounds exceptional, but also the refit and repair all situated right there?
Well, the first thing to say is I think anybody that's in Seattle in the maritime business understands what a unique place Puget Sound is. And we really, truly are the gateway for the Pacific Northwest in cruising. And as Monique mentioned, heading north into BC through the Inside Passage, past Vancouver Island, on up to Alaska. And I still believe that we're this best kept secret, being here in the Pacific Northwest. Unrivaled cruising and boating experiences for just recreational boaters as well as super yachts that we are targeting. And we've been a well-kept secret. Now, in terms of Salmon Bay Marine Center, we're just 1,000 yards inside the Chittenden Locks. And we are one of 3 in the fresh water that can accommodate here at SBMC up to 240 feet. Nautical Landing, who's a part of Super Yacht Northwest, up to 300 plus, as well as Emerald Landing on North Lake Union, all in fresh water. And then just outside the locks, accommodations for those super yachts can be found at Elliott Bay Marine, and they're also a member. In terms of why we think we have a story to tell, I just waxed on about how beautiful the Northwest is and what a great place to cruise. But I really feel, we feel, that one of the best kept secrets of all is the level and skill of the maritime trades that we have in the greater Puget Sound region, starting from haul out to refit, to repair, to finish, to paint. I mean, you name any. I mean, we support here in Seattle North America's largest fishing fleet. And when they go north into the Aleutians, into the Bering Sea, and they're out in the middle of some just amazingly harsh conditions, their stuff can't break down. And all of that is in all of the care and maintenance of that fleet is entrusted to those folks I'm referring to here in Seattle. So we've attracted some of those same service providers to be a part of our Super Yacht Northwest group. And we want to let people know that not only can they come here and have an incredible experience in cruising and charter in the Pacific Northwest, they can get their stuff work done too from some of the best in the world.
Thanks for that, Deke. Monique, I think you're better positioned than anyone else to speak to the amount of careers and vocations and jobs it takes to keep these vessels we're talking about afloat. Can you talk about the supply chain and the type of provisioning that goes into keeping I guess if you want to define what a super yacht is, and then if you could talk about the type of employment that these floating economic stimulus packages are able to keep family wage jobs and all that good stuff?
Yeah, a super yacht is any recreational vessel 125 feet or longer that's professionally crewed. So that means it's usually got a crew, depending on the boat, anywhere from 6 to 35. They live on the boat full time. So when the boat comes in and docks, they're looking for food, they're looking for fuel, they're looking for parts, they're looking for people to come help the crew work on the vessel, they're looking for painters. The crews are looking for places to go eat, things to go see, stuff to go buy and send home because they've come to Seattle. The average 125-foot transient vessel spends about $10,000 to $15,000 a day in the local economy when they're pulled up to the dock. Plane tickets, car services, food, crew activities, education courses. So it's not just the 8,000 maritime jobs in the city of Seattle. It's the 16,000 jobs that we support through all the indirect industries, the florists and the clothing shops and the medical providers. So it's great because the transient yachts come into our state and come into our region when all our local recreational boats are gone. And those boats are floating the recreational maritime industry in our shoulder season. So it's a win-win for everyone. And it's great to see as many boats come in as we do.
Well, Andy, they say that heaven's like a fresh pair of glasses. And I think you've come into this new to this world. What surprised you? What's impressed you? What's taken you aback?
Oh my gosh. So I moved here 30 years ago. You're talking about Seattle, right?
Well, sure. And then if you could just talk a little bit about your career the last couple of years
Absolutely.
with Super Yacht Northwest.
Yeah, I moved here 30 years ago from Iowa, and the same things that really got me excited back then do today. Mount Rainier, the Olympics and Cascade Mountains bookending, both sides of the city, the Puget Sound and the San Juan Islands, and of course, just all the recreational access to boating and the shoreline around Seattle is incredible. So those are the things that really, every day when I'm driving and I see those mountains out that just, make me smile.
And what is Purdy Rogers, and how has your vision, your brand been able to help us look more sophisticated?
It was great when Super Yacht Northwest came to Purdy Rogers. That a lot of the challenges that the organization was facing were really familiar to our team. And that was first and foremost, just creating that brand platform. When you have 30 companies, 30 plus companies, 32, I think Monique said, from smaller privately owned businesses all the way to the Port of Seattle, we wanted to get everybody on the same page with the same vision. Okay. So, we held a discovery session with the key stakeholders, and we really listened to how the organization wanted to be perceived in the marketplace. And then with that, we crafted, what Monique said was a positioning statement that holds true, that everybody talks about in elevator speech. Everybody in the organization speaks the same way about the organization, that it's that simple yet compelling message. The Super Yacht Northwest is the premier resource for super yachts here in the Pacific Northwest.
Monique, what's next for Super Yacht Northwest?
We are working and touching base with brokerage firms in Florida to see if we can set up appointments to educate brokers and charter managers for the Palm Beach Boat Show. Then after that, it kind of depends on where this whole pandemic goes. Ideally, we would love to have a presence in addition to FLIBS, which we go to every year, the Fort Lauderdale International Boat Show. We'd also like to have a presence at the Monaco Boat Show, at Met's Trade, at the Antigua Yacht and Charter, at the Newport, Rhode Island show, so that we're there at all the big shows where all the boats go, and we can not only educate the crew on what we offer, but we can educate the brokers and the managers and the rest of the world on what they can find when they come here.
And just like Super Yacht Northwest can't do it alone, and thankfully you have the relationship with Northwest Marine Trade Association. Dee, can you talk about the relationship with U.S. Super Yacht Association?
Well, absolutely. Peter, you might, thank you for deferring to me, but you being past board of director or board member with the U.S. Super Yacht Association, USSA, they have quite the presence in the American Pavilion at FLIBS. You certainly, Peter, you and George, your boss there at NMTA, have supported us as a committee immensely, and you paved the way, I think, for us to become a part of that group down at FLIBS. And they have proven, in fact, I was just on their website today, they have proven to be a great resource and support, and starting to internally, through their own marketing efforts and their own outreach efforts, the USSA, acknowledging and recognizing the Pacific Northwest, and we appreciate that boost from them, very much so. The second thing is, and you alluded to it at the beginning of this, is and I'm gonna wax on a little bit about NMTA and what you've done to move legislation forward to help support the super yacht industry and the maritime industry as a whole here in Seattle, and maybe that segues into what's happening in our current session or not.
Well, you touched on that a little bit. Yeah, there's some excitement on the skipper charter bill, and we've been able to have success around pilotage. And I think it just goes to show that the beauty of an association, working all together, pooling our resources, rising tide lifts all boats, certainly makes sense. And not just a statewide association like NMTA, but also a national, international group like U.S. Super Yacht Association. As we go to break here, Andy, where can people find out more about Purdy Rogers?
Yeah, you can go to purdyrogers.com. That's PURDIEROGERS.com. And we list our services and expertise there.
Thanks. And Super Yacht Northwest is synw.org. And I would really imploring people to stay tuned. I want to show the Purdy Rogers, what I would call a sizzle reel, where you talk about your story and why Seattle is home to you. Any comments there, Andy, as we go out?
Oh, I would just say, it was a lot of fun to make that video, and it really encapsulates who Purdy Rogers is as a company and its culture.
It was all I needed to see to say, wow, this is some company that I want to be joined at the hip with. So yeah, it's fantastic. And then after that, we're going to show the SYNW sizzle reel that Purdy Rogers was instrumental with. It was a vision of the Super Yacht Northwest Committee, and I think you'll all be impressed. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for these important messages.
Latitude 47, Seattle and Washington State's Puget Sound. Where do you go from here? To all parts north and northwest. The Puget Sound and Super Yacht Northwest are your gateway to the pristine waters of British Columbia and Alaska. Visit Washington State's San Juan Islands and the nearby Gulf Islands of British Columbia and the inner harbor of beautiful Victoria, provincial capital of British Columbia. Through the Strait of Georgia to internationally renowned Vancouver, BC. From the cities of British Columbia, head north along Vancouver Island to Pender Harbor, Desolation Sound, and the Queen Charlotte Islands. Through Alaska's majestic Inside Passage to Holcomb Bay and on to Juneau, Alaska. Cruise spectacular Glacier Bay and the waters off the Tongass National Forest. These are isolated destinations that few are fortunate enough to witness firsthand, where nature still shows itself as it once did, where the air is still crisp and clear. It's a journey that takes preparation. That's why any trip north starts in the Puget Sound and Super Yacht Northwest. We're your gateway to the waters of the Pacific Northwest with all the support and services necessary for an unparalleled super yacht cruise. To prepare for your journey, we offer moorage for super yachts in several locations, fueling and provisions, maintenance and repairs, haul outs and vessel builds. Plan your next extraordinary cruise to the beautiful Pacific Northwest waters. But before you go there, come here to Super Yacht Northwest, your gateway to all parts Northwest.
That takes your breath away. That's thanks to our friends at Super Yacht Northwest, synw.org. That's thanks to Andy Rogers at Purdy Rogers. Whew. A lot of good stuff there. And the neat thing, too, is the fact that we go to the Fort Lauderdale Boat Show. So we're not just bragging about how awesome the boating is here in our backyard, which we do with Seattle Boat Show Connected, but we also are taking the show on the road and being at the world's largest boat show in Fort Lauderdale, which has been something that our group has done since 2011. So we're more than just world-class boat show producers here at Northwest Marine Trade Association. We also have a robust committee structure, and I've had the good fortune of working with a whole bunch of different people throughout the course of my 10 years at Northwest Marine Trade Association. And one of those people is our next guest, Corey Ransom, who I believe is waiting in the waiting room. Hey, Corey, welcome to Seattle Boat Show Connected.
Hey, it's great to be in Seattle, at least virtually. So thanks for having me on, and it's great to connect with you again, Peter, and to see you. I hope everything's going well.
Oh, I appreciate that. It certainly is. You probably didn't expect to see me in Renton, Washington today, but that's where we find ourselves. So as Corey mentioned, I'm Peter Schrappen. This is my co-host, Denise Whitaker. And Corey, you're going to share with us some tidbits around cybersecurity, what boat owners should know, what guests should know. Because I was telling Denise, I don't really know much about this topic, but I know that I'm probably doing things wrong that I should be thinking about as a guest on someone's boat.
Sure. And there's probably a lot of things that we're all doing wrong. And there's a lot of, well, do this and it depends. So hopefully we'll be able to shed some light, at least for folks, on some good cybersecurity practices over the next few minutes.
I know the catchphrase for a lot of people around here right now is working remotely, because a lot of people who are having to remote work.
I haven't heard that you've been holding out on me.
Yes, working remotely.
I thought I'd heard it all from Denise Whitaker.
I have friends who she's got. Heather's got a whole hashtag of working remotely on Instagram that she's always posting everything. But yeah, that's one thing that more people are just being thrown into it, whether they want to or not. But it's certainly enjoyable to work from a boat.
I'm going to use that hashtag. I absolutely love it. I'm not on a boat right now. I have this lovely marina behind me. But yes, I would love to be working remotely right now.
And Corey, you're in Florida right now?
Yep, I'm in Fort Lauderdale.
A little envious. There's no place I'd rather be, though, in Renton, Washington. Let's get that straight. But if I can't,
we have sunshine.
That's true. It's beautiful outside here.
You guys can see the mountains today, then.
Yes.
It's lovely here. And the nice thing about Seattle Boat Show Connect is you can actually play with us when the sun goes down. We're here until Sunday, and then you can shop with us and watch the recorded videos as well. But Corey, let's dive right in. What is the one thing I should know when I get on a boat and making sure that my smartphone and laptop are secure?
So that's a good question. And I think security hygiene starts with each one of us. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that our devices, whether it's a smartphone, a tablet, iPad, computer, whatever it is, we want to make sure that if you have virus protection, that protection is always updated, that all of the parts and systems within your computer are updated. That's where we see the vulnerabilities, is when updates happen, people say, oh, I'll do it tomorrow, I'll do it tomorrow. And some of those security updates are actual vulnerabilities that hackers can exploit. And once it gets to the update stage, that's usually public knowledge. So when you get those updates, or even ahead of time, look for those updates and make sure you keep your devices updated. That's number one. Number two would be is whether you're on a boat or in a marina or in a coffee shop, don't transact business that's critical to you and what you're doing over an open Wi-Fi network. We always recommend to people, if you need to do critical business, make sure you sign in through a VPN or a virtual private network that provides you another layer of protection, that you're not just on some open Wi-Fi network or an open boat network. A lot of times when I go to different places, I check the Wi-Fi, and if I can log in and see other people's devices, that's typically a sign to me that that's not a secure network and not somewhere I should be connecting to or transacting any type of critical business.
So that was for the guests. What about the boat owner? Should I be going through best practices with my guests before they get on the boat? Is there a checklist that you would recommend?
Sure, it's always a good idea as the boat owner also to make sure that all of your devices and systems on board the boat are updated as well. And with that, what I recommend, again, depending on the size of the boat, this could be, for larger yachts, we always recommend to our clients that you have a couple of different networks. So your networks are segregated so that you have a network specifically for your guests that doesn't connect into any of the critical systems on board, and then obviously have an operational network to take care of critical functions. One of the things that's good to tell people if you do have a Wi-Fi network or a network on your boat is that, again, don't be transacting critical business over that network. And really, I guess when I get on a boat, the last thing that I want to do really is look at my phone. So most of the time, I typically don't bring anything besides my cell phone with me. I want to enjoy the time of being on the boat. So a lot of times I don't even bring any devices with me except my cell phone.
I know. I think for a lot of people, when you mention the word network and have these separate networks, that's kind of like, whoa, wait, you're going way beyond me. I'm married to a chief technology officer, so I don't have to personally worry about any of that. He does it all. Yeah, that is true. But right. Are there places people can go to? Can they just go online to learn these types of things?
Sure. That's one of the interesting things that's happened. One of really kind of the cool things that's happened over the last few years. There are a number of great educational websites that you can go to as just a normal everyday person, where you can get up to speed on the different terms and different things that you can do. And it always sounds complicated, but there's a lot of easy things as individuals that we can do to protect ourselves, our devices, and our own kind of what we call the critical information.
Well, there's this Edward R. Murrow quote I was really proud of myself for having found as I prepared for this interview, Corey. It goes like this: what's an obvious thing that I'm doing that, let me start over. The obscure we eventually see, the completely obvious takes longer. So what's an obvious thing that I'm doing that I should be aware of, that hackers are keenly aware that I'm doing or not doing?
Most of the time, and I kind of equate this to having a burglar alarm for your house, and the burglar alarm signs out in your front yard is when you get a new device, make sure that you go in and you change the passwords of the control of that device. So if you get a new network router for your house, or you have a network system on your boat, make sure you change the passwords off of the default passwords. Those are very, very easy to find. Make sure that you have some type of security on your boat's network or on your individual devices. Most devices today come with built-in firewalls that are very easy to configure, or you can just turn them on and let your let your provider configure those for you, and that makes it really easy. So make sure that you have strong passwords. Make sure you change your passwords. Make sure that they're not on default passwords. Don't connect into unknown networks when you're in different places. And when you do that, most hackers are not going to target you. They're not going to target me. They're going to look for what's the easiest entry to get in to try to exploit a vulnerability. So like a burglar alarm, as a potential thief may drive through a neighborhood, looks at which houses look more secure, which have cameras or lighting at night or the burglar alarm signs. You know what? I'm not going to take my chance. I'm going to go on to the next house. And that's the same with cybersecurity. When you have cyber criminals that are scanning thousands and thousands of IP addresses, they're looking for where's the vulnerability. So doing some basic things can help protect you and your family from those vulnerabilities and potential attack.
Right, it's sort of like the car prowl. They're just gonna, if they see something easy in the car, they're gonna knock out the window and get in there. What other ways can you protect yourself in terms of, there's virus protection, there's changing your passwords. Is there any sort of insurance?
Sure, that's a good question. And there are obviously, and I deal a lot with insurance companies, not so much on the personal level, but more on the kind of the corporate and the higher level. There are different types of insurance coverage that you can get for your business and individually. You just have to talk to your individual broker to see what type of coverage is best, depending on your operation. Sometimes for individuals, it may be a little bit more difficult to get cost-effective coverage than it is for a business, but there are different types of coverages that you can get.
Corey, you mentioned passwords. I feel like keeping the list of my passwords is a full-time job. Is there
Right.
an app that you would recommend or best practice around how to keep track of passwords? And my second part was, how often should I be changing my password?
Sure, those are both good questions. So number one, we always recommend to our clients and actually to my family and friends is use a password manager. So there's a number of really good password managers that are out there. LastPass is one that comes to mind. I've used that one in the past, and I know other people that have used it. PC Magazine just did a really good review of the different types of password managers. So you could, through your normal search engine that you use, you could take a look at that review, because the password manager will really depend on what you're trying to do. A lot of browsers now have a password manager integrated into the browser, so it's very easy for you to do that. I don't like the integrated password managers within the browsers as much as I like the outside password manager. I don't like any one piece of critical data or information to be located in one place. So I like a little bit of what I call the separation of church and state when it comes to different things to manage my own personal cyber health.
If you do have a guest network that you provide guests if they come on board or even at home, do you need to change that password as well? Because a lot of people just have one password, that's the guest connection, and that's it.
So I'll tell you what I do is on the home network, we have the regular kind of internal side and then an external guest network, and typically change that password quite a bit. However, the way that I have the network set up is that if you get onto the guest network, you can't get to any other device within the network. So it's really a pipeline just for the guests to connect into the internet. So ultimately, I'm not really too worried about that. So if you keep that the same password, it really doesn't matter as long as you've done a good job to keep that network separate from your own internal home network.
I think you're seeing why I wanted to have Corey on Seattle Boat Show TV.
Right. Interesting stuff here for sure.
Corey, we're just about out of time here. Anything else you want to share before you say goodbye and send you on your way towards happy hour in Fort Lauderdale?
Well, we're definitely getting towards or past happy hour. It's just, make sure that when you're out and about, and I think we talked about this just briefly at the beginning, don't connect into an unknown network or an open Wi-Fi network to be able to transact critical business. And even my own practices, most of the time, I don't like to connect into any network that I don't know what type of security they have. So always be wary when you're out and about. I don't like to connect into the grocery store network or the coffee shop network or any of those. It may be easy and convenient, but you don't know what type of security they have, if they have any vulnerabilities. So I try to stay away from those public networks.
Okay.
I will
Great
remember.
advice.
Where were you 10 years ago, Corey? If I could go back in time. Well, that's Corey Ranslam of imsa.global. www.imsa.global. Thank you, Corey Ranslam, for joining Seattle Boat Show TV.
It was great to be on. I hope you guys have a really successful boat show and a great sunny weekend out there in Seattle.
Thanks, Corey. We'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Wow, a lot there.
A lot there.
I got some homework ahead of me, I think.
Yeah, I know, right?
Some apologies.
Again, I'm I live with the chief technology officer, so I have it made. Although he gets tired of me every once in a while, like, honey, please.
Yeah, tugging on the show.
Yeah.
I hear you. Well, I think we have our next guest ready for us. That's Catherine Collins of The Adventures. Hey, Catherine.
Hey, Peter, how are you?
Doing phenomenal. This is all working. We got the technology working. We got the boat show working. We got our guests on message, on cue, lined up, ready to roll. So I've got a great co-host here, Denise Whitaker. So it's going
Hi,
really.
Denise.
Hi there.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
So, Catherine, we've met about, I want to say 8 years ago, potentially, when you shepherded the group at The Adventurous. And I'm so excited to have you on here to share this story. Can you tell folks at home what The Adventurous is and what your mission is all about?
You bet. Unfortunately, we're still the best kept secret in Puget Sound, so we're working to change that. The Schooner Adventurous is Puget Sound's environmental tall ship. And we're a 101-foot schooner, 101 feet on deck, 133 feet if you include the bowsprit. And it's a 1913 schooner that is one of only 2 National Historic Landmark sailing ships still in active commercial operation on the West Coast. So it's a really, truly extraordinary vessel. And thankfully, it doesn't belong to me. It doesn't belong to one other person or even, a couple of people. It belongs to everybody. This is a ship that belongs to the people of Puget Sound region and the nation, quite honestly, because of her National Historic Landmark status. And we're just the caretakers this time around. So it's an amazing ship that does programs and the before times we served 1,000 kids a year aboard Adventurous in day and overnight programs. And I've been here 15 years, Peter, and it's been an honor every single year, even this last challenging year for sure.
How many hours and work does it take to kind of upkeep that?
So Adventurous, it's a great question. Adventurous gets worked on all year long, both underway when we're underway, say from March through October. The ship operates every single day, again in pre-COVID times. And then we did just finish a very major $2.3 million complete restoration of this ship. So she's built to a 50-year standard now and is going to be sailing for generations to come. We're pretty proud of that. It was private funding, public funding, state and federal support a little bit here and there. And then $1 million deck went on a couple of years back. So she'll be sailing for a very long time in Puget Sound.
Catherine, where does The Adventurous call home?
Another great question, Peter. So Adventurous is in Port Townsend right now. She's there in the winter times, generally in the off season. When the reason I'm being squirrely about the answer is because, and I really am, is because it's the question we're most asked. And in fact, it's the question hardest to answer because she has Seattle on her transom, and this is a former Adventurous, sign for the transom. But she has Seattle on her transom, registered in Seattle, spends a lot of time in Port Townsend, but Seattle, she belongs to Seattle, she belongs to Everett, she goes down to Tacoma and Olympia, up to Bellingham, out to the islands. And so she really is really Salish Sea and Puget Sound wide. So that's why I'm squirrely with my answer.
No,
I know people really need to know that, and I get it. And it's sort of, it kind of anchors her to a place. But what's so great about this ship is she isn't anchored to a place. She belongs to all of us everywhere.
As a boat should be, right?
Exactly.
As a boat should be.
Yeah.
Well, what's a port? You just got to get out of it.
Right.
Love it. Catherine, I collect small world stories. One of my favorites of all time is the story around the bell on The Adventures. Can you share that story?
That's an awesome story. I kind of collect stories too, Peter. So we did the restoration in phases. And at the very end of the hull phase, a few years back, one of my staff members called and said, a guy just called. He's in his 80s, and he says he has your bell. I said, well, that's not possible. The bell is on the ship. It says 1915 bar pilots on it. She spent 30 years as a bar pilot vessel after a maiden voyage. And so I kind of, like, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I was like, what's going on here? I gave him a call, a gentleman down in the San Francisco area, and indeed he was in his 80s, and he told me this story that just blew me away. And it is the best story of my life. There's no question. I've never experienced a more interesting story than this, certainly related to maritime. He said that when he was a 10-year-old boy, he was given this bell by the boyfriend of his grandmother. His grandmother was dating a police boat pilot in the 1930s, just post-prohibition. And he was 10 years old, and he gave it to him as kind of a bribe to keep him quiet, because his grandmother, while dating a police boat captain, was actually married to a firefighter. So he had a car, which the grandmother really loved. There weren't a lot of cars in San Francisco at the time, and they would go dancing all the time. And so they bribed him to keep him quiet. So I said, well, that's an amazing story. Can you send me a picture? And sure enough, he sent a picture, and it said Adventurous 1913. It was her original bell. And you can see in the old photographs from her maiden voyage, the bell was on the foremast. And it was just extraordinary to see that. His son had been polishing the patina off it in the garage when his dad said, whoa, maybe we should find out. Oh, wait, it was the other way around. He was polishing the patina, and his son, who was 60, said, hey, Dad, maybe we should find out what this ship
cut
is.
out there for a second.
And they found it. So isn't that
Right
amazing
in the middle of the story.
So they returned it, and it made all the news, and people loved the story. And it was indeed one of the most extraordinary stories I've ever heard related to this vessel. I'm wondering when other things are going to show up, to be honest.
Right. I mean, do you have any idea what else might be missing or might show up? I mean, is there any way of, dreaming about this?
I have a cringeworthy thing that I really want back. Can I tell you about that?
Yes, please do.
Well, also I've been around too long. A number of years ago, because I've experienced these stories firsthand. A number of years ago, while my crew were sleeping at the dock in Olympia, somebody stole the wheel. And the wheel itself is not that valuable, but the hub of the wheel was original to 1913. So I want that wheel back. And you know what? Every now and then so that made all the news as well locally here. And they're like, well, how did it get stolen? Somebody sneaked on and did it. We dredged all along the waterfront, everything. The wheel's gone. So it's probably in some kid's dorm room. Well, was. And then who the heck knows where it is now, right? So keep an eye out for Adventurous's wheel, because I really want that back. And so I get all kinds of calls occasionally where it's like, you know what? I was in this, maritime historic artifact store or something and found this wheel. Is it? And it's got a really distinctive hub. So I'm like, oh, thanks so much. That's not it.
Oh, gosh, I hope that comes up. Now, it's not this. It doesn't look like this, does it?
I can't see you.
Oh, you can't. I have a wheel here.
You know what?
So,
I'm going to look at you. There we
Well,
go. Okay, no, whoa, that's our hub. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, well, I figured this was not the wheel you're looking for.
That would have been awkward.
That's hysterical, though.
That would have,
that
that would have been terrible. Peter, you would be in
I know
big
nothing.
trouble.
I know nothing.
Well,
where did you get that wheel, Peter?
Don't worry about it. Who's asking?
Peter put this wheel together, and you can sort of see we have a bunch of categories. So this is a little game we like to play. I'm going to spin it, and if I spin it too fast,
You're the perfect spinner, Denise. You've got it down. We've got some practice
I'm
here.
no Vanna or Wheel of, yeah. Okay, we landed on book. So can you tell us what your favorite book is to be out on the water with?
Oh, that is such a great question.
It can be a second. I've got it too. There's a method of my madness. It also could be, what book have you most gifted to others?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm reading a lot of books. The Signature of All Things by Elizabeth Gilbert.
Oh, okay.
Somebody told me to read it recently. It takes you, it transports you. It's not a maritime book, but it does involve history of how people transported goods and themselves around And that it's just the one most on my mind right now, and it's really good. I don't know if I like her other books, but I really love that book.
And tell me the name of it again.
The Signature of All Things is by the woman who wrote Eat, Pray, Love.
Okay.
That Eat, Pray, Love is going to be a
Yeah.
big hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have an eye for that kind
I'm
of stuff.
finishing that one now.
Well, I couldn't help myself earlier, Catherine, so we went ahead and played the adventurous short movie that you sent over already, but I'd like to play it again with you here, if that's okay.
That'd be great, Peter. Thank
Great.
you.
So, Logan, why don't you play number 27 on my bingo card?
Every person that's stepped foot on this boat has left a little bit of themselves here. And she's been around for 103 years. So that's a lot of people of all walks of life, of all ages. And you can't step aboard this boat and not feel the magic.
Community would be the base of it. And that's what we do every day in 1,000 different ways. You extend that outside the ship by what we teach our hard sciences, teaching about the marine ecosystem. That too is our community. And we travel to different places around the Puget Sound to expand our community.
The kids and teens, the youth that come on board have a plethora of things that they can experience. They can learn about team building, they can learn about sailing, they can learn about the environment, they can learn about themselves. There's literally no end to what they can take away from this experience.
I think I steered the boat a couple times. It's a really cool thing to do. You'll remember it for a really long time, and it's a really valuable experience.
You can see them, the friendships, the camaraderie build among the kids. And when they leave, they don't want to go, and they've soaked into the boat.
This is their classroom, this is their learning platform to not only learn about the ship, but learn how to work together and ultimately learn more about themselves and really understand their capabilities, realize that there's things that they can do in the world that they never imagined were possible.
Feel more independent, but relying on people. It makes you very aware on what is out there, and if more people did it, more people would realize how much we are affecting wildlife out there and how much we could benefit by less littering and more renewable energy.
You don't get to challenge yourself in that way at all. And then you're going out on the water, steering a 100-foot boat on your own with all these people watching you. So you grow up a lot. You do your own dishes, your own cooking, you do it all.
The greatest value that Adventurous has in this region is the ability to bring large groups of people, lots of people, thousands of people out each year. It's accessible. And what she's doing is giving people the opportunity to get out and explore our world, our Salish Sea, our Puget Sound. It's up to you after that.
How inspirational is that?
Oh, I love seeing the looks on the kids' faces because you can tell they're absolutely 110% invested in what they're seeing and experiencing.
Catherine, your food is vegetarian. I've got to ask this question. This has been something I've been wondering about as well. Your food is vegetarian. What's it like to get a bunch of meat eaters on board, I would imagine, as kids, and then transforming them into veggie lovers, hopefully, by the end of their experience?
Well, I'd like to say that would happen and that it's true that they become veggie lovers. However, probably most of them go get a burger right after. But I'll tell you why we do a veggie. Now, I'll correct you in that we're a veggie galley. And what that means is that we for a couple reasons. Number one, we're a licensed galley under Department of Health for the state of Washington. And as such, we don't have the capacity to safely serve meat. So that's part of it. The other part of it is that it really fits with the culture and what we're trying to teach aboard Adventurous. First of all, vegetables are healthy. You will not die if you just eat vegetables for a week, right? I mean, it's obviously protein, all kinds of different protein as well. But really, we're helping people understand that they could eat lower on the food chain. They may not turn into vegetarians, but what they may do is decide, well, I'll eat one less, meal of meat a week or something like that. There's also, real implications of the meat industry on our planet. I think we all know that. So this is not me, pontificating about that. I think there's certain obvious things that we're all pretty aware of right now. And so not only is it good for you, but it also, like everything aboard Adventurous, it gives kids a different experience that they help to create by cooking the food in the galley, preparing it, realizing that there's delicious food that can come out of there. People are really hungry after they've been sailing all day, and that really helps. And people definitely get present with food and what it means and how to eat differently. They may not, they may remember that experience 10 years from then, and then may think about it again, going, "Oh yeah, I didn't die when I ate vegetables."
My experience is you kind of don't know what you're missing. I mean, if it's not there, you don't miss it, right? Is what I'm trying to say. I used to coach girls on the run, and so we always would bring snacks. And one day I had forgotten it was my week to do snacks. So I have a bag of trail mix, and I washed my hands and I picked out all the M&Ms because I never ever brought snacks that had sugar. I would bring apples or carrot sticks, or because that's the way I eat as well. So one M&M got left behind, and it just took one little girl to say, "You picked out all the M&Ms." But had she not spotted that M&M, she would have never noticed that there were no M&Ms in the trail mix.
I can't believe you pick out the M&Ms. They are the best part.
I had to, because it was my thing, and those girls knew that when it was Coach Denise's week to bring snacks, they weren't getting any sugar.
Well, I know a place where you can donate those M&Ms when that situation
Right
arises
there,
again. So I'll take good care. I'm a man for others. What can I say? Catherine Collins.
I will say, can I just say, Peter,
Please.
Just to add that I won't say I'm a vegetarian. I eat vegetarian. I don't eat meat. Let's put it that way. I think one of the things we've also noticed is that a lot of populations of diverse peoples in our region, they don't eat meat either. And so it's actually a more inclusive thing to not eat meat aboard Adventurous or have a vegetarian galley, because then it's more inclusive of all people who, despite differences in eating and traditions.
Yeah, I love being a white male. I love being the minority once in a while, and that would be a good place for me.
Right. I never thought of the state regulations, though, and that totally makes sense. I have my food handler's permit, so I know all of the things that you have to do because I've passed that test. But yeah, I never thought that, of course, the way you're licensed is the way you have to operate.
Well, it's not an obvious thing,
right?
Because it's only in recent years that traditional ships in the region, they fall under a particular code in Washington State, but it's a thing now. But it wasn't always that way. We were one of the test cases. We like to be the test case for everything on
Why
a
not?
traditional schooner.
Catherine, it's been a pleasure to see you. Thank you so much. Where can people find out more about the Adventurous and Sound Experience?
People can find out by checking us out on Facebook, Sound Experience aboard the schooner Adventurous. We've got some great stuff coming up. We have dock talks and things, actually funded by some of the folks that we know and love here. Just connecting people to the water and looking at our programs going forward here. They can find out more at www.sounddxp.org. We've got all kinds of things going on for the public right now, and we hope people can plug in virtually.
Whenever I see you, Catherine, you brighten my day. It's been a pleasure to see you again today.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you both so much. Have a great one.
Thank you.
Thanks, you too.
Sound Experience. You've seen the boat out there, the
Yes.
schooner Adventurous. Now maybe there's more of a story to it than you first knew before you watched Seattle Boat Show TV. Well, speaking of hospitality and inspiration, we're going to mix it up a little bit. I just got word about this video last night, around 9:30 last night, which I'd forgotten about. It's the Ader family in the San Juan Island, and it's part of the Discover Boating program, which we heard about yesterday with NMMA's Ellen Bradley. So, Logan, would you please be so kind and cue up the Discover Boating with the Ader family in the San Juan Islands?
I don't think we've ever had a bad day on the boat. I think it's just the fact that we're together and we're able to share this experience. Sometimes I don't decide where we're going to go until we're already on the water and moving. Sometimes we're going to a restaurant just to have a quick lunch. Sometimes we just take tents and sleeping bags and we head up to the beach. A lot of times, it doesn't even have to be that we're going somewhere. Being on the boat is the destination.
Having a boat is a little bit like having a vacation all the time at your fingertips.
The reason I wanted to buy this particular boat was there was so many things about it that were unique to a family experience. The boys can be out on deck, and what's around them is just the world.
When you're out on a boat, it just looks completely different, and for some reason, it's always more beautiful.
You know, my dad's almost 85 years old. I don't know how much more time that we're gonna have where he can come boating up to us.
Oh, yeah.
Come on board and have a crab feast with us. Those are experiences that will always be with me, and hopefully always with Anderson and August. I think they're things that they're gonna wanna share when I become 85. When we're on the boat, it's ours. This is what's special to us. It's peaceful. What's valuable about owning this boat is it's an investment in memories that I can't create any other way. There's no way for me to put a number on that. It's just truly priceless.
Truly priceless. That's exactly what having a boat is all about, is creating those memories that last a lifetime. And thanks to the Ader family, Discover Boating, for sharing their story with us. Hopefully we've shared a few stories with you. And if you haven't had enough of us, don't worry, there's more in store. But more than anything, we're hoping you'll check out Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. And you can really do that by spending about $5 or up to $89 and hopping into the Seattle Boat Show Connected right now, this very moment. Go on in. Walk the red carpet, jump on the pirate ship, visit with the exhibitors. There's about 200 waiting to set up appointments with you. You can see who's there. The boats are curated. You can curate them even more by using the favorite tab. So a lot in store there. We've got a treasure hunt. We've got a selfie station, 84 hours of seminars you can watch right now at this very moment. You can watch them up to 7 days after the show. Totally recorded, pre-recorded, all the records waiting for you. So thanks so much for being with us. My name is Peter Schrappen with Seattle Boat Show TV. And we're going to switch it up a little bit right now. We're going to go visit with Victoria Dyson, who I had the good fortune of meeting with last week at the Fairmont Olympic Hotel. You might know the Fairmont Olympic Hotel, located on University between 4th and 5th in Seattle, Washington. It's the historic hotel there, and they're getting a little bit of a facelift right now. Victoria was kind enough to invite us in to share with us not only what the hotel is looking like, but some ins and outs of serving tea. When I think about high tea or afternoon tea, I think about sitting around enjoying some vittles and having a good time. And I'm not much of a tea drinker, as you'll probably see in this interview with Victoria, but we had a great time just kind of sharing some best practices around serving tea. So I hope you'll enjoy the show.
I think that here at the Fairmont Olympic, it's about tradition. It's about what we've been doing for decades. We've been having afternoon tea in the Georgian restaurant, in the garden court, and for generations. We've had families that have come and experienced truly what an afternoon tea is, and it's that quintessential experience that people just keep coming back year after year after year. Well, we're super excited about a multi-million-dollar renovation that we are just completing here at the Fairmont Olympic. All of our public spaces, all of our food and beverage outlets, everything has been touched, and over the last 4 years we've completed over $50 million worth of renovations to truly make Seattle's first love of the Olympic a truly remarkable experience and hotel that I'm super excited to be showing people once we're fully open. The guest rooms are open, so we're selling guest rooms right now, and people are staying with us and have been throughout the renovations, but we're anticipating over the next couple of months, it's all based off of what's going on with the current restrictions here in Washington State. So the plan is when we are opening up that the afternoon tea will be served in the lobby. So that is directly behind us here. This is a smaller, more intimate space that will be open only in the evenings. It's a little private enclave for people who will enjoy a very high-end whiskey or spirit. Well, there's many things that go into a cup of tea, and I guess it all starts with what your mood is. Are you needing a little bit of a pick-me-up, so you need more of a black tea? Did you just have a great dinner in a wonderful restaurant and you're needing a little bit of a help with digestion, like a peppermint tea? Or are you getting ready to go to bed with something a little bit more soothing and calming like a chamomile? So first and foremost is you need to pick your kind of tea and what your mood is all about. I think after that, it's all about your preferences. So like when you have a glass of champagne, you have a champagne flute. Like when you have a glass of wine, you have your favorite wine glass. You need to have your favorite cup for a cup of tea. You want to make sure that it's all about the experience. So choosing your perfect cup for your perfect cup of tea is first and foremost. When you have a great cup, your tea usually tastes a little bit better. And then it's about temperature. So when you're boiling your water, a lot of people just make the mistake of taking the water that they had before and boiling it again. Tea loves oxygen. So what you should do is you should take freshly drawn water, if you can, have it filtered, and then boil it. Always have fresh water. Once the water's boiled, then what you should do is wait a minute or two, because a tea plant is very delicate. So if you pour boiling water directly over top of loose leaf or tea bags, you actually can burn or scald the tea, which then ends up the tea being a little bit more bitter. So you want to make sure that let the boiling water just sit for a minute or two, then pour it over, and then you want to steep your tea based off of the tea that you have. So a black tea, an herbal tea probably needs 3 to 6 minutes, but if you have like a white or a yellow or a green tea, they don't need as long for it to. Yeah, well, again, tea is very personal. So if that is the way that you like it, then there's no right or wrong answer to that. But it's also about the steps that you make. You know, many people will say you should be taking your tea bag out once it's properly brewed, just to be able to have that consistent cup of tea. There's also the controversy of milk. Do you put milk in before or after? And again, it goes back to preference. I think that in the early days, China was not what it used to be, and the quality wasn't as good. So what people were doing was pouring a little bit of milk into the bottom of the teacup and then pouring their tea in, because if you were putting very hot or boiling water into a teacup back in the early days, it could actually crack the teacup. So that's one of the reasons where it started with milk first. But it is up to your preference whether you want to do it before or after. I mean, afternoon tea is definitely an experience of you think about finger sandwiches, and you think about scones and sweet treats and marmalades and jams and butter. And so I think that here at the Fairmont, we start with the traditional tea, where you have all of those individual things on a beautiful tower that comes to your table. But then again, tea is personal. You can always personalize it. Did you want to have a glass of champagne with your tea to start off? That's a very popular option here at the Fairmont, where we have friends that come in with fascinators and are all dressed up, and they'll start off with a bottle of fabulous champagne and then go into the traditional afternoon tea. Well, I think tea, there's so many different varietals and there's so many different options for tea that it's truly personal. And so I think people are exploring more. I mean, green tea has become a huge fad that people are for their health and making them feel good. But again, a lot of people just really want to have that comfort of tea. I think it's definitely something that goes on people's schedule. I grew up with parents who were tea drinkers, and they always had their cup of tea in the morning. When my dad got home from work, they had their cup of tea. It was always like a ritual that people were having with tea. And I think that lends itself also into afternoon tea because it's an experience, it's a ritual. And just like people are very personal about their coffee, people are very, very personal about their tea as well.
Well, that's Victoria Dyson from the Fairmont Olympic Hotel, Director of Sales and Marketing. Victoria, where can people find out more about the Fairmont Olympic Hotel?
Well, if you're going to our website, which is fairmont.com/Seattle, you will be able to get all of the information. We are in this day and age, we were doing afternoon tea to go over the holidays. We're looking at potentially doing that again for Easter and Mother's Day, just so that people can still get their tradition of their afternoon tea from the Olympic, but also being able to take it home. And then we look forward to be welcoming everybody back to the hotel once the time is right.
Outstanding. Well, folks at home, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after these important messages. Thank you. Ta-da! I'm back. No, it's Peter Schrappen here with Seattle Boat Show TV as part of Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. I'm not alone here by any stretch of the imagination. You'll see Denise Whitaker right here as well. Hi, Denise.
Hi there.
What a day.
It's so much fun.
Awesome. Yeah.
So much fun.
It's nice to hear.
I'm learning so much and
You've got
discovering so much more.
So many pads of paper working
I know.
over there.
What's
going on?
I've got a list of seminars going on. If
Okay.
people want to jump into the show, we've got navigation, weather. Have they done happy hour yet? I think their happy hour is still coming up, right?
We've got a happy hour coming up here with Schaefer
No,
Shed.
they're
doing a happy hour?
Well, we've
Oh.
got our own.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got our own. So you have to decide where you're going to go, right? Yeah. And I think, what else is coming up? Oh, I know what's coming up. What time is it now? Yeah, it's 4 o'clock. What just started, if you want to jump out of us, or you can stay with us in happy hour eventually. But the long salmon fishing started right at 4 o'clock.
I would encourage people to stop watching us and go and learn about
Go there.
salmon.
Yeah.
Visit with our exhibitors. Tap into everything that's right there.
There's so much.
I think we've been working on this for about 16 years. It seems
I'm
like
sure
it.
you
There's
have,
like
yeah.
dog ears, there's cat ears,
I
there's
mean, you've
boat
put,
show
I know,
ears.
you yourself have put in a lot of hours into just this, because here's what Peter provided me with. This is only a portion of the pages of information that we have available.
I'll be selling these for $700. So if
You
people,
should.
I'd like to know the person that orders that.
Will you autograph them for an extra 100?
I have a signature machine.
Oh, no,
So
that doesn't count.
That
You
doesn't.
have to,
Okay,
you have
we'll
to
see.
handle it.
No, it's true. I've spent a lot of time on this. I hope you like the lineup. I feel like we're just getting started. I don't think we've hit the midpoint. I think we're on page 30 of page 70. Maybe.
I don't know.
I would have thought I would have numbered these pages. That would have been smart. Next time.
I wish you would have. No.
Next time, let's have fun. Yeah, here's a little mind bender on you. Put these papers together. So no, we've got a killer lineup coming up for you. We've got Schaefer Shed and a little bit of Frechette Winery. We've got Captain Sandy. We've already heard from Captain Lee, and he set the scene. He set
He's
the
a
table
character.
for us. Yes, we could say that. But no, we've got Schaefer Shed at 4:15, and then we've got Captain Sandy. We're going to learn about some scuba diving in the area. We were lucky enough to visit with the Mischief Distillery CEO, Mike Sherlock. He invited us into his distillery, and apparently he liked what he was hearing, and he invited me into his home. 4-story floating home on Lake
Nice.
Union below Aurora. We're putting the finishing touches on that one, but we're going to talk about Mischief Distillery later. I've got my friendly piece of paper here.
Right.
Cynthia Nims at 5:45, hosting a fun and delicious game night. I've got her. She's a published author. I've got her book here. We've got Bill Baker, who I know and love. Bill's a boating guru. I don't know there's a minute that goes by that he's not on the Nordhaven Community Forum providing answers. So we've got a lot in store. We've got Ethan Stoll as
Always
well.
fun.
We're going to be doing some oysters, and then we've got George Harris and Troy Buck. Troy's with Roche Harbor, and then I think last night I'm looking over at Logan. We ended with Colors. I think I was already fast asleep. We're going to do that again tonight. Troy Buck from Roche Harbor. That's the annual nightly tradition over at
Right.
Roche Harbor, and I'm sure you've seen that a few times.
Sure. I even got to see my husband jump in after one.
I was going to
one
say
year.
you didn't. You go first. I'll be right there, kind of thing.
No, it was it was our Queen City Bridge had the opportunity to do that one night. They were
Opportunity.
honored. Yes.
Lucky you.
Yeah.
You first, honey.
Yeah.
I'll be right there. What are some of the other notes you've taken? You've been taking copious notes.
Hey, these are my no.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
There are certain things I want to remember. I've been writing down certain things that I want to learn more about. Like I want to go back to the EPA.gov/safer choice. I want to go to that website later and check it out. I want to go to northwestcookingafloat.com and check that website out.
Carol
So,
Buchan,
yeah, all of our guests have had such great information that we're kind of giving you this little nugget and you're getting just a little sampling. It's like having the appetizer and then you've got to dive into the website or to their social media page or their book or something to really get into the meat of it all.
You know, Denise, one thing I've been thinking about as I prepared for this 34 hours of fun is just this topic around MacGuffins. And that was a newer topic for me. And it's Alfred Hitchcock used MacGuffins. You'll see it in movies where there's like a symbol. It's not really about that. It's about a larger principle. I'm thinking of The Wizard of Oz, and The Yellow Brick Road is really about finding yourself kind of thing. And I feel like, and just like the Ader family said, boating really is priceless. Like the boating is like a proxy for this incredible family time that you will have nowhere else, where you can get away from it all. Ideally, sometimes the internet might not be working if you can get far enough away, and the kids will put the phones down and you can connect as a family. That's why I'm looking forward to hearing about some games, because I've gone through some real stinkers of games, but I've also had a lot of fun games. So I'm hearing what Cynthia has to say about us. But how has boating changed for you through the years? Has it gotten easier with the technology? Are there some apps that you really subscribe to?
You know, I'm not much of an app person. Again, my chief technology officer does all of that fun stuff. He's got Navionics down and all of that. So, no, what I love about boating is not having the technology. It's just the simplicity of it all. You know, rolling the dice and playing Yahtzee on the boat. And it is funny you mentioned games, because I can't wait for that segment too, because games fit personalities too, right? There are certain games, and maybe I've just never been in the right crowd. So if you love Cards Against Humanity, okay, great. But you know, when that came out and everybody was all, oh, this is the best game ever, and I'm still hearing about it, I've never really had a true great Cards Against Humanity game myself.
This
in
is
terms
awkward.
of like, I have to play again.
What's the one gift I got Denise to say thank you for her time here was
Cards Against Humanity.
So
Yeah.
can you just pretend that you liked it? I don't know. Should we get Arden back
do you
on here?
play it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it.
It's fun. Don't
Yeah.
get me wrong.
I don't know if I
enjoy
play
it.
I've played it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Apples to Apples. Have you played Apples to Apples?
I've not.
It's a lot like Cards Against Humanity,
Okay.
but a little more family friendly. And there's
Okay.
actually a kids
Yeah,
version.
yeah.
As a self-proclaimed lobbyist, I find that Apples to Apples is the single best game if you want to kind of get a better understanding of sales.
Okay.
And it's fun, and lobbying, and how you
Okay.
can get the other. It's not about where you're coming from, but getting inside of the person you're playing with, so they can guess the right answer that you've put forward. I'm probably not explaining it very well, but
So it sounds somewhat similar to Boulder Dash. Have you played Boulder Dash?
no. But I'm remembering those because you don't hear
Yeah.
that word very often.
We
No.
played that a lot when we were dating a long time ago. And my husband and I have been married 29 years. So, yes, it was a long time ago when we were playing that all the time. But that there's a word, and you have to make up a definition. And then it goes around the table to see who can guess the right definition. So that one's a lot of fun.
I wonder if it's by the same creator. Maybe so.
More notes.
That's
I'm
right.
taking more notes. I got to
The
check
Rubik's
this out
Cube
later.
is a nice old school game.
Yeah,
no,
for sure.
What I like about some of these games is they don't take up a lot of room, and that's one thing about boating. You don't want
That's the
something that's going to
best.
take up too much space here.
That's
so-
why I just keep Yahtzee on the boat.
Yeah. I don't know if I've ever played Yahtzee. Is anyone watching this? Can I share that? I know. Yeah. I don't get out a lot. Is that like, yeah. Pick yourself off the floor, Denise Whitaker.
Wow.
Yeah.
You've never played
Road is
Yahtzee?
rocking. Wait, I could have said that as many times in the last 12 hours that we've been together. So.
Wow. Okay.
All right.
I'm shocked.
Yeah. And awed or just shocked? Whatever you say, Peter.
Whatever.
Well, there's a lot going on here. There's a lot going on inside the Seattle Boat Show Connected. And I'm going to take a moment here to let Denise share with you what's going on with one of our fun targeted ads, micro ads we're calling them, to kind of let you know for $5 what's going to happen inside the Seattle Boat Show.
The virtual show floor is one of the coolest features here at Seattle Boat Show Connected. You can surf the aisles of the show floor, navigating exhibitor booths in our fully rendered convention center. We even feature the iconic red carpet that has become a big part of Seattle Boat Show experiences. Here you can filter by product category or enter a keyword to search for what you are looking for. You'll be transported directly to the space on the show floor where you can interact and engage with exhibitors and their show specials. Be sure to explore the outer reaches of the virtual show floor where you just might find a buried treasure. Navigate to the pirate ship's crow's nest where you could discover a hidden prize waiting for you. Find the best deals of the year at the Big Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. The 2021 Seattle Boat Show Connected features an incredible schedule of fishing, boating, and sailing seminars streaming right here on this site. With more than 100 hours of content and even more Boat Show University classes, you'll want to watch it all. Lucky you can rewatch any classes you missed or may just want to see again for up to an entire week after the show. You can add a seminar to your personal calendar or save to your favorites list. If you're attending the show from another region, you can even set your time zone preferences so the schedule will display in your local time. During the live stream, chat with other attendees, post questions and comments for the presenter, jump between sessions, browse featured products and services, and more. Get the most out of your boat show experience.
Those are nice. Those are very nicely done.
Yes,
Peter Klauser,
Peter
his
Klauser
team,
did a good job. Yes,
you planned
it was
out.
funny. The day that I showed up, I'm just thinking. I wasn't thinking to look like I was going on a boat. I was thinking, what's bright, what's fun. And as soon as I showed up in that pink sweater, he's like, "Oh, thank you for not wearing red or blue." I'm like, "Oh, okay,
Yeah.
I did it."
There it is.
Right.
The Denise Whitaker
I knew all
backslap.
along.
That's right. That's great. So yeah, we're having a great time here at Seattle Boat Show TV as part of Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. Rev your engines. We're just getting started here. We've had a couple hours under our belt, so we've got the kinks all worked out,
Right.
100%. It's a very seamless show. You will see no mistakes here as I
None.
pull out the. I have these awesome glasses that I've already broke, but fortunately I've got 17 more pair
Oh my goodness.
as we raise our game here.
Yes.
Look serious here.
Wait, when you said we've worked out all the kinks and no mistakes, I expected a bell or a horn over there. You didn't.
I haven't really.
You
I haven't
disappointed
overstayed
me.
my welcome with the horn. I don't
No.
know what I expected out of this, but maybe it's because we're just getting started here that I've got some hours to get this down pat, which
You
I'm
know
sure
what
people
these
at home
are?
would love. They're awesome glasses.
They're wine goggles.
Oh.
No.
Do
Yeah.
we-
Have
do
you
we-
ever done one? Well, I have. Have you ever done one of those demonstrations where police departments have the
Oh.
drunk goggles?
Yeah.
And you put them
I mean, no,
on.
I haven't, but I can track it.
Right.
yes.
Yeah. And it's a test, right? And they use that to show young people and various other groups that if you do imbibe, then this is what things are like. And
Well,
so I have worn those before.
I don't think these are those.
No, but they-
$2. I got 18 of
I know,
these,
but
so
they
that would be
still-
we'd be onto something.
They kind of mimic the whole drunk goggle
Yeah,
concept.
this is the cheap high here. No, I'm kidding, of course. This is a very serious endeavor we've got at Seattle Boat Show TV. I'm pleased to report that we've got I do look kind of official taking these off.
Yes.
Maybe this is the best use of these, just kind of holding them as a prop. But yes, we've got our next guest already in the queue, Shay Frechette of Frechette Winery. How you doing, Shay? It is nice to have you on board here with Seattle Boat Show TV. How's it going for you?
It's going fantastic. Thanks for having me. I'm stoked to talk about boating and wine.
Well, I did have to ask you twice for this. I sent out an email. I believe I talked to your husband, and he was like, "Your bet she'll be on this show to talk about Frechette Winery."
yeah.
There it is.
There it is.
There it is. And we're on time. It's 4:15. I mean, this is great. It's happy hour. So tell us a little bit about Frechette Winery, how you got started in the wine industry, and I'd love to hear about your passion for boating.
Oh gosh. Well, so I'm from South Carolina. My husband Greg is from Tri-Cities, and but we were living in Southern California. Had a great life there, and my husband says, "You know what? Life is good. Let's have a baby." And I was like, "Okay." And he said, if we have a baby, we should move closer to our parents. And I thought that meant we would move closer to my parents in South Carolina. And he was thinking his parents in Tri-Cities. So we weren't on the same page. At any rate, we argued back and forth. And when we were sick of arguing, Greg just says, you know what? Let's leave it to fate. Let's flip a coin. If it lands on heads, we move to Washington. And if it lands on tails, we move to South Carolina. Well, after a couple glasses of wine, I was just like, that's a great idea. Leave your life up to fate, right? Anyways, he flipped the coin and that sucker landed on heads for Washington. Of course, I argued we should go best out of 5 and right.
No, best out of 37.
Yeah, right. Well, coin landed on heads, and so here we are. We quit our jobs, moved to Washington, wanted to do something that gave us goosebumps, and landed on wine. And so we learned how to make wine, and the rest is history.
Well, you're no stranger to associations. The Seattle Boat Show is put on by the Northwest Marine Trade Association. You're part of the Washington Wine Institute. And can you talk about what the collegial attitude is like and how your peers have helped you learn more about wine?
Oh my gosh, yes. So knowledge is just something that is openly shared in the wine industry. So for us, you know, I had a background of 20 years in training and development. So coming into wine was very new. And not only were we talking about associations, but the individuals within those associations were very happy to share knowledge. I mean, if I could just name drop a little bit,
please.
I'll name drop Charlie Hoppus with Fidelitas, JJ Williams with the Kiona family, Marcia Edwards with Shaw Vineyards, and the list just goes on. Christine Bono, she's with Tertulia. She was extremely helpful. Casey Woods, she's over with J&S Custom Crushing now. And so we just had a plethora of wine industry professionals that were just like, you know what? We all rise with the same tide.
I like that. Nicely.
Thank you for giving him an excuse to use all of his musical instruments.
Yes, I've got money to spend.
That's what I'm here for.
Toys to
That's what
play
I'm here
with.
for, Peter.
Appreciate that. No, my colleague, Katie Grossclose, who hopefully is watching, is part of your wine club. How's that going? What is that like to be part of the wine club?
Oh my God, she is so dope. I love Katie.
Yeah, I know
gosh.
her. We're friends. I think we're
Oh
friends.
my gosh, she is such an amazing person, and she always brings so much light to us when we have any wine club pickup event. She's there with a smile, and we love every opportunity to get to connect with her when she's visiting here on Red Mountain.
Well, yeah, I've got the good fortune of working with her as well. I've been there for 10 years. Katie's been there a little bit longer. No, we have a great time at the ranch for sure. Shay, when you think about boating, now I'm going to segue a little bit. We're based in Seattle. We're in Renton, Washington right now, but there's so much fabulous boating on the Columbia River and east of the mountains. What's that like for those who may not be initiated as you?
Oh, it's a dream. The Columbia River is absolutely amazing to boat on. We have a couple boat launches that are our fades to launch our boat from. The water's gorgeous. There's so much to see. It's just, I couldn't have asked for a better place to go boating and for water sports in general. So we have a boat, and of course, Peter, I have to tell you, I did stand-up paddleboarding for the first time last year. And so to have a boat that you can put those toys on, wakeboards, stand-up paddleboards, just to be out on the river to enjoy has just been absolutely amazing.
I've got to ask, what was it like to be on the stand-up paddleboard?
Oh, it was so cool. I was very nervous, but the only thing that happens is you fall in the incredibly cold Columbia River,
But are you getting used to it? Are you liking it?
I'm loving it. My biggest regret is that I didn't do enough of it because, I'm more of a get on a boat and relax with a little bit of rosé, right? And so I kind of get a little used to just, sitting back and relaxing and just enjoying the music and enjoying the scenery. And so, but this is my year. I'll do a lot more of it this year.
So when you're enjoying the music, the scenery, does your taste sway with what you've got going on that way?
Sometimes it does. I am a very, we get 300 days of sunshine here in the Tri-Cities. And so boating is just like a huge thing. It's one of the things that you have to do if you're in this area. And I love something that's just cool, light and crisp with a little bit of sugar in it. And so rosé is usually my thing, but we also enjoy being able to have dinner on our boat. And so if we're having something that's a little more hearty, of course, you have to pull out one of those beautiful Washington Reds for that.
The thing about rosé, these aren't the rosés that you think you grew up with. They've come a long way. I think when I think rosé, I think of back in Missouri and
right,
the
and
white
all the really sweet
Zinfandel.
wines. Well, Missouri makes a lot of wine.
They do make a
but
lot of
it's
wine.
all super sweet in my opinion. Yeah,
I was with you until the. They make a lot of German white wines, Gewürztraminers,
so
I believe.
Maybe I haven't gotten all those. I've
Herman.
done the Katy Trail. Sorry, we
okay,
digress.
Yeah, we're busy here, Shay.
Talking about some good stuff, though. I'm loving it.
No, Missouri was a famous German wine
Right.
region, or was at one point,
Yeah.
and so there's still that history there.
They,
but
they do still have a lot there, yeah.
I was on a call earlier this morning, Shay, talking about Washington State wines with some, it was called superyachtradio.com, little plug there. And you can listen to that interview later after the Seattle Boat Show Connected. But they're just uninitiated, unaware of the world-class wines here in our backyard. Shay, what is it about Washington State wine that makes it so spectacular?
You know, I think that if you think you know wine, you really don't know wine unless you've had Washington wine. That's just the if, ands, and buts of it all. There are 16 unique growing regions in the state. And so you can get, Cab, for example. I love Cab from a lot of different places. Now, I make Cab specifically from Red Mountain wine grapes. But I mean, to have a Washington Cab from different areas of Washington is just really cool because you get something different. But Washington wines are known for fruit driven, great tannin, full of flavor. And so you just get a lot of personality in the wines from different areas of this region. But Washington, I think, is just one of the leaders globally when it comes to amazing, high quality and wine that's made with a lot of soul and a lot of hard work.
And is there really a style or a type of varietal that we really can't? It seems like we can grow anything here and make anything.
We can grow a lot of things here. I mean, it's hard to even pinpoint, when you think of like, well, what's Washington known for? Because talk about like Cabs, Merlot, Syrah, Petit Verdot, Grenache, Mourvedre, Petite Syrah. I mean, we grow over 70 different varietals here in the state. There's some things that there are other areas that have a climate more towards, like I would say, like a Pinot Noir wouldn't be something that you would in general think of as the primary varietal grown here in the state. But there's so many varietals that we just absolutely rock. Mother Nature has blessed this state with such the perfect terroir, perfect climate that so many varietals just love it. They love growing here. And as a winemaker, I love making the wine.
It sounds like it. Shay, can you talk a little bit about the rules of thumb around food and wine pairing? I think people get so rigid and, you can't have red with fish. Well, of course you can. That's called Pinot Noir and salmon. What are some of the classic rules? What are some of the classic rules of thumb that you subscribe to when it comes to food and wine pairing?
Peter, it's a good question because I kind of thought that way too, that, I could only have like white wine with salmon. I could only have, this wine with this particular food. And what I've learned and even working with some amazing chefs is I've learned to push the boundaries when it comes to food and wine pairings. And the thing I love about Washington wines in particular is that they're very diverse. They can pair with a lot of different things. So I love pairing Merlot with salmon. I mean, think about it. With the salmon, it just kind of depends on like how you season it and what you add to it. So throw on something like a dark berry chutney on it, and there you go, salmon with Cabernet Sauvignon or Merlot, and enjoy. So I love to push the boundaries. Where I am a little more careful is when I'm having like a high acid kind of food, and I'm having a wine that maybe is a lower acidic wine. And so sometimes things like that you can find a better wine to complement that food dish. So if I'm having something that's high acid, I usually look for a wine that's a little more high acid. Or if I'm having something that's spicy with sweet in it, then I look for a wine that's going to complement that. But in general, I really don't take too seriously to trying to pair stuff 100% because, like I said, I love pushing the boundaries and just trying something new. And think about it, when you go to a restaurant, a lot of times, you may order your wine first, and then you may not even think twice about what you're going to order for dinner. So I think that for folks, especially if you're having dinner and you have wine at home and you have flexibility to, grab something else, I say push the boundaries and just try some things out. But okay, Peter, I'm gonna share with you a secret though.
Oh, good. This is just us three here, so that's great.
With everything, I've been rosé with everything.
Well, it's such a versatile varietal. I mean, yeah, it's perfect.
It really is. It really is.
One of the things I wanted to emphasize that you pointed out was just the importance of pairing to the dressing. For example, if you're going to have salad for dinner, you don't want to pair it necessarily to the salad itself, but you really want to pair it to the dressing. And like you said, pair it to if you're going to have a sauce on a fish, really pairing it to the sauce is critical, not worrying so much about the fish. So I just wanted to make sure people at home knew that one. That's always kind of served me well through the years.
Oh, yeah.
Shay, what's the next big thing for Frechette Winery?
Oh, gosh. Well, we are You know, we have a beautiful Malbec right now that is brand new to our portfolio, and I love that. So that's one of the things that I'm really, really excited about. We have a Zinfandel that's amazing that we're almost out of, and so I'm excited to still have time to really enjoy that. And then the rosé that I'm enjoying tonight is going to be released in May. However, I'm doing a little pre-release of this wine. I'm starting on Monday just for 2 weeks. So for 2 weeks only, this rosé will be on our website and available just for those 2 weeks, and then it'll kind of be hidden until we do the real release in May. But for us, we'll just keep trucking along here on Red Mountain, which is a real small American viticultural area, making wine here and just having a great time out here amongst the vines.
Shay, do you ever drink much dessert wine, iced wine, or have you dipped your toe in that at all?
I do. I think that ice wine and dessert wine definitely have a place. My favorite ice wine is from my neighbor Kiona. They're just right next door, and they just rock. I mean, they totally rock when it comes to ice wine. And then we make a fortified wine, which is kind of like a ruby port style wine. And so I enjoy having that. My favorite time to have that, honestly, is kind of during the winter time when it's just nice and frosty and kind of chilly, especially when I have an 8-year-old. My husband and I have an 8-year-old, and he likes making s'mores. And so it's kind of nice for us to sip on a little fortified wine. And if he makes us a s'more, we can have it with that, and it pairs deliciously well.
Are you a dessert wine person?
I like all wine.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Great answer. Great answer.
Exactly.
Yes.
I would have put a plug in for Hedges Winery. Are they still doing their fortified port style wine? Do you know, Shay? They're your neighbors, aren't they?
They are my neighbors. I don't know if they're doing a fortified wine, but I can tell you they have an amazing champagne. I'll let that one sink in.
Oh.
What grapes are they using?
So they have a champagne. It's actually made in the Champagne region of France.
That would make sense.
And it's imported in. Yeah. They have that one. Traditionally, they're probably using the traditional varietals. I don't know for sure, but if I'm guessing out of Champagne, it's going to be Pinot Noir or Chardonnay, or that's that one other varietal.
Pinot Meunier.
There you go.
I'm sorry,
yes.
it's in there somewhere. I wanted to.
Yes.
Thanks for teasing me out of that. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say that every day.
Peter, you should ring the bell.
Woo!
Winter chicken dinner.
There you go.
What's your next boat trip?
What was that?
What's your next big boat trip?
You know what? So it's a little too cold for me to be out on the water personally, but gosh, the next beautiful day we have, hopefully sometime in March, we'll get our boat out and on the water. And I mean, Peter, this year is going to be the year. I honestly just cannot wait to get out there. It's a great opportunity to be out with our little family. And, it's just one of those things that to be near water where it's just easy for us to get to, and to have such great weather over here, why not?
Shay, your energy is contagious.
It's great.
It is awesome.
Where can we get your wines? Is it just through your website?
Yeah, so FreshetteWinery.com is where our wines are. But the fun thing is that we actually come over to the west side quite a bit for some pop-up tastings. So we do bring wines over there. So if anyone's getting wine from us at FreshetteWinery.com, just inquire through us or through our wine club, and we can let you know when we're over on the west side. We're there 4 times a year for our own events, and then we come over a couple more times. So yeah, we have fun with that.
Excellent.
I don't know if you've seen the show earlier today. It's okay if you haven't, Shay, but we have a wheel here that was expensive to put together, and it was very heavy for me to lift. So I like to use it with our guests when we have a little bit of time. So if you don't mind, I'm going to have Denise spin the wheel, and depending where it lands, I don't know if you can see this, we'll have a question for you.
Yeah.
Here we go.
We'll see. I don't know. You didn't weight this, did you? Sometimes it seems to keep landing on the same thing. So let's hope we get something different for you.
So if it lands on song, you have to sing us a sea shanty.
We'll see
That's
what happens.
the one my favorite.
It's like I feel like.
And it landed on sea shanty. There you go. No, I'm just kidding about that. It landed on 2021.
2021.
What is in store for Shay? Are you a New Year's resolution person, Shay?
Sort of. I didn't really do much of it this year.
Okay. What would be a resolution if I was going to put you on the spot, like hypothetically?
Ooh, gosh.
What do you want to do more of?
I want, those beautiful boats that are there in the boat show.
Wow, right on message.
I mean, if I could put something out into the universe, Peter, it would be to have one of those beautiful boats to upgrade a little bit and really enjoy being on the water. So how about throwing that out there?
That was, nicely played.
I like it.
I think that could be the answer for each of these questions
It could
here.
be.
Yeah.
It could be.
Game over. I guess we should disassemble the wheel. Shay wins. Shay, we're going to have this wheel delivered to your home. You're welcome.
Oh my goodness.
It's such a delight to have you on here, Shay Frechette.
Oh, it was such a pleasure to get to spend time with the two of you. Wow, what a way to make the end of my day.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much. It's for Shay Frechette. She's at Frechette Winery on Instagram. Thanks so much, Shay. Have a great one.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Well, we're going to have an encore presentation. I don't know if presentation is right. We've got someone knocking on our door to come back to share some news. And Joe Klein is his name. I think we're going to take a little break here, though, and see where Joe is. He wanted to share some news around some local sailing information we didn't get to with his interview. So he'll be right back. We'll be right back. Logan, why don't you play a little micro at it with Denise talking about Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine.
Hi, I'm Denise Whitaker, and I'm proud to be a part of the innovative and exciting 2021 Big Seattle Boat Show Connected. Join me and NMTA's own Peter Schrappen as we host the Boat Show TV channel live all 4 days of the show right here on the site. We have an exciting lineup of guest interviews and boating topics, including how to maximize your time on the water, discover new ways to make more memories in the magical world of boating. Plus, you'll meet boating leaders from the Puget Sound area, across the U.S., the world, and beyond, and so much more. Don't miss the boat. We'll see you online and on the water. It's all right here at SeattleBoatShow.com.
We are back. Seattle Boat Show TV is part of the Seattle Boat Show Connected Seattle Boat Show, the 74th edition, coming to you live from Renton, Washington, our home studio here. My name is Peter Schrappen.
I'm Denise Whitaker from Como. I'm a little disappointed.
Oh boy, what did I do now?
Knowing that Peter lined up all these guests,
Yeah.
knowing that you were having Shay on talking about wine, you didn't think to bring a wine prop in.
That's true. You mean the Northwest Marine Trade
You just gave
Association
me the
coffee
drug
mug
goggles
from
instead.
1973 doesn't suffice?
Yeah, no.
I got you the glasses. I
I
got
know.
you the flowers. I got you the popcorn, which you haven't touched from
No.
Christmas.
I know, right? Is that what this is?
1986?
Was this a Christmas gift someone gave you that you don't really want anymore? Or
No, it's a Christmas gift I definitely want. Thank you, Patrick, my brother, for the. Thanks, Denise. That's great. Now I've got this issue to work on. Having learned from Arden,
Is
I'm
it
supposed
edible?
to apologize. Yeah, it's edible. It's delicious. It's fresh. It's good for you. Popcorn, it's like the food rules. If it's been around for 100 years, it must be good.
All right.
And we all know that popcorn looked like that 100 years ago.
Mhm.
No doubt about it. I purchased the prop to make it even more spectacular on
I like
Amazon
that.
last week. So
It is
blowing the
delicious.
budget.
Thank you. It's
I had money to
delicious.
spend and fun to be had. So that's that story. We're gonna have Joe Klein. We're gonna have Joe Klein right on cue. Come on in, Joe. There he is. Don't adjust your dials. Nope, this is not the recorded version. Joe is back because we did not get to all the news that's going on in the sailing world. And Joe, I feel bad. I wanted to hear more about what's going on the local sailing scene. We definitely touched on the global sailing scene, which there's a lot there, and I could feel the passion. But what's going on here locally?
Yeah, I'm happy to tell you about that, Peter. It's one of the reasons why I said I'd be happy to come back on is because, I live and breathe local boating and sailing stories night in, night out, day in, day out. And then I spent my whole first interview talking about stuff happening in other parts of the world.
You got caught up in the moment. I get it. You're human.
I did. Well, those stories are really good, but
They were great stories.
The things the thing that occurred to me after the fact is that, that the good stories elsewhere shouldn't discount the great stories that are happening here. And, I think one of the good fortunes I have is I get to just live in those stories all the time, making a magazine each month and maintaining the website. So, one of the stories I wanted to make sure got highlighted that was featured in our February issue that hit the streets this week. I'm not sure whether you've already gotten a chance to talk about it, but the region's first maritime high school is opening this fall. And we had a great feature article about it. And I was learning about it just along with the readers because we had somebody else writing about it. But it's a really, I think it's a really special and hopeful story as we think about workforce development in the maritime industry. And I think it's a unique partnership. It's happening in Highline School District, which is in South Seattle. And that's also the school district that's home to the aviation school. So I think the aviation school illuminated the pathway for where maritime could go. Maritime has its own unique niches and challenges, but it's happening, and it happens to be something that is. It's a project that's a partnership between Port of Seattle and the Duwamish Cleanup Coalition, and then the organization that I work for, the Northwest Maritime Center, that's the publisher of 48 Degrees North. So anyway, I think that if people don't know about that, I do think that's really special. And if I understand correctly, the registration closes actually at the end of the weekend. So if people are hearing about that for the first time and they have students who think they might be interested, I think that's something that everybody in boating should know about, because we're starting to mint the next generation of maritime professionals here in the Pacific Northwest.
Well, there's one thing that keeps me up. It's where are we going to find the next workforce? You know,
Right.
I think about, we've got the Career Center that Tori Gearing is staffing. That's part of the activities part of Seattle Boat Show Connected. So I'd encourage anyone looking for a job to check that out. I just updated the nmta.net website. The Career Center there is minted freshly on January 27th. So that's completely updated. If you're looking for work, go to the nmta.net/career center. And Joe, I would say that Jake Beatty, the Northwest Maritime Center's illustrious leader, is definitely no stranger to maritime curriculum. I think correct me if I'm wrong, but what he's doing is taking what's working in Port Townsend and applying some of those principles to this maritime high school. Is that accurate?
That's how I understand it as well. Although I think they are taking a significant amount of the learning from the aviation high school as well in terms of structures of the curriculum. The curriculum's still in development, and one of the puzzles that they're trying to work through is how different the various segments of maritime really are, in terms of, there's a skill set and a focus for fishing that's much different than super yachting. And, then you've got building, commercial ports, all, the whole gamut. And the same subject matter foundationally applies, but they have a very specific terminologies, career paths, all that kind of stuff. So I think, not having a single player like Boeing is in the aviation industry makes it more difficult to know what those career tracks should be for young people. But I do think it's part of what makes the industry so resilient and what makes recreational boating here in the Pacific Northwest so vibrant and well supported by the industry itself.
I'm so glad you came back, Joe, to share that story. Anything else we have you share before we say goodbye?
Man, I'm just really grateful for the opportunity to talk about that a little bit. But I also, want to just give a shout out to the full slate of Pacific Northwest boaters. One of the most heartening things about 2020 for me was the way that boaters were out there doing it. It's such a relief that boating was named one of the safest activities. And when I look over the course of the year and some of the reporting that we were able to do about the extremely high levels of activity that were taking place in our Washington waters, I think it gives me immense hope for what we might get to do in the coming year. And I'll just say on a personal level, I will look forward to seeing everybody on the water, whether it's on a sailboat or a powerboat, racing or cruising. I'll be out there, and I'll look forward to seeing you.
Good deal.
Right back at you.
All right.
Have a great night,
guys.
Joe. Thanks for coming back.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
That's Joe Klein. I'm Peter Schrappen. This is Denise Whitaker. We're coming to you live from Seattle Boat Show TV as part of Seattle Boat Show Connected. We're having a lot of fun here. I've got a lot of toys here. I haven't even touched the Magic 8 Ball yet. Got this fan that is a mister.
I can hardly wait.
I've got my
afraid.
supply of popcorn. I've got a wigs and headbands.
Now
and
that you've got me
Wayne's
onto
World
this
hat.
popcorn.
Is it any good?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. Well, we're going to take a little break here. We're going to hear from Denise Whitaker without food in her mouth as she tells you what you can do to enjoy Seattle Boat Show Connected. Brought to you by Union Marine.
The Big Seattle Boat Show Connected offers a collection of contests, promotions, and games that you can play for fun and for prizes. Browse through the list of activities to learn about the exciting ways you can get more from the boat show. Featuring a Dogs on Deck photo contest, marine industry career fair, a selfie booth, and so much more. There's an activity for guests of all ages. Interact, engage, and get involved in the community to show off your love of boating.
Welcome back to Seattle Boat Show TV as part of Seattle Boat Show Connected, brought to you by Union Marine. My name is Peter Schrappen. I work at Northwest Marine Trade Association, where I serve as Vice President and Director of Government Affairs. And when I'm not doing this fun gig, I'll try to make boating laws and regulations a little bit more understandable for lawmakers and boaters alike. So that's the vocation that called me into my
Important
career.
stuff.
And I'm joined by Denise Whitaker of Como 4. Denise, how's it going?
It's going great. I'm loving this. I'm having such a great time.
A lot coming at you.
Yeah,
we
good.
opened up the proverbial fire hose about 12 hours ago, and we haven't stopped. So, and we're not going to stop at all. We're like that Energizer bunny that keeps on going. Our next guest, I believe, is lined up as well. We're going to bring her on if she'll have us. Captain Sandy of Below Deck. How you doing, Captain Sandy?
I'm doing well, thank you, and thank you for having me.
It's a real honor, a real treasure to have you here as part of Seattle Boat Show Connected. Captain Sandy, we just talked about marine trades and the next employment opportunities. There aren't a lot of female captains. Can you share some advice for I have a daughter, any advice you would have for her as she thinks about her career?
You know, I say this often because of the show, I get a lot of messages from women and young adults as well. How can I get into this industry? That's the greatest thing about this TV show, is that it reaches so many people out there, especially in middle America, is how can I get in this industry? And I just say, go for it. Do not stop. Contrary to what everyone thinks, yes, it used to be a male-dominated industry. It probably still is. However, I believe that the TV show has opened up the world for women on deck. I think a lot of people just give up. In fact, I went skiing and I was showing someone how to ski. And I said, you know, if it was easy, everyone would do it. It's when you learn something new, it is hard, it is challenging. And it's when you persevere and you don't give up that it pays off. And that's anything in life. It is challenging, it is not easy. It's when you persevere and you don't give up that it pays off. And that's my advice. Do not give up. If you really, truly want this, don't give up and stay focused.
Well, Denise and I are both from Middle America as well. And how did you know that you wanted to spend your life on the water? Where did you get this call?
You know, honestly, it wasn't a dream of mine. I answered an ad in the paper because I was this lost kid. You know, I always share this. And you can probably relate. If you take the pool of people that work in the yachting industry or the maritime sector, I think we stand out in the psychological pool where we're people that aren't the typical corporate America. We are edgy. We are always looking for the next chase, especially people who work on yachts. It is I can't describe it, but I believe that we're in a different bucket psychologically. And I didn't pursue it. It found me and I fell into it because I had to get a job. So, and when I found it, I was like, I feel like the maritime industry saved my life. And I'll never forget what Michael Moore said to me when he looked at my first contract. He said, you know, the maritime industry has been good to him and his family, and that he helped captains and crew, and that he looked at my contract and he didn't, you know, attorneys charge a lot of money, and he did me a favor, and that was his way of giving back. And that's how I feel about the industry for me, is that I want to help a lot of people because I fell into it to stay out of trouble, and it changed my life, and it's given me an incredible career. And I kept my head down and I did the work. And as a result of that, I became a captain because I worked really hard. You know, I always share this. I'm not a Bravo. I'm Sandy, who has a career in the maritime industry, who happens to be on a TV show. And that's how I got into it. And the greatest part is that this TV show has reached so many people out there that can get a job. And as we all know, we're all aging out and we need new blood. And there's a lot of new blood out there that will work hard. And we need more people in this industry that's willing to work hard.
That's powerful. Captain Sandy, as the captain of a super yacht, I feel like you're the school principal, the psychologist, the chef. You know, you have it all. You manage staff. What are some principles that you subscribe to when it comes to managing people? What works well and what doesn't work well?
You know, I read your questions, and one of them was, what advice did I hear to, you know, give to my crew. And I'll never forget, I was in, I think it was in Italy, and I saw Herb Magny, and a lot of you know who he is. And I went in his crew mess, and he had this sign up and for his crew when they go out, and it said, don't add to the population and don't subtract from the population, you know. And I just think it's so interesting because you get so many mixed nationalities. And I'm working on a book. I did a book proposal on leadership through storytelling. And as we all know, we come from all walks of life. A lot of us, hey, listen, I got kicked out of 11th grade. I didn't go to college, right? I was not that kid. I was a messed up kid. And like I said, I fell into the industry, and there's a lot of people like that. So it's the approach on how you approach these crew, different languages. And for me, it's the Herb Magnies of the world. And the approach is sometimes comical, sometimes stern. It's all about communication and how we communicate. And I always think about where they came from. How can I talk to them? How can I make a difference? It isn't, you know, we're there to do a job, of course. We're there to provide a service for the owner. We're there to keep owners in their boats to stay employed, because without owners buying boats, we don't have jobs, right? We don't have shipyards making boats, and it's just that effect. And the common goal here is to have personnel to continue to keep this incredible industry thriving. And listen, we get to experience incredible places. As I was interviewing with all these publishers this week, I talked about, we get to travel the world, Shanghai, you know, Dubai, Genoa, Barcelona, Seattle, like all over the world, to have these boat shows. And then for the first time, I experienced Washington, D.C. And to be able to take nationalities and talk about this and learn their parts of the world in a common denominator as a maritime industry, that's powerful. And to be the glue to grow the industry and the numbers that are attached to it, the dollar bills, and not just that, the education, that to me is powerful. Like how do I empower people? How do I encourage them? I just show up.
Well, you're referring to the American Boating Congress, and that's the trip to DC that we took a couple of years ago.
Especially people who work on
and that was a really powerful experience. Was that your first time to DC? Oh, I think we lost Captain Sandy. We're going to get her right back. But yeah, Captain Sandy's referring to the American Boating Congress, which happens every year, which is put on by our friends at NMMA.
Right.
So NMMA.org, they put together this incredible jam-packed fly-in. We meet with their legislators, we meet with their delegation, and Captain Sandy got to experience that. And that's just something that's got to be done, because if you're not at the table telling your story, someone else is. There she is. She's back.
Yeah, she's back.
Someone else is telling your story. You may not like what they're saying. I was just bragging about the American Boating Congress, Captain Sandy. And was that your first time doing some formal lobbying?
Very first time. And I got to tell you, like, that just lit me up from the inside out. You know, I bought a building in Jacksonville, and I have a lobbyist now, and I've, you know, spent some time with a lobbyist, and I'm like, man, this is my calling. Like, I really feel I want to make a difference with my platform, and I really want to help. And that's, you know, hey, listen, I'm 55. I've had an incredible career, and I don't want to stop. And I just want to empower people and continue.
What you mentioned a whole bunch of, you know, places all over the world that most of us only dream about going to. What's the single place, if you can choose one, that you just can't wait to go back to?
Well, if I may share, like, I've never been to the San Juan Islands, and I'd love to go there.
Oh,
I've never been to Seattle.
Come on, let's do it.
Nice.
You know?
Nice
And another
answer.
one of your questions is, yeah, you talked about, I read your questions,
Were they
the
good
Med
questions?
versus
What'd
the
you
United
think?
States. I loved your questions. And, you know, when I went to Bravo and I said, your sailing show, why not America? And one of their answers was they just didn't think that people would really like to see America. And I said, I disagree.
Oh, yeah.
You know, let me take you in a boat and show you New York City, because they're all in New York, from a vessel. When you drive into Ambrose Channel and you see New York City for the first time, and you have the Hudson or the East River, and continue down Long Island Sound, you could do the Mystic, or, East Hampton or the Hamptons over to Newport and to Nantucket, the Vineyard, and up the Cape Cod Canal. The United States is incredible. And the Great Loop, there's so many incredible places to go boating here. I love America. America has the most beautiful waterways. How lucky are we? If it's blowing a gale offshore, we can still go boating.
So what did Bravo say? What did Bravo say?
They loved the idea. They loved it. They just couldn't find a big enough boat that would do it in America. So
I have a feeling that idea is not going to go anywhere, though. I'm glad that you planted that idea, because we're kind of trapped in America right now, given the pandemic. I think there's so many nooks and crannies of our country, of the Pacific Northwest, waiting to be explored. So I love that. I didn't know that was maybe in the works.
Yeah, because being on any waterway gives you a totally different perspective. On the Chicago River, that's the city I grew up in, and the first time I actually saw it from the river, it looks like a different city. It's amazing.
It's incredible. For the first time I was on the Chicago River, I was like, oh my gosh, it felt like I was in Miami. Going up to, the Miami River today, not what Miami used to be, but it was incredible. But what I loved was going through the lock. They're like the monitors. You got the lock monitor, right? That guy's like, if you don't have your life jacket on, he's like, put your life jacket on. You can tell that's a 6-year boater.
Speaking of seeing the water from a boat, every year the Washington Maritime Federation and the Port of Seattle and Argosy put together this working waterfront tour. My friend Eric Fitch, who hopefully is watching. Hi, Eric. We actually take lawmakers on an Argosy, kind of probably holds about 200 people, and we're able to tell the story, and their mouths are just wide open because they've never seen that side of the water. And the fact that it's not just boats, but all the employment that goes in, the 28,000 people that are employed in our maritime industry, our $38 billion maritime industry. It's like an industry oftentimes, sadly, hidden in plain sight. So that's the importance of going to DC and sharing that story. When you were talking to lawmakers, I've got to get back to this subject. When you were talking to lawmakers, were they kind of out to lunch on the importance of the maritime industry?
That was for me, right? So
yeah, sorry, yes, yeah, exactly. Were they just like kind of like not tracking?
I sat around that table, thanks to Kitty. Kitty was the reason I showed up there. Kitty's the reason I'm here today. And it's people like her that keep me coming back, because it's those people that keep showing up. And I've never experienced that before. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, I've always been at sea. So now, because of the show, which I'm really grateful for, because it's given me this platform, I'm ready to step into those shoes and start making a difference with my voice and my platform. So however I can do that, I don't know how to do it, but I'm willing to use my platform and my voice and learn. And I always say this to people. I have a brain, I can learn. I may not know the answer. And I learned this in the yacht world, that if an owner asks me a question, I'm going to go find out the answer, because I can learn. And that's exactly how I feel about changing the laws. Some things that happen during filming, I'm sure whoever watches the show, everybody thinks I fired Hannah because she didn't register her Valium, or she had a pot pen, but that's not why. I let her go. I wasn't going to take her to sea because I didn't trust her, because the liability that's on my shoulders if something happens is far. I'm not taking that risk. I worked my entire career to get to where I am for some crew member that I can't rely on, and I would never take that risk. And so people don't understand that. And that's why I want to be able to use my voice and my platform to make a difference in these laws, because it does matter. It matters.
Captain Sandy, you're so open about a lot of subjects. One of them I've seen you write about is your sobriety. Was that hard to go public with your sobriety? Has that changed people's lives as well, to get some courage to maybe walk away?
Not at all. That wasn't hard for me. Everybody saw me drunk. What's the problem with them seeing me sober? I was like a mess everywhere, For me, I have more fun sober. I can remember everything. I don't go, oh my God, what did I do last night? Did I drive home? Where'd that dent come from in my car? Do I owe anyone money? Those sort of things, it's kind of nice. And I don't have those hangovers anymore. And I actually have a lot more money in my bank account. So those are the great things. And yes, I help people and a lot of crew, you know, and I always say this because I've had crew, you know, we've all been there in jail. And I just say, look, you have two choices. You can either get it together or I fire you, because the liability again. And so many times I take risk with people because they're worth it. This one kid I fired 3 times and I hired him back because he's worthy. And I looked at him and I said, you might not think you're worth it, but I do. And I just kept investing in him until he got it. And today he's doing really well. And that for me is rewarding because someone invested in me. It was an owner, actually, a yacht owner, and the maritime industry. So right. I'm not going to give up.
Thank you for not giving up.
Right.
From the bottom of my heart. Captain Sandy, we've got a wheel here that we spin with guests, and it lands on a certain topic. We're going to ask you that question. I hope you can play along with us. So we're spinning the wheel right now.
I'm spinning for you.
All right, we've got book, luck, song, app, gem. Where's it going to land? Where's it going to land?
Let's
Hopefully
see
it lands
what's
on
gonna
song,
happen.
and you can sing us a sea shanty.
Yeah, we need a shanty.
And we
Where
are
are we going?
We are at. There it is. Luck.
That's a good one.
Oh, almost got the song. Captain Sandy, are you superstitious? And if so, what are your superstitions on the water?
Am I superstitious? I'm not. I have to say, I'm not.
So New Year's Day, you're not doing anything.
Bananas on the boat.
Oh, she has bananas on the boat. We found the person.
Bananas on the boat.
We found Pro Banana. Pro Banana, she boats.
I'm not superstitious.
What do you think of the banana thing then? If you don't care about bananas, where did that come from? Why do you think that's a big superstition?
I don't know. Something about fishing, I think.
Oh.
Yeah. Red Sea at night. I mean, I don't know. Those I pay attention to.
Okay,
of
that
course,
was on my list
Okay.
of superstitions,
Yes.
though, but maybe that's more of a truism.
I think that's a fact.
Okay.
I think it has a lot to do with the weather.
Okay.
Yeah.
That works for me. That sounds
The weather
believable,
is
yeah.
the weather. You got to respect it.
The snorkel and the mask.
There
I
we
like
are.
that.
Yeah, I think we've got Annie Crawley in the waiting room. Captain Sandy, thank you so much for being part of Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. It's a real honor to have you on here, and we just appreciate your time.
Hey, I'm all yours. Anytime I'm ready to walk in Washington, D.C. again, just let me know.
I will see you there, and I'd like to see you up in the San Juans as well.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you for having me. Thanks,
That's Captain
Kitty.
Sandy.
See you later.
All right. That's awesome. I think we're going to keep on rolling.
Yeah, why not?
Annie Crawley, I think it's waiting in the waiting room potentially. Is that right?
Is Kitty?
Kitty,
did Kitty join us?
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to catch our breath.
Okay.
There was a lot there. Why don't we hear from Denise Whitaker, not here, but actually in the internets, in the cloud, as she shares with us how to best explore Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine.
Welcome to Seattle Boat Show Connected. Browse through the digital booth spaces of nearly 200 unique dealers, vendors, and exhibitors. You can search for what you need or filter by brand and product types. As you visit an exhibitor's profile page, you will be able to connect via text chat, phone, website, social media, or email. You can even schedule an appointment or video chat for later by clicking the red button on the top of each page. When you're ready to meet safely in person, use the maps for convenient driving directions. Most Seattle Boat Show Connected exhibitors are offering boats, products, services, and accessories with incredible show-only prices. Be sure to check out the awesome videos and interactive 3D tours. Don't forget to save exhibitors and products to your favorites list, and you can always come back later for the latest and greatest offers and announcements. The 2021 Seattle Boat Show Connected features an incredible schedule of fishing, boating, and sailing seminars streaming right here on this site. With more than 100 hours of content and even more Boat Show University classes, you'll want to watch it all. Lucky you, you can rewatch any classes you missed or may just want to see again for up to an entire week after the show. You can add a seminar to your personal calendar or save to your favorites list. If you're attending the show from another region, you can even set your time zone preferences so the schedule will display in your local time. During the live stream, chat with other attendees, post questions and comments for the presenter, jump between sessions, browse featured products and services, and more. Get the most out of your boat show experience.
Okay, I am so excited about our next guest. You did a great job booking her for sure. Annie Crawley, known as Ocean Annie, and she is bubbly, contagious, fun, smart, witty Annie.
Let's bring her in.
Bring her in. And there she is.
That would have.
And I'm underwater.
Oh, cute. Oh, cute. Love it.
I'm so excited to be here. I've been watching you all day.
I know she was texting, you were tweeting,
okay.
I don't know, earlier. I'm like, what is Annie doing? You have
to check it out,
though, right?
Yeah, I felt like I felt like I was at the boat show all day long.
Okay.
It was so great.
Well, that's what you're supposed to be doing. So,
Yes.
Peter, what was your draw with Annie?
What wasn't my draw with Annie? Have you
Right?
seen her website? I mean, have you met her? I remember meeting you about 4 years ago, and just the costumes you had on at the boat show. I think you won Best Booth that year.
We did. It was so much fun. So I think we're supposed to be talking about the ocean and boating underwater.
That was going to get
right.
there, but
I
yeah,
mean, you
photography,
are Ocean
scuba. We don't really have scuba on the agenda outside of you. So,
Yeah.
what is it about going underwater that someone who's never gone scuba diving wouldn't know too much about?
To be honest with you, I can't believe we don't have a whole day of scuba diving at the boat
Next
show.
year, we're going to do this again, and it'll be 34 hours of scuba. How's that?
Right.
Perfect.
Done.
I'll have looping videos for you to play between all your segments. You know, in all seriousness, I'm a transplant to the Pacific Northwest. I've been here for 10 years now. Wow, it's so exciting. And this photo that you see is from our underwater backyard. And I know that we all boat, we cruise, we sail, we've heard from everybody all about this. And every time I go out here in the on our water, I'm like, why don't we see more of our boats hooked up with scuba equipment? Because we literally can chart our own destiny here. And there's so many places that are unexplored just below the surface. So I'm really happy that you invited me to talk about boating and scuba diving in our community and how easy it is to get your boat kitted out.
Yeah, how easy is it? I've done definitely a little bit of scuba diving here in the Pacific Northwest, but not a whole lot. And what I've seen is amazing. But is it really that easy?
So it's so easy that I teach 10-year-olds how to dive here. You know, there's in dry suits, of course. So our water, I believe that when you learn here, you can dive all over the world, whether you're cruising in Hawaii or in Tahiti, as some of your past speakers have talked about going to, that it's a misconception about our water. And I believe that we have one of the greatest local diving communities from around the world right here in the Pacific Northwest. And so if you're looking to scuba dive, you know, sometimes it's easier to learn from shore because that's how it's usually done. But if you have a boat, there's plenty of instructors that I'm sure would come upon your boat to teach you how to dive. And I know for one that sometimes you want somebody more experienced who's on your boat in order to be able to dive. But I dive with my friends and we go crabbing while on scuba because it's allowed here. And it's super fun to bring your camera and catch crab at the same time. But there's lots of opportunities to learn to dive here.
How hard is it to get certified, Annie?
So the certification process, and believe it or not, I know some of your other guests were talking about boating in the pandemic actually has been a great experience. It's also been a great experience for us for local diving. And there's so many different opportunities, but basically you do an online program, a course, and then you do pool work, and then you go in the ocean and you explore. I would highly recommend to think that if you're going to go boating, that if it's your first experience on your boat and you're going to go boating, that you might want to take somebody more experienced with you to show you how it's done, similar to the way that you take classes when you're going cruising. And so, there's certain pieces of equipment that you want to make sure that you have: a dive flag, emergency oxygen. Do you live boat or do you anchor? There's a lot of different considerations to think about when you're going to take on boating and scuba diving. And within our community, there's plenty of operators that you can go to all around the region, depending on where you live. But the online program is you can do from your home, and then the pool work you do with your local dive shop owner who's probably going to set you up for scuba diving. I know I use Underwater Sports, who also exhibits with the boat show and part of National Marine Trade Association. And they're local with 5 different locations here in the Pacific Northwest. And I know they work with different boat companies as well that also exhibit at the Seattle Boat Show. And they have relationships that they could help you kit your boat up for scuba diving if you're thinking about taking on the underwater journey and exploration.
And I'm betting a lot of people have, whether it's in Hawaii or Mexico, wherever you may vacation, certainly a lot of people snorkel and they know kind of the coral reefs and things like that in warm water areas that they can see snorkeling. What can you see here when you go diving?
Besides these nudibranchs, one of my favorite animals, Denise, would be, of course, the giant Pacific octopus. People travel from all over the world to come and see the giant Pacific octopus. We call them lovingly GPOs here in the Puget Sound area of the Salish Sea. And we had great experiences this summer over in the area of Hood Canal. And there's actually, for boaters, people don't know this, I'm going to give a shout out to a resort. It's called Mike's Beach Resort. And they actually have a compressor. So if you don't have your boat that's kitted up with a compressor, but you bring some tanks, you could go diving. And at Mike's Beach Resort, you could hook up with your boat for $20 on a mooring buoy. You could get your tanks filled. And there's amazing dive sites that you could see GPOs at off of your boat. And so there's a lot of places that you can't access from shore that can only be accessed from boat. And it's much easier to dive from a boat than it is from shore as well.
I've got to ask
So
you.
that's
That's great. Annie, have you ever found any lost treasure?
I find lost treasure every time I go underwater.
A plus answer. I would expect
every
that
time,
yes.
right? Yeah, but remember, Peter, I mainly don't. I have this theory that we take only photos and leave only bubbles when we go underwater because we want to protect our marine environment. But the treasure that I get is the treasure that I can take with my cameras and to bring and to give life to what lies just below our surface, because I think there's a misconception that the Puget Sound is a cold, dark place. But to me, it's a window. When we wear our scuba masks, it's a window to the underwater world. And the maps are all wrong. It is a world we live in is not 70% land and 30% ocean. It's 70% ocean. And when you dive here in the Pacific Northwest, it's an amazing world. Sea lions, seals, nudibranchs, which are lion's mane nudibranchs, which are right behind me, eelgrass beds, kelp forests, everywhere from Nia Bay. Oh my gosh. There's kelp forest. We've seen gray whales underwater with krill that goes from, where my hands would reach to my fintips, that the whales go and feed in this region. And you not only have the land experience, but the underwater experience if you're lucky enough to catch them gliding by.
And I've got to show you this, Annie. I
this
have a little prop that I grabbed. Do you know what this is?
Okay, I can't wait to see it. I can't wait.
Well, and this is all because of when I first met Annie. she had a book. She was going around touring with
DVD, I think, also maybe.
Well, she was doing school programs so school programs. And so this is my personalized stainless steel straw, so that I took her plastics challenge of not using any plastics, right? So now this is I have my own personal straw with the cleaning brush that I keep in my purse at all times, so that I never have to use a plastic straw if I'm somewhere that it's even offered.
And it's a cigarette holder, it will appear.
No.
No. You know Denise.
Oh yeah, we know Denise.
Peter, can I have another smoke break? Yes, Denise. Make it quick.
I mean, Annie, you do a lot of environmental work, and you're very passionate about that. Tell us, what you've got going now with all of that. What may be next in that regard for you?
You know what, Denise, we haven't even gotten a chance to talk about that. I'm meaning to ping you soon. If you spun your wheel, I could definitely say that I would talk about my next favorite book, and it would be called Planet Ocean, Why We All Need a Healthy Ocean, and it's coming out March 2nd.
Excellent.
And so thank you so much for asking me about what is my next project. We just, with the kids and the teens I work with here in our region, we just launched, if you're interested in seeing other photographs from our community and what you can see under the Puget Sound, a local park here that spurred on this My Underwater Backyard project is called Edmonds Underwater Park. It's at Brackett's Landing North, right next to the ferry dock. It's actually a no boating area because it's a marine preserve for 50 years, and it just celebrated its 50th anniversary. And we created a website with the kids' science and photographs on it. And it's called Edmonds Underwater Park. But the things that we see there are things that you would see all around our region. So that's a pretty special project that we've worked on with the kids and teens in our community. So thank you so much for asking about that.
And obviously, Annie's been watching.
We just had a Seattle Boat Show TV first.
Yes.
Someone actually asked us to have the wheel spun.
Yes,
So thank you for that. Thank you right back at you.
Wait, but can you like rig it? You rigged it for everybody else, I'm sure.
I'm not rigging.
Yeah.
No, there's no rigging.
That's a trick question.
But I will rig it, because if it hits book, we're going to have to pick
book we've
something
got,
else for
yes.
you, because now you've already answered
Because now that you know, okay.
Now that we know. But yeah, no, we're going to see where this lands for you. Let's see if we can get something we've not
Battery
had
operated
yet.
wheel that never stops.
Oh, it's going to stop. Wait. Oh, yes.
Oh.
I can't see it.
Yeah, so now it's song.
Oh,
Congratulations.
you got lucky. It didn't go all the way to song, or did you want song?
Yeah, it's on luck.
Oh, I could have done a song.
We could do this all night.
We could.
No. No. What is it
Get
on
comfortable,
though?
people.
It's on luck.
It's on what?
Luck.
I didn't like
so
L-U-C.
luck, so like something lucky, or do you have any superstitions? What's your good luck, bad luck?
You know what? I have luck every day when I wake up, because I can see the ocean even if my eyes are closed. I blur my eyes and I see the blue. And I would say that all of us are united by the ocean. Boating, scuba diving, sailing, it does not matter what it is. I just feel like I'm the luckiest girl in the world, because I learned how to sail and cruise and scuba dive all within the same 6-month period. And it changed my life forever. And these are the gifts that we get to give to people, just talking about our passions and our ocean. And so I feel that the luck that I found with the ocean changed my life forever.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Annie,
You're
what are you doing for the next?
infectious,
What are you doing for the next
infectious.
16 hours?
Well, I sit right next to you
That's
guys.
right.
You guys look like you had so much fun today.
We are having fun. You can join us anytime.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
For sure. So it's Annie Crawley. Annie, where can people find more about your infectious fun?
So I have a website that's called ouroceanandyou.com, and that's really designed to connect people to the ocean and the underwater world. Edmonds Underwater Park, and of course my namesake, AnnieCrawley.com. And I support many other companies and within our community, schools, and so many other things. So give me a shout out. Find me on social media. I liked the Seattle Boat Show page. I liked you on YouTube. I followed you on YouTube and Facebook. You know, like, we've got this. So reach out. I'm an open book. I love to share. And if we could connect and create some goodness for our ocean, I'm here to collaborate.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. It takes us all working together, that's for sure.
Yes.
Well, Annie,
so thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
back
you,
at you.
Annie.
Thank you. This was excellent. You have a great rest of the evening, and continue to check out Seattle Boat Show Connected, okay?
Oh, I will. I'll start texting you guys now. You know.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Please.
Have a great day, and thanks so much. And I think that everybody on the planet that can scuba dive should try it out. You know, it really is incredible. And we're so lucky here. And it's underrepresented in our boating world how special scuba diving is in our community. So thanks for wanting to have me on to talk about how great scuba diving is in the Pacific Northwest.
Annie, I've got to ask you one more question. Just came to me. Have you watched the My Octopus Teacher on Netflix?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
It's great. It is just great. Yes, thanks for asking about that. You know, and that's a journey, and everybody could feel this way as soon as they slip under. It's mind blowing and changing, and you get to explore the entire planet.
I love the Grateful Dead, and to hear Jerry Garcia talking about scuba diving. It's his way of getting out of the crowds, and just to be able to get underwater, to hear him wax on about how special that was.
There's many reefs around the world named after Jerry. I actually first learned when I lived in Papua New Guinea. There's a reef there that Captain Alan Raby took me to, and he told me he had taken Jerry Garcia there. And so that was a special one, and it was a deep dive too.
Nice.
Well, I like to deep dive into Jerry Garcia. Does that count? That's about as close as I'll get.
You know, there's probably kelp in that ice cream.
That's a good thing, right?
Yeah, that's a great thing.
Right on. Well, Annie, thanks so much for being a part of our show.
Thank you. See you later, guys.
See you guys.
Oh, I'll catch you later.
Oh,
okay, sounds
that's
good.
good. Yeah, I text you later.
That's a horn. You're falling down. You're getting tired.
Well, maybe you should have. I should gift you the horn. Got your food handler's permit, maybe your horn honking permit by the end of this experience. So, yeah, this is Peter Schrappen here. We're taking this very seriously, as you can tell. This is the Seattle Boat Show Connected, brought to you by Union Marine. This is Denise Whitaker. Denise, how has it gone thus far for you?
I'm having so much fun. And Annie is one of those people that just puts a smile on your face. She has so much energy, and she's so passionate about what she does. It's just really fun to be around here and to listen to her.
Have you heard about the hedonic meter?
No.
So this is a rating of happiness that
Okay.
one can. It's not done for an individual, but across cultures. And I feel like Annie probably would break the darn
Totally.
machine.
Yes.
It's like start blowing
I
up
mean,
because
I don't really want to clone people, but she's like someone you could clone. A lot of.
Exactly. No, yes, to have her on was a no-brainer, and I was excited that she said yes. So there you go. So yeah, this is Peter. We're going to take a short little break. We have not played the good run yet. We got some incredible feedback last night. Some of you may want to grab some Kleenexes, because this is really about the life journey of an individual and what boating has meant for his family. So on that note, Logan, I'm going to cue you on the good run, number 32 on my bingo card.
Once was a sailor, a young man and brave. Da-da-dum-day, da-da-dum-dee. The nights were once sleepless, the peace I would crave. Carry me home to the sea. Da-da-dum-day, drift away, sailor boys on the deep sea. Worry no more, for you're safe now with me. Rest in my arms, my sweet Melody. sea. Da-da-dum-day, da-da-dum-dee. Drift away, sailor boys, on the deep sea. Worry no more, for you're safe now with me. Rest in my arms and my sweet melody.
I know. Get you every time.
I'm a crier. That takes a lot out of me watching that. No, it really is about the book of life that you're creating, the chapters that you're creating, and hopefully those involve some sort of watercraft, which is what the Seattle Boat Show TV is all about. Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine, is all about. And we want to thank you all for watching at home. We want to thank you for getting into the Seattle Boat Show and being a part of history here as we come to you live from our studio here in Renton, Washington. We want to thank the team here that's making us look so good, or trying to make me look so good. And I'm joined by Denise Whitaker, who does this for a living. Denise, thanks so much for taking your time out of your busy schedule to be a part of Seattle Boat Show Connected. And what stood out to you thus far?
Oh, there are too many things.
Yeah.
I just like all the little tidbits that we're getting from, like, each guest has just like that takeaway that's, it's just such a nugget and so important. I love Annie and all of her ideas and ways of looking at the planet. Listening to our Captain Lee, Captain Sandy today, talking places around the world, just persevering in what you want to do. I mean, there's just so much happening. And sailing. I've learned so much about sailing and fishing today from Karsten as well. So
we're just getting started.
Yep.
That's some good news there. And when we turn off at 8 o'clock, we'll do the Roche Harbor colors tonight as we say goodnight. But that doesn't mean that you need to go anywhere, because the real magic is not us here, which you probably figured that by now.
Yeah.
But it's actually going into Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine, and spending at least $5 to get your golden ticket, to quote Willy Wonka again, and have some fun in the show. Walk the red carpet, hop on the pirate ship, walk the plank, take a selfie or two on your couch, share that with social media. Here's a challenge. Tell 10 friends about Seattle Boat Show Connected, and just watch this fun little endeavor take off. So I think what we're going to go to next is we're going to go to Mischief Distillery. And just to set the scene a little bit, Mike Sherlock said, "Hey, Peter, what are you doing? Why don't you come by and check out Mischief Distillery?" And I was like, well, you don't ask me twice.
Right.
So we had the good fortune to spend some time with Mike and Patty they took really good care of us over at Mischief Distillery. And then Chef John Walkie was there. We were able to interview him. So there's a lot in this episode. It was just a week ago that we recorded. I haven't seen it yet. I'm excited to see how this turned out, and I'm really grateful to have Kyle on our team putting this together. So I'm going to hand it back over to Logan. Logan, why don't we run the Union Marine story here real quick, and it's going to go right into Mischief Distillery. So that's on my bingo card. That's 44, right into Mischief Distillery. So don't go anywhere. Thanks for watching.
January is Boat Show Month at Union Marine, where you'll find all the best-in-class brands. Schedule your private tour or shop from home, because now's the time to order for summer fun. Get out on the water in a new boat. Visit unionmarine.com.
Welcome back to Seattle Boat Show TV. This is your co-host Peter Schrappen, and we find ourselves in the center of the universe, Fremont, Seattle, Washington, at Fremont Mischief Distillery, and I'm here with Mike Sherlock, co-owner of Fremont Mischief Distillery. Hi, Mike.
How you doing, Peter?
Very good, very good. This is part of a larger series we're doing as part of Seattle Boat Show TV, Mike, where we are explaining the world in 6 glasses. You've got more than a few different glasses here to choose from, and I just wanted to peek inside Fremont Mischief Distillery, get inside the method of your madness, where you got the idea for Fremont Mischief Distillery.
Well, it just kind of came about. We basically were retiring and didn't want to retire, wanted to do something, and so we kind of came up with this.
And when was that?
In 2008. So we're going on our 12th year now, and we're probably we're like the 3rd distillery in the state. And we started out with ryes, and we're pretty predominant on the rye whiskey, and those are our brands.
Congratulations, you sound like a true pioneer, but this was not your first career. What was your career in the maritime world like?
Well, I used to commercial fish in Alaska and here, and then I ended up owning a shipyard. So I had a shipyard here in Seattle for quite a few years. And by doing that, we connected with a lot of locals, but a lot of the Deadliest Catch guys. And then that was kind of part of the little deal when we did the distillery. We used to do a lot of things with the shipyard as far as giving back and doing things. And we figured when we started this, we'll create something to give back to the people.
How is running a shipyard like running a distillery?
Totally different. Not anywhere the same. So like when I had the shipyard, we had pretty much around 300 full-time employees. So it's a lot different. We had a lot of jobs going on all the time. And I'm pretty hands-on. So that just got to be kind of wearing after a while. And moving into doing the distillery is a lot more funner, I think, a little more exciting. And get a lot of opportunity to work with some pretty cool people.
Nice.
So,
what advice do you have for someone who'd want to open up their own distillery?
It takes a lot of time, and you got to have some money because you're warehousing, you're buying product, you're not getting stuff out. It doesn't just sell right away. You got to have time with it, but it takes time, patience, and some money.
Given that the COVID-19 became a pandemic on March 11th, what has your world been like since March 11th?
Well, the cool thing since all that happened, it helped a lot. And it didn't help a lot. It was kind of a weird time. We weren't sure what we were going to do. Luckily, we were able to get into making hand sanitizer. And doing that, we also worked with like Fremont Brewing, Rubens, and 7 wine companies that helped get us their product that they couldn't sell, that they were dumping. And we would turn that into vodka, and then the vodka turned into sanitizer. So by doing that, it kind of kept all the employees working. Everybody stayed working. Everybody chipped in and did whatever they had to do to keep everything going. And we had just opened up the restaurant here at Fremont Mischief on Canal. And we were open for about 2 weeks, and then this all happened. So we got with everybody, the chef, John, employees, and they all wanted to stay working and do whatever they could. So we did the sanitizers, we were doing products, we're rebuilding a little bit. So that kind of kept us going. And then once COVID kind of straightened out a little bit, we opened up a little more. We had the rooftop restaurant going, and it just...
Well, I know it's curbside pickup is new. How are you catering to the boating public that comes up and down the ship canal?
Well, what we have is like the little electric boats right out here in the canal, and they'll call ahead, and then when they come up alongside, we'll run a bag down there. But we have lunches to go, and that's Wednesday through Sunday, and same curbside pickup. So,
Mike, to get into the nuts and bolts of the perfect cocktail, What are the elements to the world's most perfect cocktail, do you think?
You know, basically we think of good products, you gotta have a good product. And we're very careful how we farm it, where we get it, and our aging, our barreling. And then the rest kind of comes from our mixologists as far as, you know, we have craft cocktails and a lot of experimenting, a lot of playing around, and that's kind of the biggest thing.
A little trial and error.
Yeah. Let them have time to experiment, play with, and to craft up and make new things. So.
Well, I noticed that you've got a new event coming out called Soupocalypse.
Yep.
Mouthful. It starts January 27th, my birthday. Thank you for that.
Nice.
Yeah, it runs for through that Sunday, the 31st. What's going on with Soupocalypse?
Well, what that's about is our chef, John, he kind of came up with this idea of kind of getting all our local restaurants together and creating a soup challenge. But what it is if people go around and get a bowl of soup, cup of soup to go, or whatever, you get a little tag that marks your book, you get a card, you get 4 cards, and then you're able to come back here to the distillery, and it's worth 2 tastings for two people. Kind of a neat thing, and we're kind of thinking we're gonna probably do something maybe every month and a half and get everybody together to work on this. So.
Well, my stomach is growling. Thanks so much, Mike, for joining me today.
Well, thank you too, Peter. Nice for coming in.
We're going to take a little break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Chef John from Fremont Mischief Distillery. Welcome back to Seattle Boat Show TV. I'm your co-host, Peter Schrappen, and I'm back here at Fremont Mischief Distillery with the executive chef, John Walke. Hey, John, welcome to Seattle Boat Show TV.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys being here.
Oh, it's our pleasure, our pleasure. Because you're a real glutton for punishment, you decided to start up here in March when nothing else was going on, I understand. Is that accurate?
Yeah, we had great timing. I got about 3 days in, actually working in the kitchen, and then, everything kind of turned. But I was lucky enough to be kept me on here and did some other things while we're kind of revamping. It gives us a little bit of time to set things up properly, build some things, and get some new ideas going for our reopen.
You're no stranger to the kitchen. What's the best advice that you personally received about how to become a better chef?
Really, it's asking questions. If you don't have an answer to something, keep looking for it. I get a lot of questions from people, and I can give you an answer when you ask me, like, oh, how do you make this, or why does this work? But I can come back 20 minutes later and go, I just thought of something. This is actually why this works.
Forget what I said. Yeah, this is the real.
It's always just thinking about different ideas and being in your element and whipping something up, and then going back and going, I should have wrote that down.
Yeah.
But you can kind of format stuff that way, and just kind of it gives that creative element. You don't get that as much necessarily when you're doing baking, but when you are whipping up a soup, that's the best.
Do you ever dream about recipes? Has that ever inspired you?
Too much, yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just driving to work. I've worked at places where you have a special every day, and just that drive-in to work can be so just monotonous, and then all of a sudden you say, oh, you know what, I'm really hungry for it.
Yeah.
I want to make that too.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to do. So, it's nice to be able to have that kind of freedom and ability to make what you're hungry for.
And you've got that freedom and liberty here at Fremont Mischief Distillery?
I've been lucky enough, yes, absolutely. The owners here really, really encourage experimenting, trying new things, thinking outside the box. That's what they've done and how they've become successful. And so when I come to them with a cool idea or a direction I want to go, that they get excited, and that makes me excited about it. And that's why I'm here.
What are some of the real key cookbooks or authors that have inspired you to become a more adept chef?
I really try and seek out a lot of people that are local here. There's so many chefs, especially when it comes to local foraging or seafood. I love finding kind of the more obscure local local chefs to see what they're doing and see how their brain works. You know, and you supplement that with some of the classic French, or even some of the older books that I've never heard of any of these people, but these are recipes that looks like my grandma and great grandma would make. You know, kind of combining that style of comfort and old school flair to, you know, what people are looking for on menus nowadays. A lot of fermentation books, foraging books, you know, things like that.
What are some of your favorite rules of thumb when it comes to using fat or salt or heat in your cooking?
You know, it varies a lot, and it really depends on kind of if you're pairing it with anything, and really depend on what your protein is. You know, I mean, salt obviously is a key component. It should be pretty much in everything, but you should never taste salt. You don't want it to be salty. You want the salt to bring out every other flavor in that product. And you know, you can think the same way with fat as well. It allows flavors to last, because it'll give you more of a coating, and the flavors will stick around a little bit. You know, there's just so many different varieties. You know, there's different fats that you can replace with each other when making, you know, if you're using cream, if you're using butter, if you're using oil, if you're using tallow, it just kind of depends on what you can do. But a lot of things are interchangeable, and once you start playing with things being interchangeable, that's where a lot of creative dishes can come from.
What are some secret spices that save the day for you time and time again?
Here we've been playing around. I like to do a lot of finishing seasonings, so finishing salts or different spices that kind of that give it that extra flair. So either you're getting it on the back end or you're getting that upfront flavor. And again, finishing salt is important, because you know, things that aren't cooked heavy in salt, you need that little extra. You know, we do a lot of smoking with meats, and a lot of times, you know, they're not going to be absorbing a lot of salt because you're not going to be seasoning it as hard as you want. So that finishing salt, so you know, when we do a lime finishing salt here, we have mushroom salts, black lava salts. It's subtleties that really kind of make a dish pop. You know, it doesn't just look pretty on the plate, but they do. But you know, it really does something to the dish. You know, I'm not putting anything on a plate that doesn't serve a purpose.
Mm-hmm. And you're tasting the food all along the way. That's another.
Definitely have to do that. Yeah.
Exactly. Well, we're at a distillery. Can you share some favorite best practices you have around food and spirit pairing? Maybe around the rye whiskey, for example, that you're famous for?
Absolutely. You know, I'm very lucky to be able to be right across from the distillery here. You know, so
that's convenient.
Yeah, I get to sample everything, which is very important. And if you're going to be using it for cooking, you know, these are really nice high-end handcrafted spirits. So, you know, just cooking it down sometimes feels like a waste, because you want it to kind of come through and speak. You know, so what I'll do a lot of times is, like for instance, in our barbecue sauce, we have our house barbecue sauce is finished with whiskey. What I'll do is we'll cook it into it a little bit, and then at the very end, I'll actually have a little more, so you can get that flavor in there towards the end of the cooking. So you're not cooking out any of the flavor, or it isn't disappearing in there. You want that to kind of still have some sort of prominence in there. You know, there's a lot of things to pair. You know, people are definitely afraid of pairing with liquors because they're very harsh, and you know, it's very understandable. Cocktails are a little bit easier, wines are a little bit easier, but with this selection, this isn't your typical rye that's normally spicy. You know, it doesn't have that harsh spice that you typically think of with rye. You know, these are very mellow. They use kind of that more of that wet wheat. You know, it's right out in Skagit here, so this is
locally sourced,
very, very easy drinking whiskey. Yeah, and that helps a lot with when it comes to pairing.
Good advice. Good advice. Yeah. What does your menu look like today?
So today, you know, it's winter. That usually means for chefs, there's not as much seafood on the menu.
Char.
Yeah, we're going in one direction. Yeah. That's about all we got. You know, we definitely still try and get, make sure we're doing local sourcing properly. So there are some, you know, flash frozen salmon that was, you know, brought over. So we're still doing some smoking or salmon. We have a salmon grilled cheese, because why not be decadent about it?
Yeah. What kind of cheese?
We're using a local goat cheese that we mix with herbs and spices, and
So you don't
also
want
a Beecher's white cheddar.
You wouldn't want a cheese that would overpower a salmon, I would guess.
Exactly, yeah. And you know, smoking it in house like that, it's a sockeye, so it's going to have a great flavor, great smoke to it. And both of those cheeses do have, you know, some strength to it, but it won't overpower it. You know, this is one that, for example, we were talking earlier how you got to kind of test around and play with things. You know, we tried it with Dungeness crab because everyone loves crab. But, you know, it's such a delicate thing. There's so many fish out there that are so delicate that it just kind of loses in there. So we don't want that to happen. You know, having a good piece of sockeye like that, yeah, that's the way to go.
Well, what's next for Chef John Walkie? What are you looking for in the spring then?
You know, spring is when every chef gets excited again.
Okay,
you know,
comes out of the hibernation a little
absolutely.
bit.
And you know, I'm big in foraging and looking for fun things to play with, and that's when everything starts sprouting up. You know, when I first came on was about that time, and that's when I came in here with a big bushel of spruce tips. So we were making some Vespers. We were doing a spruce tip and nettle butter, you know, things like that. And it's just fun to play around with, experience things. I get excited when a table orders something like that. And I'm, oh my gosh, I've never heard of that.
Wow, cool.
You can eat that?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's actually really delicious.
Yeah.
You know, that's what really keeps it going for me.
As we wind down here, what advice would you have someone who maybe is not as comfortable ordering a stiffer drink? Maybe they're kind of stuck in their beer and wine ways. What advice would you give?
You know, it's really, you got to put yourself out of your comfort zone sometimes. You know, especially here, I've talked to a lot of people that have always been kind of that direction. They don't like the bitterness. They don't like, you know, a straight liquor. But you go to places crafting it correctly, and you know, we have great options. We have a flight of Manhattans that are each made a little bit differently, and that's a great way to really test where your palate's at. Some people like it, you know, drink more on the bitter side. Some like it more on the sweet side. Some want to taste that liquor that you have in there. Some don't. And you know, there's no wrong answer, but you know, having a good product, going to a place that has great mixologists like we have here, and it's the way to do it. And I would suggest going kind of across the menu with it and
keeping some notes maybe, and
yeah, absolutely.
See how it strikes you and how the buzz is, and yeah. I'm Peter Strafford. That's Chef John Walkie. Chef John, where can people find you?
Here.
There you go.
Mischief on Canal. You can also check us out online. You can Google Mischief on Canal. We have a website, or go to FremontMischief.com.
The 2021 Seattle Boat Show Connected features an incredible schedule of fishing, boating, and sailing seminars streaming right here on this site. With more than 100 hours of content and even more Boat Show University classes, you'll want to watch it all. Lucky you can rewatch any classes you missed or may just want to see again for up to an entire week after the show. You can add a seminar to your personal calendar or save to your favorites list. If you're attending the show from another region, you can even set your time zone preferences so the schedule will display in your local time. During the live stream, chat with other attendees, post questions and comments for the presenter, jump between sessions, browse featured products and services, and more. Get the most out of your boat show experience. The virtual show floor is one of the coolest features here at Seattle Boat Show Connected. You can surf the aisles of the show floor, navigating exhibitor booths in our fully rendered convention center. We even feature the iconic red carpet that has become a big part of Seattle Boat Show experiences. Here you can filter by product category or enter a keyword to search for what you are looking for. You'll be transported directly to the space on the show floor where you can interact and engage with exhibitors and their show specials. Be sure to explore the outer reaches of the virtual show floor where you just might find a buried treasure. Navigate to the pirate ship's crow's nest where you could discover a hidden prize waiting for you. Find the best deals of the year at the Big Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. The Big Seattle Boat Show Connected offers a collection of contests, promotions, and games that you can play for fun and for prizes. Browse through the list of activities to learn about the exciting ways you can get more from the boat show. Featuring a Dogs on Deck photo contest, marine industry career fair, a selfie booth, and so much more. There's an activity for guests of all ages. Interact, engage, and get involved in the community to show off your love of boating.
And welcome back into the live studio. I'm Denise Whitaker from Como 4, here with Peter Schrappen from Northwest Marine Trade Association. And we have got just so many great guests.
It's been a labor of love to put this together.
Yes.
I was mentioning earlier, I think I've been working on this for 44 years. So I've been able to call in some favors, get some special guests, tap into some relationships that I haven't been able to showcase in front of you all. So thanks so much. And thanks, Denise, for the compliment.
Absolutely.
And we've got another one already in the waiting room. We just came off a Mischief Distillery spot. It was fun to be with Mike Sherlock and his team over there. And we're not going to miss a beat here. I hope you're appreciating the tempo we have. We'd love to hear you use our chat as well. But we've got Cynthia Nims.
I know. This book, I've not seen this book before. It looks amazing.
I believe we've got some games, and maybe mind games, all sorts of games waiting for us with Cynthia. So why don't we bring Cynthia in? There she is. Hi, Cynthia.
Hi.
Hello.
Greetings and salutations.
Having all the fun tonight.
Yeah, no, this is a great time. It's 5:47 on the Pacific Standard Time. Great time to get some snacks out, some hors d'oeuvres, get the games out. Cynthia, what do you have in front of you?
Well, I have, why don't I have some of my favorite props, I guess, related to game nights. We kind of take game night parties a little seriously around here, which is still a lot of fun, but I put a teeny bit of thought into it just in terms of making it super fun for all the guests, but also fun for the host. There's ways that you can approach sort of having a game night dinner party that allows the host to, relax, doing things in advance and planning a menu so that you're not sort of searing things and cooking things at the last minute. And then you can really relax and enjoy the evening with your friends. So I have, a few of my sort of favorite games that I had in mind with sort of travel or being on either on a boat or on the road, things that are easy to take with you that you don't necessarily need the big dinner table. Also some of the equipment and sort of tools that I think really work well for game night. So I think I'll start with a couple of thoughts that I have about, just some of the basics for game nights. A lot of folks do sort of game night dinner parties where you have your friends over and you eat food and then you clear the table and then you play games, which is great, but you sometimes don't end up playing games quite that long by the time you're done with dinner, and you might get an hour or two in, but I think it's really fun to meld the two together. And so you actually start playing games in the earlier part of the evening, along with your food. So again, that's sort of orchestrating food that works well with the games, and the games are as much a part of the meal, as much a part of the evening as the meal is. So it means creating a table area where you don't have a big plate in front of you with a knife and fork, because then where are you going to put your cards, and there's nowhere for the dice, and you're going to get your elbows in your sauce and all that kind of stuff. So what I do is orchestrate sort of menu items that can be smaller and off to the side. So you still have the area in front of you for your gameplay, but you've got, maybe a ramekin that has, a soup or a little, shepherd's pie or a little pot pie or something small to the side. You can have salad, little dishes, and you can have all sorts of fun foods on picks. So you can be playing games and eating at the same time, and neither gets in the way of the other. And one of the number one rules with game night is that your fingers stay clean. So you're not being, sort of messy dice and having to, sort of watch them all the time. So I don't know, that's kind of part of it. I hate to make it sound like rules for game night, but those are just some approaches that I think make enjoying food and games at the same time a lot of fun.
Smart ideas.
You should write a book.
The sticky fingers.
Yeah, there was actually a Dagwood cartoon, I swear to you, that was kind of part of the inspiration, because his friends that he was playing poker with were complaining about how his fingers were always messy with, sort of pizza or whatever it was that they were eating. And it's like, those little gems of ideas come from all over the place. And we do love game night. I'm usually writing about other things. It's not like gameplay is a specialty of mine, but it sort of melded my off-duty love of playing games with my sort of work-life love of helping people, sort of enjoy cooking at home and entertaining ideas. So it was a really fun project for me to do.
Well, I've got the book right here. The name of the book is Gourmet Game Night. And Cynthia, what are your most requested recipes from this book?
Oh gosh, I think there's a couple that I think are really fun that a lot of folks have sort of talked about over the years. And I've done them in classes and stuff, and they always are pretty popular. One of my favorites is sort of, again, I'm sort of shrinking down things that you might usually have in a traditional dinner party into bite size. And one of them is basically a little baby roasted potato with the works, the quote unquote works. So they're small, like little red potatoes that you roast. They're either cut in half or a little bit off the top. And then you make a combination of sour cream, chopped bacon, and I think green onion. And basically you put this little dollop of the works that you would have on a baked potato and put it on this little roasted potato. And it's just a little sort of one bite version of that delightful baked potato. And one of the things with game night, unlike a dinner party where you serve the salad and everybody's eating the salad at the same time and then you move on to the next course, I think in this kind of menu setting, I like to think of food that's going to hold up pretty well to, like, if not everybody eats the salad right away, it's still going to be, good in half an hour. So I choose salads that tend to be more like radishes and fennel and fresh corn, things that hold up well, where lettuce that's tossed with a dressing can get a little wilty. The one exception is I kind of turned a Caesar salad into finger food. So the dressing is sort of made a little thinner as a dip. And then I made these long fingers of sort of croutons. And then you have the whole little leaf of romaine lettuce. And so you have sort of a little dunking Caesar salad, which is kind of fun. And I think that's been another popular one because it also takes, who doesn't love to eat with their fingers, right? And to get that excuse to do it in a way that's really tidy and fun and part of a festive meal.
That sounds delicious.
Yeah,
I'm going to have to try that.
It is dinner hour.
Yes.
Way to go.
I know.
Way
I'm
to go,
sorry to be
Cynthia.
talking about all these yummy things. I wish I had one too, right?
Right.
Cynthia, I've always had trouble making fondue, so I just end up buying fondue. When I've tried to make it in the past, it turns into a science experiment where I've just a congealed thing.
Yeah.
You got fondue in here. What is it about fondue that would allow me to prevent me from creating a Matt Einstein?
I think, well, I have to say I'm not like a fondue expert, but I would say I think gentle heat is probably part of it, and not letting it overcook or just like get too hot and sort of seize up a little bit. So that would be my prime guess is heat. But gosh, now you make me want to make a cheese souffle again and like practice and see what the little tricks are. But I love that recipe is kind of fun too, because I found these little like when you're eating seafood and you want to have the warm melted butter for your shrimp or lobster, I found these little butter warmers that are over one of those little tea candles. And it ended up seeming to me like just the perfect little individual, what are we talking about? Fondue, a fondue dish that individuals can have at their place setting too, to have the cheese and maybe some, little cubes of meat or apple or bread or whatever you like. But yeah, fondue's fun. It's maybe not like prime. It's more of that's almost an event all of in itself, having a dinner party around fondue. But that was one little fun extravagance, I guess I did for working fondue into game night play.
So go ahead.
I want to hear about the games too.
That's what I was going to say. You've got your tips on getting the food just right to play. So what are the games? Because I'm sure some games are better or not so great to play, right?
Yeah, well, I think it's so much of it depends on the setting. Like if we're talking about travel, and you're on a boat or you're just traveling, like even on vacation when we take games, of course, we're being thoughtful about space and what's easy to carry and doesn't take up too much room. So I have, the things that I got out today are just a bunch of stuff that travels really well. Any game that's, a pack of cards or dice. We love dice games. There's a dice game that I love called Zilch. It's also called Farkle. Other people know it by different names, but all you need is 6 dice and something to keep track of score on. There's fun, like one of the fun things, there's a ton of games that are kind of like trivia. So you've got trivia games that can either be sort of formal and you're keeping track of score, but if you're like sitting somewhere on a bus with someone or on a train, or I don't know, you're traveling and you really don't want to keep score, you can even just do it informally and ask each other questions and sort of do sort of gameplay on the fly. Card games, of course, are always hits. There's so many fun games for so many different interests. There's a beautiful game I haven't personally gotten, but there's one that's, for birders. There's a ton of food games. I'm a food person. I have a sushi game. I have, I have a game here that's called Diner, and it's got all sorts of different cards related to food. So I think there's games for different interests. I'm sure there's got to be boating games that I failed to actually look up. I should have done that. And I think that's kind of part of the fun, is matching the game to the audience. If you've got a bunch of word pals, folks that love words, go with the word games, but otherwise, trivia might be good for a broader audience of friends that maybe have different interests. I don't know. There's so many options. It's kind of fun. There's some options. We turned our hall closet that most people would have like linens in. It has all of our board games in it because we have so many.
When it comes to card games, do you have any favorites?
Well, we're currently addicted to this. I think it's kind of an old school game. Some friends recently taught us Spite and Malice.
Oh.
Sounds pretty horrible. It's a very fun game. It's slightly aggravating in a good way because, you get competitive and stuff. So that's a fun one. But I grew up playing like gin rummy and cribbage. I love cribbage personally. So those are some of my favorite card games. You can never go wrong with a pack of cards. We have cards in all of our travel, all of our suitcases, which someday we hope to use again. But we've always got cards on us.
My family has found O'Fruck. Right now, Denise is like, we just lost our license. Denise, we have no license to lose, so this is great. No, it's an O'Fruck. It's a card game. I think it started with Shark Tank, and they got some seed money, and it's a great game that transcends ages, and you're finding yourself just doing the goofiest stuff.
Wow.
I don't know. I'll look that one up.
That's hard to believe that I would let my hair down. But yeah, it's true. On an occasional Saturday night, Friday night, I will be playing O'Fruck with the family. It's a fun time had by all, and we all get a little silly. But no, that's one I would recommend.
That's great. Yeah. And we love playing dominoes too. That takes, it takes time and you want to have a big group of people, but that's one of my favorites. That's the after Thanksgiving or after a birthday party, we'll definitely get a good game of dominoes in too. I love that.
Cynthia, are you familiar? This always kind of looks serious. I think I had like 23 IQ points when I do that. I just kind of hold these like this. Cynthia, are you familiar with the game, the website Board Game Geek by chance?
Absolutely. For sure. Yeah.
Well, I was just looking online and there's a new top board game out there that I had not heard of, and I actually, to be frank, I had not heard of any of these games. So there you go. That's what I know. Gloomhaven, is that something that you know about?
It's a game called Blue Haven.
Gloomhaven.
Oh, Gloom? No,
it's the number one right now, and the second one I feel like it's called Pandemic Legacy. It's like I don't need to buy that.
I have seen that, and that's been out for a few years, so it's certainly just happens to coincide with pandemic. But that's apparently very popular, but I haven't gotten that one. The funny thing, I was just looking at, so we have a really great game shop in Seattle called Blue Highway Games, and I was just looking at their website for some inspiration, and there's actually a game called Morels, not Morals, because I think there's other games that are related to Morals. This is actually about the wild mushroom Morels, and you hunt for the mushrooms, and then you sell the mushrooms, and you have to cook them and stuff. So again, there's never-ending cool new games coming out that makes playing games that much fun because there's always something new to explore. I love it.
And you, of course, would serve the fungi with playing the game, right?
Of course. Yes, that would be, of course.
That would be an expensive night.
Well, yeah. Morels are
price
not,
of Morels recently.
But
I don't know
delicious.
how Denise is hanging out with, but I'd like to get in on that night, yeah.
I had never heard about the whole thing with bananas on a boat. I don't even know what that means.
What are you talking about? We haven't covered that yet. I'm kidding, of course, because you've been watching the entire show. It's about
Yeah,
every.
so I mean, I just think it's hilarious that there's this game called Bananagrams that maybe people wouldn't want to take on their boat if there's a whole boats and bananas thing. I don't know.
And you know, now that you bring that up, I'm pretty sure I have seen that game on people's boats, but I never knew about the banana superstition before. But apparently,
Well,
it only
hopefully the
has to
fact
do
that
with
it's-
fishing.
Yeah, hopefully this having actually not a banana, it's
not
just got word tiles in it. Yeah.
I think we own that game. I don't think we've played it yet. Is that a good one there, Cynthia?
It's super fun.
Uh-huh.
Like if you think of Scrabble, you know, you've got a board and you've got the grids and each person takes a turn and it's very, you know, thoughtful and paced. This is like Scrabble unhooked or something because everybody's making words at the same time and there's no turns and you're just using up the words or the letters that you get as quickly as possible. So it's a high-paced sort of alternate version of a Scrabble-like word game. So it's fun.
I think if someone was to ask me what my hobbies were, it would be buying board games. No, so I didn't say playing board games.
Right.
And then also buying cookbooks because I like to.
Yes, I have
if I
so
just had
many
this
cookbooks.
cookbook, I would do so much more cooking, and
Mhm.
oftentimes I stick to the basics and
Yeah.
similar with board games as well. The Life, the.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of funny. I have to admit that we don't get new games as often as I wished. And just looking occasionally at the websites and getting some new ideas is inspiring because we do fall back often, even here, you know, on the games that we're familiar with and the ones that we just like. So it is nice to be reminded to just go get some new things and explore some new games because there's always new ones coming out.
Is there a key number of people, or maybe I should say like a prime number of people to invite to a game night?
I think, well, gosh, I mean, I guess off the top of my head, I might say 6 to 8 is probably a good range. One of the things that I actually did in the book, though, because there are different games, you know, some games like Scrabble is 2 to 4 people. So if you wanted to play Scrabble, obviously you wouldn't have 6 people over or they'd be playing something else. Anyway, so I actually did something in the book where I created sort of menus around different sizes of groups because there might be the more intimate 2-top night when you're playing cribbage and you have this menu all the way up to, you know, like we can have 10 people around the table playing dominoes because that's one of those games that sort of expands easily. But I think if you want to have, you know, easier access and, you know, the turns that don't take a whole long time to go around the table, I think 6 to 8 is probably a really nice number. It'll be nice to have 6 or 8 people over again someday.
Yeah, what's that like?
Right.
I think I think I would know what that prime number of Magic.
Yes, you would.
Yeah, I think so. I'm going to say 7. There it is. Helping.
There you go.
I just came up with that myself. Thank you. It's that coffee talking.
Yeah. You've been like
Yeah, you
downing
guys
it
have a
all.
long day. You
No,
can have this.
no, it's just fun.
It's great. No, I love your energy.
Oh, thanks so much. So, Cynthia, as we wrap up here, what's on your gaming like Amazon wish list? What do you want next?
Well, I think I'm going to get that morel one because I do love wild mushrooms and, you know, that sounds fun. I found one it's interesting. It's like building a house or a community in the 1950s, which I love. I love mid-century stuff. So you are like an architect and a designer and I think community planning and you're building these communities. And I don't know exactly anything more about the game, but I just thought that sounded fun.
That sounds fun.
Those two. I wish I could remember the name, but that's on my wish list.
Love it. Have you heard anything about these murder mystery internet games?
Well, I don't know about, is there like a new version of it? I mean, I've just known about the murder mystery things, you know, from over the years. They've been very popular. Is there an internet one?
I think that's about all I knew about the subject, but I could do a
Yeah.
little bit of research. Yeah, there's that Jason Bateman movie, which was a lot of fun. I don't know if you've seen that one.
No.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's good. Yeah.
I know it's so
No,
long.
I
I don't know the
haven't.
name of it, but it was a good movie that we'll have our crack staff look into what the name of that movie was.
My husband and I host quite a few murder mysteries.
Oh.
We
Oh,
love
yeah?
doing that.
That's fun.
I've
It is
never
fun.
been a part of that.
Yeah.
Thankfully.
It's fun because you can, especially if you assemble the right group of people, and that's one that you can go like 8 to 10. 8's probably a good number, but it's fun to assign each of your friends a character and for them to really get into it and show up. We actually, just did one in the last year and it was so much fun. And I was quite surprised and delighted at how people totally got into their
wow.
character. Like it was just so much fun. And you can really put the food around the theme of the party too.
For sure.
So is it like
Yeah.
a real life Clue game kind of thing going on?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yep. And in the group, at some point in the middle of the game, one of you will be revealed to you as you're reading your character book that, oh, you're the murderer. And so then you have clues to give and everyone has questions to ask and you have to try to solve it by the end of the night. And the hosts, if you do it right, you have no idea yourself. So you're playing with everyone.
Nice.
Yeah.
Huh. That's fun. That is very, very, like everybody's engaged.
Yes. Yes.
Cynthia, are there any holiday games up your sleeves? We just came off of Christmas here, and the holiday season. Any that you find yourself playing just in December?
I don't know. I'm looking to my husband for some reminders. I don't know about anything specific. Again, like when we have the family together, usually it's dominoes is a big, because it takes a while, which, to some people who prefer the quick games might be a little annoying, but it makes you slow down. I think that's really nice because you have so many rounds to play and it just takes a little while. So you're really engaged and chill and unwinding. So I think that's just a perennial favorite for us because you get to visit and hang out together.
I was just going to say that's the type of game that you can have a conversation and not have to be concentrating too much on things.
Exactly. Right. Yeah, no, that's a perennial favorite, but yeah, I don't know. That's the one that comes to mind aside from, I don't know, just like card games or pulling out random board games and stuff that we remember from days gone by.
I think that's a lot there too with nostalgia and what you grew up with and the sacred memories you have as a family. No doubt about it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cynthia, for joining us. The name of the book is Gourmet Game Night. It can be found wherever you like to find your local books and local authors and big authors. And you are a published author. You've written more than just one book, right?
Oh gosh, yeah, I've written a number of books. Usually my beat is a little more seafood. My last couple of cookbooks were, one was oysters and the other one was crab. And I write a lot about Northwest foods and stuff. So this was definitely a departure. This was sort of just a really fun project that helped me sort of explore game nights that, just to help other people have fun.
That is what's needed now more than ever, I have a feeling.
That's true.
But Cynthia, thanks so much for being part of Seattle Boat Show Connected.
Thank you so much for letting me be part of it. I wish you guys all the best for the rest of it.
Thanks.
Love it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks. Night.
I think nostalgia, there's a lot there,
Yes.
what you grew up with.
For sure.
That's something about the Seattle Boat Show as well. We have a fun ad that we found, thanks for the magic of the World Wide Web. That is actually the Seattle Boat Show ad from, I think it was 2013. Here it is right here, number 48. It brought back some memories for me. You've probably seen it gobs of times, unless you were with us yesterday. You hadn't seen it for a few years. So I'm going to ask my friend Logan to run that. That's number 48 on my bingo card. That's the 2013 Seattle Boat Show.
My favorite is the excitement it generates, the variety of people that come. I've been coming here 25 roughly and have a good time every time.
Yeah, it's our male bonding thing. We come every year and we've done so for about a dozen years. Well, it's fun to see all the new stuff. And we have sailboats and we have power boats, and so we look at everything. The boat show, the big Seattle Boat Show.
We've got long boats, short boats, skinny boats, fat boats, little boats, big boats. Wood boats, rowboats, tall boats, low boats, fancy boats, paddle boats, houseboats, airboats.
Airboats?
Boat boats, fast boats, slow boats, fishing boats, ski boats, sailboats, motorboats, jet boats. Heavy boats, light boats, glass boats, and thousands of accessories. We've got inboards, outboards, metal boats, race boats, party boats, river boats, pleasure boats. Covered boats, open boats, day boats, plain boats. Dang, we got a lot of boats.
The Seattle Boat Show, January 16th through the 25th, King Dome at Pier 66.
Denise, I'm looking forward to you singing that also.
Oh,
we've got to land on
that.
song.
I could sing that one all day.
Big boat, little boat.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the Forrest Gump of the shrimp boats, boating. Yes. I think you're going to find
Something
that all.
for everyone.
Which you'll find something for everyone, for every single one of you watching us inside Seattle Boat Show Connected, which you can find for yourselves for $5. Hop into the show, take advantage of the red carpet, the 200 exhibitors, the 600 boats, the 12,000 photos of boats, all kind of organized for you as you make your way up and down the pirate ship and the different activities we have in store. We have a boat building class going on right now, thanks to our friends at Northwest Maritime Center, building a pram boat. That's some of that slow TV we've been talking about. So I hope you go inside and take advantage of all the tools and tricks and nooks and crannies that our friends have put together for us that are part of the Northwest Marine Trade Association team.
So much.
It is.
But it's fun.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of fun, we've got a fun person waiting in the waiting room that we're going to bring on right now. Bill Baker. It's Stump the Boat Geek. There he is. Hi, Bill.
Hi.
Hi, Peter. Hi, Denise.
How's it going there? Where are you? You've been in Everett. You've been all over. Where are you right now?
Yeah, can you tell me where this is, this picture?
Oh, my eyes aren't so good. Let me put on.
Let's see.
Denise, can you put
We
your
need to see
glasses
you
on?
full screen so
Denise
we
won't even put
can
her
see
glasses
you.
on
Let's
anymore.
see.
Oh, yeah.
There it is.
So this is actually on the back of our boat, and it's in the Sea of Cortez. I think we were anchored in Isla Partida.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to say that. You beat me to it, Bill.
I knew you knew that.
Yeah.
It had to be you.
Well, Bill, you are our boating. You're a boating expert, and you're the boating expert for Seattle Boat Show Connected. We want to talk about anchorage. We want to talk about the locks. We want to talk about maybe some of those big hairy monsters that have become bigger than life, and maybe you could dispel some myths around how to tackle, for example, anchorage. What are some nice rules of thumb you have for anchorage that will give people the courage to try it out?
Big anchor, lots of road, back it down. That's it.
Done.
It's simple.
Thank you. Okay, our next guest.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
See you
somebody didn't
later.
know all that because out of Andrews Bay this summer when I pulled up our anchor, which by the way, I am the one who pulls up the anchor. We don't have a windlass. It's all me. And as
Nice.
I'm pulling and pulling and pulling, all of a sudden I ended up with a second anchor with my anchor. So
Nice.
obviously that person did not know anchoring.
Yeah, and they probably weren't happy that you had it. Yeah, well, if I had arms like yours, I probably wouldn't need a windlass either. But,
Nice.
So really the key on anchoring is, well, first, there's a lot of good anchors out there. Two of the really popular ones we have a Nordhaven, and the Nordhaven crowds, they really like the Rockna, and they really like the, what's the other one that, I can't remember, but I've used the Rockna. I have an old, it's more of a CQR style, which a lot of people say doesn't work. Our anchor happens to be 300 pounds, so it pretty much works anywhere. In the Northwest, you see a lot of stainless steel anchors because of all the mud. So it cleans off easier if it's shiny, but they're way more expensive. And then I think depending on where you are, you want like all chain or some line with the chain, which is called rode altogether. But if you are anchoring in a sheltered area, 3 or 4 to 1 scope, which means for every, say, 10 feet of depth, you would put out at 4 would be 40 feet of rode. And then you want to, as you're dropping it, you want to back down a little bit so it hits the bottom and all the chain or line doesn't hang up on the anchor. And then just back down on it until it sets. And then you're really pretty good to go. I think that getting a good anchor, making sure it's set, and then what we usually do is we have a little multi-function display in the salon, and we just put where our anchor was, we have tracking on, and then we can see if the anchor's dragging and all that. So I think it can be easy. I usually, around the Pacific Northwest, I have people anchor in Liberty Bay. Super simple place to anchor, very sheltered, bottoms good holding, pretty much consistent depth. And the first night you anchor and you're swinging around and you see lights going all directions, you think you're dragging all over the place, and you really aren't. So I think test it out, try it in a simple area first, and go to the difficult places afterwards.
Bill, I picture you with a big bag of essentials. We had Dr. Diamond on earlier talking about a first aid kit with the importance of Israeli bandages and a whole bunch of other bandages and dressings to treat. What's in your magic bag of tricks?
I'm kind of like Captain Kirk. I don't believe in the no-win scenario. So I think no matter what the problem is, and I've had a lot of them, you can fix it with some things. I mean, certainly you want to carry as many spares as you can afford and have room for. But the simple things, duct tape and extra hose clamps and wire ties. I mean, I've put things together, 50 miles offshore and gotten back with with cut up hose and wire ties. So I think my bag is very unusual. I don't think you want to see what's in my bag. You know, some of the stuff is not that good, but yeah, things that you would fix around the house. You have some of those kinds of things. You know, wire and tape, and rescue tape is really good. That's that self-vulcanizing rubber. You can fit, you know, patch things with that. I mean, I've had a shaft come out on a sea trial and with a 3-inch hole, and we were 20 miles offshore. It's like, we got to do something. And, you know, sometimes it's as simple as, you know, taking your shirt off and shoving it in the hole, which I've done that too. Yeah, I think I'm trying to think of what would be unusual that's in my bag that you wouldn't guess, but it's not that unusual. It's just a lot of combination of things to plug leaks and, you know, stop from being electrocuted and things like that.
Those are all important things. It's funny, I was wondering if you were going to say duct tape, and sure enough you did. And then of course the ties too. Now, do you mean, you're talking zip ties, right? Just have a bunch of zip ties of all lengths?
Yeah, like the plastic ones. Yeah. We were in Australia, and this our hydraulic system was overheating. And what it was there was a problem with the connection. There's a little Lovejoy coupler to a pump. And I cut up a hose and I zip tied it all together. And I mean, it looked I have pictures of it, and it looked horrible, but at least it got us the next 3 hours until we could anchor. And then I could figure out something else, which lasted a little longer than that one.
Bill, John Wooden, the famous basketball coach, has a quote that he says that it's what you learn after you learned everything that counts. What have you learned recently in the last 10 years that's changed the way you think about boating?
Let's see. Well, you know, there's a quote that I really like.
Oh, you're going to see my quote with another quote. I see what you're doing there.
Yeah, there you go. So my quote is different than yours, but mine is, the cure for anything is salt water. Sweat, tears, the cure for everything. Yeah, cure for everything is salt water. Sweat, tears, or the sea. And so I think, you know, sweat, sometimes you got to work hard. Tears, sometimes, you know, you just have a bad day. And the sea is just getting out there. And I think the more you can get out on the water, I mean, boating is my profession, but it's also what I do to relax. So it's one of those very unusual things that I'm passionate about. And, you know, I've been fortunate to have a career at it, but also I love talking about boats. I love being on other boats. I love helping people fix things on boats. My boat's hauled out right now, so I've been working on it for the last 5 days and breaking a lot of new things. And it's just you learn every time you go out. Every time you go out, there's something that you see, or it's new sea life, or, you know, I've seen turtle that are 20 miles offshore, and there's always something. And, you know, you just need to get out and do it. It's not that complicated.
You know, so far, a lot of the things that you've given us are just so simple, yet brilliant, but not necessarily technological. Are there technologies that you've learned to embrace, or that you've completely avoided?
You know, I'm electrical is my hobby, so I do a lot of electrical stuff. But I don't really, I like to embrace things that are pretty robust. And I think, you know, I probably shouldn't say this, but a lot of the newer boats have a lot of technology that, you know, when it breaks, it's hard to really solve it. And so I think I probably embrace, well, redundancy I embrace, you know, trying to have a backup for everything. Sometimes you just have to make a backup, but I don't know. I think that the more time you spend on the boat, the less you want to complicate your life with trying to program something. I mean, I have no idea how to program a computer, and there's boaters that do, and they design some incredible systems. I just, for me, it's probably going to go wrong because I'm going to get it wet. I'm going to drop it in the bilge. I'm going to do something wrong. So I just try to make it simple. And so, yeah, I'm not that smart, aging is not for the faint at heart. And so I forget most of the things I've learned, and I've learned a lot. I call myself the overeducated boat geek, but I think if there's things you understand, surround yourself with those things. And then if something goes wrong, it's a little bit easier to fix.
It's a dream for so many boat owners to take their prized vessel up to Alaska. I'm thinking of that song, North to Alaska. Bill, you've been up to Alaska many times. What would you say to those at home that are thinking about, dreaming about, imagining a trip to Alaska?
Don't wait. I think that a lot of boaters wait until a time in their life where either they can afford the boat they want or they can take the time they want. And, you got to start doing it early. We started taking our kids, before they were born. I guess I took my wife. And I think the more you do it, the better you get at it, so that when you do have the time, if you're retired or you can afford to take more time off, the better you'll know what to do. And so Alaska is incredible. The border closure for me is a very difficult time, because some of my favorite places are up in the Inside Passage, which would be north of Cape Caution, so north of Vancouver Island. It's sheltered. There's really one day crossing Cape Caution. It's 40 miles or so, and then you're sheltered again. And going from Prince Rupert up to Ketchikan, you've got the Dixon there. That can be unsheltered, but easy to get through it with the new Roam app that you can clear into the U.S. It makes it a lot simpler to go from Prince Rupert to Ketchikan, because that's a long haul for a slow boat, and you can call in and stop at Foggy Bay, but the app is really nice. But so my advice is just do it, and it's beautiful up there. My wife happened to she's a great photographer, and she has some pictures of humpback whales bubble net feeding, which is the first time I'd ever seen that. This was, a year and a half ago. And we just drifted and watched probably 3 full times of this bubble net feeding. And the photos she got of that they're remarkable. And you see that we had a bear swim by the transom of our boat when we were anchored. And the wildlife is incredible. The scenery with icebergs, and it's hard to describe all of them. And there's 4 for small boat cruisers. There's 4 great areas. Prince William Sound is usually number 1. Inside Passage is usually number 2. The Bahamas is probably 3, and then I would say the Whitsundays, which is in Northeast Australia, is number 4. And of course, we bought our boat in Australia, so we got to sail the Whitsundays, and we've done Bahamas and we've done Alaska, and there are so many places. I mean, the Northwest is one of the most remarkable places. It's fairly simple boating when you think about it, compared to a lot of places in the world. And you can find sheltered anchorages, and so that's a long-winded answer to why go boating, but just do it. Do it as soon as you can, as long as you can, and keep doing it.
There was a lot there. I took a lot of notes.
I know, I saw that.
It's great. Most excellent. Bill, we've got an episode coming up on food prep with Chef Ethan Stoll. We're going to talk oysters and crabs. What about food prep for you? What does your food program look like when you're out boating?
Well, of course, like most boaters, we like to barbecue. And we have, in Australia, they use plate barbecue. So we would call them griddles. But the previous owner had installed a large plate barbecue So you can do all your vegetables, and you can do meats, of course. You can do fish. Fish is great because then you can put olive oil down and fry it. But that's probably one of my favorite, is just to take all, broccoli and potatoes and chop everything up and just put it on the bobby. It's good.
I don't know many people that have trained with the Navy SEALs. What is that story, Bill? I know a little bit of it, but I don't know if I know the whole story. And how did that happen? And what is it about our area of the world that Navy SEALs would want to train in?
Well, it's only because of me they come up here. But
I was going to guess.
So actually, it's not the SEALs. It's one of the other Navy Special Forces, which is SWCC, Special Warfare Combat Crewmen. And they are the ones that drive the SEALs. SEALs originally did the boat driving and all that, but most of their work is land-based or in the water, but they don't drive boats much. So SWCC came about maybe 20 years ago, and they train with SEALs. There's 3 locations. Most of mine I've done all 3 locations. I think 12 is down in San Diego, Coronado area. There's a SEAL team location there. 22 is in the Gulf, and then can't remember the number in Virginia. But and then what people call SEAL Team 6 is really the development group, Dev Crew. It's kind of the R&D of Special Forces. I've worked with all of those, and how it came about was our last boat was in charter, and a group of I think there was 6 guys and 2 trainers wanted to charter the boat, and they asked to see it. And as I was going down the dock, I finally said, you guys know a lot about boats. You're asking all these good questions, and you seem a lot more fit than most people I see. Just like a bachelor party or something. And they said, well, no. And so they told me a little bit about it. And I said, wow, that sounds like a great idea. You should be walking down the dock and know where that boat pivots. You should be able to get it out of the dock, because they're trained to get on any boat. And of course, they have to, if there's a situation on it, they have to take over that. And then they have to get the boat back. And most people can drive a boat in the middle of the ocean, but you have to dock it at some point. And so they said, well, maybe you should write what we need to know. And I said, okay. So I wrote a couple of pages and sent it down. And so then they said, well, we'd like you to train us. So for about 5 years, I would take about 2 to 3 trips a year with 6 to 8 guys on a trip. And so maybe a couple hundred. And they are just remarkable people, intelligent. Talk about fixing anything. Those guys, if something would break, they would come up with it. And I had so much fun with them. And I just, I can't say enough about it. I was given in a couple of them some of the challenge coins that they have. And they are, they're in a special place on the boat. And I can't say enough about how lucky I was to have that time with them.
That is special to get those coins for sure.
Yeah. One time the boat, we were underway, and I thought, so the Master Chief was there, and I said, hey, do you mind if I disable the steering while we're underway? And so we were headed to Friday Harbor, and I went down and I disabled the steering. So they had no helm control. And then I was just kind of standing at the side, and they were like, something's not working. I said, well, what do you do? And I taught them how to get the emergency tiller out and hook it up. And then, so here they are hand steering, the 60-foot boat and as we're underway. And that was pretty fun. I did a few things like that. Not sure they were happy about it.
Got to learn the hard way, right?
Remind me never to invite him on our boat.
Yeah,
oh yeah, I'd love an invite. I could disable something, I'm sure.
Sure.
Well, Bill, you don't always toot your own horn, so I will. One thing that I love about you is your willingness and your ability. All the time you devote to the Nordhaven community, you are head over heels for that group. You're always on the community forum and planning rendezvous when you can do that. Why is that so important to you?
My life has been one just lucky I I never expected to have the boat I have. It just was one time, the stars aligned, and it was because people that helped me, in my career. And a lot of times you don't even know who helped you, and so I think that, I enjoy talking about the boats. I enjoy the boats. I think that Nordhaven makes a great boat, and I've tested it, so I know. And I just I think that I don't know everything, but if something I can do helps somebody else, then that's what I do. People have helped me when I've been offshore and something's broken down, and you get your inReach satellite texting and you're asking messages and you solve a problem. And so if I can do that for somebody, if I can help one person, then that's great. And so that's what I hope to do. There's a lot of really talented people in that Nordhaven group, your father-in-law included.
Exactly. No, exactly. I know that much. Bill, we've got a little tradition here. We like to spin the wheel. We've got Denise Whitaker in front of the wheel. Maybe you've seen this, maybe you haven't. That's okay if you haven't. There's no excuses not to play along. So what we want to do now is spin the wheel, and we see where it will land, and where it lands is the question that you will get. We're going to give it a real spin here. It's got to go on once to count, as they say in The Price is Right.
Oh.
Can you see this, Bill, or I have to narrate it for you? We've got...
Should I zoom in on it? Do I have to, be able to read it, or are you going to read it to me?
Meal. We talked a little bit about food. I'd like to know what Bill Baker served on his birthday.
Oh, I'm a big fan of Grand Marnier souffle.
Oh. I did not see that coming.
I did not.
Yeah, I know. I don't eat much. I, 1.5 meals a day, maybe. And, I'm like the Yugo. You're like the Ferrari. You take more fuel. I'm just,
Never heard that. Yeah,
maybe the old Volkswagen Bug. Woo. But but I do like sweets. I have to admit, and so that's one that's got a couple of good things in it.
I think we should give him another spin.
I think we could be here all night with Bill. I'm interested to know each of these categories with Bill Baker.
Got one more spin for you.
You got one more spin in you there, Bill?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah.
Letting your hair down. It's Friday. It's Friday, right? All right. We've got...
I noticed I'm getting a little bit of gray on the temples, and I haven't noticed that before until I had to look at myself.
Oh, it looks phenomenal on you. Very presidential.
Yeah. I think I'm going to put a purple rinse in.
Salt, please do. And then come back on our show. So we landed on book. This can be in a couple different things. What book have you gifted the most? We could start there.
It's interesting. I just was talking about a book with a customer that another Nordhaven customer wants me to help them. And the book is called Longitude. Have you heard of that?
I have not. I'm writing this one down with a fancy pen.
It's Dava Sorbel, I believe. And it's great history. It's a short book, quick read, and it's about determining longitude when you're underway. Latitude is easy. You just look at the sun, but longitude is very difficult. And so back in the days, there's really only two ways to get longitude, either the stars or you have a really accurate chronometer. And this was before they'd mapped the stars. And so in England and France, they had a prize to develop a way to determine longitude. And then they had to sail, I think it was from, England to the South Pacific or something like that. And they had to reach it and not fall off the face of the earth because it's flat, so it's a great book about the history of developing the chronometer. And you can still see the four original ones. The fourth one is the one that won the prize. Oh, I just gave it away. But the first three are still running accurately today. And that's over 100 years ago. And so anyway, that longitude for anybody that's a boater, it can't be beat. I read all the time, so I could come up with a few others, but
yeah, no, I actually was going to go someplace else too with you. So Matthew McConaughey has a book out there. He talks about a book that changed his life, which I can't recall right now, but I'll look into that. But what book changed your life the most?
What book changed my life? This is a weird one. It was the name of our last boat, which was Shibumi. And I reread that one probably every 3 or 4 years, written by Trevanian, and it's an unusual book. It has kind of 3 things to it. It's Shibumi is sort of a understated elegance, a grace. It's a Japanese word. And I was fortunate to be able to live in Japan when I was about 12. I think I was the only blonde person there, and so everybody used to touch my hair. But so it's got some culture in that. The hobby of the main character, he's a spelunker, so cave diver. So going down the cave and then try to finish all the way to the end where you go out the river. And then the third was his profession, and he was an assassin. So it kind of has a little bit of everything in there. But that one and then Atlas Shrugged are probably the two books that, I don't know, hit me a lot.
Well, as I was prepping for the show, there was a Japanese word that I came across. Ichigo, Ichige. Do you know that expression, Bill?
What was it?
Ichigo, Ichige.
Ichi.
I'm probably saying it. I've got that St. Louis accent doing its thing. It's about the precise moment where we find ourselves is like no other moment that's ever come before or will come again.
Oh.
Oh.
Do you like that?
I like that.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to look into that because that's one. Ichi ni san shi go. So Ichi ni san shi go. So that's 1-5. I don't know.
Take my word for it. I read it on the internet, Bill. There's never anything wrong with
well, then I try never to look at the internet. In fact, this is the first time I've ever been on a
Is your first
pixelated
Zoom?
TV. No, that's not true.
Oh, wow. I think, wow. How awesome would that be to say?
I'm impressed if this is your first Zoom and you've got the background and everything set up.
Exactly.
No, I don't have a background. This is where I am.
That's exactly. He's at the Sea of Cortez. Yeah, just Port of Everett this afternoon. And
okay, maybe not. It's the flag's not flying. Actually, if you looked around the corner, you'd see my wife is kayaking, but I can't turn it.
Well, I would guess if you were in Mexico, you'd have that courtesy flag up.
It is up.
Oh,
it's
sorry,
up on
I can't
my
see it. As it should be.
That's
as
accurate. And we always fly a house flag. That's the other thing. I think boaters should start doing that. Everybody did it when I was a kid, and we do it still.
And who designed that?
Actually, it was my grandfather. His name was James R. McIntyre. And so our house flag is a whale, and then the spout comes out in the shape of an M, which is for McIntyre. And my brother found it, and one that was we used to fly when I was a kid in the 60s, because he was the first boater in our family. And I found a company to make more, and we've gone through 6 of them in our travels. It's great. Somebody just emailed me. They said, "Oh, I found your email and wanted to know about that flag." But everybody did it when I was a kid. You had a flag that was something meaningful to you. And our boat name is the same as my grandparents' name. And when we told my mom, who's 93, my mom is like zero emotion, and she cried when I told her what we were going to name it. And we fly the Mr. McWhale is what we call the flag all the time we're on it.
So you've gone through 6 of those?
Yeah, I bought, I've gone through 12 probably total, but I gave some to, so our kids, my brother, his 2 kids, my 2 kids. Haven't given one to my granddaughter yet, but she's only 2. And I gave one to my mom, and my son, who mostly works in Antarctica, he was on a boat and he sent me a picture. The captain put it up in the rigging of the ship, and that was pretty cool. So it's pretty meaningful to us. And I think that if boaters had something like that, so Peter, I know you don't have a boat, but Denise, you should have your own house flag.
I'm going to look into this now.
Yeah, something that's meaningful to you, and it doesn't have to mean anything to anybody else. Well, maybe your husband.
Right. I might want to include him.
Yeah, it's probably, that would be, bad karma if you don't. but it's kind of a cool thing. And everybody used to be on anchor when I was a kid. And then you just start talking about it. It's one way to start a conversation. I mean, you could have a cocktail flag up.
Right.
But
this will not be the last time we see Bill Baker gracing our airwaves. So
Excellent.
Bill, thanks so much for coming in a big way. You dispelled a lot of myths and shared a lot of wisdom. We really appreciate it.
I could start some myths too.
That's for tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. We gotta save something.
That's right. Stay tuned. I forgot. I'm back on.
Teaser.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
a
I'll
teaser.
come up with a different background for you,
Okay.
Denise.
We'll do some Ichi-Gay research, please.
I will.
Okay.
I will.
Very good. Well, thanks so much, Bill Baker, for being a part of
All
Seattle
right.
Boat
See you
Show
guys. You
Connected.
guys are doing a great job.
Oh, thanks.
Love it.
Thank you so much. That's Bill
Right.
Baker, boat geek extraordinaire. We're not able to stump him.
No.
There's always
I don't think
tomorrow.
you
I
can.
don't know. Yeah. Well, Ichi-Gay maybe.
Yeah, that's true. You did stump him.
I stumped him on a non-boating.
A non-boating term.
Typical.
Yeah,
but
that's all right.
Yeah, that's all right. For those keeping score at home, Schrappen 1, Baker 0. Yes. That's all right. So we have got a lot in store this evening. We've got Seattle Boat Show Connected inside right now for $5. You can hop into the Seattle Boat Show that you've come to know and love for the last 74 years. We've taken it to the internet, and you can walk the red carpet, hop on a pirate ship, take advantage of the boat show deals, visit with the 200 plus exhibitors, check out the 600 plus boats, tons of pictures. There's a way to favorite them so you can come back and back and back, put your partner to bed and shop while they're asleep. A lot of good times to be had, and we're not going to go anywhere for a little bit. What we're going to do now, Logan, I'm looking over at my friend Logan here, who's making this look good. Logan, I think I'd like to run some of Denise's ads about how to explore the boat show. And then right at the end of that, it was a really special day on the water with Chef Ethan Stoll of Ethan Stoll Restaurants. The first episode we're going to show tonight is how to prepare and, from my side of the house, eat oysters. He does that in a variety of formats, and it was a real thrill to be on the water of Chef Ethan Stoll on the Lindell 46. So we're going to run Denise's ads, and then we're going to show Chef Ethan Stoll, and then we'll be back to share some more insights, hopefully. Thanks so much.
The virtual show floor is one of the coolest features here at Seattle Boat Show Connected. You can surf the aisles of the show floor, navigating exhibitor booths in our fully rendered convention center. We even feature the iconic red carpet that has become a big part of Seattle Boat Show experiences. Here you can filter by product category or enter a keyword to search for what you are looking for. You'll be transported directly to the space on the show floor where you can interact and engage with exhibitors and their show specials. Be sure to explore the outer reaches of the virtual show floor where you just might find a buried treasure. Navigate to the pirate ship's crow's nest where you could discover a hidden prize waiting for you. Find the best deals of the year at the Big Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine. Welcome to Seattle Boat Show Connected. Browse through the digital booth spaces of nearly 200 unique dealers, vendors, and exhibitors. You can search for what you need or filter by brand and product types. As you visit an exhibitor's profile page, you will be able to connect via text chat, phone, website, social media, or email. You can even schedule an appointment or video chat for later by clicking the red button on the top of each page. When you're ready to meet safely in person, use the maps for convenient driving directions. Most Seattle Boat Show Connected exhibitors are offering boats, products, services, and accessories with incredible show-only prices. Be sure to check out the awesome videos and interactive 3D tours. Don't forget to save exhibitors and products to your favorites list, and you can always come back later for the latest and greatest offers and announcements. The Big Seattle Boat Show Connected is filled with fun for everyone. It's easy to join in this fun, and registration starts at only $5. Choose the registration package that suits you best, with varying levels of show access and other goodies. Create your own login, and you're ready to go. You can begin to browse right away and map out your itinerary for this big event. The show starts on January 28th when seminars start streaming. Exhibitors will be standing by to answer your questions and match you with the boat of your dreams. the 2021 Big Seattle Boat Show Connected. Start online and up on the water.
Puget Sound is blessed to have a treasure trove of delicious seafood right below the waterline. Did you know that it's also accessible to just about everyone in our state? As long as you've got a boat, of course. And that's why we're here today with Seattle Boat Show Live TV. You're watching Seattle Boat Show Connected TV. I am your host, Peter Schrappen, and we're here on a Lindell 46 with world-famous chef Ethan Stoll. Hi, Chef.
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for having me.
You bet. What's on the menu this afternoon?
Well, I figured we'd do a little bit of oyster work. You know, as we all know, out here in the Northwest, we have the best oysters in the world. And we've got such a great variety, and right now in the middle of wintertime is the season. So I figured we'd do a little bit of not only shucking, teach people how to shuck, make a few sauces, but also teach people a little bit about oysters.
So we've got the best here in our backyard?
Yeah, I mean, well, it's one thing I will say, you know, obviously people think about the Northwest, they think about king salmon, they think about halibut, they think about Dungeness crab, which is a shellfish, but, you know, my thing about the Northwest is I think the number one thing we have out here is shellfish. So it's oysters, clams, mussels, crabs, spot prawns, all these things that are amazing out here. And they just grow in our backyard, you know. I mean, you know, being able to eat oysters that have been harvested that day or the day before, it's really unheard of. So if we're out here in the Northwest, we have a great privilege to be able to enjoy these things.
Well, I think it's the essence of the Pacific Northwest is enjoying an oyster on a boat at Lindell 46, for example. And
for sure.
I think a common thing also seems to be is keeping everything cold. You've got the cold water here, you've got the ice. Is that one of the keys?
Well, that's one of the keys for sure. I mean, also we're outside, you know, we're down here in Shilshole Bay and all these boats around us, and we're here on the best one, and we're having fun. I mean, the sun's out, winter's happening, the birds are out. It's pretty cool. So why don't we start talking about a little bit about oysters. Okay, so a few things. Obviously, with anything seafood related, harvest date is the best thing. Fresher the better. A few things we have out here in the Northwest which are unique. You have the major variety of oyster species out here is called the Pacific, right? So most of the oysters out here in the Northwest are based upon the Pacific species of oyster. The first and only native one to the Northwest is called the Olympia oyster. That's the native oyster to here. Those little tiny small ones, which are super fantastic and delicious. But the majority of the ones produced nowadays are called the Pacific. We also have a few different varieties, like these ones right here. This is called a Totten Virginica. Totten Inlet is where it's from. Virginica is the species. Virginica is the species of oyster that's native to the East Coast. But they actually grow, don't tell me East Coast people that they grow better out here than they do on the East Coast. So you got Virginicas. This right here is called a Pacific. This is a basic Pacific beach-grown oyster. Great. This is called a Cushy oyster. This is a Pacific oyster from Vancouver Island that has been tumbled. We got two different tumbled oysters here. We got tumbled Cushy, tumbled Shigoku, which means ultimate in Japanese.
What does tumbled mean? What does that
tumbled,
indicate?
yeah, we're gonna get to that. Tumbled, so an oyster's natural desire, right, when it grows is to kind of grow outward, right? Now, if you're tumbling them, which is a process where they move them around a lot, what that does is it takes them, it slowly chips all the sides of the oyster off so that they're not able to grow out, but it forces them to grow deeper. So what that does is it makes a more muscly oyster. So these ones are going to have a lot of dense muscle tissue in them, which I think are my favorite oysters, just because, you know, they're not lean, they're not flabby, they're super dense, they're super muscly, and I think they're a great oyster. And then the East Coast Virginicas, they actually naturally, as you can see, they grow deeper as well. But the ones we have here are Totten Virginicas, Pacifics. These ones are called Cushis. We've got some things called, this is called a Kumamoto oyster, but this is a larger grown one, so it's called a Sumo Kumo, and then the Shigokus.
So there's about 10 different varieties in there?
In here, there's 5.
5, okay.
But there's a bunch, you know. Our favorite ones out here, you know, I mean, obviously out here we buy all these, except these ones. These are from the Stellar Bay Oyster Company, which is the Cushis. There are 2 different sizes of those. One is a Stellar Bay, which is a larger grown Cushi. And then the other ones are from Taylor Shellfish. They do a great job. We also have Hama Hama Oyster Company. They do a fantastic job with sea cows. They're another tumbled oyster, and but you know, there's a bunch of small companies out here that do like either one or two varieties of oysters, and they just kind of it's all based upon usually upon the Pacific oyster, but it's in different regions or different growing techniques.
Okay.
So there's that first lesson.
That was a lot there, but
It's a lot to unpack. I know. I would highly encourage people to do some research around oysters out there in the Northwest. There's a lot of literature out there. You can read a lot. Go to the Hama Hama Oyster Company website. Go to Taylor Shellfish website. They'll give you a ton of information about all their stuff. So, but the main thing to know is that you're super lucky to be in the Northwest if you love oysters. And I'll tell you, my two favorites here are the tumbled oysters, like the Cushy. I think they're a fantastic oyster. They grow deep, they're strong, and these Totten Virginicas are also a fantastic oyster.
When Anthony Bourdain came out here, I think he went out for oysters, possibly.
Well, we did it. Well, this is a long time ago. This was way back before I had all this gray beard. But we did a dinner, and he had some oysters at our restaurant.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. So, all right. So now, with oysters obviously being in season right now, I was going to teach you guys how to make a few sauces. Nothing crazy fancy. All things that you can do at home that require no more than 2 minutes of work, right? Which one do you want to handle? We got mignonette, cocktail sauce, or just grated horseradish and lemon. Why don't you handle the mignonette? Oh, no, sorry. I'll handle the mignonette because I got the knife.
Okay.
You handle the cocktail sauce.
Okay.
Yep. So cocktail sauce ingredients for me, I think they're great, is to keep it super simple. Cocktail sauce for me is ketchup, which is Heinz ketchup, beer or horseradish, and lemon juice.
Okay.
And that's it, and also a little cracked pepper.
Okay. What's the ratio?
You're gonna go however hot you want it. I would encourage extra heat, but it's a cup of that. A couple tablespoons of lemon juice and horseradish.
Okay. Did you grow up eating oysters, Ethan?
Yeah, I grew up in the Northwest. I grew up in Capitol Hill. That looks great. Yeah.
Okay.
And I grew up in the Northwest, and we grew up. I'm a believer that every kid by the time they're like age 10, they should be able to shuck an oyster out here. So.
Okay.
There's a serving dish for you right there.
Well, I know the oysters are a big business for Washington State. There's 3,500 people that are employed in the oyster industry, in the shellfish industry in Washington State.
Yeah, that does include restaurant people.
That's right. That's right.
We count too, Peter.
That's right. Amen.
You keep on working on that, okay. And I'm gonna start mincing some shallots. So mignonette is definitely a little French vinegar sauce for oysters, and it's finely minced shallots, vinegar. Traditional ones are either champagne vinegar or red wine vinegar, and then cracked pepper. Super simple, but a great accompaniment. Yeah, so the thing about, sauces for oysters, and also like cocktail sauce and prawns and things like that, I think it's great just to make it fresh at home. Make only what you need. The pre-made ones I've found try to add so much stuff into it to make them unique. But I think classic stuff is just the best, right? Okay. How's yours taste?
Oh.
Spicy? Does it need more lemon at all?
No, I think it's there. Maybe a little pepper.
There you go. I'm gonna borrow a little bit of that. I love tons of pepper in my mignonette. Now, ideally with mignonette, you're gonna let the vinegar cook the shallots for about 20-30 minutes. So it kind of pickles it a little bit, but if you use it a little bit before, it's not a big deal at all. Okay, and the last one is we're gonna do this fresh horseradish. It's one of the great accompaniments to oysters. You can use it however you'd like, right? I just like to take my microplaner and just grate it. Make sure it's nice and fine. Now, a couple of things you can do, right? You can either just, pinch a little bit and put it on your oyster. If you want to make wedges of lemons, then I'll show you how to do it in a second without having a bunch of seeds in it. you know, or you can pickle this as well. You can add vinegar to this as well. I'm going to show you the easiest way to serve, the easiest way to serve it, and then we'll get a little bit more involved. So it's nice little powdery stuff there. Yep. So do that. You can serve it just like that, if you want. And then just, you know, take a little pinch on top. I'm going to show you how to make some nice, easy lemon wedges here. Got me. So I quartered my lemons. Next thing I do is I just cut out the wedge. So that corner where all the seeds are, I just cut it at an angle. So you already automatically lose all the seeds, right? So instead of having to pick them all out with your knife or your finger, just cut them out and just avoid them all together. Okay, so that's one way to serve lemon wedges on the side. The last thing we'll do with this, I'm going to add, gets a little bit different. We're going to add a little bit of lemon juice and some olive oil on that one to make kind of a vinaigrette, a horseradish vinaigrette for our oysters. Thank you, sir.
You bet.
This one I like to make just because it's a little different. You know, people aren't used to having olive oil on their oysters. I think you need to be cautious to make sure you use really good olive oil in this. So most good olive oils will have a good will have a harvest date on them. Like, hey, this is from the 2019 or 2020 harvest. Yeah, that's right. So, you know, usually most olive oils come from out of country. I would say that most of the olive oil right now where you guys are eating is 2019 harvest. It takes about 6 months to get in the country thoroughly because it does get pressed. And, you know, it usually follows the same season as grapes for wine, so it ends up being harvested around November. It gets pressed, then gets on a boat, comes around, over the United States, so it's usually about 6 months, behind, and you use that one for a year or two. Okay, so we've got our 4 sauces. As you can see, this is our horseradish vinaigrette. It's got lemon juice, olive oil, black pepper. There's our just lemon wedges, cocktail sauce, mignonette. Now, why don't we get to shucking some oysters?
Oh boy.
Shucking oysters. I will tell you, it's a dangerous thing. I want everybody more than anything else to be careful. You guys can tell we're out in nature right now, can't you? Seagulls just out there interrupting us. It's actually been pretty cool. We're out here on the dock, and they've been grabbing mussels and dropping them on the dock to crack them open, and then so the seagulls could eat them.
We actually brought that crew in to drop them.
Yeah, man, those seagulls will work for the boat show.
That's right. SeattleBoatShow.com.
But so when you're shucking oysters, I want you guys to be careful. Okay, I mentioned this thing called these tumbled oysters. These are actually the easiest ones to shuck. If you guys want a beginner's oyster to shuck, go into any seafood store or seafood shop and say, hey, do you have any tumbled oysters? If they say no, maybe go somewhere else. If they say I've never heard of that, you may want to go somewhere else too. But if you go to like one of the Taylor Shellfish Farms or down at like Uwajimaya down here in Seattle, you can definitely get a tumbled oyster.
I think that's really good advice, and I just want to drill down on that a second. If you want a great marina slip, if you want a great Lindell yacht boat, for example, get to know the salesperson, ask them for expertise, like Frank at Lindell Yachts, or if you want a great slip at Roche Harbor, go talk to Troy at Roche Harbor. Get to know your salesperson at the grocery store. And
yeah, for sure. Tumbled oysters, easiest ones to shuck, I promise you this. Virginicas are also easy to shuck. I mean, things that, smaller ones that have a more prominent hinge are what you're looking for. So, now, things that are important. Oyster knife. Towel will stop you from stabbing yourself. I'm gonna do one with the towel and one without the towel so you guys can see. You might want to come in a little bit. Okay, so when I am shucking oysters, this is the hinge part, right? I am putting my oyster knife, actually I'll do it without a towel first. I'm putting my oyster knife in the hinge, right? The key is you're wiggling the oyster onto the knife, not jamming the knife into the oyster. Okay? If you jam the knife in your oyster, that's where you're going to be dangerous. That's where you're going to have problems. So the thing is, see that I wiggled that on there? There's a muscle in there. So then I just twist. It's not about power. It's not about strength. It's about finesse and feeling it. And after that, you slide the knife along the top of the oyster to cut it It's called a bivalve because it's stuck on both sides, right? And then you run your knife along the bottom of the oyster to loosen it up. And I just wipe along this outside to see if there's any bits of shell. So I'm gonna give this one which sauce do you want to try? And then I'm gonna give you a couple more views of this, right?
Mignonette.
You want some mignonette, okay?
Say that right?
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
There you go. Enjoy that.
All right, so I'm gonna squish it around, and then am I chewing it at all?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, okay. I grew up in St. Louis. The oysters are a little different there.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. Good?
Tastes like the ocean.
Very good. That's what it's supposed to taste like.
In a good way.
Yeah, good. Okay, so I'm going to give you guys another couple demos, okay? Shucking an oyster. It's the front of the oyster. The hinge of the oyster. Put your knife in there, but you're wiggling the oyster onto the knife, not the knife into the oyster. Get it just stuck in there, a gentle twist. There is not any force being used here. I am not trying to muscle this at all. That's where a lot of people mess up, and they get stuck on this thing. And they get caught, and they try to force it, and I promise you this, the more that you use force, the slower it's going to go. Okay?
I've got the best job here.
You're pretty good. Okay? Just trying to shuck them easily. That makes sense, everybody?
Makes sense to me.
Makes sense?
When do we show off your pipes, though? What dish is that?
My pipes.
We're using force.
Oh, yeah, that's the barbecue episode.
Tenderloin.
It's on a much bigger It's on a much bigger yacht than a Lindell. Lindell can't handle my pipes. Just joking. I don't know how we got on this topic, but so you guys, I want to encourage you. Learn how to shuck oysters. Right? They're super fun to enjoy. The main thing is I guarantee you, every bit of your body and your mind will want to jam it in there. Right? That's not the approach. The approach is soft approach, and just getting the tip of the oyster in there. See, it's kind of stuck on there, right? And then it's just a simple twist. Then running it across the top. So you see these two, right? This is a Virginica species, tumbled oyster. So it's more shallow. It grows out a little bit more. These ones grow down. But always, you guys, I know I'm showing you guys without the towel just so you guys can see where I'm going in. Always use a towel. It makes a lot more sense. And they also have those rubber gloves you can buy online. Those things are great and protective.
Do you enjoy grilled oysters?
I love grilled oysters.
Just depends what kind of mood you're in, or what.
Yeah, I think maybe we should just throw a couple of these things on the Magma grill right here. Yeah, so we got a little bit of butter on these, stacking them on the grill, just laying them out. The nice thing about grills is they're perfect for oysters because they hold them straight. The idea is you want to keep all that juice in the oyster shell. And you just chuck those, shut the door, and we'll come back in 5 minutes. Okay, so these have been on here for about 5 minutes. And if you come in here, you can just see that the muscles start to tighten up on these things, and some of these things are boiling a little bit because of the heat. I just put a little dab of butter on there, just because I wanted to get a little bit of butteriness to them.
Salted or unsalted butter?
Unsalted butter. Let's get some of these out of here. And you can see on these things, you can see like the muscle of the oyster is kind of shrunk up a little bit because it's starting to heat up. You don't want to cook them very long. Like 5 minutes is plenty. You don't need these things to be cooked all the way through and dry in the shell. You want them to still be moist, right? And then at this point, I'm just like literally on this kind of thing, I'm just sprinkling a little bit of parsley over top. A little squeeze of fresh lemon juice. If you guys wanted to get a little bit more involved, you could get, some chili flakes. You can get some chopped garlic and make, kind of like a clams oreganata, but do it with oysters. Those kinds of things are all easy and fun to do. But this one is just the simplest way. Just throw it on the grill for 5 minutes, shut the lid, let them cook a little bit, let them steam in their own juices. The butter on there gives them a little bit of moisture to cook in, and they end up being super tasty. Want to try one of those?
I think you know that answer.
Yeah, I do. Even one of these I'm eating. Feel good. Butter, lemon, super simple. You guys feel free to experiment with whatever with whatever flavors you want. You want to do some chopped oregano in there, garlic in there, breadcrumbs on there. All that stuff's fine. So,
what are some good guidelines around the food and wine pairing with the oysters?
I mean, I think as we were talking about before, you're gonna want to pair with the sauce, So mignonette, even though it is not the color of white wine, obviously white wine, mignonette comes from France. Muscadet is a white wine. That is a traditional oyster wine. Beer, or even like one of the best pairings for oysters is actually a Bloody Mary. Vodka is awesome with oysters. It's super lean. And then tomato juice is obviously great. And this one, white wine is also the major thing. So,
Okay.
so
don't
dry
overthink it, like-
dry white wines are always great. Beers are always great. Vodka if you're Russian. Bloody Marys if you love Bloody Marys, and it's a morning dozen oyster time of day.
Exactly. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some fried oysters, right, Ethan?
Fried oysters it is. You guys, thanks.
Welcome back to Seattle Boat Show Connected. I'm your host, Peter Schrappen, and we're here on a Lindell 46. It doesn't get any more northwest than this experience, Ethan.
We're out here on the water, hanging out, watching the seagulls fly by, having a great time, and
Mountains are out.
Mountains are
Oysters
out.
from our backyard. We're wearing
That's true.
Stilson. I'm telling you.
That's true. All of that is happening. So, all right. So, you guys, today I was going to give you guys this super simple recipe as to how you can make delicious fried oysters at home. Nothing special about this. Nothing hard. The main components are a few things. One, I've got these shucked Pacific oysters. These are called an extra small size. But the main thing you want to have is shucked oysters, right? You can either shuck them yourself like we did, or you can get them out of a jar, which is perfectly fine and totally normal. I know Taylor Shellfish and a few other companies out there make fantastic pre-shucked oysters. So do whatever you'd like to do. Okay, the next component is I've got a big bowl, generous amount of semolina flour. So this is our coating, right? There's nothing in it. You guys, if you want to get creative at home and add paprika or garlic powder or onion powder or any of those kind of things, you can. I'm going to keep mine simple because I want to give you guys the basic foundation to make this super delicious. And also, I like mine stuff pure. Okay, the next thing we have is a pot about 4 inches, about 3 inches deep of 350 degree canola oil. Okay, so we're deep frying these. They're not pan fried. These are deep fried. So
that's music to my ears.
we got this pot of oil on the Magma grill. This is probably not the safest thing to do in bumpy waters, but we're going to do it here while we're in nice calm waters. So the main thing we're going to do, well, I'm sorry, actually, the first thing we're going to do is make our sauce. Peter's going to make that.
Right.
Okay, you got mayonnaise. This in this recipe is just making a little sriracha mayonnaise. Sriracha is a delicious, spicy accompaniment, very much true to California.
Los Angeles, I think.
In Los Angeles, okay? But it's super delicious, right? So we're going to do that. Mix in some Best Foods mayonnaise, which I think is the correct mayonnaise to use. If you're on the East Coast, it's Hellmann's. Let me squeeze a little lemon juice in there for you. You're all set. But yeah, the sriracha mayonnaise for me is just like mayonnaise, lots of sriracha, and a fair amount of lemon juice to make it give it a little tang, a little spice. That's roughly what it looks like right there. So the next thing we're gonna do for frying, make sure your oil's hot before you start dredging. You wanna make sure that you dredge just before it goes in the fryer. This is more of a speed thing than anything else. You're basically gonna take your oysters out of the liquid, one at a time. You wanna have nice thick, good oyster meats for this. Don't overcrowd your bowl and don't overcrowd your fryer, right? I think you can do 5 or 6 oysters at a time. So nice.
Don't overcrowd your workspace. I mean, look at how tight this is. This is nice.
Yeah, I try. But thank you for complimenting it.
Stick with this cooking thing.
Okay, so see how I'm tossing this around? I want to make sure these get coated super evenly. Toss them multiple times. Then I'm just taking them up, shaking a little excess out, putting it in my pot, and I'm doing about, like I said, 5 or 6 at a time. You don't want to overcrowd your fryer, or else the temperature will drop, things won't get crispy, and that's not what you're looking for. You want things to stay crispy. You want the temperature of your fryer to stay hot. And there we go. One more on this one. I think personally, as far as oysters, as far as fried oysters, they're one of the best things out there. Particularly here in the Northwest, we've got a good culture of shellfish and particularly oysters out here. Having some stuff fried is amazing. Put these things in a po' boy, put these things in a sandwich, just serve them on their own like we're gonna do here today. They're just a super great, spicy, hot way to enjoy oysters because they're, these are gonna come out really crispy. A lot of people believe in flash frying. I like them a little bit more crispy and deep fried. But no matter what your preference is, they're, I think oysters are one of the best things we have out here in the Northwest for sure. Then also, we're in football season now. It's a fantastic Sunday Seahawks victory celebration food here. Semolina flour. Semolina flour works really well because it's a very durable flour. It's definitely more coarse than bread flour or all-purpose flour. And this is all you need. They get golden brown, they get crispy, they're evenly coated. You see how these things are starting to get really crispy? These things take about 3 to 4 minutes in the fryer. Yeah, what I gotta tell you, this Magma thing keeps up heat, great temperature, super hot. Granted, you're probably not supposed to use a homemade fryer on a yacht as you're cruising around the Sound. But if you have calm waters, it's perfectly fine. I mean, I gotta say, there's one of the things that's nice about having the boat show go virtual is you get interactive,
Exactly. There's some things that just don't work online, and I don't know if we can do this cooking show inside of Central League Field, now Lumen Field Event Center. So having it online has some perks for sure.
Yeah, we've done a ton of virtual events this year, and it's actually a super nice way to connect with people. Yeah. Granted, this is a recorded one, and we've done some live ones, and you can actually have a lot of fun with these.
I've got to ask you, Ethan, I know one of your rules of thumb or best advice you received is what's next? What's next for Ethan Stoll?
What's next for Ethan Stoll? I mean, our thing is we're a solid company that will get through this whole pandemic, which is tough for so many, right? We're going to keep growing. We see a great future out here in the Northwest. We see a great future in the restaurant industry. Obviously the last 10 months and probably the next 6 have been challenging for so many, which you feel so bad about. But we think we're going to come out of this pretty strong, and we think a lot of people will. Obviously there's been a lot of businesses lost, but when it turns back on, I think a lot of people will do okay. So our goal right now is just to kind of prepare ourselves for a busy time coming after this, because I got to tell you, people are wanting to get out. And they're wanting to, go out to restaurants, go to museums, go to concerts. They're wanting to go to sporting events. They're wanting to do all kinds of stuff.
As you prepare, are you looking at other cookbooks to get inspired? Are you talking to fellow restaurateurs to try out new ideas? How are you kind of finding your voice?
Well, we're just we've changed we've changed our business model in a way that probably is never going to change back. To-go business and virtual cooking classes and all that kind of stuff's probably here to stay for quite a while. They've been super fun. Having the ability to do virtual cooking classes for groups via Zoom has actually been super fun. Okay, so we got taking these out. Nice crispy oysters there. As you can see, they're nice and golden brown and crispy throughout. Drying them for sure on a paper towel. I want to make sure that they get the excess oil taken off. A little salt, freshly cracked pepper. Just gonna take these out and stack these on a different plate so that the oil's off of them. And then we're gonna let you have a bite of one of these things to enjoy. Oh, that's a lot of mayonnaise. That one might be for me. Super good.
Wow, excellent. I've never had a standalone fried oyster.
No, I gotta tell you, if you want to add freshly chopped herbs or smoked paprika or anything like that, at this point, coat them in that stuff a little bit, totally fine. Like I'm myself personally, I'm a purist. I want to get really good fresh oysters, keep them simple, fry them, cook them to the correct temperature, and just keep them pretty simple. That's just me.
Sounds like a good beer pairing with the oysters there.
Oh, beer would be amazing with this. Actually, I would love a beer right now.
Let's do it. The sun goes down on today's episode of Seattle Boat Show Connected. I want to say thank you for watching us. It's been a real pleasure to bring you multiple dishes on this beautiful Lindell 46. Check out LindellYachts.com. Check out Ethan Stoll at EthanStollRestaurants.com. And Ethan, I'll give you the final word.
Oh, my thing is, you know, I mean, we know each other for quite a while now, and it's fun to get out and do some cooking with people and friends. And, you know, I mean, you know, I didn't think I was going to be cooking outside in January, but I'm super glad I'm here and super glad the accommodations are pretty sweet. I will give you that. But we're having fun. You guys enjoy the boat show. Thank you so much.
Welcome to Seattle Boat Show Connected. Browse through the digital booth spaces of nearly 200 unique dealers, vendors, and exhibitors. You can search for what you need or filter by brand and product types. As you visit an exhibitor's profile page, you will be able to connect via text chat, phone, website, social media, or email. You can even schedule an appointment or video chat for later by clicking the red button on the top of each page. When you're ready to meet safely in person, use the maps for convenient driving directions. Most Seattle Boat Show Connected exhibitors are offering boats, products, services, and accessories with incredible show-only prices. Be sure to check out the awesome videos and interactive 3D tours. Don't forget to save exhibitors and products to your favorites list, and you can always come back later for the latest and greatest offers and announcements. The Big Seattle Boat Show Connected is filled with fun for everyone. It's easy to join in this fun, and registration starts at only $5. Choose the registration package that suits you best, with varying levels of show access and other goodies. Create your own login, and you're ready to go. You can begin to browse right away and map out your itinerary for this big event. The show starts on January 28th when seminars start streaming. Exhibitors will be standing by to answer your questions and match you with the boat of your dreams. The 2021 Big Seattle Boat Show Connected. Start online and up on the water. The 2021 Seattle Boat Show Connected features an incredible schedule of fishing, boating, and sailing seminars streaming right here on this site. With more than 100 hours of content and even more Boat Show University classes, you'll want to watch it all. Lucky you, you can rewatch any classes you missed or may just want to see again for up to an entire week after the show. You can add a seminar to your personal calendar or save to your favorites list. If you're attending the show from another region, you can even set your time zone preferences so the schedule will display in your local time. During the live stream, chat with other attendees, post questions and comments for the presenter, jump between sessions, browse featured products and services, and more. Get the most out of your boat show experience.
Puget Sound is blessed to have a treasure trove of delicious seafood right below the waterline. Did you know that it's also accessible to just about everyone in our state? As long as you've got a boat, of course. And that's why we're here today with Seattle Boat Show Live TV. We're here at Seattle Boat Show Connected TV with restaurateur chef Ethan Stoll. Ethan, what's on the menu today?
Today we're going to give you a little demo of how to make a little avocado crab dip. It's a dish I made years ago. It's just tasty. You know, Dungeness crab, as you know, is from the Northwest, and it's super delicious and fresh. And adding avocados and just keeping it pretty simple and light and clean is the way I love to cook.
That's exactly your style. Let's get after it.
All right, let's do it. Okay, so this dish is super simple. It is literally just fresh Dungeness crab. I've got some fresh pick stuff at the meat. I've squeezed it out a little bit so all the moisture's out of it. I got fresh avocados, which I've already started on one. I'll show you how I de-pit one and peel it. Got some fresh herbs, salt and pepper, lemon juice, lemon juicer, which was one of my favorite tools. But let's get going. The first thing I do is with this dish is I like to make my avocado puree and then just fold the crab in.
I feel like cutting the avocado is a good way to end up in the emergency room if it's not done correctly.
That is true. That is very true. Or to lose a pit somewhere. But yeah, you want to make sure that your avocados are nice and fresh and that they are not battling you like this one is battling me. But it's okay. Okay, so the first thing I do when I'm making avocado puree is I like to make sure I quarter them because I like to handle them in big chunks. They're super easy this way. Put them in a bowl. We're just gonna mash them up with a whisk and then fold in the avocado, fold in the crab after that.
Are you going with an organic or regular avocado?
I'm going with organic Haas avocados right here. Yeah.
For the cost of a house, we're gonna have prepared for.
I gotta tell you, they've been good at the store lately. I like them, and they've been super great too. So we're gonna keep on working on these. So tell me, what's going on with the boat show this year?
Seattle Boat Show Connected is alive and well. We've got over 34 hours going on at seattleboatshow.com. And for those folks at home, we're hoping that you'll join us into the show for $5. You can get in the show and check out the exhibitors, the activities, the boating and cruising and fishing seminars we've had in store. It's been a crazy show thus far. We've got a great team in place, and we're hearing a lot of great feedback from our exhibitors.
All virtual this year, right?
Exactly. We're calling it Start Online, End Up on the Water is our slogan, and we really mean it. And boat show sales have been through the roof, and we're hearing a lot of positive feedback on the show thus far.
That's great. That's great. Cool. Yeah, I mean, there's been so many events that have gone virtual this year, and I got to tell you, I've found them to be super entertaining and super fun. And it's not the normal thing, but it's nice to mix it up a little bit. And just seeing so many organizations pivot properly and do things the way they have and how they've handled the pandemic up to this point has been amazing. So. I applaud.
Yeah, thanks. How's Ethan Stoll's restaurants doing?
Oh, we're doing fine. I mean, we do have a lot of to-go food. We have a lot of to-go kits. We have a lot of virtual cooking classes. But we're doing fine. I mean, I wouldn't say this is like the best year we've ever had. But our company's, we're resilient. We're positive people, so we're not worried about it. We're just looking forward to everybody getting to the other side of this thing and everybody being healthy and safe and all celebrating with one gigantic party when it's all over.
How about at the Wallingford Tavolata, maybe?
Oh, Wallingford Tavolata's been great. Got a nice big heated patio there. And, people want to eat out, man. People love restaurants. People love services.
Because if you didn't have enough going on, you've also opened up How to Cook a Wolf, I think, in Madison Park.
We opened up another restaurant in Madison Park, which has been fun. We built a bunch of covered patios for everybody there so they can really enjoy eating outside. They're all heated. They're all kind of waterproof at this point. And, hopefully that's a trend that'll continue because people love eating outside.
There is a cookbook out there called Salt, Fat, Acid, and Heat. I think we're using some fat right now. Can you talk about the interplay between those four important components to good eating?
No, sure. Yeah. I mean, obviously, fat and salt are great combinations, whether you're using avocados and saltiness from crab or, salt into steak, or pork shoulders and, all kinds of stuff, I mean, I think it's just a great way to really bring out flavor and really enjoy what you're cooking. I mean, that's been one thing that's been great about this pandemic is just the amount of time I've been able to spend cooking. It's been fun. It's been enjoyable. I've really, I went and got a green egg and started doing a lot of smoking and did ribs and all kinds of stuff.
Oh, green egg, that's on my Christmas list, Ethan. What do you think? Is that worth the investment?
I think it's amazingly great. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, for sure.
I'm trying to decide between a Traeger and a green egg.
I think personally. No, I think they're both great. I mean, I think the Traegers are if you get one that handles whole wood, I think that's fantastic. The thing I like about the green egg is that they're super versatile as far as grilling, smoking. You can even get the pizza insert and make pizzas on the grill and all that stuff. So it's been good. It is true. Okay, that took a little longer than I expected, but so we've got this chunky avocado puree that's got lemon in it. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna fold our Dungeness crab in there. And then I'm gonna let you stir that while I chop some herbs out.
Okay.
And you can really use any herbs on this dish as you want. Today I'm using basil and mint. You can use cilantro. You can use chervil. You can use tarragon. Whatever you want to use. It's kind of fresh. It's really meant to have this thing be nice and fresh and clean. Also, if you want to make it a little spicy, you can. If you want to add some jalapenos or anything like that to it, you can. Basically, this is kind of dealer's choice. Whatever sounds good. So if you want to make this dip a little bit more of a south of the border Mexican style thing, you can add jalapenos and you can add cilantro, you can add all kinds of stuff.
That's always a question I have is it's worth the investment also to get those fresh herbs versus the stuff that's in your the dry stuff, the dry spices?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think and it also depends on what you're going for. Like a lot of we do a lot of Italian food at our restaurants, and a lot of Italian food has dried oregano and things like that in it, which are great at times, But as far as if you're using light, fresh things, if you're using fresh avocado, fresh Dungeness crab. I like fresh herbs because it feels better. It's like a little bit better of a mouthfeel. It tastes a little bit brighter. There's all that. Put that all in there. I'll let you stir that in.
Okay, yep. Guess how many people in Washington State, Ethan, have a crabbing license?
Well, there's almost 9 million people in Washington State. So I would guess 8.5 million.
Wow, I like your bullishness on the recreational crabbing license market. About 250,000 Washingtonians have their license, and crabbing season starts around June 1st. There are about 13 different areas.
Want to taste that and see if it needs some salt and pepper or any more extra lemon? And then, sorry, I cut you off about Dungeness crab.
I'm trying to brag about. That's good. Yeah, maybe a little bit more salt.
Okay, let's do it. Any more lemon needed in there?
I think it's spot on with the lemon.
Okay, great.
Yeah, about 250,000 licenses, and it's hard to always know when Dungeness crab season is running, so you want to check out wdfw.wa.gov, and they do a really good job keeping the calendar up to date, because it depends on how many crabs are being caught by recreational boaters.
That's one thing I love about the state of Washington. They're super protective. You know, we want Dungeness crab and salmon and halibut and all the stuff out here to be around for a long time, so I appreciate how protective they are of everything. Okay, so this is just a super simple presentation of this. This is more than you're gonna need. Those avocados I had were pretty large. And then, you know, I always like a little bit of spicy crunch to it. So I just sprinkle a little bit of radishes over top. If you want to add on a little drizzle of good olive oil, now's the time to do it. And then I just pretty much very simply just serve this with either, you know, you can use a toasted baguette. You can use just straight up sliced good bread. I brought a few crostinis and some crackers here. You know, you can do it however you'd like.
Can we talk food and wine pairing a little bit?
Sure, yeah.
What do you think would be the right pairing for that dish?
For this thing, I mean, I gotta tell you, it could be a lot of things. You know, I mean, I kind of follow, you know, the color of the protein with the color of the beverage. You know, so you know, obviously with oysters and crab and halibut, I like white wine. You know, something. This is pretty rich because of all the avocado. So you know, you can go, you know, a nice Chardonnay. You can go great beer. Mm-hmm. You know, even something like a tequila margarita dish, a drink or something like that would be fantastic. So you know, as far as, you know, like Washington wines, I think a nice Washington, you know, I mean, Riesling's pretty popular out here, and that would be a great pairing. So anything is dealer's choice, in my opinion.
What makes Dungeness crab the best crab in the world?
Just the flavor, texture. It just doesn't, nothing else compares to it. You know, it's readily available. It's got great mouthfeel. It's got that richness you're looking for at a crab. So, I mean, I think it's one of the best out there.
Steamed, boiled, how do you go about it?
I'm definitely keep it simple. So I like to boil them, crack them, just eat them out of the shell with a little bit of mayonnaise and some lemon juice. After that, I'm pretty, you know, at that point I'm pretty happy. And that's just a beer on the deck kind of day for me.
Right on. Sounds delicious. Let's dig in.
Let's do it. I'm gonna get you a little cracker here so you can taste this, all in with radishes and everything. Let me know how that is. Super good? All right, good. So, that's as simple as it gets with the food. I mean, I think one of the things about, you know, the Northwest is we have such great product out here, whether it's all the shellfish and seafood we have, or mushrooms, or if you go east of the mountain, the vegetables and the beef and things like that we have out in the Northwest. It's fantastic. So I'm a big believer in keeping my cooking pretty simple, having fun with it, really letting the joy of the night or the day be dictated by my friends, and not letting making dinner or making lunch stress me out too much. So simpler you keep it, more ahead you get prepared, the more fun you're gonna have with your friends.
I think we've done that today.
And on a boat.
Exactly.
Works out well.
Better. And there you have it, Dungeness crab avocado dip, served up on a beautiful Lindell Yachts. That's hashtag Lindell Yachts on your favorite social media channels, and www.lindellyachts.com. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with another dish by Chef Ethan Stoll. We're back on the Lindell 46, and if that wasn't enough for you, you've got another crab dish. Ethan, what's on store right now?
I'm going to teach you guys how to make a super simple but super delicious Dungeness crab cake dish. I mean, personally, I like my crab cakes with a little bit of flavor to them, but still keeping them simple. So we're going to add a little bit of jalapeno, cilantro, a little lime juice. So let's get started. You know, my main thing about crab cakes is you add as much breadcrumbs as you need to hold them together, but no more. You know, that's one of the things about crab cakes is that, you know, people add too many breadcrumbs or too much mayonnaise or too much filler, which is not what you want. You want to make sure you have enough just to hold it together. You know, I equate them very much to to potato gnocchi, or, you know, Italian pasta dish. The idea of potato gnocchi is add as much potato as possible, as little flour as possible, and then just enough binders so you taste so you have like a strong potato flavor. Right, so I think the same thing, right? So the first thing I do is start with crab cakes, is pick Dungeness crab meat, super squeezed out, because all the water means if you have more water in there or more juice in there, that means you have to add more breadcrumbs to kind of hold it together. So make sure you squeeze your crab cakes, make sure you squeeze your crab meat out thoroughly. Next thing I do is I add some fresh chopped cilantro. Go as much or as little as you'd like. I like a lot, and I like my herbs roughly chopped. You don't have to worry about this being fancy at all. Just rough chopped is great. Add all that to it.
What I like about crab cakes too, it's a breakfast, lunch, or dinner item.
Totally. You know, add a little poached egg on top of a crab cake for breakfast is amazing. Amazing. Okay, so the next thing you do, I've already got my jalapenos seeded and diced here. I'll show you how I do it, you know, because obviously you can add as many seeds as you want, but the more seeds you add, the spicier it's going to be. So if you want to just have it be mildly spicy, make sure you cut around the seeds of the jalapeno. You can add a few in. I add some. I like mine a little bit spicy. If I want it really spicy, I'll use a Serrano chili in there and keep the seeds in.
So you're not blanching the jalapeno or anything like that?
Nope. Everything in here is all raw. Because it all gets cooked in the saute pan when I'm roasting the crab cakes.
I knew that.
So I just cut around that, then just go just like I'm chopping an onion.
Then you rub your eyes?
And then I rub my eyes. First thing. That's kind of the rule of crab cakes. Okay. There you go. Add all that in there, and then the recipe has 2 jalapenos in there, so I add a little bit more. Okay, and then the next thing is fresh lime juice. You know, I like it. I mean, anytime I'm using any kind of citrus, I always make sure it's fresh. I love these lime and lemon presses because you really get a lot of the yield out of the citrus. And it really does a great job of making sure you get every last drop. And it's easy to use, so you really encourage you definitely to use fresh citrus, not any of those plastic limes or lemons that are out there.
What are some other gadgets you swear by?
You know, I'm not a big gadget person, but anything that's going to help make cooking easier for me. You know, so, you know, microplaners, mandolins, those things I like just because they're super easy. Make my job easier. You know, I mean, I think one of the things about when people are cooking, I think they stress too much about it. So anything you can do to make it easier, simpler, more fun, faster, I think is great for people. This is my opinion.
Now, if I wanted to order crab cakes, which are the Ethan Still restaurants would I go to?
Several of them, obviously. You know, we got some at How to Cook a Wolf. We got, you know, the place we sell the most crab cakes is down at Goldfinch Tavern at the Four Seasons. So we definitely do a lot there. So I've added my cilantro, jalapenos, mayonnaise, breadcrumbs, 3 egg yolks, and then...
Is mayonnaise something I should be making from scratch or just get it off the shelf?
It depends on what you're using it for. You know, if you're making it for, a beef tartare or something going kind of fancy, I'll make my own. But for the most part, I just use Best Foods because I think it's great. You know, I think it's a pretty neutral flavor. I don't like mayonnaise that are based on olive oil. I like them to have more of a neutral oil flavor, and something, you know, that's just consistent and has a good thickness to it to help use it as a binder for this dish. It's super helpful. Okay, we got those latex gloves. Obviously great around the kitchen and the Lindell yacht. But I find them to be super versatile, and they're super helpful because I think the most important tools you have in the kitchen are actually your hands. So I'm going to use these.
I noticed you're not really using a recipe. Is that because it's a lot of trial and error through the years? And
No, everybody here got a recipe, and all these were all measured out. So, but the recipe you have is super consistent and good. And this is not a hard recipe. I definitely try to keep it pretty simple, just enough binder to make sure you're holding things together. And it will look a little bit soft as you're using it, but it's the egg yolks are in there, so when you cook it, it'll hold together and bind a little bit in there. So.
Do people get too wrapped around the axle with recipes? They're just too got to be by the book, and would you recommend that people just chill out a little bit and just go with your gut?
My main thing about cooking in general is I think people put too much pressure on themselves to be perfect at it. And I'm a person that's like, obviously I can make a steak or make a crab cake better than most because I've done it thousands of times. And it's just like anything in anybody's career or profession. They're really good at it because they've done it so many times, right? And the same thing applies for cooking, I think people put too much pressure on themselves to be perfect at everything for cooking. And I think people, for the most part, should just relax and enjoy, practice things over and over again. Add a little freshly cracked pepper in there. Okay. So we've got our mix made. You can see it's not...
Can I overmix that?
No, you're not going to overmix it. No, you want to make sure everything's...
Well, I'll overmix it.
Well, where are your favorite crab cakes?
I do the Mark Bittman recipe, where actually there's no breadcrumbs at all, outside of an Ethan Stoll restaurant, of course.
Yeah,
I like the Bittman recipe, where he's all about keeping the crab really cold, so you need less bread. You actually need no bread to bind it. So yeah, it's the one I go to.
All right, good.
The crispy crunch of the exterior with a nice non-burnt part of the interior is the hard part, though, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is basically, it's the idea is whatever works for you is the correct recipe, right? If you have a recipe for crab cakes or crab salad that you love, stick with it. Try some variations on it, but certainly don't put too much pressure on yourselves. I mean, I think food is mostly about getting together, hanging out, and enjoying each other's company. And the food and beverage is secondary. Obviously still important, the reason you're gathering, but really a good dinner party is really based upon me and you hanging out, getting along.
Love it. That's the nice thing too about a Lindell yacht is that you can fit a dinner party of 12 right on the deck, no problem. It's built in Washington State, and this is the 46 that we're on. And you can find more at www.lindellyachts.com. What are you doing over there, Ethan?
Well, I've got, since we're on the Lindell, we wanted to showcase one of the outdoor grills here. This one's pretty hot. As you guys can see, these magmas get super hot.
Is olive oil the best oil to use versus a vegetable oil?
I'd probably say that grapeseed is probably my favorite. But olive oil right here on the boat is the one I got. Okay, so I've got my Magma grill here. It's on super hot. We're going to saute these things. But first we got to form them, right?
Should I get some gloves on?
Sure, yeah, go for it, please. Okay, I like to form them. These are going to be about 4-ounce crab cakes, a little bit smaller than a baseball. What I do is I form them basically in the balls first, and we only need to do a couple here. So I think I got this.
Okay.
But if you want to,
I don't think I got this. Yeah, I need that.
Okay, so I'm forming them in the balls, roll them around just like a meatball, and then I'm just going to smash them down a little bit. I like mine pretty thick, pretty good size.
And I know you're a fan of salt. How much salt have you put in there? Just the right amount?
Just a little pinch. Just a little pinch. Yeah. Okay, so I've got my crab cakes here. I don't need these gloves anymore. Unless you're going to form some, go for it.
Sure.
That helps out. And then I use a combination of olive oil or grapeseed oil, and then a little bit of butter. I'm just going to put those right in there with the butter.
Would you say a mistake people make, Ethan, is not putting the crab cakes on at the right time when the pan is hot with the butter is hot? Is that kind of the synchronicity of it all narrative?
I think it's mostly just about making sure that you get a nice crispy crab cake and you're not overcooking it. The idea of these things is the crab meat's already cooked, right? You want to make sure that you're just heating it through and binding it all together. So the goal is to make sure you get it nice and crispy, and then heat it all the way through. Got a nice little crispy side there. You can see they're getting nice and golden brown. And what I'm going to do on these grills is what I want to do is I want to make sure they get heated all the way through. I'm just going to leave the saute pan in there, just close it a little bit and make sure that the heat stays in there, and they end up kind of baking a little bit. So if I'm making this at home, I would take the whole saute pan, put it in a 350-degree oven for about 5 minutes. So we're going to let this go here for about 5 minutes now.
What do you say we peek behind door number 1?
Well, let's do it. These things have been in there, for a good 5-6 minutes. I'm gonna take these out because I know they're hot all the way through. Uh-oh, sliding around too. Down there. And these have super hot, crispy crab cakes there that are all ready to go.
What's the wine pairing classic for that dish?
Well, this one, just because of the nature of the ingredients inside of it, the seasonings, I think a beer is appropriate. I think a margarita is appropriate. If you want to go white wine, that's great. I think
White Russian?
What's that?
White Russian?
I don't know about White Russian. You can't if you really want to. I'm a believer that everybody picks their own poison. So, if White Russian is your jam, I highly encourage it. A little squeeze of some crab cakes, a little cilantro on top. Do a little squeeze of lemon. Let's get you a bite of this and see if you like it. Nice and hot.
Thank you, sir.
Let me give you a little squeeze of lime. I'm here to serve you.
Right on. I love this. More of this.
Okay,
what a beautiful day.
Is it hot?
Wow.
Is it good? I like it.
Mikey likes it. This is delicious.
All right, good. I'm going to try a little bit too. Looks pretty tasty.
It doesn't need any aioli. I guess the aioli's already in. The mayonnaise is already in there. It doesn't need.
It's in there. Yeah. I wanted to give you guys a base recipe. You want to put side salad on top of this, or it's another dollop of lime aioli or something like that. It'd be great. You can do whatever you want. My thing is just make sure people know how to do the basics and have a very simple, easy to follow recipe. They can make it at home.
That's a main course. That's an appetizer. That's whatever you want to make it.
Whatever you want to make it. As you said, brunch, poached egg.
So it's EthanStollRestaurants.com. We're on a Lindell 46, and stay tuned for more with Chef Ethan Stoll. I don't think it gets much better than cooking with Chef Ethan Stoll on a beautiful winter day at Shilshole Bay Marina on a Lindell 46, one of our important sponsors. I want to thank Chef Ethan Stoll of Ethan Stoll Restaurants. He's got a bunch of new locations, one in Wallingford, I think one in Spokane potentially, and How to Cook a Wolf fame. I've got his cookbook here, Ethan Stoll's New Italian Kitchen, and it's got some just really approachable recipes, which hopefully they should be approachable if they're on your favorite boat. At this point, I think we're going to welcome in George Harris, NMTA President and CEO, to see how his day has stacked up. He's been bobbing and weaving inside of the different booths. There he is. Hey, George, and there's Troy Buck and Kevin Carlton of Roche Harbor fame. George, I'm going to start with you. How are you doing, my friend?
Hey there, Peter. Doing great. Day 2 of Seattle Boat Show Connected. Had another good one. I did something that I enjoy doing every year, which is checking in with a lot of the member businesses. So I'd go to the virtual floor plan, I'd stand in front of their booth, and then I'd give them a call and see how they're doing. And it was really fun. A lot of good reports on what's going on out there, and just so impressed with the displays that I'm seeing, the creativity that folks are doing with the video messages and things like that. And I watched your message, Kevin, to your customers and the folks that love Roche Harbor. Nicely done with that message. Good job.
Thank you. Can you guys hear us? I just want to make sure our audio is working.
Yeah, I can hear Troy, but I couldn't hear Kevin. Kevin, can you check your mic real quick?
Can you hear me now?
You sound
Peter?
excellent. So
All
that's
right.
Kevin Carlton of Roche Harbor Marina and Troy Buck of Roche Harbor Marina. There you go.
That was the first day of the boat show, gentlemen. Or second day.
1.5 days into this, I think it's going exceptionally well. It's the best Seattle Boat Show Connected we've ever put together. So that's at the outset, we'll say that. And we hope you had a chance to check in and walk the red carpet. And George, I was wondering, could you do me a favor and just run through the various activities? They're kind of hard to keep straight.
Well, first of all, we've got Boat Show TV hosted by Peter Schrappen and Denise Whitaker from Como TV. And that's kind of the entry point to the show. So you come to the website and see the live TV, 34 hours total. And you've got some live content like this now and some recorded content and some other segments. And then hopefully that looks really interesting to folks. And then they'll spend $5 to buy the mate package or maybe upgrade to the captain package. And they come on into the show, and we've got 218 businesses from all over the Northwest displaying almost 600 boats and 300 accessories. And I like to think we've brought all of these boats together in a really seamless environment where you can see them easily. You're not going off to other websites or anything like that. And then you can look at the photo galleries, you can look at the video tours, you can watch 3D Matterport tours of these boats. Really, like I said, extraordinary good work by our members. And then we've got a scheduling tool, so it's super easy for folks to schedule an appointment, and members are standing by for phone calls or Zoom appointments or chat on screen. So I like to think it's kind of like Zillow for boats, and it's all in one platform. And then we pre-recorded 83 different segments on boating, fishing, cruising. I was watching Mark Bunzel just before I got on this, where not to go in the San Juan Islands. That's kind of one of his most famous seminars at the Seattle Boat Show. And then there was a kind of a brand new BC sport fishing segment that was on that was looking really good. So we've got these 83 different seminars. So I kind of think of like Netflix for boaters. We've got that going on till the end of the day, Sunday at 8 o'clock. So, and then, you know, you mentioned the red carpet, Peter, and Seattle Boat Show, we're famous for our red carpet, and we've got a virtual 3-dimensional display. And I'd encourage people to take a look at that. There's a pirate ship at one end of the West Hall. You go up inside the pirate ship, up into the crow's nest, and you get a really fun bird's eye view of the show. So I think all those things together, I'm really proud of what we've done as a team with the NMTA and all of our members.
And I think about where to go in the San Juan Islands, George, and that experience that we had with your colleagues from around the country. We took them to Roche Harbor. That was just that was in 2019, as a matter of fact. And can you just talk about what it was like to see their eyes wide open as they walked right into Roche Harbor?
Yeah, so, well, actually our plan wasn't to go to Roche Harbor, but Kevin and Troy saved the day. But we had all of the show producers from all over the country, you know, the Miami Boat Show, the Atlanta Boat Show, the Detroit Boat Show, New York, Boston, and there was about 40 of us in Friday Harbor for a meeting, and we were going to do a beach cookout. And so as we came across on the ferry, the weather was changing a little bit, but their eyes as we, you know, came into the San Juan Islands, and, you know, it just reminds me, you know, what maybe we take for granted here, to see these boaters from all over the country telling us this is the most beautiful place they've ever been and how lucky we are, and on and on and on. But anyway, we were supposed to have a beach cookout down on South Beach, and the rain and wind came in. So I called Kevin on about 3 hours notice, and you guys found space for us on one of the party floats. And then we had our cookout there. We moved everything to one of the party floats. And then classic Roche Harbor, the sun started to set down there by Henry Island, and the rain stopped and the sun came out, and it couldn't have been any better. So Kevin and Troy, thanks for making NMTA look good that night.
We do what we can.
That was our pleasure. You know, sometimes we just get lucky, right, George?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So and then we stuck around for colors too.
I want to know, Peter, are those first edition novels in his study? Where's he?
Oh, you like this? I've got a pipe.
Yeah, that's
the pipe didn't make it in time, but it is coming. So hopefully, because the show runs through Sunday at 8 o'clock, I can get the pipe as part of the. But no, I've read about 90% of these books. I don't know. Fortunate to have Doug over here complimented it with some cookbooks and whatnot. No, what do you want to know?
You always cease to impress.
Oh, I try for sure. No, but we've got so many authors here. It was fun to actually have. We had Boys in the Boat earlier today, which will be a pre-record. You can watch later tonight, I have a feeling. So it's fun to have Dan Brown talk about what it was like to write Boys in the Boat, and then we heard about trying to save the hangar there at the University of Washington. So no, it's all legit, Troy. I check out for sure, my man.
I'm looking forward to your first book.
Peter, I haven't seen you for a while. I'm wondering if you and Troy with the beard and everything are kind of our long lost brothers.
Troy's always been jealous of the look, and dude, you're now covering up your camera there. Nice work, Troy.
Oh,
You had one job. There you go. I want to see that beard. No, it's looking good. What's going on at Roche Harbor?
Well, we're in that time of year we're planning, and this year we're planning a big year, as you guys know, and some of the restraints that we had last year we hope will be lifted, and we're just day by day as the whole world is going, and but we've got a lot of good stuff planned for us and events, and if we're allowed to do them all, but yeah, come up and see us. We're gonna try to get as many boats in as we can. Last year we had as George will tell you, because he was up there quite a bit. They had so many boats in the San Juan Islands, and it was the place to go. It was amazing. Yeah.
So Kevin and Troy, how is the community feeling about the boaters this fall and this winter? I know there was some concern early on.
I'll answer that one. I think the county as a whole, they kind of bypassed the initial shock and fear of what happened last March, April, as you recall. Kind of closed it down, and that was disappointing. But we're doing the right thing. Stay safe, do the right thing. People are starting to get vaccinated, so there's hope. I don't think the fear is there as much. We still have low counts, but as you know, the new phase system, 1 and 2 in geographical locations. We're up there with Whatcom. So we're still kind of at phase 1. We're one of the only new little phases. We haven't gone to phase 2, but we expect a great spring. I think people with the extended kind of lockdowns, not a lot to do come March when the days are longer and get some nice weekends. People are going to boat. As you know, a lot of boats were sold last year. A lot of people, that's one of their outlets is boating, and people are using them. We've seen an increase in the islands. There's no negative, how should I put it? I haven't seen, felt, or heard any negativity in terms of the counties as a whole. We've always been welcoming as long as we can legally do it and not overstep some of the mandates. We keep it safe, keep voting going. We just we're this year, I think, like everything is as the border goes, shall we? So there's so many unknowns. We're just got to take a step back and just hope. And we're going to do everything as we always do. We feel that we take care of everybody. We're going to find a place for everybody as long as we can. But not a lot of movement out there with the border closed. So we're hoping that it opens. Who knows? It's a big unknown, but we have to just kind of hope for the best. But we're looking forward to a good spring. That was a lot to digest right there, but I hope it made sense.
I was processing it. No, thanks, Troy, for that. George, you probably get asked a lot, how popular is boating? How's it coming out of or experiencing COVID? How do you answer that question?
Well, I think this summer, the second half of 2020 was exceptional for recreational boating. Like Troy said, there was kind of the initial shock of the stay home, stay healthy order, but I'd say within days or weeks, people figured out pretty quickly boating was a great activity for 2020. You've got your family, you've got your bubble family, and people got out on the water. And, my time up in the islands, it looked like people were doing the right thing. They were tending to use anchorages and things like that, and, really only coming into Roche or wherever as needed, and just kind of enjoying the peace up there and spending time with friends and family. That's what we did.
Yeah. And the boaters were great, you guys, and thank you. I want to thank all the boaters out there. They were great on helping us stay open. That was our main focus. Let's just stay open. And they worked with us really, it was an amazing summer, and through all of the uncomfortable stuff, and our boaters they rose to the occasion and really helped us just achieve that, stay open the whole summer.
For the handful of people out there who have not been to Roche Harbor, George, how do you describe Roche Harbor to the uninitiated?
Oh, I think it's the sort of the ultimate boating destination in the San Juan Islands in the Northwest. It's sort of the crown jewel, and I say that carefully because we have a lot of members that think highly of their marinas and their destination. But there's just so much charm and beauty there, whether it's the gardens or the history, and it feels like it's kind of the end of the edge of the Northwest there as you look out to Canada and whatnot. And the tradition colors. I mean, I think about all the magical evenings our family has had at Roche Harbor. It's extraordinary.
Kevin, how often do you get off the island?
Oh, more than you might think. Actually, we, my wife and I, Colleen, a lot of you know, who ran the field dock for a lot of years. We were blessed with 2 more grandchildren this November, December. So that gives us 7. And so we actually got off quite a bit recently, and we're able to, take our COVID tests and go down and spend some time with those new grandbabies. So we get off probably more than most people think. So.
What about you, Troy?
And this is in jest, but he is getting older, so a lot of those are doctor's appointments too.
Yes. Yeah, Costco, doctors, and grandkids. There we go.
Those are good.
Those
I'll check out. I don't know what Troy's laughing about. Troy, what about you? What about you? How often do you get off the island?
Me? You talking about me?
Yes, sir. You, Troy Buck, the only Troy Buck we got.
Yeah, he's just the one and only.
The universe can only handle one Troy Buck.
No super spreader event, but I went and saw some family and all went wonderful. And that's important during these times, is see your family, because people need contact, and especially those that haven't had much of it. So I went and saw my parents, and it was nice, and it was a great time. That was the last time I've been off island, this over the holiday.
I understand. George, as we look forward to tomorrow, what's in store for you tomorrow? What's in store for folks at home?
Well, I think the seminar lineup, Boat Show University kicking off right at 10 a.m. and then the full slate of boating and fishing seminars all day long. And it's fun to watch the website traffic. I guess you could say how people are coming to the show. And it's been a little lighter midday today because it's a work day, and then it picks up at the end of the day. So I'm expecting it to be really busy right from the get-go. And then us as a staff, I love to say big show, small staff. So the 7 of us are going to be answering those emails and answering those phone calls and answering those chat messages to make sure everybody is having a good experience. So looking forward to it.
So we say the show starts at 10 a.m. tomorrow. That's actually a half truth. As Mark Twain would say, half the truth is usually a great lie. Peter and Denise start at 10 a.m., but we actually aren't closing up shop at all because we are on the beautiful World Wide Web. And George, what's your advice for people as they want to check out the show after hours tonight?
Well, if you have a ticket, the captain level ticket or the sailor level ticket or the admiral level ticket, you can watch all night long. So that's the way I would do it. Make sure you've got one of those 3 tickets, and you can shop the boats all night long. I mean, there's 600 of them. So maybe if you start tonight, you can see most of them by tomorrow morning.
And I think a way to not get overwhelmed, I guess that's a double negative. I think a way to get whelmed would be to use that favorited tab so you can curate your selection of can't miss boats so that you can go back to those later. Keep track of all the boats that are striking your fancy, because even though the show closes at 8 p.m. Sunday, again, it's not going to close 8 p.m. Sunday. It's going to keep going. The website's not going to go down. If you've got those higher level tickets, you can watch the shows. Is it up to 7 days, George, after?
Yeah,
Sunday?
Up till Sunday the 7th. And then, kind of a fun way to do it, if you want to maybe recreate the in-person experience, is the Shop the Show tab on the left side of the browser. That's a random assortment of all the products and the boats we have, all 900 of them. So if you use the Shop the Show tab and just sort of start scrolling through there, and I think people are going to see some stuff that, like they would have at the boat show. Oh, I didn't know I needed that, or I didn't know that was there, or geez, I need to learn about that. So that's kind of a fun way to do it rather than, searching by a specific category or something. That Shop the Show tab is really fun. See what we have.
Makes a lot of sense. So as we go out tonight, I'm looking at 7:58. We're going to go out like we went out last night, and we're going to go out Saturday and Sunday night. It's with the Roche Harbor colors. If you haven't actually seen that in person, this is the second best thing. So we've got Kevin Carlton do a little narration, and I think we're just going to send us off. I'm going to say goodnight to George, Kevin, and Troy. Thank you so much for being part of Seattle Boat Show Connected, presented by Union Marine.
You guys, thank you so much for putting this together. It was amazing.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Thanks,
Good afternoon, Kevin Carlton here, Harbor Master of Roche Harbor. Welcome. Talk to you a little bit today about the color ceremony of our Roche Harbor Resort. Our color ceremony was started by the late Reuben Tart, founder of Roche Harbor as a resort in 1956, with the first color ceremony going off in 1957. Our color staff consists of 4 to 5 dock staff that do the color ceremony every evening, 10 minutes before sunset. they'll march out to Colonel Bogey's March to the flags, where they promptly take down the Roach Harbor Burgee first, and then they'll take down the Washington State flag, and then take down the Canadian flag, and then followed last by the British flag, and then the American flag comes down with a salute to colors by a cannon, and then the place taps. In Roach Harbor, please come and join us for our time-honored celebration. We look forward to sharing this experience with all of the boaters here at Roach Harbor, and have a safe and happy boating season.